Empires of Brass and Ley. By Mark E. Cooper. 1. The ship that sounded wrong. Before dawn, the Imperial Sky Dock belonged to steam, fog, and men who moved too quickly to be cold. Ned Vale ran beneath the raised gantries with a packet of stamped orders inside his jacket and a brass coupling wrapped in sacking under one arm, his boots slipping where coal grit had turned the wetboards black. Gas lamps burned in yellow halos along the dock face, each one showing only a little of the world before the fog swallowed it again. Above him, the Crown Courier's skyship hung in its cradle like a palace that had learned to float, all varnished ribs, polished brass rails, and crystal housings hooded in blackstone. A bell clanged twice from the foreman's platform, and every crew below it shifted at once. Drab men in caps hauled rope, checked valves, tightened bolts, and cursed softly at the damp. Above them, officers in blue and scarlet moved along the passenger gantry with polished boots and bright cuffs, not hurrying because other people had been hired to hurry first. 2 inspectors in green frock coats stood beside a brass gauge stand, their gloves too clean and their pencils already busy. "Ned, stop admiring Her Majesty's pretty coffin and move your feet," old Bram called from beneath a steam line, holding out one blackened hand. "Bay 3 wanted that coupling 10 minutes ago." Ned ducked under a swinging chain and passed it over. "Bay 3 sent me to signal desk first." "Bay 3 would send the Queen Empress for a spanner if she stood near enough," Bram muttered. But he took the coupling and glanced toward the skyship with the quick, wary look working men gave expensive machines. "Run that packet up to Grimsby. Don't let the shiny gentlemen see you dripping on their shine." Ned tucked his chin down and ran. He knew the dock by sound better than sight. The cough of the east boiler, the uneven slap of loose canvas near Tower 2, the deeper pulse of the ship's engines being warmed but not yet driven. Under all of it, something else pressed at him. It sat behind his ears like thick air before thunder, a wrong humming that did not match the clean rhythm of steam and brass. He slowed despite himself beneath the belly of the courier ship. The hooded lift crystal was above him, hidden behind its polished casing, but the hum came through the frame and into his teeth. It was not loud. It was worse than loud. It was nearly right. Ned looked up through the fog and felt the machine sound dishonest. The packet inside his jacket seemed to grow heavier against his ribs. Above him, a crystal bell chimed from the gauge stand, clear as chapel glass, and both inspectors looked pleased with whatever the shining needles told them. Bram glanced over from the open maintenance hatch, one shoulder buried among pipes. "You planning to take root there, lad?" Ned stepped closer, lowering his voice because sound carried strangely beneath the hull. "Bram, she sounds wrong." Bram's hand stopped on a valve wheel. For half a moment, his face changed, not into belief, but into the look of a man who had lived too long around machines to laugh at an odd noise. "What kind of wrong?" "The crystal's not sitting with the engines," Ned said, hating the words as soon as they left him because they weren't proper words. "It's pulling sideways, like something biting the frame." Bram wiped 2 fingers across his mustache, leaving soot there. "Lift array read green 10 minutes ago." "It still sounds wrong," Ned said. "Aye, and my knee says rain when there's sun on the stones," Bram muttered. But he looked up toward the blackstone casing all the same. Then the bell clanged 3 times from the platform, sharper and more official. Bram's mouth tightened. "Take it to Grimsby if you must. Don't say I sent you running dreams at him." Ned went, not running now because running made boys look guilty when men wanted stillness. He climbed the iron stair to the foreman's platform, passing 2 clerks with leather folios and an officer whose scarlet sleeve brushed Ned's shoulder without apology. Cale Grimsby stood at the rail in a brown coat too fine for the crews and too plain for the officers, his watch open in one hand, his eyes moving between gauges, inspectors, and the ship. "Mr. Grimsby," Ned said, stopping short of the chalk line painted across the boards. "Sir, the ship sounds wrong." Grimsby looked down at him as if the fog had coughed up a bootlace. "What?" "The lift crystal," Ned said, and his ears throbbed as the hum dipped again. "It's not right with the engines. It's pulling sideways." One inspector turned his head. The other did not, which felt worse. Grimsby closed his watch with a snap. "The lift array is within tolerance. The stabilizers read within tolerance. The Crown inspectors have signed the test margin, and I have 3 directors waiting for a clean lift before breakfast." "But it's wrong," Ned said, and knew from Grimsby's face that he had made it worse by saying it again. What it is, Grimsby said, stepping closer until Ned could see the polished brass buttons straining over his waistcoat, is a dock runner with dirty sleeves delaying crown work because he's heard a groan in a pipe. Bram's voice came faintly from below. Kale, might be worth another ear on it. Grimsby's gaze snapped down toward the maintenance hatch. Another ear costs 20 minutes, Bram, and 20 minutes costs written explanation. Unless either of you can show me a red gauge, a cracked housing, or an engineer's certificate, you'll both return to your duties. Ned gripped the packet through his jacket. The hum climbed behind his teeth, almost clean, almost obedient, and all the more frightening for trying to hide itself. Grimsby turned to the inspectors and lifted his voice. Proceed with the lift test. The first engine answered him with a rolling cough that shook soot from the gantry joints. Then the second took, and the courier ship's propellers began to turn, slow at first, each blade cutting fog into pale ribbons before the rhythm steadied into a proud, clean churn. Men below the cradle stepped back with the care of people who trusted machinery only after it had finished moving. Ropes tightened, brass pins trembled, steam breathed from side vents in white plumes that caught the gaslight and vanished. Primary lift to quarter charge, one inspector called, his pencil already moving. Quarter charge acknowledged, a technician answered from the gauge stand. Ned stayed at the edge of the platform because no one had told him where to go, and because his feet would not carry him away. The hum behind his ears sharpened as the black stone housings along the ship's belly began to glow through their seams. It should have been beautiful. It was beautiful, in the way expensive things often were, all hidden danger wrapped in polish and ceremony. The ship eased upward in its cradle, and a pleased murmur passed along the passenger gantry where officers and directors watched through the fog. Grimsby let out a breath through his nose. There, you see, clean as a chapel bell. Ned shook his head before he could stop himself. The sound had changed. The engines were honest, pistons and shafts doing exactly what steam made them do, but the crystal beneath them dragged against the motion like a cart horse turning its head from the road. The pressure bit at the frame, not down, not up, but sideways. Mr. Grimsby, Ned said, and his voice came out smaller than he wanted. It's worse. Grimsby's face hardened without turning. Back to your errand. A rope snapped below them with a crack like a pistol shot. Someone shouted, and the clean rhythm broke. The courier ship dipped on one side, not much, not yet enough for the polished people to understand, but enough for every worker under it to flinch as one body. A stabilizer arm shrieked against its housing. Brass teeth skipped. The ship's starboard belly swung toward Dock Tower 2, slow and dreadful, dragging its own cradle chains through groaning pulleys. Cut lift to reserve, the inspector shouted, his pencil gone from his hand. Reserve's not answering clean, the technician cried. Stabilizers are fighting her. Now everyone moved. Workers scattered from beneath the hull. A man dropped a coil of rope and fell backward over it. Bram lunged from the maintenance hatch, soot across his cheek and both hands raised as if he could hold back several hundred tons of crown engineering by anger alone. Ned gripped the rail so hard the wet iron hurt his palms. The wrong hum filled his teeth, his bones, the boards beneath his boots. The ship was not falling. Falling would have been simpler. It was twisting, levering itself against the stabilizers, and the dock tower stood in its path with signal lamps still burning in neat amber rows. Stop her, Grimsby said, no longer sounding official at all. For God's sake, stop her. Ned moved before fear could turn clever and stop him. He ducked under Grimsby's arm, hit the stair too fast, and nearly lost his footing on the wet iron. The world had narrowed to the wrong hum, the twisting hull, and the pull he could feel through every bolt in the dock. Men shouted above and below him, orders crossing orders until the words became useless noise. Get back, boy, Grimsby shouted behind him. Vale, get back here. Ned did not look round. The maintenance hatch stood open where Bram had come out, and beneath it the relay station rattled like a tin full of angry teeth. Brass-handled levers lined the board, each one tagged with enamel labels. Ned had carried replacements for often enough to know by sight. He slid into the hatch space on one knee, shoulder striking hot pipework, and the heat bit through his sleeve. Bram grabbed the back of his jacket. Are you mad? She's fighting herself, Ned said, dragging air into his lungs. The lever board blurred for one sick moment, then the hum pressed harder behind his ears and one line of brass seemed to itch under his skin. Starboard vent's too tight. She needs the pull blade low, not high. You don't touch that, Bram said, but his grip had changed. It was no longer hauling Ned away. It was holding him steady. Above them, the ship's belly groaned toward Tower 2. Glass cracked somewhere overhead. Workers screamed at one another to clear the lower gantry, and an officer's polished voice broke into panic. Ned pointed with his whole arm. That one. No, not the red. The lower blue. Half-turn, then locked the reserve against it. Bram stared at the lever as if it had personally betrayed him. That vent's lift uneven. It's already uneven, Ned snapped, and the sharpness of his own voice frightened him less than the sound in the crystal did. If you vent high, she rolls into the tower. For one breath, Bram looked at him as if measuring the whole of his dirty sleeves, thin face, and impossible certainty. Then he swore, seized the lower blue lever, and hauled it down to the halfway notch. Ned lunged across him and caught the smaller relay handle before it kicked back. Pain flashed through his palm as the brass burned him, but he held until the lock teeth caught. The courier ship shrieked. Its starboard side dropped, then steadied, then slammed against the cradle buffers with a crash that shook the dock from pilings to roof glass. The tower did not fall. Its signal lamps swung wildly, amber light flashing through fog, but they remained in their neat rows. Silence came in pieces after the noise, broken by hissing steam, falling grit, and men calling names to find out who still answered. Ned sat on the hatch floor with his burned hand tucked against his chest, breathing soot and hot metal. Bram was staring at him now. So was Grimsby from the platform above. So were the inspectors, the officers, and every worker close enough to have heard the boy who had known which lever to name. Grimsby's face was white beneath the dock grime. His eyes moved from Ned's hand to the relay board, then to the damaged crown courier hanging crooked but alive in its cradle. You, Grimsby said, and the word carried too clearly through the settling fog. How did you know that? 2. Saboteur. For a moment, no one answered Grimsby because the dock itself seemed to be listening. Steam hissed from cracked joints. A pulley spun uselessly overhead, clicking slower and slower until it stopped. Ned kept his burned hand tucked against his chest and stared up at the faces leaning over the platform rail, all pale ovals in fog and gaslight. A minute ago, they had been shouting for the ship to stop. Now they were looking at him as if he had become the broken part. I told you, Ned said, and his voice sounded thin beneath the wounded courier. I said she sounded wrong. Grimsby came down the stair too quickly for dignity, one hand sliding along the wet rail. His boots hit the lower boards with a slap, and every worker near the hatch shifted aside because men like Grimsby did not need courage once they had found someone smaller than themselves. You touched the relay. After she slipped, Ned said. You named the vent. She needed it. You named the vent, Grimsby repeated, louder, turning just enough for the inspectors to hear him clearly. A dock runner named a crown relay setting in the middle of a lift failure, then put his hand on the board. Bram pushed himself between the hatch and Grimsby, his jaw set beneath the soot. He kept her out of Tower 2. He interfered with crown property, Grimsby snapped. Ned tried to stand, but pain flashed up his wrist and made the boards tilt. I didn't break anything. I warned you. One of the inspectors had reached the lower gantry now, green coat spotless except for a pale streak of dust across one sleeve. He looked at the crooked ship, the scorched relay handle, Ned's burned palm, and then at Grimsby, as if arranging facts in the safest order. Who had access to this station before the test? Bram's face darkened. Half the maintenance crew, if you mean who works here. I mean who interfered, the inspector said. Ned's stomach went cold. Grimsby pointed at him, not at the relay, not at the cracked housing above. At him. Seize the boy. Until security determines whether this was tampering, he doesn't leave this dock. 2 dock guards moved from the tower arch, heavy men in dark coats with brass badges and cudgels at their belts. Ned stepped back once, not because he meant to run, but because his body remembered too many alleys, too many larger hands reaching. Bram caught one guard's sleeve. Don't be a fool, Hasker. You saw the ship turn. I saw a boy at a crown relay, Hasker said, and he would not meet Bram's eyes. The other guard took Ned by the unburned arm. Ned twisted on instinct, and the grip tightened hard enough to hurt. I warned them, he said, louder now. because the fog seemed to be swallowing the words before they reached anyone useful. Graham heard me. I went to Grimsby before the test. I told him. Faces turned, but not with belief. With calculation. Dirty shirt, burned hand, relay board, damaged crown courier. Ned saw the story settling over him, simple enough for frightened adults to carry. Grimsby pulled his coat straight and looked up at the listing skyship as if he could already see the report being written. Take him to the security office. Ned dug his heels against the blackened boards, but the guards hauled him forward anyway. Behind him, the great courier creaked in its cradle, alive because he had listened, damaged because no one else had. The security office sat beneath the eastern stair tower, where the skydock's noise came through brick, iron, and glass as a muffled industrial heartbeat. The guards pushed Ned onto a wooden bench beside a wall of hooks, oilcloth capes, and stamped lantern tags. His burned palm throbbed inside a dirty rag Hasker had wrapped round it without looking at him. Through the grimy office window, Ned could see the dock changing shape around the damaged courier. No one was running blindly now. That made it worse. Bells rang in patterns, not panic. Red shutters dropped over 2 loading gates. A clerk in a bowler hat nailed a notice board across the stair entrance while another man chalked numbers beside the relay hatch. Workers were driven back from the cradle lines in groups, each group held behind rope by guards who looked larger now that there was no ship actively trying to kill anyone. Name, the desk sergeant said, dipping his pen. Ned Vale, Ned said. Full name. Ned hesitated, because full names belonged on certificates, punishments, and parish rolls. Edmund Vale. Age. 12. Occupation. Ned looked toward the window, where a pair of officers in blue coats had arrived with a polished black case carried between them. I run messages. Fetch parts. Clean gauges sometimes. The sergeant wrote dock runner as if the word explained everything. Employer? Whoever shouts first, Ned said before he could stop himself. Hasker made a small sound in his throat. The desk sergeant looked up slowly. This is not the moment to be clever. Ned swallowed. Sky Dock Labor Office, sir. Parish placement. Outside, men in better coats were multiplying. Engineers in soot-striped aprons climbed toward the damaged housing with tool cases. Crown artificers in dark blue examined the relay board without touching it. Clerks moved behind them like ants after sugar, collecting statements, tagging broken chain links, measuring scorch marks, and speaking in low voices that made every ordinary thing seem suddenly criminal. Beyond the office door, workers whispered because whispers were safer than opinions. Ned caught pieces through the wood whenever footsteps paused nearby. Sabotage, they're saying. Crown inspectors signed her green. Green don't mean safe if the crystal's tired. Nothing gets replaced now. High marches swallow every spare shard before London sees a glimmer. Shut your mouth. Treaty shipments, they call it. Not our business. It is when ships fall on our heads. The desk sergeant's pen stopped. He looked toward the door, then at Hasker. Clear that corridor. Hasker stepped out, and the whispers broke apart into boots. Ned sat very still, feeling each word settle beside the accusation already waiting for him. Sabotage. Crown inspectors. Treaty shipments. High marches. He did not know where the high marches were, only that men said the name as if cold weather and far-off mountains could reach into a London dock and steal parts from a ship. The sergeant reached for a brass speaking tube mounted beside the desk. Security office to Central. A tinny voice answered from the wall. Central. We have the Vale boy secured. Foreman Grimsby is naming interference. Inspector Lorne requests formal escalation. There was a pause long enough for Ned to hear the damaged courier creak outside. The voice from the tube came back thinner than before. Hold the boy. Seal the relay room. No one leaves the dock without written clearance. A justiciar has been summoned. The sergeant's face changed. Only a little, but enough. Ned looked from him to the speaking tube. What's a justiciar? Neither man answered quickly, and that frightened him more than shouting would have. The answer arrived before the sergeant found words for it. Boots sounded in the outer corridor, not hurried, not heavy, but perfectly measured. The office door opened, and the guard outside straightened so sharply that his cudgel knocked against the wall. A woman stepped in wearing white so clean it made the room look guilty by comparison. Gold braid lay at her shoulders and throat, worked into symbols Ned did not know, and her high collar rose smooth and severe beneath a face that was calm enough to frighten him. Behind her came a second woman in a pale green service coat with white cuffs buttoned tight above gloved hands. She carried a leather medical case marked with a silver branch pin, and unlike everyone else, she looked first at Ned's burned hand rather than the accusation around him. The desk sergeant stood. "Justiciar Voss." "Sergeant," the woman in white and gold said, and the single word tidied the room more effectively than any shouted order. Her gaze moved to Ned, then to the rag around his hand. "Why is an injured child sitting untreated in a security office?" The sergeant's mouth tightened. "He is being held on suspicion of interference with Crown property." The healer crossed the room without waiting for permission and knelt in front of Ned. "Interference does not prevent treatment. Give me your hand, Edmund Vale." Ned pulled back before he meant to. "How do you know my name?" "It is written on the sergeant's blotter," she said, softer than the room deserved. "I am healer Marin Holt. If I touch the burn, it will hurt less after. If I do nothing, it will hurt more later. That is the honest bargain." Ned looked at Justiciar Voss because everyone else was looking at her. Voss gave the smallest nod. "Medical care is not a confession." He let the healer take his hand. Her glove was cool, and the first touch made him hiss through his teeth, but then a silver instrument clicked open above his palm and a pale green light settled over the angry skin. It did not erase the pain. It organized it, gathering the wild burn into something clean enough to bear. Voss turned to the sergeant. "Who ordered the boy seized?" "Foreman Grimsby named him as the interfering party," the sergeant said. "Named him as saboteur?" Voss asked. The sergeant swallowed. "As possible saboteur." The word struck Ned hard enough that his injured hand twitched in Holt's grip. Voss looked at him then, fully and directly. "Edmund Vale, did you sabotage the Crown Courier skyship?" "No," Ned said at once. The answer did not feel like speaking. It felt like something pulled straight through him, clean and sharp, leaving no room for twist or hiding. His eyes widened before he could stop them. Voss watched that reaction with a colder kind of gentleness. "Now you understand part of what I am." Ned's throat had gone dry. "I can't lie to you." "No," Voss said. "You cannot, but neither can they." Voss did not raise her voice after that. She did not need to. The office seemed to have become part of her uniform, white and gold reaching into brick, ink, brass, and every guilty pause. She asked for the outer door to remain open, then sent Hasker to fetch Foreman Grimsby, Inspector Lorne, and Bram from the maintenance crew. The sergeant began to object that the boy had not yet made a formal statement, but Voss only looked at him until the objection found somewhere else to be. Healer Holt kept Ned's hand cradled in both of hers while the silver instrument hummed softly over his palm. "Flex your fingers very slowly." Ned obeyed, wincing as the skin pulled. "Will it scar?" "Yes," Holt said. He looked at her, startled by the plainness of it. "Less than it would have," she said, and adjusted a tiny dial on the instrument. "The burn is across the palm and first two fingers. Relay brass, I'd say. Hot enough to matter. Why were you holding it?" Ned glanced at Voss. "Because it kicked back." Holt's eyes sharpened, but her hand stayed gentle. A relay kicked against a child's hand and no one sent for a healer until a justiciar arrived. The desk sergeant found something urgent to read on his blotter. Grimsby entered with Inspector Lorne behind him and Bram last, still soot-streaked and angry. Grimsby stopped when he saw Voss. His face made a careful shape that was not quite respect and not quite fear, but both were trying. "Justiciar," he said, "the doc appreciates the Crown's prompt attention." "The Crown was already attentive," Voss said. "That is why you are all still on site." She turned slightly, positioning Ned where he could see every adult and every adult could see him. "Foreman Grimsby, did Edmund Vale warn you before the lift test that the courier sounded wrong?" Grimsby's mouth opened. "Yes or no," Voss said. A muscle jumped in his jaw. "Yes." The word landed harder than Ned expected. Bram let out one rough breath through his nose. Voss looked to Inspector Lorne. "Were official readings within tolerance before the test?" "Yes," Lorne said. "All visible gauges were green." "Did green readings prevent failure?" Lorne's face went stiff. "No." Voss turned back to Grimsby. "Did the boy touch the relay before the failure began?" Grimsby's eyes flicked once toward the window, toward the damaged ship, toward the future report he had been building in his head. "No." Ned's burned hand throbbed, but the cold place in his stomach began to loosen. Voss asked, "Did he touch it after the failure began?" "Yes," Grimsby said. "Did that action worsen the failure?" "I don't know," Grimsby said, too quickly. Bram stepped forward before fear could stop him. "It stopped her taking Tower 2. I pulled the blue lever because he named it, and the boy held the relay lock when it kicked. If he'd wanted her down, he'd have done nothing." Voss looked at Bram for a long moment. "You believe that to be true?" "I know it," Bram said. The room held its breath around the answer, waiting for whatever invisible hook lived in justiciar law to catch him. Nothing happened except Voss giving a small nod. Holt closed the silver instrument over Ned's hand and wrapped the palm in clean white linen marked with a green seal. "His injury is consistent with emergency contact, not staged handling. I'll put that in my report." At the word report, every adult in the room seemed to remember paper could bite. Voss looked at Ned again, not as if he were cleared, but as if the clearing had opened a stranger door. "Edmund Vale, before any gauge warned them, before the failure began, how did you know the lift crystal was wrong?" Ned stared at the crooked ship beyond the window and felt the wrong hum still echoing faintly in his teeth. "I heard it. I heard it," Ned said again, because the first answer had sounded too small for the way every adult in the office had gone still. "Not like a whistle, not proper sound. It was behind my ears, and in my teeth. The engines were turning clean, but the crystal was pulling wrong." Inspector Lorne stared at him as if Ned had put a dirty handprint across a royal portrait. "Children do not hear lift crystals." "I didn't know what else to call it," Ned said. Voss lifted one gloved hand, and Lorne stopped speaking. "Describe it without trying to sound educated." That was easier and worse. Ned looked down at the clean linen around his palm, at the green seal pressed into it, and tried to find words that belonged to docs rather than books. It was like when two gear teeth nearly catch, but not quite. Like a pipe knocking where it should run smooth. She wanted to go up, but something in her was pulling sideways, and when they charged her, it got worse. Bram's eyes had gone narrow and intent. "That's what he said under the hull. Said she was biting the frame." Inspector Lorne's color changed. "That phrase was used before the test?" "Yes," Bram said, "before." Voss turned to Grimsby. "You heard the warning before the test. You proceeded. You then named the boy as possible saboteur despite knowing he had warned you before touching the relay. Is that accurate?" Grimsby's face had begun to shine with sweat. "I was preserving the site for investigation." "That was not my question," Voss said. His throat worked. "Yes." The word seemed to strip something from him. He remained in his good brown coat with his watch chain and his authority, but Ned saw every worker in the doorway hear the truth settle. Grimsby had not lied exactly. He had arranged the truth so it pointed at a smaller person. Voss looked to the desk sergeant. "Edmund Vale is not to be recorded as apprehended saboteur. He is to be recorded as detained witness and injured responder pending formal Crown review." The sergeant dipped his pen at once. "Yes, Justiciar." "He warned," Bram said, rougher than before. "Put that down too." "I am," the sergeant said, and for the first time he sounded as if he meant it. Healer Holt closed her medical case with a soft click. "He needs proper burn treatment within the hour, food if he has not eaten, and no more handling by the injured arm. If anyone ignores that, my report will become unpleasant." Ned should have felt safer. Instead, every careful word made the room larger around him. Saboteur was being pulled away, but something else was taking its place, something with cleaner gloves and sharper ink. Voss studied him with that calm, frightening attention. "Sergeant, send to the registry office for Edmund Vale, age 12, parish placement, Sky Dock District. Send also for a senior crystal tuner attached to Crown inspection. I want Master Gideon Harrow if he is within reach." Lorne looked from Voss to Ned. "A tuner? For a dock boy?" "For a child who sensed a Crown lift fall before your instruments did," Voss said. Ned sat with his bandaged hand held carefully in his lap while the office moved around him. Grimsby no longer looked at him like a culprit. The inspector no longer looked at him like a nuisance. That should have been better. It wasn't. 3. The boy outside the rolls. Master Gideon Harrow arrived 20 minutes later with rain on his black coat, silver at his temples, and the expression of a man who disliked being summoned before breakfast but disliked bad work more. He did not bow to Inspector Lorne, flatter Grimsby, or look impressed by Justiciar Voss's white and gold. He walked straight to the relay station under escort, set a narrow leather case on the hatch ledge, and opened it to reveal instruments laid in velvet slots like surgical knives. Ned had been brought back to the lower gantry with Healer Holt beside him and Hasker close enough to prove he was still not free. The clean bandage made his hand feel stranger than the burn had. It looked official now, not merely hurt, and every time someone glanced at it, Ned felt the report growing around him. Harrow bent over the scorched relay board. Who pulled the lower blue vent? I did, Bram said, before Ned could answer. On the boy's call. Harrow touched nothing at first. He leaned close, eyes moving over brass teeth, lock scars, enamel labels, and the blackened mark where Ned's palm had held the kickback handle. Then he took a thin silver probe from his case and passed it above the relay without contact. The probe gave a faint glassy tick. Not random panic, Harrow said. Inspector Lorne stiffened. Master Harrow? Someone made an ugly decision quickly, Harrow said. Ugly is not the same as wrong. He finally looked at Ned, and his eyes were pale gray, sharp enough to feel like another instrument. You are Edmund Vale. Ned nodded. Yes, sir. You said you heard the fault. I heard something wrong, Ned said. Everyone says that after machinery fails, Harrow replied. Most of them are remembering fear backward. Tell me what you noticed before the lift began. Ned swallowed. Voss stood at his left, silent and impossible to ignore. Holt's hand hovered near his bandage, as if she expected him to clench it. The engine sounded right. The steam was rough at first, then clean. But the crystal wasn't with them. It was like it sat crooked in the ship. Harrow's mouth pressed flat. Crystals do not sit. I know, Ned said, heat crawling up his neck. I don't have better words. Then use worse ones accurately. That helped more than kindness would have. Ned looked at the relay board instead of the adults. It bit the frame, pulled sideways, clicked wrong in my teeth. When they charged her, the pull got sharper, like a chain going tight where there shouldn't be a chain. Harrow had gone very still. The dry impatience did not leave his face exactly, but something colder and more professional moved underneath it. He turned the silver probe above the damaged lock, and this time the little glassy tick became 3 uneven notes. Bram muttered, That's bad, isn't it? Yes, Harrow said, not looking away from Ned, but not as bad as the fact that he knew it first. The words did not make Ned feel clever. They made every adult near the relay station look at him as if the damaged ship had grown a second fault and put it in boy's clothes. Harrow closed his silver probe with a precise click and placed it back into its velvet slot, then wiped his fingers with a linen square though he had touched nothing dirty. Justiciar Voss turned to the desk sergeant waiting at the edge of the gantry. Registry response? The sergeant hurried forward with a brass-edged folder held flat in both hands. Parish roll confirms Edmund Vale, age 12, son of Samuel and Miriam Vale, both deceased. Dock labor placement confirmed. No apprenticeship contract beyond parish assignment. No criminal marking. No prior Crown disciplinary entry. Voss's expression did not change. Magical registry? The sergeant swallowed. No proper entry found. Ned looked between them. What does that mean? It means, Harrow said, still watching him with that unpleasantly careful gaze, that either the registry has made a clerical error, or you have spent 12 years failing to behave like an obvious magical child. I'm not magical, Ned said. Inspector Lorne let out a short, disbelieving breath. He touched a crown relay and claims to hear lift arrays, but he is not magical. I didn't claim anything, Ned snapped before fear could stop him. I told them the ship sounded wrong, and then everyone shouted at me. Bram made a small approving grunt. It did not help. Voss looked at Ned, and the anger in him had nowhere to hide from her. It did not vanish, but it became honest enough to embarrass him. Voss accepted the folder and opened it. The pages inside were cream-colored, edged with red thread and stamped with seals Ned had only seen on posted notices and court warnings. No nursery charm report, no district examiner note, no accidental manifestation hearing, no stipend record, no school summons, no oath preparatory file. Each missing thing sounded like a door Ned had never known existed. Harrow's mouth tightened. A resonance-sensitive child in a ley-damp industrial ward. Blackstone insulation everywhere. Low-grade crystal noise, coal smoke, iron, and half the dock humming badly enough to bury a faint signature. That could mask him. Mask him from a parish matron? Lorne asked. From a lazy charm, Harrow said. Not from the consequences. Voss closed the folder. Then we have an unregistered magical miner inside a Crown strategic district, attached by labor placement to an Imperial sky dock, injured during response to a Crown skyship failure, and sensitive to a lift fault before trained instruments registered danger. The way she said it made Ned feel less like a boy and more like a crate with the wrong label on it. The desk sergeant shifted his weight. Is he still detained, Justiciar? Voss looked at Ned's bandaged hand, then at Harrow's closed instrument case. He is no longer detained as suspect. He is held under Crown protection and review until his status is established. Ned heard the nicer words and mistrusted them at once. Can I go back to the parish house? No one answered quickly enough. Harrow picked up his case. Not before I test whether the Empire has misplaced a tuner. They did not test Ned beside the wounded ship. Harrow had him moved to a cleaner room 2 doors beyond the security office, where the walls were tiled white, the lamps were brighter, and everything smelled of carbolic, warm brass, and boiled linen. That frightened Ned more than the dirty bench had. Dirt belonged to work. Clean rooms belonged to doctors, officials, and people deciding what happened to other people's bodies. Healer Holt unbuttoned her cuffs, replaced her gloves, and pointed to a chair with a padded armrest. Sit there, bandaged hand on the rest, other hand palm down on the slate. Ned looked at the black slate set into the small table. Copper wires ran from it to a row of glass bulbs and a brass dial. What does it do? It records response, Holt said. It does not bite. Machines don't have to bite to be trouble, Ned muttered, but he sat. Harrow's mouth twitched once, not quite a smile. Good, keep that suspicion. It may be the first sensible thing anyone has said today. Voss stood by the door while a clerk set forms on a writing board. Hasker remained outside, visible through the glass, looking awkward now that Ned had become something more complicated than a culprit. Holt unwrapped the edge of the bandage, inspected the burn, then pressed a cool glass bead against Ned's wrist. One of the bulbs brightened faintly. Pulse elevated, she said. I've had a morning, Ned said. That will be noted, Holt replied, and somehow that made it worse. Harrow placed a thumb-sized chip of cloudy blue crystal in a clamp at the far end of the slate. It was no grand skyship jewel, just an ugly little shard, but the moment it settled, Ned felt a pressure behind his ears like a whisper trapped under glass. The leftmost bulb flickered before Harrow touched the dial. Harrow went very still. Did you feel that? Ned stared at the crystal. It's sour. The clerk's pen scratched faster. Holt glanced at Harrow. Physical distress? No, Ned said, then swallowed. Not pain. It's like a kettle starting to scream before it screams. Harrow turned the dial a hair's breadth. The shard's faint glow steadied, and Ned's shoulders loosened before he realized they had tightened. He hated that his body had answered first. Voss stepped closer. Edmund Vale, are you trying to influence the crystal? No, Ned said, and the truth pulled cleanly through him again. I don't know how. Harrow exhaled through his nose. He is not pushing, he is reading. Holt covered Ned's bandage again and fastened the green seal neatly. Then whatever he is also hungry, exhausted, and burned. My patient eats before anyone frightens him further. A tray arrived as if the room had expected the argument. Bread, broth, an apple, and tea were set beside the forms. Ned looked at the food, then at the clerk, then at Voss. Do I have to sign something before I eat? For the first time, Holt looked angry. Not at him, at the room. No, child, you have to eat because you are 12. Ned picked up the spoon carefully with his good hand. The broth was hot, salted, and better than anything served by accident. He should have felt grateful. Instead, with Voss watching, Harrow measuring, Holt noting, and the clerk writing down even his hunger, Ned understood that the Crown's kindness had handles on it. By the time Ned finished half the broth, the room had filled with more paper than people. The clerk had drawn columns across one form, Voss had added a note in a hand so neat it looked printed, and Holt had written a separate medical line before sealing it with green wax warmed over a spirit lamp. Harrow ignored all of it for several minutes, adjusting the cloudy shard, turning the brass dial by grains, and watching the bulbs answer Ned before Ned could explain what his own skin already knew. At last Harrow shut the testing slate with a soft wooden click. Enough. Ned lowered the spoon. Enough good or enough bad? Enough to prevent anyone sensible from sending you back to ordinary dock work tomorrow, Harrow said. He looked toward Voss. He is resonance sensitive, crude, untrained, poorly shielded, and entirely without vocabulary, but the response is present. Voss did not look pleased. That was one of the most frightening things about her. She only looked as if another piece had fitted into a place she had not wanted filled. Avalon assessment, then. Ned's hand tightened around the spoon before he remembered Holt's warning and loosened his grip. What's Avalon? Holt's face softened slightly. Harrow's did not. The Royal Academy of Avalon for Imperial Thaumaturgy and Arcane Service. If you are what this morning suggests, you will be examined there, educated there, and kept from killing yourself on machinery you can hear but do not yet understand. I didn't kill anyone, Ned said. No, Harrow replied. That is part of the problem. You were nearly useful before anyone had permission to know what you were. The words caught oddly in Ned's chest. Useful was a good thing at the dock. Useful boys got errands, leftover bread, old gloves, and a place near the stove if no one grander wanted it. Useful boys did not get taken through crown doors to places with long names. I have to tell Maddie, Ned said, because Maddie would hear 3 wrong stories before sunset if he did not get the first one to her. And Tom, they'll think I'm locked up. Voss turned to the clerk. A message will be sent to the parish house and another may be taken for named local contacts once their identities are verified. Maybe? Ned asked. Your status is not settled, Voss said. Her voice was not unkind, which made it worse. Until it is, your movements and communications require oversight. Ned looked past her through the glass to the dock beyond. Men were still moving around the wounded courier, smaller now beneath the raised hull and the gray daylight creeping through the fog. Somewhere out there were the streets back to the parish house, Maddie's sharp face, Tom's blackened apprentice sleeves, Bram's muttered curses, and every ordinary thing Ned had hated yesterday because ordinary things had seemed too small. Harrow closed his leather case and lifted it by the handle. The Empire missed you once, Ned Vale. It will not do so twice. Ned looked down at his bandaged hand, clean linen over burned skin, and understood that he had not been invited into a miracle. He had been found by a machine too large to see the whole of, and every kind word in the room sounded like a latch clicking shut. 4. Issued by the Crown. Ned left the skydock through a side gate he had passed 100 times without ever being allowed beyond it. This time Hasker did not drag him. He walked behind Justiciar Voss, beside Healer Holt, and 2 steps ahead of a clerk carrying the folder with his name in it. That arrangement felt worse than being seized. Prisoners were pushed. Important things were escorted. London had fully woken by then. Steam carts coughed along the wet street, cab horses tossed their heads in coal-smelling fog, and men with lunch tins crossed under gas lamps that still burned yellow though daylight had begun to thin the dark. Ned watched ordinary workers turn their faces toward Voss's white and gold uniform, then away again just as quickly. No one wanted a justiciar's attention by accident. Where are we going? Ned asked. To Crown Intake, Voss said without slowing. Your medical report, registry status, provisional custody, and academy assessment orders must be entered properly. That sounds like 4 places. It is 6, Voss said. Healer Holt gave him a sideways look. Possibly 7 if Master Harrow sends ahead before we finish. Ned decided not to ask whether that was a joke. They crossed into a government quarter where the buildings grew taller, cleaner, and more severe. Brass plates shone beside black doors. Gas lamps burned behind frosted glass in ordinary offices where clerks bent over ledgers beneath green-shaded shades, scratching numbers with the tired patience of men paid to make the Empire legible. The first counter they reached was polished brass set into dark wood, but the lamp above it was plain gas, its mantle ticking softly. The clerk behind it looked over his spectacles. Name? Voss placed the folder down. Edmund Vale. Provisional Crown Review. Urgent Juvenile Magical Registration. The clerk's hand stopped halfway to his inkpot. He looked at Ned's patched coat, his bandaged hand, and the soot still caught at his collar. This boy? This boy, Voss said. Forms appeared. Stamps struck paper. A brass tube swallowed one slip with a sigh and sent it rattling somewhere beyond the wall. Ned was made to stand on a marked plate, hold out his unburned hand, repeat his full name, and watch a clerk measure him with a string and a crystal bead as if he were both person and parcel. Between offices, they passed guarded doors standing open just long enough for Ned to glimpse rooms lit not by gas but by suspended crystal chandeliers, clear and cold as trapped stars. Gold braid moved inside. White marble flashed. Someone laughed softly in a voice that had never shouted across a dock. Ned looked back at the corridor's cheaper gas lamps and understood something without anyone teaching it. The Crown could afford miracles. It simply chose where to spend them. The second office smelled of ink, damp wool, and old paper warmed by gaslight. It had no marble, no crystal chandelier, and no laughter from behind guarded doors. Ned was placed before a counter high enough that he had to stand straight to see the ledger opened on it. Behind the counter sat a thin clerk with sleeve protectors, a gray mustache, and a brass nameplate that read Mr. Pelling, Juvenile Provision and Academy Supply. Pelling dipped his pen and did not look up. Edmund Vale, Provisional Magical Registration, Crown Intake, Urgent Academy Assessment. Confirm. Ned looked at Voss, then at Holt. Is he asking me? He is, Voss said. Yes, Ned said carefully. That's me. Pelling made a mark. The Crown, pending confirmation of magical status and academy eligibility, provides necessary food, lodging, medical treatment, escorted transport, academy uniform, required books, basic writing materials, approved training equipment, and such examination fees as are properly incurred. Ned waited, because lists from officials always had teeth at the end. Pelling turned a page. The Crown does not provide private luxuries, discretionary pocket money, unapproved tools, confectionery, personal entertainment, replacement of items damaged by negligence, social expenses, private tutoring beyond academy instruction, or family remittances. I haven't got family to remit to, Ned said. The pen paused. Healer Holt's face tightened, but Pelling only made another mark. Noted. Parish contacts do not qualify as family remittance unless legally recorded as guardians or dependents. Ned felt his ears heat. I wasn't asking for money. No, Pelling said. You were receiving information before you misunderstand provision as wealth. That was unfair enough to sting because it was also useful. Ned looked at the ledger and saw his name written in black ink under a printed heading. A narrow card was placed beside it, cream-colored with a red seal and a line of numbers. The numbers were smaller than he expected for a thing that seemed to be claiming his future. Pelling tapped the card. This is your provisional account entry. It authorizes essential issue only. A supplier may charge approved goods to it when countersigned by Crown authority. You may not use it as coin. You may not pledge it. You may not sell it. You may not promise payment against it. You may not buy sweets with it. I wasn't going to buy sweets, Ned said, then thought of Maddie and Tom and how sweets bought with Crown numbers would taste like trouble anyway. Voss's voice was quiet at his shoulder. Listen to the rule beneath the rule, Edmund. Ned looked from the card to Pelling's ink-stained fingers. It means I can have what they say I need. Pelling gave the smallest nod, which might have been approval if clerks were allowed such things. Precisely. And nothing else, Ned said. Nothing else at Crown expense. Ned stared at the card until the red seal blurred. Food, books, uniform, medical treatment, transport. He had owned none of those things properly yesterday, not in any way that could survive winter, accident, or a parish matron's mood. Now the Crown would provide them, and he still had no penny of his own, no gift to send back, no right to choose an extra pencil if someone did not approve the need. Pelling sanded the wet ink and shut the ledger. You are not destitute in Crown care, Mr. Vale. You are also not rich. Confusing those conditions causes disciplinary difficulty. Ned picked up the card with his unburned hand because no one told him not to. It felt lighter than a coin and heavier than bread. I understand, he said, though what he understood was that being provided for could still leave a boy poor. The tailor's room stood 3 corridors and 1 covered courtyard away, behind a door painted deep blue and polished smooth around the handle by generations of anxious hands. Ned had expected bolts of cloth and women with needles. He had not expected a chamber as orderly as a small armory, with uniforms hanging by size along brass rails, boots lined in ranks beneath numbered shelves, and measuring tapes coiled on hooks like pale snakes waiting to strike. A woman in a dark gown and steel spectacles looked up from a cutting table. Provisional Academy issue? Voss placed the cream account card beside a folded requisition. Ned Vale, Avalon Assessment, Standard Junior Issue, Urgent Fit. The tailor's gaze traveled over Ned in one exact sweep, taking in the patched coat, dock trousers, scuffed boots, bandaged hand, and soot that had survived every official corridor. Standard Junior Issue will need alteration. Ned stiffened. I didn't ask for fancy. No, the tailor said, already reaching for a measuring tape. You asked for nothing. That is often the difficulty. Stand on the box. The box had brass feet and a worn black top. Ned stepped onto it and tried not to feel like goods raised for inspection. The tailor moved around him with brisk little tugs, measuring shoulder, chest, sleeve, waist, neck, inseam, and wrist. When she lifted his arm, the bandaged hand made her pause. Healer Holt said, no tight cuff on that side for now. Healing seal remains until tomorrow. Noted, the tailor said, and pinned a small green thread to the requisition. Temporary loose cuff, replacement fitting after treatment. A boy near the far mirror laughed under his breath. He stood with his mother and a valet while another assistant held up two waistcoats for inspection, one dark blue with brass buttons and one trimmed so subtly in silver that Ned only noticed it when the light caught. The boy was Ned's age or near it, pale and polished, with hair that looked as if it had never known fog. His mother did not glance at the price slate. Both, and the spare cloak. Peregrine ruins cuffs in practice and then insists the school issue looks common. Ned looked down at the tailor's chalk mark on his own sleeve. Do I get a spare? The room went quiet in the tiny, horrible way expensive rooms did when poor questions entered them. The tailor answered without cruelty. You receive one formal coat, 2-day shirts, 2 training shirts, 1 pair of academy trousers, 1 spare pair, stockings, underlinen, boots, cap, and cloak. Replacements require wear assessment or authorized damage claim. So no, Ned said. So not unless needed, Voss said from beside the table. The assistant brought out a dark academy coat and settled it over Ned's shoulders. The cloth was heavier than anything he had worn, clean and close woven, with brass buttons dull now but waiting to be polished. It fitted badly at first, then the tailor pinned and folded and somehow made him straighter inside it. Ned stared at himself in the mirror and did not know the boy looking back. The coat did not make him noble. It made his dirty neck, thin face, and guarded eyes more obvious. The polished boy glanced at him through the mirror and smiled faintly. Ned looked away first, hating that the good cloth felt less like a gift than a spotlight. The messages were written in a public correspondence alcove beside the tailor's rooms, where a brass grill separated ordinary senders from a clerk with ink-black fingers and no interest in anyone's feelings. Ned stood at a narrow shelf with his new coat folded over one arm, his old patched sleeve still on his body, and a pencil held awkwardly in his good hand. The paper was better than anything he had ever wasted on himself, thick enough that the pencil did not bite through. To the parish house, Voss said, placing one form beside him. State that you are safe, under Crown review, and being assessed for Avalon. That sounds like I've been swallowed by a machine, Ned said. It is accurate, Voss replied. He looked at her, but her face gave nothing away. Holt, standing close enough to watch his bandaged hand, gave a small sigh through her nose. You may add that you have eaten and your hand has been treated. That was better. Ned bent over the paper and wrote slowly, tongue pressed behind his teeth as he shaped each word. To Matron Cleary, I am not in jail. The Crown has me because of the skyship. My hand is burned but treated. Please tell Matty Quill and Tom Barlow I warned them before it broke. Please tell them I am not a saboteur. Ned Vale. The correspondence clerk read it upside down without shame. Cannot send that as written. Ned's pencil stopped. Why not? Jail, saboteur, and accusation language require review in official correspondence concerning active investigation, the clerk said, already reaching for a red pencil. Ned pulled the paper back before the pencil touched it. Then they'll think I did something. Voss stepped closer. Write a private line for named contacts. It will still be reviewed, but I will countersign the truth of your status. Ned hated needing the help and needed it anyway. He wrote 2 shorter notes, one to Matty and one to Tom, each cramped and careful. I am safe. My hand hurts but is wrapped. I told them before the test. The justiciar knows I did. They may send me to Avalon. I don't know when I can come back. The clerk sanded the ink, stamped the corner, and slid the pages into a brass dispatch slot. Local replies may return before evening if the parish runner is competent. Maddie is competent, Ned said. The clerk looked offended on behalf of the runner system. They waded through one more office, a meal he barely tasted, and a final fitting where the tailor corrected the loose cuff. Near dusk, a boy in a blue cap arrived breathless at the intake desk with 2 folded slips. The first, from Matron Cleary, was neat, formal, and nearly useless. The second was folded so tightly it looked angry. Ned opened it with his thumb. Maddie's handwriting marched across the scrap in dark, hard strokes. Don't let fine-coded people make you grateful for being taken. If they say it is for your own good, ask whose good gets counted. Tom says if they break your hand more, he will break their boiler. I told him not to be stupid until we know where they keep the boiler. Ned read it twice. The tightness in his chest did not leave, but it changed shape. He folded the note carefully around the cream account card and tucked both inside his shirt like tools he was not ready to use. Voss watched him do it. A loyal friend? Ned lifted his chin. A sensible one. 5. The road to Avalon. Morning found Ned on a railway platform with a paper ticket he had not bought, a canvas kit bag he had not packed, and an escort who made porters stand straighter without quite knowing why. The station roof arched high above him in ribs of soot, dark iron and glass, trapping coal smoke, steam, shouted destinations, and the sharp brass clang of departure bells. People moved in layers. Workmen with lunch pails, clerks with narrow cases, mothers hauling children by the wrist, soldiers in travel coats, and polished families whose luggage seemed to breathe whenever a porter looked away. Voss stood beside him in traveling white trimmed less grandly than yesterday, which only made the gold at her throat more noticeable. Healer Holt had already left him with a packet of salve, 3 written cautions, and a look that warned him against pretending pain made him virtuous. A Crown clerk now held the folder, the account card, and a sealed envelope for Avalon, as if Ned himself might be mislaid unless enough paper went with him. "Do I keep the ticket?" Ned asked, turning the stiff rectangle over with his good hand. "Until the guard clips it," the clerk said. "Then you keep the clipped portion until arrival." "Why?" "So you may prove you are entitled to be where you are." Ned looked at the long train breathing beside the platform. Its engine shone black and brass beneath a skin of soot, the boiler ticking as if impatient with everyone too slow to climb aboard. "Does everyone have to keep proving that?" Voss glanced at him, more often than people admit. A porter approached, eyeing Ned's plain kit bag before looking to the clerk's better coat. "First class, ma'am?" "Second, reserved Crown compartment," Voss said. The porter's eyebrows moved before his face remembered discipline. "Of course, ma'am. This way." Ned followed, watching first-class passengers step into polished carriages with wide windows, padded seats, and brass lamps bright enough to make the morning unnecessary. Their luggage vanished after them in gloved hands. Farther down, third-class doors stood open to harder benches and crowding bodies, bundles tucked under knees, babies already crying, and men joking too loudly because no one had given them room for quiet. Their compartment sat between both worlds, neither plush enough for the rich nor rough enough for the poor. Voss took the seat by the door. The clerk stored the folder on the rack above Ned's head and touched it twice, as if reassurance could travel through leather. The whistle screamed. The platform began to slide backward, carrying porters, lamps, smoke, and London with it. Ned pressed his bandaged hand against his coat and watched the city loosen into yards, chimneys, terraces, and wet brick. He had thought being taken by the Crown would feel instant, like a door shutting. Instead, it had wheels, schedules, tickets, and miles. The train carried them out of London in layers. Brickyards first, then factory backs, then allotments patched with winter cabbages, then open country cut into wet fields by hedges, lanes, and black telegraph poles. Smoke streamed past the window and came back in smuts whenever the ventilator rattled wrong. Ned watched until the city was far enough behind that his chest should have loosened, but the folder above his head creaked in the rack every time the carriage swayed, reminding him that paper traveled better than boys. At the first proper stop beyond the city, soldiers climbed onto the platform in gray travel coats with rifles stacked under canvas and kit bags thumping against their legs. A porter rolled crates past the compartment window, each one stenciled with black letters and crown marks. Ned leaned closer before the clerk could tell him not to touch the glass. "What does that say?" Ned asked. The clerk looked over his newspaper. "Northern Indian Works. Signal components, by the packing code." Ned traced the words through the fogged pane. "Like the High Marches?" Voss glanced up from a sealed memorandum. "What have you heard of the High Marches?" "Only dock talk," Ned said. "Men said spare crystal was going there. Signal towers, cold uniforms, treaty shipments. They said it like the place had teeth." The clerk made a careful little cough. "Dock labor should not speculate on frontier policy." "Dock labor carries the crates," Ned said. Voss folded her memorandum. "That does give them a certain claim to noticing where the crates go." The clerk retreated into his newspaper, but the front page faced Ned now. He could read slowly when words held still, and the headline was large enough to manage. "Commons questions continue over Saffron Pass allotments." Beneath it were smaller lines about ward crews, route security, medical chests, and ley-crystal allocation. None of it explained why a place he had never seen could make London docks short of parts, but he recognized the shape of the argument. Someone far away had been given priority. Someone nearby had been told to make do. More soldiers passed the window, laughing too loudly beneath the station roof. One boy among them looked no older than 16, his collar still too stiff, his boots too new. Ned thought of the damaged courier hanging crooked in its cradle and the way adults spoke of green readings as if green meant safe. The whistle blew again, and the soldiers slid behind them as the train pulled out. Voss watched Ned over the edge of the memorandum. "You were wondering whether the skyship failed because parts were diverted." "I'm wondering if anyone will say so if it did," Ned said. Voss's mouth did not smile, but something in her eyes sharpened. "That is a more useful question than you know." The useful question stayed in the compartment like coal smoke, thin and difficult to clear. Ned looked back at the newspaper until the words blurred, then down at his bandaged hand. He was still trying to decide whether questions could be dangerous even when they were true when the compartment door slid open at the next stop, and a boy in a neat travel coat peered in with a leather satchel hugged too tightly against his chest. "Excuse me," the boy said, glancing first at Voss, then at the clerk, then at Ned as if trying to place him in a system and failing. "This is the reserved crown compartment for Avalon assessment?" "It is," Voss said. The boy stepped inside at once, then remembered manners and turned back to the platform. "Mama, it's the right carriage." A woman's gloved hand appeared long enough to straighten his collar. "Mind your papers, Arthur. Remember what your father said. Do not volunteer uncertainty." "Yes, Mama," Arthur said, going pink. "And write at every change of station." "There is only one change of station." "Then right there." The door closed before Arthur could answer again. He stood in the compartment with his satchel, polished boots, and anxious face, looking less grand than Ned had expected and more trapped than he wanted to admit. His coat was good, but not rich boy careless. The cuffs had been brushed carefully rather than replaced, and the satchel's corner was mended with stitching so fine it was almost invisible. The clerk checked the list. Arthur Penrose. Minor gentry recommendation. Avalon lower assessment. Sit. Arthur sat opposite Ned and placed his satchel on his knees with both hands. "Good morning." Ned looked at the careful boots, the clean collar, the nervous fingers. "Morning." Arthur's gaze dropped to Ned's bandage, then jerked away with obvious effort not to stare. "I hope your hand improves." "So do I," Ned said. Voss looked between them once, then returned to her memorandum. Arthur swallowed. "Are you going to Avalon too?" "That's what they keep saying." "Oh." Arthur brightened with relief, then immediately looked worried about showing too much of it. "I mean, good. Not good if you don't want to, but good not to be the only one being assessed today." Ned had expected polish to come with certainty. Seeing fear inside a better coat unsettled him. "Your family wants you there?" Arthur gave a small laugh that did not sound happy. "My family has wanted someone there for 3 generations. I'm the first Penrose with enough magic to make the attempt. If I fail, everyone will be kind about it in the worst possible way." Ned looked out at the field sliding past and thought of Maddie's note folded against his chest. "That sounds expensive." Arthur blinked, then smiled despite himself. "It is, mostly in nerves." Arthur's smile made the compartment easier for perhaps 3 miles. After that, the train began to climb, and the world outside changed its mind. The fields drew back into wooded slopes and stone-walled meadows, their colors deepened by recent rain. Villages appeared and vanished around bends, each one marked by a church spire, a mill chimney, or a little gasworks crouched beside a stream. The rails curved through a cutting where wet rock pressed close to the windows, and the engine's labor came back along the carriages in hard, smoky breaths. Arthur leaned forward despite himself. "We should see it after the next tunnel." "Avalon?" Ned asked. Arthur nodded, then looked embarrassed by his own eagerness. "My uncle said the first sight is supposed to be impressive, but Uncle Jeffrey once called a pudding impressive because it held its shape." Ned glanced at him. Was it meant to? "I don't know." Nobody dared ask. The answer surprised a laugh out of Ned before he could stop it. It felt odd in his throat, rough and brief, but real enough that Voss looked up from her papers. She said nothing. That was almost kind. The tunnel took them suddenly, swallowing the windows in soot-black dark and lamp reflections. For a few moments, the compartment became its own little world of brass fittings, shivering glass, Arthur's nervous hands, the clerk's folder, and Voss's white sleeve folded against the door. Ned felt the pressure change around his ears, not like the skyship crystal, but like the earth itself holding its breath while the train forced a path through it. Then daylight broke open. Avalon stood across the valley. Ned forgot to breathe. The academy rose from a great shoulder of stone above terraces, lawns, and dark woods, older than the railway and somehow not diminished by it. Towers climbed from gray walls, some square and stern, some slender and crowned with brass observation cages. Steam rose from hidden engine houses in white columns that drifted past crystal glints set high among roofs and bridges. A long viaduct crossed the lower valley, carrying pipes, rails, and what looked like a suspended tramway toward a gatehouse built into the hill. Above the central hall, something pale flashed in the clouds, not lightning, not glass, but ley-crystal catching the weak sun. Arthur whispered, "Oh." Ned could not have mocked him if he had wanted to. He pressed closer to the window, his bandaged hand forgotten against the sill. The place was magnificent. That made it worse somehow. If Avalon had been ugly, he could have hated it cleanly. Instead, it stood there beautiful enough to make resentment feel small and fear feel ungrateful. The train began to slow. Bells rang from somewhere ahead, deep and ordered. Nothing like dock bells and yet enough like them to tighten his stomach. Voss folded her memorandum and placed it in the leather folder. "Welcome to Avalon, Mr. Vale." Ned looked at the towers, the brass, the steam, the impossible crystal light, and thought of Maddie's note tucked inside his shirt. "Does it always look like it's waiting for you?" Arthur swallowed. "I rather hoped it would look less like that up close." Voss's mouth softened by the smallest measure. "It does not." 6. Gear Company. Avalon did not receive students so much as process them through wonder. Ned and Arthur were taken from the station to the gatehouse in a brass-railed carriage that climbed the valley on a cable line, its wheels locked to a central rail while steam pistons pumped somewhere beneath the road. The academy grew larger with every turn. Stone walls became cliff faces. Windows became watchful eyes. The brass cages atop the towers were not decorations at all, but observation platforms with instruments glinting inside them. At the gate, Voss surrendered the sealed envelope to a woman in a dark academy coat whose buttons bore a crown over crossed keys. Edmund Vale and Arthur Penrose. Lower assessment arrivals. The woman broke the seal with a silver thumb knife. Provisional and recommended. Very well. She looked at Ned first, not long enough to be rude, but long enough to notice the bandage, the standard kit bag, and the soot that had somehow survived a government quarter and a train. Follow the blue line until the second bell, then left through the gear arch. Do not wander. Avalon rewards curiosity after orientation, not before. Arthur whispered, "Does that mean it punishes curiosity before orientation?" "Yes," Voss said. Ned nearly asked how, but the blue line inlaid into the floor had already begun to glow faintly, and that seemed answer enough. They followed it through a vaulted passage where older students moved in streams of color, dark coats flashing with cords, pins, polished boots, ink-stained fingers, tool satchels, and laughter held just under discipline. Somewhere overhead, gears turned behind the walls with a slow, heavy patience. The gear arch stood at the end of a corridor that smelled of oiled brass, chalk, coal dust, and something sweetly metallic. Above it hung a sign, "Gear Company." Beneath the words, a carved mechanism of wood and brass ticked endlessly, moving tiny pistons, wheels, and a painted hammer that struck a bell no louder than a teaspoon. Inside, the common room looked as if several generations of clever children had been told not to break things and had taken that as a challenge. Model engines crowded shelves. Cracked goggles hung around a bronze bust wearing a scarf. Old trophies leaned beside warning signs scorched at the edges. Brass plaques named company captains, competition winners, and students apparently proud of surviving explosions minor enough to commemorate. A glass case held confiscated inventions with labels written in stern red ink. A tall sixth-year girl with a gear-shaped pin at her collar looked up from a desk. New juniors? Arthur straightened. Arthur Penrose. Ned shifted his kit bag higher on his shoulder. Ned Vale. The girl's eyes flicked to his bandage. Gear company welcomes useful hands, damaged or otherwise. Try not to lose any more pieces before supper. She took 2 brass tokens from a drawer and tossed one to each of them. Dorm stairs through there. Rules board on the left. If something hums, smokes, ticks, glows, or whispers, ask before touching it. Ned looked around at the trophies, models, tools, scorch marks, and cracked goggles, and for the first time since the skyship lurched toward Tower 2, fear had to make room for something else. This place did not feel like nobility. It felt like machinery with traditions. The tall sixth year sent them up a narrow stair that bent twice around a brass pipe warm enough to make the air smell faintly of metal. The junior dormitory held 8 beds, 8 trunks, and a long work table bolted beneath the windows. Half the beds were already claimed by folded blankets, labeled books, spare collars, and small personal things arranged with the nervous precision of children pretending not to be nervous. Ned chose the bed nearest the wall because no one else had, and because it let him see the door. Arthur placed his satchel on the next bed, then hesitated. Is that all right? Ned looked at him. It's a bed. Yes, but it's next to yours. You planning to explode? Not deliberately. Then it's all right. Arthur looked relieved enough that Ned had to turn away before his own face softened. He put his kit bag on the mattress and was still wondering whether the blanket belonged to him now or only to the crown when a girl at the work table cleared her throat. If you place personal effects on issued bedding before checking the bed plate, you may accept prior stains, charm residue, or disciplinary history by implied occupation, she said. Ned froze with one hand on the kit bag. What? The girl pushed her spectacles up with one finger. She had dark hair braided tightly, a stack of books at her elbow, and a rule pamphlet open under her palm as if it had offended her and she intended to win. The bed plate, brass tag, footboard, underside lip. If it is clean, the bed is available. If it is marked, the room captain must countersign transfer. Otherwise, Avalon assumes you accepted it knowingly. Arthur leaned down at once. Mine says P. Mallory, 3rd warning. Do not sleep there, the girl said. Ned crouched by his own footboard. The brass tag was blank except for a tiny stamped gear. This one's clear. Then write your name on the slate before someone more entitled arrives and claims confusion, she said. Arthur moved his satchel quickly to the bed opposite. Thank you, I'm Arthur Penrose. Livia March, the girl said. Scholarship admission, civil service family, preliminary scribing aptitude. I read rules because rules are where people hide hooks. Ned looked at her despite himself. You sound like Maddie. Is Maddie sensible? Annoyingly. Then I'll accept the comparison. A boy sitting cross-legged on the window ledge laughed. He had warm brown skin, quick eyes, and a folded map spread across one knee, its corners pinned with brass washers. Livia has been here 2 hours and has already found 3 hooks, 1 contradiction, and a pudding schedule. It was not hidden well, Livia said. The boy slid down from the ledge. Rafiq Khan, naval root family, if anyone asks too loudly. You're the dock boy from the courier accident. Ned's shoulders tightened. Who said that? 2 seniors downstairs, 1 porter at the station, and the clerk who thought whispering through a speaking tube made him subtle, Rafiq said. But I listened to the useful part. You worked near a lift array before you knew what it was called. I carried parts, Ned said. Fetched messages. Cleaned gauges sometimes. Rafiq nodded as if that mattered. Then you know more about real skydocks than half the boys who can recite lift theory. Good. I like maps better when someone knows what the places smell like. Ned looked from Livia's rule pamphlet to Rafik's map and Arthur's carefully moved satchel. For the first time since entering Avalon, he wondered whether being lost here might not mean being alone. The first company bell rang before Ned could ask whether the bed plates were meant to be that complicated. It sounded from inside the wall, a bright mechanical note followed by the tiny answering chatter of pipes, gears, and distant doors opening. Rafik folded his map in 3 clean movements. Livia tucked the rule pamphlet under one arm, and Arthur nearly dropped his satchel trying to decide whether to carry it or leave it. "Downstairs," Livia said. "Orientation notice says all new juniors present themselves in the common room within 5 minutes of first bell." Ned lifted his kit bag. "Does it say what happens after 5? "It says late arrival is recorded." "That's not an answer." "At Avalon," Rafik said cheerfully, "recorded is usually the threat." They went down together, Arthur still fussing with his cuffs and Ned still trying to look as if he knew where his own feet belonged. The common room had filled while they were upstairs. New students stood in nervous clumps beneath the model engines and scorch-marked trophies, each one holding a brass token or a folder or a face meant to hide fear. Older gear students leaned along the walls with the lazy interest of people watching small machinery start for the first time. A boy stepped through the gear arch as if the room had been expecting him and should have made more space. Ned recognized him at once. The polished boy from the tailor's mirror, pale and neat, his dark academy coat already fitted as if cloth respected him personally. 2 other juniors followed half a step behind, not quite friends and not quite servants. The boy's gaze landed on Ned's bandaged hand, then on his standard kit bag. "You made it here, then." Arthur's face tightened. "Peregrine." "Penrose," Peregrine said, with a nod precise enough to cut thread. "I heard the Crown was being generous with assessments this year, but I did not realize emergency admissions now came directly from maintenance hatches." Ned felt the old, hot urge to answer with something that would get him dragged somewhere again. Livia shifted slightly beside him, not stopping him, exactly, but reminding him there were witnesses and therefore consequences. "I came by train," Ned said. Rafik coughed into his hand. Peregrine's polite smile thinned. "How practical." "Usually," Ned said, "unless parts are missing." The remark changed the air more than he meant it to. A few older students looked over. Arthur stared at the floor. Peregrine's eyes sharpened, not stupid, not slow, and that made him worse. "My father says theory prevents accidents," Peregrine said. Ned looked at the glass case of confiscated inventions, the scorch marks, and the warning signs around Gear Company. "Then this place must have a lot of theory." A laugh broke from somewhere by the hearth before being swallowed. Peregrine's cheeks colored by a fraction, just enough to show through the polish. He stepped closer, voice lowered to something more dangerous than loudness. "Manners are taught here too." Ned met his eyes and thought of Grimsby, Lorne, Pelling, and every clean-handed man who had explained the shape of his place. "Good, then we can both learn something." The tall 6th year at the desk let the silence stretch until it became a lesson all by itself. Then she struck the small brass bell beside her elbow. The teaspoon note cut through the common room, and even Peregrine looked away first. "Gear Company does not begin the year by damaging its own parts," she said. "Roth, Vale, if either of you requires a supervised argument, apply to the room captain after supper. Until then, you may both practice the advanced discipline of standing quietly." Rafik's mouth twitched. Livia looked as if she wanted to write the rule down. Arthur exhaled in such relief that Ned almost felt sorry for him. The 6th year began orientation with the grim cheer of someone who had seen too many clever juniors discover fire, gravity, or both. Gear Company rules were read from a brass-edged board. No unauthorized experiments in dormitories, no steam toys above kettle pressure indoors, no private crystal work without supervision, no dismantling academy fixtures even if the design offended you, and no placing enchanted items inside another student's bedding after the 3rd bell. Ned glanced at Arthur. "After the 3rd bell?" Arthur whispered. "I don't think that means before it is allowed." "It had better not," Livia murmured. "I'll check." Supper came in a hall lower in the company wing, not grand enough for ceremony but large enough to make Ned's stomach seize with hope before his manners caught up. There was stew, bread still warm in the middle, boiled potatoes, greens, and a plum pudding cut into squares by a woman who watched students as if she could hear theft forming in their bones. Ned made himself take one helping, then another only after he saw others do the same. No one shouted. No one counted his spoonfuls. That felt nearly as strange as Avalon's crystal light. Arthur noticed him watching the breadbasket. It comes every meal, I think. That's not how bread works, Ned said. At Avalon, apparently it does. Later, when the lamps were lowered and the junior dormitory settled into shuffles, whispers, and the awkward privacy of strangers pretending not to listen to one another breathe, Ned lay in the bed marked with his own name on the slate. The mattress did not sag. The blanket was thick. His kit bag sat beneath the frame where his hand could reach it, and Maddie's note was tucked inside his shirt, warm against his ribs. Across the room, Arthur whispered, "Vale? What? Do you think they'll test us tomorrow?" Ned listened to the walls before answering. Pipes knocked somewhere below. Gears turned slowly behind stone. Farther off, under all the ordinary noises, crystal hummed through Avalon like a hidden current, too large to name and too steady to ignore. "Yes," Ned said. Arthur sighed. "I was afraid of that." Ned stared into the dim room, hearing the academy breathe around them. So was I. 7. First breakfast, first mistake. Morning came with bells inside the walls and the smell of food strong enough to pull Ned awake before he remembered where he was. For one confused breath, he thought he was back near the dock canteen, late for errands and lucky if yesterday's bread had not gone hard. Then the mattress beneath him refused to sag, the ceiling above him was clean stone instead of cracked plaster, and Arthur Penrose was sitting bolt upright across the room with his hair flattened on one side and panic in both eyes. Was that the first bell or the second? Arthur whispered. Livia's voice came from behind a curtain drawn around the next bed. First. The second has a lower note. The third apparently involves consequences. Rafik rolled over with his blanket over his head. Everything here involves consequences. I'm beginning to respect the pudding for surviving. Breakfast was held in a hall larger than the company supper room, with long tables arranged by company and great windows showing rain silvering the lawns outside. Ned stopped just inside the doorway, hit by warmth, voices, steam from covered dishes, polished brass urns, and the impossible sight of more food than any sensible room should risk leaving unattended. Eggs, porridge, sausages, grilled tomatoes, bread, butter, jam, tea, milk, apples, and little dishes whose purpose seemed to be making other food more complicated filled the tables in shining ranks. Arthur touched his sleeve. Gear table is there. Ned sat where Arthur pointed and tried to copy the others, but copying was difficult when his stomach had begun thinking faster than his head. He reached for bread, then porridge, then sausage, then another slice of bread because no one stopped him and no one seemed to be counting. The first mouthful was too hot. He swallowed anyway. Arthur leaned closer, voice careful. "Vale, slow down." Ned's shoulders tightened. "I'm eating." "I know," Arthur said, flushing. "I only mean it will still be there in 5 minutes." That sounded impossible enough that Ned looked at the platters again. A servant had already replaced the breadbasket at the table's far end. Livia slid into the seat opposite him, took in the over-full plate, the way his good hand guarded his cup, and the 2 older students nearby watching with amusement. "Knife on the right, fork on the left, and do not defend the butter," she said briskly. "It is not under attack." One of the older students snorted. Ned let go of the butter dish before he realized he had been holding it close. Livia opened her rule pamphlet beside her tea as if that explained everything. "Also, if anyone says junior portions are limited, they are lying." "I checked." Ned looked from her to Arthur, then down at his plate. The heat in his face remained, but something easier moved under it. "You checked breakfast rules?" "I checked all rules that might be weaponized before noon," Livia said. Rafik dropped onto the bench beside Ned and reached for toast. "Sensible. Noon is when the experienced tyrants begin improvising." Ned took a slower bite because Arthur was watching and because Livia had turned breakfast into a legal matter, which somehow made it less humiliating. The food was still too much, the hall too loud, and the rain-bright windows too grand, but for the first time since waking, he could breathe around it. The hall shifted around a sound Ned had not noticed at first. Not a bell, not an order, but the quiet ripple of attention moving from one table to another. Heads turned toward the main doors. Older students straightened by fractions. A few juniors sat taller as if polish could be borrowed by proximity. A girl entered beside an academy matron, walking with the careful ease of someone who had been taught that every room was a test before anyone said so. Her dark blue coat fitted perfectly at the shoulders. Her gloves were pale, her boots shone without looking new, and a narrow silver pin at her collar caught the light each time she moved. Behind her, beyond the open doors, a woman in a feathered hat and a man with a silver-topped cane stood near the visitor rail, watching as if the girl carried the whole family name on her back and had not dropped it yet. Arthur followed Ned's gaze. Beatrice Ashcombe. Ned looked away too late. You know her? Not properly. Everyone knows the Ashcombe name. Arthur lowered his voice. They've estates in the West and a warding charter older than some counties. I heard they had 3 sons without magic before her. Rafik buttered his toast with great seriousness. That explains the parents looking like she's a treaty victory. Livia glanced up once, assessed Beatrice, the parents, the pin, and the way students made space before being asked. It also explains why she looks as if breathing incorrectly would disappoint ancestors. Ned watched Beatrice pause at the Crown Company table, answer a greeting, and incline her head exactly enough to be courteous without looking eager. It was neat, controlled, and irritating. She looks pleased enough with herself. Livia's eyes flicked to him. That is not the same as being pleased. Before Ned could answer, Beatrice turned. Her gaze crossed the hall and found Gear Company, perhaps because Rafik had not lowered his voice as much as he thought. She saw Arthur first and gave him a small polite nod. Then she saw Ned's plate, his guarded hand near the bread, the bandage, the standard coat still sitting awkwardly on his shoulders, and the way he looked back as if waiting for insult before it arrived. Her expression cooled. Ned felt his own face harden in answer, because if she was going to look at him like another docked curiosity in borrowed cloth, he would not make it easier by smiling. Arthur made a faint noise of distress. You may have just glared at Beatrice Ashcombe. She looked first, Ned said. That is not usually a defense in etiquette, Arthur whispered. Across the hall, Beatrice took her seat with perfect composure, but her chin lifted by the smallest measure before she turned away. Ned stabbed at his sausage and told himself he did not care what noble girls thought of dockboys in crown coats. The trouble was, the hall had noticed, and Avalon seemed very good at turning tiny mistakes into things with echoes. The echo arrived wearing Peregrine Roth's smile. He came along the gear table with 2 older boys at his shoulder and a cup of tea held as if the hall had provided it for the dignity of his hand. His coat had settled overnight into perfect lines. Ned disliked that immediately, because his own collar still felt as if it were arguing with his neck. Vale, Peregrine said, stopping at the edge of Ned's plate. I see Gear Company has been quick to teach you the principle of abundance. Ned looked at the food in front of him and then at Peregrine's careful face. It's breakfast. Indeed, a civilized custom. One usually approaches it with restraint rather than rescue instincts. Peregrine's gaze touched the bread, the guarded butter, and Ned's bandage in one smooth sweep. Though perhaps Crown Charity tastes better when gathered quickly. Arthur went still beside him. Livia's hand closed over her teacup with unnecessary care. Ned felt heat move up from his stomach to his throat, not shame now, but anger finding old roads. Charity. As if the coat, the train, the food, and the bed had been handed to him by Peregrine personally from some private pocket lined with family crest. Ned set his fork down because holding metal suddenly seemed unwise. Say that again. Peregrine's eyebrows rose. I was merely observing that some students arrive prepared for academy life, and some arrive hungry enough to confuse provision with victory. Ned's chair scraped back an inch before Arthur's knee bumped his under the table. It was not a kick. It was worse, a nervous plea. Ned looked up anyway, ready to spend every consequence Livia had warned him about, because there were kinds of quiet that tasted too much like swallowing soot. Rafik spoke first, his voice mild enough to be mistaken for laziness. My father says inherited table manners are excellent in dining rooms and nearly useless when a mountain supply column has lost 3 mule teams, 2 signal crates, and the officer who knew where the spare boots were packed. Peregrine turned his head slowly. How fortunate that we are not presently in a mountain pass. No, Rafik said, reaching past Ned for the jam. But if we were, I'd rather breakfast with someone who knows what missing parts smell like than someone who believes polished forks keep men alive. The table went quiet in a different way. A few students farther down pretended not to listen and failed beautifully. Livia placed her cup down. Also, The breakfast regulations contain no distinction between inherited appetite and crown-supported appetite. I checked because I suspected someone would be tedious about it. Arthur made a strangled sound into his tea. Peregrine's smile did not break, but it cooled until it looked carved on. How industrious of you all. Ned should have felt rescued. Instead, he felt the anger still inside him, unused and hot, while his friends, if that was what they were becoming, had built a little wall around his worst answer before he could throw it. He picked up his fork again, slowly. Toast is better before it goes cold, Ned said, because it was the safest true thing available. Peregrine looked at him for one more measured breath, then inclined his head as if he had chosen to leave rather than been moved along. Enjoy your victory, Vale. Ned watched him go, hands steady now but only because he made them so. Rafik passed him the jam without looking smug. There, battlefield supply competence. Livia opened her pamphlet again. And breakfast law. Arthur exhaled. I'm beginning to think Gear Company may be dangerous before noon. Ned spread jam on his toast with deliberate care. Only if parts are missing. The breakfast bell rang before Peregrine reached his own table, and the hall answered by becoming purposeful all at once. Plates were cleared by servants who moved like well-trained weather. Older students stood in streams, conversations folding themselves away into satchels, schedules, and last bites of toast. A brass-framed slate near the hall doors ticked, clicked, and unfurled lines of pale blue writing across its black surface. Arthur craned his neck. Is that ours? Livia was already standing with her pamphlet tucked under one arm. Gear Juniors. Yes, we should read before the corridor crush begins. Ned followed because everyone else did, carrying the last half slice of toast in one hand until Livia looked at it. He hesitated, then folded it in a napkin and put it in his pocket. Rafik noticed and said nothing, which Ned appreciated more than advice. The slate's writing sharpened as they approached. Gear Company, Lower Junior Schedule. First bell, Foundational Wand Discipline. Second bell, Imperial History and Crown Obligation. Midday, Mathematics for Magical Systems. Afternoon, Etiquette and Court Address. Late afternoon, Physical Conditioning and Combat Footwork. Evening prep, Reading, Latin forms, and safety regulations. Ned stared at the list, waiting for it to become smaller. It did not. That's one day? That's a Monday, Livia said. Arthur made a faint choking sound. Combat after etiquette seems deliberately cruel. Perhaps they want to see who survives formal address before giving them footwork, Rafik said. Ned read the words again, slower this time, because some of them behaved better if approached carefully. Wand discipline at least sounded like magic. Mathematics sounded like school. Imperial history sounded like names and dates rich people already knew. Crown obligation sounded like Voss's voice and sealed folders. Etiquette looked harmless until he remembered glaring at Beatrice Ashcombe before finishing breakfast. A senior boy passing behind them glanced at Ned's pocket. Food hoarding earns pests, Dockling. Ned's face heated, but before he could turn, Livia spoke without looking away from the slate. Schedule inspection does not include pocket inventory unless authorized by a room captain, medical officer, or instructor. The senior paused, laughed once, and kept walking. Gear found itself a rules lawyer. Gear needed one, Livia said. Arthur looked at Ned's pocket and then away quickly. Rafik leaned closer to the slate. There's also a notation. Foundational evaluation all week. They're not only teaching, they're measuring. Ned looked down at his bandaged hand, then toward the far end of the hall where Beatrice stood among polished students who seemed to know how to hold books, gloves, and themselves without thinking. Peregrine was laughing now, easy inside his own kind of world. Even Arthur, nervous as he was, knew the shape of the words on the slate. Ned had thought Avalon meant learning magic. The slate made the truth uglier and larger. He had to learn magic, yes, but also law, history, numbers, manners, fighting, old languages, room rules, table rules, corridor rules, and the thousand quiet things other children had been taught before he knew there was a lesson. Rafik touched the edge of the slate. First bell in 10 minutes. Ned swallowed the last of his anger with the taste of toast still in his mouth. Then we'd better find where wands happen. 8. Words that bind. The corridor outside foundational wand discipline was already full of juniors pretending they knew where to stand. A brass sign over the door read Casting Hall 3, and beneath it a smaller notice instructed all lower students to present tokens, sign the attendance ledger, and certify that they had read the introductory safety rules before entering. Ned reached for the pen because everyone ahead of him did, and because cues moved best when poor boys did not make them stop. Livia caught his sleeve. "Do not sign yet." Ned looked at the line shifting ahead of them. "We'll be late." "Better late than bound stupidly," Livia said, and pulled the ledger closer with 2 fingers. "Read the line above the signature." Arthur leaned in, lips moving silently. Rafik looked over their shoulders with interest. Ned stared at the neat printed words and felt them resist him more stubbornly than machinery ever had. He could read them, mostly, but reading fast while other students watched was like trying to fit a hot coupling with bare fingers. "I certify," Ned said slowly, "that I have read, understood, and accepted liability for improper use, negligent handling, unsanctioned discharge, reckless gesture, willful disruption, and damages arising from personal misconduct." "Which means?" Livia asked. "It means don't wave the wand wrong. It means if you wave the wand wrong after signing that you understand what wrong means, the blame has a place to land." She tapped the line with her nail. "Words are machinery. This one is a little hook." Peregrine, 2 places ahead, turned with a faint smile. "Some of us were taught to read before arriving at ledgers, March." Livia did not look up. "Then some of us may enjoy the rare privilege of understanding what we sign." Ned felt the watching eyes and hated needing time. "What am I supposed to do, then?" "You write beside your name that you have received the safety rules but require instruction before full certification," Livia said. "That is truthful, precise, and much harder to misuse." The older student supervising the ledger frowned. "No one else has written that." "Then the ledger has been underused," Livia said. The senior opened his mouth, looked at the cue, and chose survival over debate. "Fine, quickly." Ned took the pen. His letters came out cramped, but they came out. "Received rules. Require instruction before full understanding." He signed beneath it, Ned Vale, pressing too hard at the end. Rafik gave a low whistle. "She just altered the machine." "No," Livia said, handing the pen to Arthur. "I used it." Ned looked at the ledger, then at the door waiting ahead. For the first time, paperwork did not look smaller than brass and steam. It looked like a different kind of engine, one that could pull a boy forward or grind him down if he put his hand in the wrong place. Casting Hall 3 did not look like a place where children should be trusted with anything sharp. The floor was marked in brass circles, each one set far enough from the next to make accident feel expected. Along the walls, glass-fronted cabinets held practice wands, padded gloves, little blackstone tiles, and coils of pale cord labeled restraint line, demonstration only. At the front of the room stood a woman in a dark teaching coat with a silver whistle at her throat and a wand resting across both palms as if it were a ruler, weapon, and oath all at once. "Tokens on the front table," she said. "Stand in the circle matching your number. Do not draw a wand. Do not touch a wand. Do not breathe on a wand with intent." Arthur looked at his token, then at Ned's. "I'm 12. "I'm 9, Ned said. Rafik passed behind them. "Lucky. 9 is far enough from Peregrine to reduce weather damage." "Mr. Khan," the instructor said without turning, "your first lesson begins with the discovery that wit does not count as shieldwork." Rafik stepped into his circle. "Yes, Mistress Calder." Ned found Circle 9 and stood inside it, boots placed where old scuff marks suggested other nervous feet had stood before. On the slate at the front, white letters bloomed into the words Foundational Wand Discipline. Beneath them came smaller writing: Conduct, Control, Obligation. Mistress Calder walked between the circles. "You arrive at Avalon full of expectations. Some of you expect wonder. Some expect advancement. Some expect family pride to become personal achievement by proximity." Her gaze passed over Peregrine without stopping. "Some of you expect rescue. All of you are wrong in useful ways." Ned kept his hands still at his sides. "Magic is privilege under law," Calder continued. "You receive education at Crown expense because untrained magic is dangerous, wasted magic is negligent, and disciplined magic serves the realm. In return, every recognized magical citizen stands under obligation." A boy near the back lifted his chin. "Even nobles, mistress?" "Especially nobles, Mr. Roth," Calder said, and Peregrine's face did not move though the room felt it. Title may alter duties. It does not erase them. Wealth may provide tutors, tools, travel, and confidence. It does not purchase exemption from the Queen Empress's call. The words settled strangely through the hall. Some students looked proud, as if they had been handed a banner. Others looked bored because they had heard it since nursery. Arthur looked pale with longing and fear. Livia looked attentive in the way people looked at machinery that could remove fingers. Ned looked at the practice wands locked in the cabinet and thought of the cream account card inside his things, of bread that came every meal, of clean linen on his burned hand. Calder stopped beside his circle. Mr. Vale, what is the arcane muster? Ned's stomach dropped. I don't know, mistress. Correct, she said. A few students blinked. Calder turned back to the room. Ignorance admitted truthfully can be taught. Ignorance disguised as confidence becomes a casualty report. The arcane muster is the crown's lawful summons of magical service in war, calamity, plague, rupture, invasion, or necessity of realm. One day, every person in this room will learn what they owe. Ned heard Livia's voice from the corridor in his memory. Words are machinery. This one was not a hook. It was a chain, polished bright enough that half the room seemed eager to wear it. Mistress Calder crossed to the slate and struck it once with the end of her wand. The words conduct, control, obligation slid aside, replaced by neat columns of professions, each one written in pale chalk light as if the room itself had a ledger hidden behind its walls. Crystal tuner, battle mage, healer, alchemist, scribe, warder, ritualist, artificer, justiciar, signal mage, weather mage. These are not school games, Calder said. They are not costumes. They are the shape service may take after training, examination, temperament review, guild recommendation, and crown need. Ned's eyes caught on Crystal Tuner before he could stop them. The words looked cleaner than the burned relay had felt. Cleaner, and much less honest. A girl in Crown Company lifted her hand. Mistress, if one's family maintains private estate obligations, can those alter the muster? They can shape assignment, Calder said. They cannot nullify summons. A noble warder may be sent first to protect her county's flood wards. She may also be sent wherever the crown has greater need. The girl lowered her hand carefully. Peregrine spoke next, voice polished enough that it sounded nearly respectful. What of private commissions already under royal charter? Interrupted, suspended, or absorbed under emergency authority, Calder said. A wealthy alchemist brewing longevity tonics for dukes may be ordered to produce fever drafts for a plague port. A private skywright repairing a noble yacht may be summoned to stabilize troop carriers. A crystal tuner retained by a great house may be sent to a naval yard, a frontier mine, or a failing city ward if required. Ned felt a brief, mean spark of comfort. It was not only boys with standard kit bags, then. Not only dock hands and parish names. The rich could be called too. Peregrine, Beatrice, all of them in clean gloves and fitted coats, all standing under the same words. Then the comfort turned over and showed its teeth. If the crown could reach them, with their estates, tutors, family names, chartered duties, silver pins, and mothers in feathered hats, then what chance did a misplaced dockboy have? Class did not vanish under obligation. It became one more gear inside something larger, and that larger thing had already found him. Calder's gaze moved across the circles. Privilege determines what you arrive with. Obligation determines what may be required of you. Confusing the two is a common first-year vanity. Arthur stared at the slate as if Battle Mage had reached out and taken him by the throat. Rafiq's expression had gone distant, almost map-like, as if he were placing each profession along routes, ports, and mountain passes. Livia wrote nothing, which worried Ned more than if she had filled a page. Calder stopped beside the wand cabinet. Mr. Vale. Ned stiffened. Yes, mistress? If summoned in 20 years to repair a lift array on a crown skyship in winter fog, would you go? The room seemed to know the question had hooks. Ned thought of the courier, the burning brass, the way Grimsby had pointed at him, and the way Voss's nicer words had still locked doors. Would I have a choice? No, Calder said. Ned swallowed. Then I'd go. Calder studied him for one hard breath. Good. Honesty first. Pride later. Mistress Calder opened the wand cabinet with a key from her sleeve, and the room leaned forward despite itself. Even Ned did. The practice wands lay in velvet-lined trays, each one plain dark wood with a dull metal band and a tiny clouded crystal set near the grip. They were not beautiful in the way he had expected magic to be beautiful. They looked like tools made deliberately simple so no one could pretend decoration meant skill. When called, step forward, take one practice wand by the grip, return to your circle, and hold it point down until instructed, Calder said. You are not choosing a wand. It is not choosing you. This is Academy property issued for controlled foundations. Peregrine stepped forward first, because of course he did. He took his wand neatly, bowed with just enough polish to make the movement look practiced, and returned to his circle. Beatrice took hers with calm precision. Arthur nearly bowed to the cabinet and caught himself halfway. Rafik examined the metal band for one fascinated second too long before Calder's eyebrow moved him along. Livia read the label on the tray before selecting hers. When Ned's name came, he walked forward with his bandaged hand tucked close and took the wand in his good one. The instant his fingers closed around the grip, the little crystal near the band gave a faint, sour twinge behind his teeth. Not wrong like the courier. Smaller, sleepier, like a kettle left on low heat. He stopped. Calder's gaze sharpened. Mr. Vale? It hums, Ned said before he remembered that saying such things aloud made rooms change. Several students turned. Peregrine's face brightened with the restrained delight of someone watching a rival step into a hole. Calder held out her hand. Give it here. Ned passed it over carefully. Calder took the wand, turned it once between her fingers, and tapped the metal band with her thumbnail. The wand gave no visible sign at all. She handed it back. Practice wand, standard junior issue, 3rd tray, 7th from left. No active fault. Her eyes stayed on Ned. What did you feel? Ned swallowed. Not a fault. A little pressure, like it's waiting to be told what shape to be. Calder's expression did not soften, but it became more exact. Useful description. Dangerous habit. You will not listen inward while holding a wand unless instructed. You will stand, breathe, and obey form. Talent without form is accident wearing compliments. Ned returned to Circle 9 with the wand point down, cheeks hot. Class, Calder said, raising her own wand. Grip is not fist. Wrist is not whip. Elbow is not decoration. You hold a wand as lawful intention made physical. Too loose, and power escapes discipline. Too tight, and fear becomes command. Ned adjusted his hand. The bandage pulled, his fingers ached, and the little crystal continued to wait beneath his skin. Calder paced between the circles. First position. 30 children lifted practice wands badly in 30 different ways. Calder corrected Arthur's elbow, Rafik's wrist, Livia's angle, and Peregrine's over-polished flourish with equal cruelty. When she reached Ned, she stopped. Less fight, she said. Ned loosened his grip. More respect. He steadied it again. Calder gave one small nod. There, remember that feeling. Most of magic is learning not to argue with the tool before you understand the work. Ned stared along the plain dark length of the practice wand and thought of ledgers, tickets, account cards, and crown laws. Tools could help. Tools could trap. The first lesson, apparently, was telling the difference before something burned. 9. Combat Yard. The combat yard lay behind the eastern gymnasium, open to a gray sky and rain that had decided drizzle was too soft a word for its ambitions. Flagstones stretched between iron posts, chalked lanes, low walls, stacked wooden shields, and practice frames wearing padded coats full of old dents. At the far end, a row of blackstone braziers smoked without flame, spilling white vapor across the yard until the ground looked half lost under battlefield fog. Ned stepped through the arch with the other gear juniors and felt his breakfast turn into something heavier. The air smelled of wet wool, leather, chalk, and bruises waiting for bodies. He could hear older students somewhere beyond a screen wall, shouting in bursts while something cracked against shieldwork with hard blue flashes. Arthur stopped beside him, eyes bright despite the rain. This is proper training. It's wet, Ned said. That too. A man in a dark red instructor's coat stood in the middle of the yard with his hands clasped behind his back. He had cropped iron gray hair, a square jaw, and the particular stillness of someone who did not need to raise his voice because he had already trained everyone sensible to listen. A brass whistle hung at his throat. His boots were polished, but the polish had scars through it. Lines, he said. 30 juniors tried to become lines. They failed in 3 different directions before the older assistants moved them by shoulders, elbows, and pointed looks. Ned ended up between Arthur and Rafik, with Livia 2 places down, expression flat with distrust of physical education. Peregrine stood near the front, already balanced as if his bones had attended preparatory lessons without him. "I am Master Silas Ormond," the instructor said. "This is combat fundamentals, not battle mage theater, not noble fencing, not heroic nonsense arranged for family portraits. Every magical in Crown service must survive panic, smoke, bad footing, shouted orders, and the discovery that enemies do not wait for your speciality to become convenient." He paced once along the line. "Future healers must stay alive long enough to heal. Future scribes must not die while carrying orders. Future tuners must not stare lovingly at broken crystals while curses remove their heads." Rafik murmured, "Specific." Ormond's gaze snapped to him. "Mr. Khan, battlefield humor is permitted after competence." Rafik straightened. "Yes, Master." Ormond stopped in front of Ned. "Mr. Vale, your hand?" "Burned, Master. Healer cleared me for light work." "Good. You will learn with your feet first. Feet are often neglected by gifted children because heads receive compliments." He turned back to the line. "Today you will learn stance, fall, rise, cover, and the first shield shape. You will be bad at them. That is acceptable. You will not be proud of being bad. That is tedious." Ned flexed his fingers inside the loose cuff and watched the fog thicken across the yard. No wand hummed in his hand now. No crystal waited for him. There was only wet stone under his boots, a harsh instructor, and the unpleasant suspicion that usefulness would not stop anything aimed at his ribs. Ormond demonstrated the first stance without ceremony. His boots moved one after the other on the wet flagstones, heel, ball, weight settled, knees loose. It looked simple in the insulting way good work often did. Then he had them copy it, and the yard filled with scraping soles, wobbling shoulders, and the quiet horror of 30 children discovering that standing could be failed. "Mr. Penrose," Ormond said, passing Arthur. "You are preparing to apologize to the ground. It will not forgive you." Arthur flushed and bent his knees. "Miss March, unlock your spine before it files a complaint." Livia inhaled through her nose and adjusted by exactly 1 resentful inch. Ormond stopped in front of Ned and tapped his boot with the end of a cane he had not been holding a moment ago. "You stand like someone expecting a shove." Ned kept his eyes forward. "Sometimes that's sensible. On a dock, perhaps. In a fight, expectation is not preparation." Ormond tapped again, not hard, but precisely enough to move Ned's weight. "Here, feet under you, not fleeing, not bracing for punishment. Ready." The word annoyed Ned because it sounded too clean for the wet stone under him, but the new stance did feel different. Less like waiting to be hit, more like keeping the choice to move. Peregrine, 3 places ahead, shifted smoothly through the form. Ormond watched him for half a breath. "Mr. Roth, if you preen any harder, your balance will apply for independence." A laugh broke along the line and died when Ormond looked at it. "Now fall," Ormond said. They stared at him. He lifted one brow. "If the command confuses you, I have overestimated the class." The assistants moved first, demonstrating how to tuck, slap the matting strip with the forearm, roll over the shoulder, and return to a knee. Then the juniors were marched to the padded lane one by one. Rafik went down laughing and came up with rainwater in his hair. Arthur landed with a noise like dropped luggage and looked surprised to remain alive. Livia fell carefully, badly, then demanded to try again before anyone could comment. Ned's turn came too soon. He stepped onto the mat, aware of Peregrine watching and the bandage pulling at his hand. "Not that hand," Ormond said. "Other side. Protect the injury, not the pride." Ned tucked, dropped, struck the mat with his good forearm, and rolled. It knocked breath from him, but not sense. He came up on one knee, wet, angry, and still facing forward. Ormond nodded once. Again. Again became worse each time because Ned began to know what was coming. The first fall had stolen breath by surprise. The second found the bruise beginning under his ribs. The third taught his shoulder that padding was a polite word for a surface only slightly kinder than stone. By the fifth, rain had worked through his collar, his knees were wet, and his good forearm stung where it struck the mat. "Up," Ormond said. Ned pushed himself to one knee, teeth clenched. Not with your face, with your legs. Ned nearly answered, but breath was valuable, and Ormond looked like a man who taxed foolish replies. He set his boot under him, rose, and found the stance again. Ready, not fleeing. Ready, not waiting to be punished. He hated that the lesson had started making sense. Arthur staggered beside him after his own turn, hair plastered to his forehead. I think my bones have begun negotiating with gravity. Tell them not to sign anything, Ned muttered. Livia, overhearing from 2 places down, said, verbal agreements may still be binding. Rafik wiped rainwater from his eyes. This is why no one invites scholars to be miserable recreationally. Ormond's whistle cut through the yard. Pairs. Basic cover drill. 1 steps, 1 raises. No striking. If anyone mistakes no striking for an intellectual puzzle, they will spend supper explaining restraint to the yard wall. The assistants handed out padded practice rods and blackstone tiles fixed to leather wrist straps. Ned looked at the tile. It was square, dull, and cold against his sleeve, with a faint grain under the surface that made his teeth prickle when he tightened the strap. Arthur noticed. Is it humming? A bit, Ned said. Should we tell Master Ormond? Ned looked across the yard where Ormond was correcting Peregrine's partner with the expression of a disappointed canon. It's probably meant to. That is not the same as safe. No, Ned said, and glanced at Livia. But everything here seems to begin like that. Arthur gave a nervous laugh and took position opposite him. I step first? You step. I cover. Arthur moved carefully forward, practice rod raised but not swinging. Ned lifted his strapped arm as Ormond had shown them. The blackstone tile dragged against the motion, not physically, but in that sour inward way crystals did when they wanted a shape and no one had given them one. He adjusted without thinking, angling the tile half an inch lower. The rod touched it with a dull thwack. A pale skin of light flashed across the tile and vanished. Arthur stopped dead. Was that supposed to happen? Ned stared at the tile. I don't know. Ormond's voice came from much closer than expected. Mr. Vale, when you do not know whether you have done magic, you freeze neither in terror nor admiration. You report. Ned lowered the tile carefully. Master, the cover flashed. I saw. Ormond looked at the tile, then at Ned's stance. Again. Same step, same angle. This time, know what your feet are doing before the stone answers for you. Again turned out to mean until Ned's legs understood what his head did not. Arthur stepped, Ned covered, the rod touched, and the blackstone tile flashed too early, throwing a pale skin of light into the rain before the strike landed. Ormond made a displeased sound. You are asking the shield to rescue your timing, Ormond said. That is how frightened officers get soldiers killed. Ned reset his feet, breath rough in his chest. I'm not asking it. You are listening to it instead of standing correctly. Listening has made you useful once. It will not make you competent by itself. The words hit harder than the practice rod. Ned swallowed them, fixed his heel, and tried again. Arthur came in slowly, almost apologetically. Ned lifted the tile, felt the sour pull in it, and forced his attention down into his boots instead. Wet stone, bent knees, shoulder behind wrist. The tile answered only when the rod touched. This time the flash was smaller, closer, and steadier. Ormond's cane tapped once on the flagstones. Better. Arthur grinned despite himself. That felt like cover. It was cover, Ormond said. Do not become sentimental. Across the lane, Peregrine's partner struck too quickly. Peregrine raised his tile with elegant speed, and the shield flashed bright, clean, and showy enough that several juniors turned. The light widened a handspan beyond the tile, then snapped out with a sound like breaking glass. Peregrine's wrist jerked, and his partner stumbled back. Ormond crossed the yard in 3 strides. Mr. Roth, if I wanted theater, I would have issued tickets. Peregrine's jaw tightened. The shield formed. Master. The shield flared. A flare impresses bystanders and announces your location to enemies. It also wastes force you do not yet know how to replace. Ormond looked down the line until every student stopped pretending not to listen. Excess is not mastery. Under-response fails. Over-response exposes. The correct answer is the smallest answer that keeps you alive. Ned looked at his own dull tile. Smallest answer. That felt like dock work. Not grand, not pretty, not noble, but something that held because it had to. Ormond sent them through the drill again until rain ran down Ned's neck and Arthur's apology became a proper step. Livia's shield never flashed brightly, but it appeared exactly where she put it, neat and narrow as a written clause. Rafik adjusted fast once he stopped joking. Ned's tile answered more honestly when he stopped trying to hear it first. At the final whistle, Ormond had them stand in soaked lines. You are tired. Good. Tired reveals habits. Mr. Vale, what did your shield teach you? Ned flexed his aching fingers inside the loose cuff. That it doesn't matter if I can hear it when my feet are wrong. Ormond nodded. Remember that before your talent gets you praised. Ned stood in the rain, bruised, cold, and strangely steadier than he had been before the yard knocked him down. For once, the lesson had not been hidden inside a ledger, a glance, or a fine word. The ground had told the truth every time he met it. 10. The Tuning Hall. By afternoon, Ned had learned that Avalon believed pain should be followed by mathematics. Combat left mud on his cuffs, bruises under his ribs, and a steadier way of placing his feet. Mathematics for magical systems left chalk dust on his fingers and the unpleasant discovery that numbers could be as strict as Master Ormond when arranged in columns. By the time Gear Juniors were led down a stair cut into the oldest part of the academy, his head and body both felt used beyond their contract. The stair opened into a hall that made conversation thin. Crystal cases lined the walls, each one blackstone framed and set behind brass grills. Small shards hovered inside some cases, glowing faintly. Larger stones rested in cradles with wires, gauges, and little silver tags. The air had a pressure to it, not loud, not painful, but layered, like standing beneath several engines before they took. Arthur stopped beside him. Can you hear them? Ned did not answer quickly enough. Livia noticed and lowered her voice. That means yes. It means I don't know which one is which, Ned said. Rafik looked delighted despite trying to hide it. That is possibly worse. At the front of the hall, Master Harrow stood beside a long table laid with covered trays. He looked exactly as he had at the dock. Black coat, silver temples, expression sharpened by disappointment in advance. Behind him, two assistants checked gauges while a woman in a pale green healer's coat arranged chairs, water glasses, and a tray of smelling salts with professional pessimism. Harrow rapped the table with one knuckle. Lower assessment candidates will remain behind the marked line until called. You will not touch cases, grills, instruments, wires, labels, shutters, resonance dampers, or anything that appears touchable because some optimistic idiot polished it. If a stone sings, hums, tastes purple, reminds you of your grandmother, or promises secrets, you will report it and keep your hands to yourselves. Rafik whispered, tastes purple? Harrow's eyes moved straight to him. Mr. Khan, some idiot always asks. Today, you have spared us suspense. Rafik shut his mouth. Peregrine stood near the front with his chin lifted, pretending the room did not press on him. Beatrice Ashcone's face had gone very still, but her gloved hand tightened once around the edge of her notebook. Ned saw it because he was looking for proof that the pressure was not only his. Harrow lifted the first cloth from the table. Beneath it sat 6 cloudy blue shards in black clamps, dull enough to look disappointing. You are not here to impress me. You are here to be measured. That distinction saves lives, careers, and equipment. His gaze found Ned with the accuracy of a thrown bolt. Mr. Vale, you will observe before you answer anything. Ned swallowed, hearing the shards begin to wake in uneven little notes behind his teeth. Yes, sir. Harrow called Beatrice first, which made half the room pretend not to be relieved. She stepped past the marked line with careful composure, placed her notebook on the table exactly parallel to its edge, and waited until Harrow pointed at the first clamp. The shard inside gave a faint blue pulse when he turned a brass key beneath it. Report, Harrow said. Beatrice folded her hands. Stable low resonance. Cool response. Slight rise at the left edge when you turned the key. Acceptable, Harrow said. Too tidy, but acceptable. Beatrice's mouth tightened as if praise had arrived wearing muddy boots. She stepped back, and Peregrine went next. He described the second shard with polished vocabulary Ned could barely follow. Alignment, tone, tolerance, faint lateral hesitation. Harrow listened without blinking. Good words, Harrow said. Now tell me what you noticed before you remembered them. Peregrine's color changed by one careful shade. It pulled against the clamp. There. Use both next time. Ned's stomach tightened. If Peregrine could be cut open that neatly, there would be nothing left of him but dock slang and bruises. Harrow called 3 more students before Arthur, who stumbled through an honest report of a cold feeling, like rain in the wrong place, and somehow received a nod. Rafik described one shard as waiting on a route it cannot take, which made Harrow frown thoughtfully. Livia said hers felt overridden, then explained that she meant too many instructions had been layered into too small a response. Finally Harrow looked at Ned. Mr. Vale. Ned stepped forward. The 6 shards seemed louder on the wrong side of the marked line, each one pressing into his teeth with a different kind of almost. The table held clamps, wires, labeled dials, a waste tray with slivers of cloudy crystal, and a small brush dusted with blue grit. Ned saw the grit first and had to stop himself from looking too long. Harrow saw anyway. The scrap tray interests you. Ned's ears heated. It's still crystal. It is waste. Not if someone can use it. A few students shifted behind him. Harrow's eyes sharpened. Use it for what? Ned looked at the tiny slivers, the dust caught in the brush, and the way light still clung to the grains. Powder in a line, maybe. Fill a scratch. Mix with binding paste. Depends what it still holds. Harrow was silent long enough for the room's pressure to grow teeth. Then he turned one clamp a fraction. 3rd shard. Report the fault. Ned forced his eyes away from the scrap. The 3rd shard clicked wrong under his skin, not sour, not crooked, but tired in a hidden place. It's not broken, he said slowly. It's remembering being hit. Harrow's face did not change, which somehow made the room's silence worse. He turned the clamp another fraction, and the 3rd shard gave a tiny glass click that made Ned's back teeth ache. The healer by the chairs lifted her head. One assistant wrote something down. Behind Ned, someone breathed too loudly and stopped. Remembering being hit, Harrow said. Explain. Ned looked at the shard and wished it were an engine part he could hold up to the light. It's not cracked open. It's holding its shape, but there's a bruise in it. Not outside, deeper, like metal after a dent's been hammered smooth and painted. Point, Harrow said. Ned hesitated. Not with your finger, Harrow added sharply. With words. Ned swallowed the heat in his face. Left lower edge, under the clamp bite. It pulls back when you charge it. One assistant leaned close to a gauge, then went very still. Harrow gave the smallest nod. Stress echo. Poorly settled after impact. Not a catastrophic fault, but enough to lie under clean readings. Peregrine made a thoughtful sound that was almost too polished to be accidental. Surely a trained eye would have seen it if the mounting had been properly dressed. Harrow looked at him. Would it? Peregrine's confidence thinned. If the work were clean enough, sir. A woman Ned had not noticed before stepped out from the side benches, wiping her hands on a leather apron worn over a workshop blue coat. She had iron gray hair pinned badly, a brass rule tucked behind one ear, and hands that looked as if they had spent a lifetime winning arguments with tools. Clean enough for a drawing room or clean enough to work? Peregrine blinked. Mistress Pike. Eleanor Pike, she said to the room, as if daring anyone to make her title pretty. Artificer's workshop. Material handling. Practical repairs. The bit of your education that prevents beautiful theory from dying in a puddle. She crossed to the table and tapped the clamp beside the shard. A rough shard can serve. An ugly repair can hold. Function does not need elegance to be true. Ned liked her before he could stop himself. Then Pike lifted the scrap tray with 2 fingers and set it beside a polished silver setting shaped like a little crown. But beauty sells, persuades, and survives inspections by fools. A noble buyer will not wear a cravat pin that looks like it was carved by a desperate badger, even if it translates Pashto, steadies his pulse, and reminds his valet of tea time. Form and function are cousins. They quarrel. They still share blood. Rafik whispered, desperate badger. Pike's eyes snapped to him. Mr. Khan, if your badger can inlay a line straight, I'll teach it too. Ned looked at the crystal dust again, at the polished silver crown, at the bruised shard still holding itself together under pressure. For the first time all day, a lesson did not feel like a chain, a blow, or a test. It felt like a door with tools hanging on the other side. Pike did not leave the scrap tray beside the silver setting as a decoration. She pushed both toward the edge of the table and pointed at the marked line on the floor. You 4 from gear. Vale, March, Con, Penrose. Step forward. If one of you reaches without permission, I shall assume your fingers are donations to the workshop. Arthur looked at his hands as if they had become unreliable citizens. Rafik stepped forward with interest bright in his eyes. Livia brought her notebook, then stopped when Pike looked at it. Eyes first, Pike said. Ink later. Ned stood closest to the tray because Pike put him there, which felt like being trusted and trapped at once. The crystal dust lay in the corner, blue-white and faintly shining, mixed with dull grit, blackstone flecks, and tiny curls of silver wire. The larger slivers hummed differently from the powder, each one holding a little leftover note. Pike set 4 shallow dishes before them. Sort by use: conductive, dead, unstable, decorative. No touching crystal with bare skin. Tweezers only. Explain before placing. Livia picked up the tweezers as if accepting a legal instrument. What defines decorative? Looks good, does too little, and can still persuade someone foolish to pay for it, Pike said. Rafik murmured, a noble category. Careful, Mr. Khan, Pike said. Half the empire runs on decorative persuasion. Ned reached for a sliver that looked cloudy at one end and sharp at the other. The tweezers trembled in his good hand, and his burned palm ached from being useless. He held the sliver above the dishes and listened without meaning to. It was not strong, but it was not dead. A thin line ran through it, faint and stubborn, like a wire still carrying current through bad insulation. Conductive, he said. Harrow, still at the main table, looked over. Why? It wants a line, Ned said, then corrected himself before Harrow could cut him apart. It holds a line, weakly. If you crushed it into powder and set it in paste, it might carry a small instruction. Pike's smile was quick and almost savage. Good, ugly words, useful answer. Put it there. Peregrine watched from behind the marked line, expression carefully blank. Beatrice watched too, but with a different stillness, as if she were angry at herself for being interested. Arthur lifted a sliver next and looked miserable. This one feels quiet. Dead or sleeping? Pike asked. Arthur swallowed. Sleeping, maybe? Ned leaned without touching. No. Dead outside, but warm in the middle. Pike snapped her fingers once. Stop. That is the lesson. Penrose reports his limit. Vale reports his perception. Neither guesses alone. Workshop survival begins when pride yields to the better instrument. Ned looked at Arthur, expecting offense. Arthur only exhaled in relief. Good. I rather hoped I wasn't meant to invent certainty. Harrow closed the third shard's clamp with a soft click. You will all fail often enough without inventing extra ways. Ned placed the next bit of dust into conductive, then another into dead, feeling the room's pressure change around him. For once, the difference between knowing and not knowing was not shame. It was work. 11. Brassfield. By evening, Ned's hand still ached, his head still hummed with crystal dust and stress echoes, and Gear Company had apparently decided that the proper cure for a day of being measured was organized warfare on a dining table. Supper had barely settled before Rafik caught him at the edge of the common room and steered him toward a corner where 6 students were gathered around a battered black slab set on folding brass legs. The slab was scratched, chipped at one corner, and repaired along one side with a strip of riveted copper, but the students leaned over it as reverently as dockmen leaned over a boiler that might either feed them or kill them. You look as if Pike has shown you the secret tax value of sweepings, Rafik said, pulling out a stool with his foot. Good, you're ready for Brassfield. Ned stopped beside the table. That's the war game? That is a deeply uncultured description, Rafik said, though his grin spoiled the rebuke. It is history, tactics, mathematics, engineering, gambling, family pride, and occasional cheating conducted through crystal pieces and loud opinions. Arthur, already seated, looked up with wounded dignity. It is not gambling if the wager is biscuits. Livia sat opposite him with a rule booklet open beside her elbow. It is absolutely gambling if you lose the biscuits through preventable stupidity. The table woke when Rafik touched a brass key to a notch along its edge. Thin blue lines spread across the slab, finding old grooves and half-faded rune cuts. Tiny hills lifted in light. A road appeared, then a bridge, then a smoky little town no taller than Ned's thumb. The pieces in the wooden tray were worse than the table. Infantry blocks with worn corners, squat mech figures missing paint, shield posts with bent pins, and a skyship counter whose lift crystal had been reset so clumsily that Ned could see the crooked line of paste around it. He leaned closer before he remembered not to touch. "They still work?" "Mostly," Rafik said. "Gear Company's set is elderly, dishonored, and repeatedly resurrected by students who should have been asleep." A student across the table snorted. "Crown Company has a tournament slab with silver mountains and real smoke projectors." "Crown Company also has boys who salute their own reflections," Livia said without looking up. "Deploy your left flank, Arthur, unless your strategy is to die handsomely again." Arthur moved 3 infantry pieces with tragic resolve, and the table answered at once. Tiny men of pale light marched across the road while a flicker of smoke rose from the town. Ned forgot the ache in his hand. He heard the table's rule circuits catch each move, crystal answering crystal in little clicks beneath the projection, and for the first time since Avalon had swallowed him, war looked like a machine small enough to understand. Arthur's infantry had barely reached the bridge before a boy with a velvet collar and a watch chain too fine for common room warfare leaned over the table and made a pained sound. "That projection lag is dreadful. My brother's table at home throws individual uniforms. You can tell infantry regiments apart by cuff braid. Your brother's table also has 3 dedicated stabilizing stones and a hired technician every Michaelmas," Rafik said, measuring the board with 2 fingers spread above the grid. "This one has survived 11 years of Gear Company, a cocoa spill, and whatever Tomlinson did to the Western Pass in Lent. It was not my fault the mountain caught fire," a senior called from the hearth. Livia did not look up from the booklet. "The mountain caught fire because you used an artillery rune as a weather marker." Ned stared at the little infantry still crawling toward the bridge. They were rough smudges compared with the wealthy boy's story of braid and uniforms, but the pieces knew where they were. When Arthur's men crossed a blue line cut into the slab, the bridge flared faintly and a number changed on a brass counter at the table's edge. Ned bent lower, listening to the click beneath the light. It was not one crystal speaking alone. The piece carried a small instruction, the slab read it, and the table answered by making rules visible. Another student opened a padded case with unnecessary care. Inside lay 3 pieces of polished crystal and enamel, each fitted into brass bases no bigger than a shilling. One was a mech with jointed legs so fine that Ned could see the hinge pins. One was a shield tower in blue glass. The last was a tiny skyship with silver rails, blackstone ribs, and a lift crystal glowing clear as winter ice. "Noble grade Eastern pattern," the boy said, setting them where everyone could see. "Tournament legal, naturally. My cousin saw Lord Asterley use a matched set against the Prussian champion last season. 16 turn encirclement, 2 feints, no supply breach." Arthur forgot his own battle long enough to look impressed. "Was that the Berlin match?" "Vienna," Livia corrected. "Berlin was the illegal cavalry conversion scandal." Ned barely heard them. The skyship piece had touched the table only for a breath, but the slab's light had sharpened around it, cleaner and quicker than it did for the battered school pieces. "Why did the road lines brighten when he put that down?" he asked. The velvet-collared boy blinked. "Because it's expensive." Rafik's smile turned dangerous. "A technically magnificent explanation. The Guild of Strategic Thought trembles." Ned flushed, but he kept looking at the piece. "No, I mean the table answered faster. The base must be cut cleaner, or the rune is deeper." "Maybe both." For the first time, the boasting quieted. Livia's pencil paused above the margin. Arthur looked from Ned to the polished skyship, and the boy with the watch chain drew the case a little closer to himself, as if Ned's eyes might scuff it. Rafik sat back, pleased in a way that made Ned nervous. "You see," he said softly, "this is why I told you Brassfield was educational." Peregrine Roth arrived just as Rafik was resetting the bridge counter, which made several younger students straighten as if the table had acquired an officer. He carried a narrow lacquered case under one arm and wore the expression of someone entering a kitchen to explain civilization to the cook. His gaze passed over Arthur's battered infantry, the Gear Company slab, the velvet-collared boy's polished pieces, and finally Ned, where it rested with deliberate mildness. "I hear Mr. Vale has discovered that expensive pieces are sometimes better made than cheap ones," Peregrine said, setting his case down with a soft click. A useful evening for all concerned. Ned felt heat crawl up his neck. "I asked why the table answered faster. And I am sure the table was grateful for the attention." Peregrine opened the case. Inside, His pieces sat in velvet grooves, each one carved and mounted with beautiful, irritating precision. Tiny infantry wore different enameled cuffs, a field gun glittered with brass teeth, and a command mech stood on a blackstone base as smooth as still water. Watch properly, then, Mr. Khan, if you are willing. Let us demonstrate that Brassfield is not merely a device for making lights jump. Rafiq's smile became almost lazy. Gladly. Arthur, you'll command the forward column. Arthur brightened at once. Excellent. I shall take the bridge this time. You will attempt to take the bridge, Livia said, already reaching for the rule booklet. These are distinct states of existence. The first moves were quick. Peregrine placed his infantry with polished confidence, each piece waking the table in clean flares of light. Rafiq answered more quietly, not pushing forward so much as arranging possibilities. His supply markers sat behind low hills, his signal post watched the road, and his left flank looked empty until the table shimmered and revealed a hidden route through projected scrub. Arthur, given cavalry and a light mech, did exactly what his face promised. He charged. The little mech stamped across the bridge, pistons flashing in ghost light, while pale cavalry swept after it in a heroic line that made the watching juniors cheer. Then Rafiq moved one supply cart 2 squares sideways, touched a signal post, and the bridge lights turned amber. Arthur's cavalry flickered, slowed, and stopped beautifully in the open. Arthur stared. Why have they stopped? Because they are brave, hungry, and very far from breakfast, Rafiq said. Peregrine's mouth curved. Supply, Penrose. Soldiers without supply are ornaments with boots. Arthur reached for the mech again, but Livia's hand came down on the rule booklet. Clause 7, subsection 3. No forced advance through disputed signal fog unless the route was declared before fogfall. Everyone groaned, including 2 students who clearly agreed with her. Livia turned the booklet around and tapped the line with one finger. You may groan at the rule, but you may not pretend it ceased to exist because Arthur looks tragic. Ned watched the stopped cavalry, the amber bridge, and the way Rafiq had won the road without touching it directly. The table clicked beneath the lights, all those little crystal answers turning argument into consequence. It was not just a game, he realized. It was a machine for showing when pride outran the coal cart. The match ended when Arthur's stranded cavalry surrendered to hunger, fog, and Livia's awful memory for clauses. Rafiq won by holding the road and bridge without ever making a move that looked heroic, which made Arthur stare at the board as if betrayal had become a geographical feature. Peregrine accepted the result with a little incline of his head that suggested defeat was tolerable when properly dressed, then began returning his polished pieces to their velvet grooves while the battered gear company figures were swept more carelessly into their wooden tray. Careful, Ned said before he could stop himself. The student with the velvet collar paused with a chipped signal post between his fingers. It's already broken. That doesn't mean you throw it about. It means it belongs in the dead box, the boy said, pointing toward a dented tin beneath the table. Unless you intend to mourn it. Ned took the signal post when no one objected quickly enough. Its little crystal bead sat crooked in a split brass cup, and a hairline crack crossed the base where the rune groove should have carried the table's instruction cleanly. He held it near the lamp rather than against his skin, listening to the faint, stuttering answer inside it. It's not dead, the line's broken before it reaches the foot. Peregrine looked over with thin amusement. Are you proposing surgery in the common room? I'm proposing not being wasteful, Ned said, and the answer came out sharper than he meant. He glanced at Rafiq. Is there a repair tin? Rafiq opened the drawer under the slab and produced a small box containing tweezers, old binding paste, clipped wire, a folding file, and a brush stiff with dried blue dust. Gear company tradition, possibly illegal, certainly beloved. Livia leaned closer, frowning. No bare skin, no deep alteration, no changing the rune value, or I shall object on behalf of the rules and the biscuits. Ned nodded, set the signal post on the table's bare corner, and worked with the careful awkwardness of one good hand and one sore one. He cleaned the split with the brush, eased a hair of copper wire into the broken groove, and used the smallest smear of paste to hold the crystal bead straight in its cup. The rune's noise thinned around him. Even Peregrine stopped packing. Ned scraped away excess paste with the file edge, breathed once, and set the piece on the board. The table clicked. The repaired signal post woke in a clean blue spark, and the projected road beside it sharpened from a wavering smear into a crisp line running straight to the bridge. Arthur made a small triumphant sound, as though the cavalry had been posthumously vindicated. Rafik's brows rose. Livia's mouth softened before she remembered to look severe. Peregrine closed his lacquered case very gently. That was a cracked reserve post. It's less cracked now, Ned said. The velvet-collared boy reached toward the piece, then stopped short of touching it. That projection is better than before. Ned looked at the little blue road, at the ugly mended base, and at the students now watching him instead of the board. Pride rose in him, quick and frightening, because it had nowhere safe to go. It only needed the line made whole, he said, and wished at once that he'd sounded less pleased. 12. Letters from the dock. Letter day arrived after morning drill, when the whole of Gear Company smelled of damp wool, boot polish, and boys pretending that bruises were a private matter. Ned came in with Arthur still arguing that a shield collapsed less shamefully if one had been thinking about cavalry supply lines at the time, while Livia informed him that excuses didn't become strategy merely because he liked the sound of them. The common room had changed while they were out. A long sorting table stood near the hearth, and two upper students were distributing parcels, envelopes, money drafts, and sealed family packets beneath the board supervision of a prefect with a ledger. Arthur stopped so abruptly that Ned nearly walked into him. "Oh, splendid. Mother said she'd send gloves if my first report didn't imply moral collapse." "Does being trapped by signal fog count?" Rafik asked, appearing at Ned's shoulder with his hair still damp from the washroom. "Only if she hears about it from Livia," Arthur said. "I believe in accurate records," Livia said, though her mouth twitched as she crossed toward the table. Ned hung back. Letter day, it turned out, made class visible in softer colors than breakfast or uniform fittings, which somehow made it worse. One boy received a hamper with sugared fruit, folded linen, and a little tin of cocoa. A girl from Crown Company passed through carrying 3 parcels tied in blue ribbon and a note thick enough to contain instructions for invading Belgium. Someone laughed as a money draft changed hands. Another student complained that his aunt had sent the wrong flavor of ginger sweets, and Ned had to put his hands in his pockets to keep from looking at the unwanted tin too closely. The prefect ran one finger down the ledger. Penrose, Arthur, parcel and 2 letters. Arthur collected them with visible relief. "Gloves," he said, feeling the parcel through the paper. "Or socks. I shall love mother less for socks, but with dignity. March, Livia. 3 letters, 1 book packet." Livia took them carefully, but Ned saw the way her thumb paused over the civil service seal on the top envelope. It wasn't the look of a girl receiving sweets. It was the look of someone being reminded that families could write orders in affectionate ink. "Vale, Edmund," the prefect said, and Ned's name sounded oddly bare after the parade of parcels. 2 letters, 1 folded enclosure. Ned stepped forward before anyone could see he had frozen. The first envelope was cheap, gray, and addressed in Maddie's sharp, slanted hand. The second had Tom's blocky scrawl, with a smudge of black grease darkening one corner despite the Academy's best efforts at clean handling. Inside the fold was a rough mechanical sketch drawn on brown paper, all pressure arrows, ugly lines, and notes cramped into the margins. Ned held the little stack as if it were made of glass. Arthur looked up from untying his parcel. "Good news?" Ned swallowed against the sudden heat in his throat and tucked Maddie's letter inside his coat before the room could steal it with curiosity. "Doc news," he said, because that was safer than saying home. Ned didn't open Maddie's letter at the sorting table. He carried it to the window seat behind the old model pump, where the noise of parcels and family complaints became a little less sharp. The glass was cold against his shoulder, and beyond it Avalon's courtyard shone with late light on wet stone. He smoothed the cheap gray envelope on his knee, careful of the torn corner, then broke the seal with his thumbnail. Arthur came over with his parcel half open and a pair of dark gloves draped across one wrist. "Do you mind company?" Ned almost said yes, because the letter felt private in a way that had nothing to do with secrets. Then Rafik settled on the arm of a chair without asking, and Livia arrived carrying her own letters unopened, and somehow it became harder to send them away than let them stay. "Don't read over my shoulder," Ned said. "I only read contracts without permission," Livia said, sitting opposite him. "Letters require either consent or espionage." Maddie had written in blunt lines, crowded tight to save paper. Ned heard her voice before he had finished the first sentence. Sharp as a pin and twice as useful. Ned, if they're feeding you properly, keep letting them. Don't get proud at the wrong time. Pride's cheaper than bread and not half as filling. His throat tightened before the proper news even began. He bent closer to the page. Grimsby's still telling anyone with ears that the yard was under impossible pressure and no one could have stopped what happened. Funny how, no one, sounds better than, I ignored the boy who warned me. He's not saying saboteur where dock police can hear, but he's letting the word sit nearby and pretending it wandered in alone. Ned's hand clenched on the paper until Livia leaned forward. Careful, you'll crease it through. He loosened his fingers, embarrassed by how much the words could still burn. Cale's still talking. Arthur's expression changed. The softness went out of it first, then the boyish curiosity. After the justiciar cleared you? Truth doesn't stop gossip, Livia said quietly. Ned read on. Maddie wrote of inspectors crawling over the skyship yard, of men in dark coats checking ledgers and seals, of workers suddenly remembering every loose bolt they had ever stepped over. Crates marked for civil repair had been redirected again, this time under high march priority stamps. Signal housings, blackstone blocks, cold weather canvas, and healer chests had gone north instead of into ordinary maintenance. Tom said the boiler crews were swearing in 3 shifts because even spare valves had started acquiring paperwork. Rafiq's face had gone still. High march priority stamps? Ned looked up. That means something? It means someone important wants the route held, Rafiq said. Or wants everyone to think it must be held. Ned glanced back at the last line, and the tightness in his chest shifted into something steadier. Don't let Grimsby's version live in your head. The docs remember who warned whom. We do, even if fine coats prefer fog. He folded the letter with both hands, slower than before. The common room still glittered with parcels he didn't have, but Maddie's cheap paper sat warm inside his coat like a coal that had refused to go out. Tom's letter looked as if it had been written during a fight with a boiler. The paper was brown, creased, and smudged at the edges, and the first line sloped downward because Tom had clearly begun with confidence and run out of table. Ned unfolded the mechanical sketch across his knees, weighting one corner with Arthur's unopened sock parcel and another with Livia's book packet before the paper could curl back on itself. Rafiq leaned in despite pretending not to. Is that a pump? Steam valve, Ned said, already smiling before he meant to. No, half valve, half argument. Tom thinks if the release channel sits at an angle instead of straight, you can bleed pressure without making the whole housing shudder. Arthur peered at the arrows. Why has he drawn one part as an angry turnip? That's the foreman, Ned said. For a heartbeat, no one spoke. Then Rafiq laughed first, quick and bright, and Arthur followed with such astonished delight that several students glanced over from the sorting table. Ned tried to stop himself, failed, and laughed properly for the first time since arriving at Avalon. It came out rougher than he expected, almost painful at the edges, but it loosened something Maddie's letter had left tight. Livia's eyebrows rose. I see. Technical illustration as social criticism. Ned rubbed his thumb beside the grease mark. Tom says the new assistant engineer has opinions about clean gloves and no sense about pressure. He wants to know whether Avalon people know anything useful about real machines, or if they just polish crystal and call it civilization. Arthur looked wounded on behalf of civilization, then seemed to remember yesterday's Brassfield slab. Some of us also lose cavalry through disputed signal fog. Deeply useful, Rafiq said. Ned turned Tom's sketch sideways and studied the valve properly. The idea was ugly, which didn't mean wrong. If the angled bleed met the housing too sharply, it would rattle itself loose after a week. If the channel curved instead, and the fastening collar sat proud of the seam, it might work. He reached into his satchel for his pencil and field notebook, then hesitated because his handwriting beside Tom's bold scrawl looked like a spider had escaped an inkwell. Livia slid a sharper pencil across without comment. Draw first, words after. Ned accepted it and bent over the page. He sketched the valve housing larger, darkened the release channel, then drew a second line curving away from the pressure path. His burned palm complained when he held the paper steady, but he ignored it. Arthur watched the pencil move with grave attention. Tell him Avalon says the turnip is wrong about gloves, he said solemnly. Ned's pencil slipped because he almost laughed again. I'm not writing that. You should, Rafiq said. It may be the most useful thing we've contributed. Ned drew the collar, marked 2 rivet points, and wrote carefully beneath the sketch, "Try curve here. Less shake. Tell foreman turnips split under pressure." Then he sat back, still smiling, and for once the distance between the dock and Avalon felt long, but not broken. Writing back proved harder than mending Tom's valve on paper. Ned could see the curve, the collar, the 2 rivets, and the place where the pressure would stop shaking itself angry. Words were worse. They sat in his head like bolts sorted into the wrong tins, and when he finally began, the first line sounded exactly like a report to a clerk. "Received your letter. Conditions here are sufficient. Food regular. Instruction difficult. Hand healing." Livia read it upside down from across the table and made a small choking sound. "Ned, are you writing to friends or informing a committee that you haven't died?" Ned hunched over the page. "It says what happened. It says you have been replaced by a filing cabinet with bruises." Livia drew her chair closer, careful not to touch the letter without permission. "Maddie wrote to you as if she knows you. Answer like you know her back." Arthur, now wearing one new glove and one old one because he claimed comparison was scientific, nodded gravely. "Begin with the turnip. Everyone likes a turnip." "No one begins with the turnip," Livia said. "Tom might," Rafik said. Ned looked at the page, then crossed out "Conditions here are sufficient" so hard the pencil nearly tore through. He started again beneath it, slower this time. "Maddie, they are feeding me. You may stop sharpening yourself at the thought of Academy soup. It is better than parish soup and less likely to have opinions." Arthur leaned over and beamed. "That is splendid." "It is legible," Livia said, which from her sounded almost like applause. Ned's ears warmed, but the next words came easier. He told Maddie that Gear Company was noisy, that Rafik cheated at being clever by actually being clever, that Arthur had lost a battle to breakfast, and that Livia knew more rules than any single building should safely contain. He told Tom the valve might work if the release curved instead of biting straight into the housing. He didn't write that Grimsby's gossip hurt. He wrote that he remembered who had believed him first. A soft rustle came from beside the table. Beatrice Ashcombe stood there with 2 sheets of cream paper in one gloved hand, finer than anything Ned would have wasted on practice. Her chin was lifted, but not cruelly. "If you send that brown scrap through Academy Post, half the edges will be gone before London," she said, placing the paper near his elbow rather than into his hand. "This holds ink better." Ned stared at it. "I can't pay for that." "I didn't ask you to," Beatrice said, and her composure flickered as if she had realized how easily generosity could sound like command. "You may pay me by not folding it like a dock receipt." Livia looked at Ned before he could refuse. "Better paper is not charity if it serves the letter." Ned touched the edge of the cream sheet with one careful finger. It was thick, smooth, and absurdly clean. "Thank you," he said, and the words felt awkward but not poisonous. Beatrice inclined her head and walked away before anyone could make a performance of it. Ned copied his reply onto the better paper with painful care, each line slower than thought, while his friends argued softly over whether turnips belonged in technical correspondence. When he finally folded the letters, they looked too fine for the dock and exactly meant for it. 13. Resonance Hall. Ned posted his letters before breakfast and spent the next hour trying not to think about whether better paper would look ridiculous in Maddie's hands. By the time Gear Juniors were collected outside the east stair, the taste of ink still seemed to sit behind his teeth, mixed with porridge, nerves, and the dull ache in his healing palm. The summons slate had said Crystal Hall in Master Fenn's neat hand, which made Arthur look impressed, Livia thoughtful, and Rafik far too interested in Ned's expression. "You've gone quiet," Rafik said as they followed the corridor past a line of tall windows glazed in smoky glass. "That usually means you're either hearing something or planning to steal scrap." "I don't steal scrap," Ned said. Livia gave him a look. "You preserve abandoned material with suspicious speed." Arthur adjusted his cuffs as if Crystal Hall required better manners than ordinary fear. "I heard the hall can tell if your wand hand shakes." "That's stupid," Ned said, then saw Arthur's face and added, "Probably." The east stair turned colder as they descended. Gas brackets gave way to crystal lamps set behind blackstone collars, each flame-pale glow held steady without flicker. The walls changed too, from old Academy stone to blackstone veined masonry polished smooth enough to catch shadows. Ned felt the difference before he understood it. Ordinary rooms at Avalon hummed with pipes, distant voices, footsteps, doors, lamps, and the constant little noises of a place full of children pretending not to be children. This passage narrowed sound until every bootstep seemed measured and returned only once. At the foot of the stair, a pair of senior assistants stood beside a brass-bound door taller than any dockgate Ned had ever seen. It carried no carving except the crown seal above a 7-point crystal mark. One assistant checked names against a tablet. The other held a tray of thin gray gloves. "Gloves on before entry," she said. "No touching pillars, instruments, rods, rails, sample cases, floor inlays, or anything you think cannot possibly mind being touched." Rafik accepted a pair. "That last category seems pointed." "It becomes pointed every year," the assistant said. The door opened without a creak. Ned stepped through and forgot, for one foolish breath, that he had meant to be guarded. Crystal pillars rose from black stone sockets along the hall, some clear, some smoky, some faintly blue at the heart. Brass instruments stood between them on tripods and wheeled frames: gauges, lenses, tuning forks, suspended rings, ink needles, and glass bulbs filled with silver dust. The silence was not empty. It was arranged, tightened, and polished until even Ned's breathing felt like it had entered a ledger. Master Alaric Fenn waited beside the central rail, pale-haired, narrow-faced, and bright-eyed in a way that made Ned think of a man leaning too close to an engine he loved. "Welcome to Resonance Hall," Fenn said softly. "Speak plainly, move carefully, and remember that today the hall is not judging your worth. It is measuring what answers when you arrive." Fenn didn't begin with spectacle. He began with a chalkboard on a wheeled brass frame, a pointer, and 3 words written in a hand so neat it looked printed by a machine: pitch, phase, tolerance. Several students relaxed at once, as if vocabulary were safer than crystal pillars. Ned didn't. Words were often the place where adults hid hooks. "Resonance is not sound alone," Fenn said, tapping the first word. "Nor is it mood, preference, charm, or the crystal being friendly. Crystal does not like you. Crystal does not dislike you. Crystal answers according to structure, charge, strain, cut, history, and field condition." Arthur whispered, "That's comforting." "It isn't meant to be," Livia whispered back. Fenn's pointer moved to the next word. "Pitch is the response character you first perceive. Phase is the relation between that response and the system around it. Tolerance is how far the crystal may be pushed before error becomes danger." He looked over the class, and his gaze lingered on Ned for just a fraction too long. "You will use correct terms. You will also report raw perception before you polish it into nonsense." An assistant placed a thumb-sized crystal in a black clamp at the front rail. The clamp was connected by fine copper wires to 3 gauges and an ink needle resting above a strip of paper. Fenn turned a key. The crystal gave no visible flash, but Ned felt it wake like a cold bead settling behind his teeth. "Miss Ashcombe," Fenn said. "Report." Beatrice stepped forward. "Low pitch, even phase, within safe tolerance." The ink needle scratched a tidy line a heartbeat later. Fenn nodded. "Good." Peregrine followed, elegant and correct. Rafik described his sample as slightly late to itself, which made Fenn smile and translate the phrase into delayed phase response. Livia wrote down both versions. Arthur admitted that his felt like a bell heard through a wall, and Fenn accepted it after some discussion about muffled pitch. Then Ned was called. He stood at the rail and wished the hall would stop listening to him. Fenn set a smoky shard into the clamp and turned the key. Before the gauges moved, Ned's wristbones itched. The crystal tasted sour, not like fruit, but like hot brass rubbed under the tongue. "It's pulling against the wire," he said. Fenn's eyes sharpened. "Use the board." Ned stared at the 3 words. "Pitch is wrong." "No, not wrong. Sour." "Phase is late at the bottom edge." "Tolerance." He swallowed as the ink needle began to shiver. "Don't push it much more." The left gauge clicked hard against its stop. One assistant reached for the key, but Fenn had already turned it back. The sourness fell away, leaving Ned's mouth dry and the hall very quiet. Fenn looked pleased, which somehow felt more alarming than Harrow's disappointment. "That," he said softly, "is why sensation comes before vocabulary, but vocabulary must catch up before sensation kills anyone." Fenn didn't dismiss Ned after the smoky shard. He changed the exercise. That was worse. The assistant replaced the first clamp with a circular brass frame holding 3 smaller crystals at equal points, each no larger than a fingernail. Fine wires ran from them to a central blackstone socket, and the ink needle was exchanged for a rotating drum of paper that began to tick before anything had been charged. Peregrine's mouth tightened. "Sir, that is a linked frame." Fen looked delighted by the objection. "It is." "For juniors?" Peregrine asked, polite enough to sound reasonable and sharp enough to carry. "For observation," Fen said. "Not command. There is a difference I recommend you cherish." Ned wished Peregrine had won the argument. The 3 crystals were quiet while uncharged, but not the same quiet. One slept cleanly. One sat too tight in its mounting. The third seemed to lean away from the other 2, though nothing about its position had moved. Fen adjusted a dial, and the linked frame woke with a thin, 3-part pressure that slid behind Ned's eyes. "Report only," Fen said. "No correction, no reaching, no cleverness, Mr. Vale?" Ned gripped the rail through his gloves. "They don't agree." Fen's smile flickered brighter. "In what way?" Ned tried to find the board words and found them too small. "First one's steady, second one's too tight, third one's not answering the others. It's standing in the wrong place without moving." Several students turned toward him. Ned kept his eyes on the frame because looking at them would make the heat in his face worse. Fen stepped closer to the drum as the 3 ink lines staggered across the paper. "Phase displacement in a fixed mount," Fen murmured, not quite to the class. And he separated the individual responses before the frame resolved them. At the back of the hall, someone shifted. Ned had not noticed Master Harrow standing in the shadow of a blackstone pillar until that small movement drew his eye. Harrow wore his usual black coat, and his expression was not surprise, or pride, or pleasure. It was the face of a man watching a pressure gauge rise exactly as expected and liking none of the consequences. Fen turned the dial 1 mark higher. The middle crystal tightened until Ned's teeth ached. "What now?" "It's going to shove the third out," Ned said, too quickly. "Not break. Shove, like a bad gear forcing another offline." Fen's hand stilled on the key. The drum ticked twice more, and then the third ink line jumped. The assistant breathed in sharply. "Enough," Harrow said from the back. Fen turned the frame down at once, though his eyes remained fixed on the paper. "Remarkable." Harrow walked forward, each step quiet on the polished floor. "Useful is the word you want, Master Fen. Remarkable is the word people use when they forget children are standing in the room." Fen's color changed slightly. "Of course." Ned stared at the linked frame, feeling the last of its wrongness fade from his bones. He had wanted adults to believe him once. Now Master Fen looked at him as if belief had become appetite, and Master Harrow looked as if he already knew who would come hungry. After that, the hall became quieter in a different way. Fen continued the lesson, but he didn't call Ned again. Other students reported pitch, phase, and tolerance while assistants wrote neat figures on narrow cards, and Harrow stood near the central rail like a black nail driven through the room's brightness. Ned tried to listen properly. He tried to hear Beatrice's careful answer, Arthur's uncertain one, and Rafiq's odd, useful descriptions without thinking of the linked frame's 3 ink lines jumping across the paper. When the last sample was turned down, Fen collected the cards into a brass-edged folder. Preliminary resonance observations will be reviewed by the crystal faculty. No marks will be posted from today's session. A ripple passed through the students at once. It was small, because Resonance Hall made even surprise feel improper, but Ned heard it in quick breaths, shifting boots, and one muttered protest from the second row. Peregrine's hand rose with perfect manners. "Sir, if I may, are assessments not usually returned by company slate?" "For ordinary introductory handling, yes," Fen said. "And this was not ordinary?" Peregrine asked. Fen's fingers tightened once on the folder. Harrow answered before he could. "It was introductory. It was also informative. Those are not the same thing." Peregrine inclined his head, but his gaze slid toward Ned with the polished accuracy of a knife finding a seam. "I see, sir." Ned hated that look more than the question. It made him feel as if he had reached across the hall and stolen something named fairness, though he had only stood where he was told and said what hurt his teeth. Arthur opened his mouth, perhaps to defend him, but Livia touched his sleeve and stopped him with a tiny shake of her head. The gloves were collected at the door. Ned peeled his off carefully, relieved to see that his hands looked like hands and not instruments someone had discovered in a box. In the corridor, warmth and ordinary noise returned too quickly. Students began talking all at once, and the hall's careful silence broke into rumors before the brass door had closed. "Well," Arthur said, too brightly, "that was educational in the sense that falling downstairs teaches architecture." Rafik glanced back at the sealed door. "They're not posting marks because there are no marks." Peregrine, already passing with his lacquered calm restored, said, "Or because some results require privacy when they would embarrass the usual order." Ned went still. Before he could answer, Livia stepped between the words and made her voice flat enough to cut paper. "Or because sealed results mean adults are worried. Favoritism is announced. Danger is filed." Peregrine looked at her, then at Ned, and walked on without replying. Ned watched him go, heart beating too hard, while Livia adjusted the stack of books against her chest as if she had said nothing unusual. The brass door clicked shut behind them, and somehow the sound felt less like the end of a lesson than the closing of a cabinet. 14. Civilian Outing. The day after Resonance Hall, Avalon announced a supervised supply outing, and the whole junior corridor received the news as if the academy had opened a window in a sealed room. Ned didn't trust it at first. Anything written on an official slate had a way of becoming instruction, examination, or trap, but the words were plain enough. Permitted town purchases, supervised civic observation, return before evening bell. Gear Company erupted into arguments about pocket money, gloves, approved shops, and whether pie counted as a supply if one was emotionally underfed. Arthur inspected his coin purse with tragic concentration. "I can afford bootlaces, sealing wax, and one pie if I accept that future Arthur may suffer." "Future Arthur already suffers from present Arthur's strategic choices," Livia said, checking the outing rules against the printed permission sheet. "Also, no purchases from unlicensed charm sellers, no wandering past the transport square, no entering taverns, and no accepting demonstrations involving snakes, mirrors, or prophetic poultry." Rafik looked up at once. "Why is prophetic poultry specified?" "Because some student made it necessary," Livia said. Ned followed them through Avalon's lower gate with the strange feeling that the school was letting him out only because it knew the road would bring him back. A teacher in a dark academy coat led the column, while two senior students walked at the rear with the grave importance of people trusted to prevent disaster and hoping for minor disaster anyway. The lane down from Avalon curved between wet hedges and blackstone milestones before widening toward the town and transport hub below. Brassfield Online was not London, but it knew how to be busy. Steam hissed from the small rail station beyond the square, where porters pushed luggage trolleys beneath painted signs and a soot-dark locomotive breathed like a resting animal. Horse cabs waited by the curb, their drivers wrapped in scarves and professional suspicion. A rare steam motor car stood outside the municipal office, polished black, official, and watched by three boys who clearly hoped it might explode or move. Gas lamps lined the shop fronts even in daylight, each iron post painted green and gold, while a crystal licensing plaque gleamed in the window of a jeweler's beside a warning that unregistered enchantments would be confiscated. Ned slowed despite himself. There were pie stalls, station clocks, leather shops, a stationer's window full of paper he could not afford, and a brassworks with gear teeth hanging in ordered rows. The outing was meant to be ordinary, but ordinary outside Avalon seemed full of doors. Rafik nudged him lightly with an elbow. "Careful. You're looking at that tool shop the way Arthur looks at cavalry charges." Ned kept his eyes on the rows of files and little screwdrivers in the window. "Files don't charge off and starve in signal fog." Arthur lifted one gloved finger. "That wound remains fresh." For the first time since the brass door of Resonance Hall had shut behind them, Ned laughed without checking who might measure it. The teacher gave them half an hour along the approved row of shops, which sounded generous until Livia explained that half an hour could be reduced to 17 minutes by bad browsing, poor queue discipline, and Arthur stopping to admire every window that contained anything polished. Ned had meant to look at the tool shop first. He had even counted what little money he had twice in his pocket, imagining a small file, a finer awl, or one of the screwdrivers with a brass collar and a handle shaped to fit a hand properly. Then Rafik found the gaming shop. It sat between a stationer and a shop selling traveling gloves, with a painted sign showing a little crystal soldier saluting beneath the words Hobb & Sons, licensed games and parlor amusements. The front window held stacked card boxes, brass dice cages, painted wooden cavalry, a folded travel chessboard, and, in pride of place, a brass-field table small enough for a parlor and polished enough to make Gear Company's slab look like a dock plank. Tiny projected smoke curled above a miniature fort while two enameled mechs stood frozen mid-stride. Arthur pressed close to the glass. "Oh, that one has proper artillery." "That one costs more than my entire future," Ned said. Rafiq's eyes had already dropped lower. "Not everything in the window is for princes." In a tray near the door lay chipped brassfield pieces with paper tags tied around their bases. Cracked, dull, incomplete, reject, unstable, display only. Ned stepped inside before he could pretend indifference. The shop smelled of varnished wood, paper, beeswax polish, and faint crystal heat. A round man behind the counter looked over their uniforms and brightened until his gaze reached Ned's mended cuffs, where his smile became merely professional. "Academy students, EH. Approved student shelf is to the left. No testing live pieces without permission." Ned crouched beside the reject tray. There were infantry blocks missing rune corners, a shield post with a cloudy bead, a skyship counter whose keel had split, and three little mech pieces so ugly and battered that they looked as if they had survived actual war. One had a hairline crack through the leg joint, but its crystal heart still gave a faint, stubborn prickle when Ned held his gloved hand above it. "That one's scrap," the shopkeeper said. 2 pennies if you want it for parts." Ned kept his face still. 2 pennies was not nothing. 2 pennies was a pie, or sealing wax, or the start of a better pencil. "And the shield post?" "Another penny. It won't hold field properly." "May I?" Ned asked, pointing rather than touching. The shopkeeper slid both pieces onto the counter with a shrug. "No refunds on dead game goods." "They're not dead," Ned said, then wished he had sounded less certain. Arthur leaned in, solemn as a banker. "We can forego half a pie in the interests of military science." Livia opened her mouth, closed it, then counted out 1 penny from her own purse and placed it beside Ned's 2 before he could object. "For the shield post, consider it a rules investment. If you repair it, Gear Company stops using the one that flickers during fogfall." Ned wanted to refuse. He also wanted the broken pieces with a hunger that had nothing to do with food. He paid, tucked them into the smallest paper bag, and shrugged as if he had only bought scrap because scrap happened to be cheap. Rafiq's smile said he believed none of it, which was kind enough that Ned pretended not to notice. Ned was still pretending the paper bag did not matter when Beatrice Ashcombe emerged from the jeweler's doorway with a teacher at her shoulder and a small envelope in one gloved hand. The shop behind her glowed differently from the gaming shop. Hobb & Sons had smelled of varnish, use, and old hands on counters. The jeweler's window looked as if no dust had ever been allowed to form an opinion there. Crystal pins rested on velvet pads. Watch fobs lay in silver trays. A little necklace of pale stones held a charm light so steady it made the gaslit street around it seem clumsy. Beatrice saw the paper bag before Ned could tuck it away. "Did you find something useful?" "Broken brassfield pieces," Ned said. Arthur supplied, with great dignity, military science. Beatrice's mouth almost moved into a smile. "Then you have done better than I have. My aunt sent 3 pages of instructions for 1 brooch." The jeweler appeared behind her, a thin man with careful hair, a dark coat, and a loop hanging from a silk cord around his neck. "Miss Ashcombe, if the family prefers the western setting, I shall require confirmation of whether the stone is to carry only light correction or the full evening steadiness charm." "They are not the same commission." "It is for Lady Maribel's winter dinners," Beatrice said. "She will want it seen before it works." The jeweler inclined his head as if she had answered a serious technical question. "Naturally." Ned looked from the velvet pads to the plainer shelf behind the counter, where loose crystals sat in labeled drawers. Those were duller, rougher, and easier to understand. The stones in the window were not stronger, not necessarily. They had been taught to look like money. 1 cravat pin held no more crystal than the cracked shield post in his bag, but its silver leaves curled around the stones so neatly that even Ned wanted to lean closer. The jeweler noticed. "A translation assist pin," he said. "Mountain dialect primer, 3 common court phrases, and pulse steadiness for nervous speakers. Modest function, excellent presentation." "Does the silver make it work better?" Ned asked. "No," the man said. then paused as if deciding whether Ned deserved the full answer. It makes the owner believe it belongs on his coat. That is a form of function, if one sells to human beings. Beatrice glanced at Ned, not unkindly. People distrust useful things if they look as if they might embarrass them. Ned thought of Pike's silver crown setting, Peregrine's perfect game pieces, and the ugly mech sitting in his paper bag. So beauty is part of the price. The jeweler's brows rose faintly. Beauty is often most of the price. Utility gets a thing purchased once. Elegance lets it be worn in public. Ned looked at the shining cravat pin and disliked how much sense that made. The evening bell was still an hour away when the teachers began gathering students back toward the transport square, which somehow made every shopfront look more interesting than it had 5 minutes earlier. Arthur bought the pie he had been negotiating with himself about all afternoon, then divided it into 4 pieces with the air of a commander rationing a besieged fort. Ned accepted his share with one hand on the paper bag in his pocket, feeling the little broken brassfield pieces knock softly against his hip as they walked. "You're smiling at scrap," Rafik said. "I'm eating pie," Ned said. "You're doing both. It is unsettlingly efficient." Livia brushed crumbs from her glove and checked the group against the teacher's position near the station clock. "We have 7 minutes before Miss Calder starts counting heads with intent." A shout cut across the square before Ned could answer. Common's fury over Saffron Pass. Crystal allotments challenged. Healer chests delayed while signal towers drink the budget. Full report, 2 farthings. The newspaper boy stood on the corner near the cab rank, cap pushed back, one hand full of folded sheets. He had the bright, merciless voice of someone who knew panic sold better than accuracy. Adults turned first. The cab drivers looked over their collars. A porter paused with both hands on a trunk. Outside the municipal office, the man polishing the official steam motor car stopped pretending not to listen. Arthur slowed. "That sounds dramatic." "It is meant to," Livia said, but she was already reading the nearest headline upside down as a gentleman in a brown coat bought a paper and snapped it open. The man beside him muttered, "If they starve the civil works for mountain towers, we'll be patching roads with prayer by winter." A woman with a basket answered without looking at him, "Better roads cracked than suns frozen in some pass because a signal failed." Rafik's face had gone still again, the way it had over Maddie's letter. Signal towers, healer chests, allotments. That is not just shouting. Ned watched the newspaper boy sell 3 more papers in less than a minute. The words had followed him from the docks to Maddie's letter and now into a town square full of pie crumbs, cab wheels, and ordinary people pretending their ordinary errands had not tilted. Saffron Pass was no longer a headline on someone else's page. It was in crates redirected from London, spare valves trapped in paperwork, healer chests sent north, and adults lowering their voices around children. Miss Calder clapped once near the station clock. "Avalon Juniors, form up. Purchases away, hands visible, no last-minute heroic errands." Arthur tucked the last bite of pie into his mouth with guilty speed. Livia folded the outing sheet. Rafik still looked toward the newspaper stand, eyes narrowed in thought. Ned put his hand over the paper bag in his pocket and felt the broken mech inside, useless until mended and valuable because of it. As they began the walk back up the hill, the newspaper boy's voice rose behind them again, bright as a bell and sharp as a warning. Common's fury over Saffron Pass. Crystal for war roads or ward repairs, who pays and who waits. The teachers kept the line moving, but Ned saw Miss Calder glance back once, and the look on her face was careful enough to frighten him more than the shout. 15. The first fair wager. By Saturday afternoon, Pier Company had transformed the long lower corridor into a racetrack with the solemn illegality of children who had inherited 3 generations of bad ideas and improved most of them. Benches had been dragged aside, chalk lines marked the course, and 2 upturned laundry baskets guarded a bend known, for reasons no one explained, as Widow's Elbow. Someone had hung a hand-lettered sign from a pipe bracket declaring the event a demonstration of applied steam principles, which fooled no one and seemed mostly designed to give any passing teacher something polite to ignore. Ned stood near the starting line with his hands in his pockets, feeling the paper bag from town folded flat inside his coat and the more immediate weight of the little steam crawler on the floor by his boot. It had begun life as a dented toy hauler from Gear Company's dead cupboard, all bent axle, cracked boiler cap, and one wheel that had wanted to leave civilization. He had spent 2 evenings coaxing it back into something like obedience with scavenged wire, a clean spring, a bead of old solder, and a prayer to whatever saint watched over boys with no proper tools. Arthur crouched beside it with grave interest. It has character. It has a limp, Livia said, checking the chalked root against a much-abused rule sheet. Many heroes limp, Arthur said. Many heroes also explode when amateur boiler work is involved, she replied. Ned nudged the crawler's brass nose straight with one finger. The toy gave a small offended tick. It won't explode. Rafik leaned down from the windowsill, where he was taking wagers in chalk on a slate. A bold statement. Shall I record that as confidence or as final words? No betting on explosions, Livia said at once. That removes half the market. The wagers were not grand, which made them feel fairer. Half a packet of ginger sweets stood against 2 clean collar studs. A penny faced a week of inkpot washing. Someone had offered to copy Latin verbs for 3 evenings if a 3-wheeled brass terrier beat the favorite, a polished red racer owned by a Crown Company boy visiting with far too much confidence. Ned had no sweets to waste and no pennies left after the gaming shop, so he had put up something else. 1 repair favor, Rafik announced, chalking Ned's name beneath the crawler's number. Redeemable only if Mr. Vale agrees the requested object is not cursed, stolen, alive, explosive, or part of Academy plumbing. The Crown Company boy glanced at Ned's patched racer and gave a small laugh. Generous. Who expects that thing to finish? Ned felt the familiar heat of being measured by polish and price. He bent, tightened the crawler's key until the spring caught, and heard the tiny steam chamber answer with a stubborn little hiss. I do, he said, and set it carefully on the line. Rafik raised one hand, waited until the corridor had quieted to a trembling sort of hush, then dropped it. Release. The racers sprang forward in a burst of springs, steam, squeals, and immediate bad judgment. The polished red favorite shot ahead first, its brass wheels flashing under the gas lamps and its tiny chimney throwing a perfect white plume. A painted blue beetle lurched sideways and had to be kicked back inside the chalk line by its owner, which Livia declared interference before deciding she wasn't tall enough to enforce justice against 3 shouting second years. Arthur's brass terrier ran in enthusiastic circles for 6 seconds, achieved nothing, and became wildly popular with the spectators. Ned's crawler started last. For one awful heartbeat, it sat on the line hissing to itself as if reconsidering its place in the empire. Then the repaired spring caught properly, the bent axle steadied, and the little hauler clattered forward with a gait like an old dock cart refusing retirement. It moves, Arthur shouted. I told you it moved, Ned said, though he hadn't been entirely certain. It moves badly, the Crown Company boy said, already grinning toward his red racer as it took the first bend cleanly. The corridor became noise. Students ran along the chalk lines, cheering, accusing, waving sweets, and shouting advice at machines too small and stupid to receive it. Someone tried to adjust a racer mid-course with a magnet hidden in his sleeve, and Livia caught him by the wrist with terrifying satisfaction. Illegal external influence. 2 square penalty if this were Brassfield. Since it is not Brassfield, shame will have to do. At Widow's elbow, disaster bloomed beautifully. The red racer entered the turn at speed, its owner already lifting both fists in victory, just as the blue beetle recovered from its earlier disgrace and crossed the bend at an angle no sensible engineer would have permitted. The collision rang like a dropped tray. Red enamel spun one way, blue legs flew another, and a third racer piled into the wreck with a shriek of overwound gears. Ned's crawler reached the bend late enough to be saved by its own indignity. Its crooked wheel struck a loose screw, bounced over the wreckage, scraped both laundry baskets, and continued down the final stretch with one side panel hanging open. A teacher's voice cracked from the stairwell. What, precisely, is being demonstrated? Applied steam principles, sir. 3 students called at once. Ned did not look away from the crawler. It crossed the finish line fourth, rattling, scorched, and still moving. It had not won, it had survived. Around him, students stared at the wreckage of prettier machines, and Ned felt a fierce little smile tug at his mouth before he could hide it. The teacher on the stair turned out to be Master Baines from Imperial History, who looked at the wreckage, looked at the sign, and decided with visible effort that some battles were beneath scholarship. No scorch marks on the walls, no blood on the floor, And no shouting after evening bell, he said. If I hear an explosion, I shall become interested. We would never wish to endanger your disinterest, sir, Rafik said. Baines gave him a long look, then went back up the stairs with the dignity of a man retreating from civilization's decline. The corridor inhaled and burst into movement. Students rushed to claim wrecked racers, argue wagers, accuse one another of sabotage, and discover which machines could still roll if pushed by hand. Ned crouched beside his crawler and lifted it carefully. The side panel hung loose, the left wheel had bent inward again, and one spring had slipped from its notch, but the little steam chamber was intact. Arthur dropped to one knee beside him. Heroic damage, entirely honorable. It scraped both baskets, Ned said, turning the crawler over. That's not honor, that's bad steering. Bad steering saved it, Rafik said, joining them with the wager slate tucked beneath his arm. We should consider a doctrine of strategic indignity. Livia knelt on Ned's other side, frowning at the exposed spring. If you tighten that without bracing the axle, it will throw the wheel off next race. There may not be a next race, Ned said. 3 students immediately objected from behind them. There will be a next race, Livia corrected. Therefore brace the axle. Ned reached for the folding pliers from the repair tin, but his burned palm protested when he tried to hold the crawler steady. Arthur silently took the body in both hands and held it at the angle Ned needed, his fine new glove acquiring a streak of soot. Rafik passed over a strip of scrap brass from a dead beetle racer as if presenting battlefield salvage. Livia argued with 2-second years about whether the collision at Widow's Elbow invalidated the Red Favorite's wager or merely humiliated it. Across the corridor, Beatrice stood near the wall, half-turned as if she had only paused by accident. Her eyes were on the crawler. The left side is heavier, she said. Ned looked up. What? The panel you patched. It drags the turn inward. If you trim the lower edge and shift the little weight behind the boiler, it may stop trying to die clockwise. Arthur stared at her. Machines can die clockwise? This one is attempting it, Beatrice said. Ned looked back at the crawler, then saw it. The patch was ugly, useful, and too heavy by a thumb's width. He hated that he had missed it and liked that she had noticed. That might work, he said. Beatrice's chin lifted slightly. Naturally. Rafik's smile became wicked. Excellent. We now have repair, law, supply, and aesthetics. Gear Company may yet produce a racer that moves forward on purpose. By the time the unofficial race had dissolved into unofficial repairs, Ned had a cue. It was not a proper cue, because Gear Company students regarded straight lines as something that happened to other people, but 3 broken racers, a dented brass terrier, and the remains of the Blue Beetle had found their way to the floor beside him. Their owners hovered with the hopeful impatience of people who had mocked a thing until they needed its cousin fixed. The Crown Company boy arrived last, carrying the Red Favorite with its front axle bent and one enameled side cracked clean through. He looked as if every step cost him money and pride. Can you repair this? Ned glanced up from tightening the crawler's braced axle. Maybe. It was tournament made. That didn't stop it hitting a beetle. A few students laughed. The Crown boy's face colored, but he held the racer out rather than snatching it back. I'll pay. The word landed oddly. Ned looked at the broken red machine, then at Rafik, who had stopped chalking wager results and was now watching with bright, dangerous amusement. Livia's expression sharpened in a different way, as if some invisible rulebook had opened behind her eyes. 1 penny for inspection, she said before Ned could answer. Repair price after fault assessment. No promise of success, no dangerous modifications, and no work on live pressure chambers while the corridor is occupied. The Crown boy stared at her. Are you his solicitor? Only because he hasn't hired one. Ned wanted to object to being arranged like a market stall, but the red racer's axle was badly seated, not ruined, and the cracked enamel could be bound ugly enough to hold if the owner cared more about racing than looking admired. 2 pennies if you want it to run, he said. 3 if you want the side to look decent. The Crown boy looked offended by the prices, which told Ned he had asked too little and too much at once. At last he placed 2 pennies on the windowsill beside Rafik's slate. Run, then. Ned took the racer carefully. Arthur held the lamp closer. Beatrice suggested where the visible crack would offend least, and Livia made the owner repeat that he understood the repair would not restore tournament condition. Ned worked slowly, resetting the axle pin, filing a burr from the wheel cup, and binding the cracked side from inside with a strip of thin brass. When he wound the key and set the racer down, it rolled forward in a straight, irritated line. The crown boy picked it up, tested the wheel with his thumb, and gave Ned a stiff nod. Acceptable. Rafik swept the 2 pennies from the sill and dropped them into Ned's palm. Congratulations. Gear Company recognizes Vale and Associates, salvage engineers, racing consultants, and enemies of decorative incompetence. Ned closed his fingers around the coins before anyone could see how much they mattered. They were only 2 pennies. They would not buy a future, a proper tool chest, or even enough paper to write Matty as often as he wanted. But they had come from something broken made useful by his hands, and that made the small copper weight feel warmer than it had any right to be. 16. Manners and misfires. Ned had thought earning 2 pennies from repairs would make Monday easier. It did not. The coins still sat in his drawer, wrapped in a scrap of cloth like treasure too small to admit was treasure, but they could not help him when Gear Juniors were marched into the West reception room and told that survival sometimes depended on how one entered a parlor. The room was all polished floorboards, tall mirrors, stiff chairs, and pale afternoon light arranged to expose every scuffed boot and uncertain hand. Ned would rather have faced the racing corridor again with all the boilers overwound. Mistress Dacre stood beside a table set with calling cards, gloves, and 3 silver teaspoons placed at different angles. She was thin, upright, and dressed in slate blue silk beneath an academy teaching coat, with a gaze that made slouching feel like a punishable invention. Etiquette, she said, is not decoration. It is a defensive art conducted in public. Arthur straightened at once, which proved he had been trained by people who believed this already. Livia opened her notebook with the wary satisfaction of a girl meeting a system. Rafik looked interested in the way he looked at maps, as if every title and chair position might become a route. Ned tried to copy Arthur's posture and immediately felt as if his shoulders belonged to someone taller. You will learn formal entrance, bow and curtsy, proper address, introduction by rank, introduction by office, refusal without insult, apology without surrender, and departure without retreat, Mistress Dacre said. Mr. Vale, step forward. Ned's stomach dropped. Yes, ma'am. Not ma'am. In this room, until corrected, Mistress Dacre. Yes, Mistress Dacre. Approach Mr. Penrose as if he were the son of a minor baronet encountered at a supervised academy tea. Mr. Penrose, you will receive him without rescuing him. Arthur's face arranged itself into solemn encouragement, which was apparently not rescue only because Mistress Dacre allowed it. Ned walked across the floor, became violently aware of his boots, stopped too close, stepped back, and bowed. It felt too deep while he was doing it and not deep enough once finished. Arthur bowed in return. Mr. Vale. Ned looked at him, searched his head for the correct words, and found only the awful blankness that came before a machine failed. Mr. Penrose, he said. You have a room. Rafik made a strangled sound. Livia pressed her pencil against her mouth. Mistress Dacre's expression did not change, which made it worse. Arthur, heroic in disaster, inclined his head. Thank you, I have always felt fortunate in that respect. The room broke, not loudly enough to become rebellion, but enough that Ned's ears burned scarlet. Mistress Dacre tapped 1 silver spoon against the table. Again, this time, Mr. Vale, compliment neither architecture nor possession. Begin with acknowledgement, not inventory. The second attempt was not better so much as differently doomed. Ned remembered not to comment on the room, forgot where to put his hands, bowed too late, corrected too quickly, and nearly introduced Arthur to himself. By the 4th repetition, his collar felt tighter than any clamp in Resonance Hall, and every mirror in the reception room seemed to have been placed specifically to show him how badly a boy could stand while trying to stand correctly. Mistress Dacre finally lowered her spoon. Enough, Mr. Vale, observed Miss Ashcombe. Beatrice stepped forward from the line of students as if the polished floor had been built with her in mind. She did not look smug, which somehow made it worse. Her curtsy was small, clean, and precise, her chin lowered by exactly enough, her eyes neither challenging nor timid. When she rose, even the silence seemed to approve. You see, Mistress Dacre said. Ned did, unfortunately. Yes, Mistress Dacre. Then copy what can be copied and do not attempt what cannot. Miss Ashcombe, Correct him. Beatrice's composure flickered. Here? Unless you prefer the roof. A few students breathed laughter into their gloves. Beatrice crossed to Ned, stopped at a careful distance, and lowered her voice. Your bow begins in your shoulders because you are trying not to look frightened. Ned stiffened. I'm not frightened. No, she said. You're furious and embarrassed. It looks similar if one has not been taught the difference. He looked at her then, properly, and saw that she was not laughing at him. That almost made it harder. Have you been taught the difference? All my life. Beatrice reached toward his sleeve, paused for permission with a glance, and when he gave the smallest nod, adjusted the angle of his elbow. Do less. A bow is not an apology unless you make it one. You are acknowledging rank, not handing over your spine. Ned swallowed. It feels like handing it over. I know, Beatrice said, so quietly he almost missed it. That surprised him enough that his shoulders loosened. Beatrice stepped back. Now incline from here. Not that much. Stop trying to fold like a pocket knife. Yes, there. Ned bowed again. It still felt unnatural, but this time the movement did not make him feel as if he were asking the floor to accept him. Mistress Dacre tapped the spoon once. Better. Miss Ashcombe, your correction was useful. Mr. Vale, your resentment is less visible. This is progress. Ned was not sure whether that counted as praise, insult, or diagnosis. Beatrice returned to the line, and as she passed, she said under her breath, next time, do not begin by looking at the exits. Ned stared at her. You noticed that? Her mouth softened by less than a smile. Everyone trained for rooms like this notices exits. Some of us are simply taught to pretend we don't. The practical charm room should have been a relief after Mistress Dacre's mirrors. It had workbenches instead of polished chairs, tool racks instead of calling cards, and training rods laid in neat rows beneath small brass labels. Ned felt his shoulders loosen the moment he smelled chalk, warm metal, and old spellwork burned faintly into wood. Then Master Fen entered with an armful of crystal-capped practice frames, and relief became caution. Today's exercise is controlled levitation through a regulated tool, Fen said, setting the frames along the front bench. The crystal cap steadies flow for juniors. It is not the subject of the lesson. The charm is the subject of the lesson. Livia glanced at Ned. I heard him, Ned muttered. I said nothing. You looked. Arthur took one of the practice frames with care. It was a little brass arch mounted on a wooden handle, capped with a cloudy crystal bead no larger than a pea. A feather lay before each student, white, harmless, and smug in the way only school equipment could be smug. Fen demonstrated the charm once. His feather rose smoothly, hovered, turned, and settled again without so much as stirring the dust. Breath, wrist, word, intent, Fen said. Not force, not drama. Begin. The room filled with whispers, flickers, and feathers doing everything except obeying. Arthur's feather hopped sideways. Rafiq spun slowly in place and looked pleased with itself. Livia's rose a handspan, trembled, and settled while she frowned as if it had misquoted a statute. Ned lifted his practice frame, spoke the charm, and felt the crystal cap answer before the feather did. The answer pulled wrong, not dangerously wrong, and not broken, but the bead had a tiny hitch in it, a sticky pause where the charm's flow should have passed cleanly into the brass arch. Ned shifted his wrist, not toward the feather, but toward the bead. The feather shivered, the crystal bead brightened, the brass arch gave a sharp little click, and the feather shot upward, struck the ceiling, and burst into a drifting puff of barbs and fluff. Silence fell. A single feather scrap landed on Arthur's shoulder. Fen crossed the room quickly. Mr. Vale? Ned lowered the frame, cheeks burning. The crystal caught. The charm caught, Fen corrected, then took the frame and studied the cap. His expression changed. No, there is a flaw in the mounting paste. Small, but present. I tried to move around it, Ned said. You tried to tune a classroom stabilizer while casting a first-year levitation charm, Fen said, and his voice held too much interest. Ill-advised, but perceptive. From the doorway, where he had apparently arrived without anyone noticing, Master Ormond said, dangerous is the word you want. Fen turned. Master Ormond. Ormond looked at Ned, then at the exploded feather. If you watch the tool instead of the field, Mr. Vale, the field will kill you while you admire the tool's manners. Ned's hand tightened around the frame. For one miserable moment, He missed Mistress Dacre's mirrors. They had only shown him what he was doing wrong. They had not been able to explode. Fen surrendered the practice frame to Ormond with the expression of a scholar watching a book removed before the interesting chapter. Ormond weighed the little brass arch in one hand, then set it on the bench between Ned and the shredded remains of the feather. The other students had gone very still. Even the feathers seemed to be behaving out of fear. "Repeat the charm," Ormond said. Ned stared at him. "With that one? With your attention where it belongs." Fen cleared his throat. "Master Ormond, the mounting flaw remains present." "Then he knows not to chase it," Ormond said. "Mr. Vale?" Ned picked up the frame. The cloudy bead's hitch was still there, tugging at him like a loose thread on a sleeve. It wanted noticing. Worse, it wanted fixing. He could almost feel where the paste caught wrong beneath the cap, and his hand twitched before he stopped it. "Feather first," Ormond said. Ned set his jaw, looked at the new feather on the bench, and forced the crystal bead into the edge of his awareness instead of the middle. It was like hearing a dripping pipe and pretending not to count the drops. He breathed, moved his wrist, spoke the charm, and this time pushed the intent through the whole frame rather than down into the flaw. The feather rose. It wobbled, dipped, and nearly drifted sideways into Arthur's sleeve, but it rose. Ned held it there for 3 breaths, sweating harder than the work deserved, then lowered it until it touched the bench without exploding. Arthur exhaled as if he had been the one levitating. There, no ceiling involved. Rafik murmured, a triumph for feathers everywhere. Ormond took the frame back. Better. Not good. Better. Fen looked at Ned with a thoughtful brightness that still made Ned uneasy. "You perceived the flaw immediately. And nearly ruined the exercise because of it," Ormond said. The words landed hard because they were true. Ned looked at the harmless feather, then at the tiny crystal cap, and the whole day seemed to arrange itself into the same lesson. In the reception room, knowing where the exits were had not helped him bow. In the charm room, hearing the flawed mount had not helped him lift the feather. In Brassfield, a heroic charge without supply had stopped dead in the open. Strength in the wrong place was only another way to fail. Livia packed her notebook slowly. "So the skill is not just knowing the fault." "No," Ormond said, glancing toward Ned. "The skill is knowing whether the fault is yours to answer now." Ned hated that answer. He also knew he would remember it. Fen handed the flawed frame to an assistant for removal, and the ordinary noises of the lesson began again around them, softer than before. Ned lifted his next feather carefully and kept his eyes on the thing he had actually been asked to move. 17. Wand Crystal Right. The announcement came at breakfast, which Ned thought was unfair. A boy should be allowed to finish porridge before the academy reminded him that every ordinary object in his life was only temporary until the crown issued a more dangerous version. He had just managed to butter a heel of bread without thinking about flawed crystal caps when the dining hall bell struck twice, not for silence exactly, but for the kind of attention students gave when they knew rules were about to become unavoidable. Lady Principal Wycliffe stood at the head dais in a dark green morning coat, her silver hair pinned beneath a little black hat that made half the noble girls sit straighter without knowing they had done it. Beside her stood Master Harrow, Master Fen, Mistress Pike, and 3 adults in work leathers reinforced at the knees and elbows. The leathered adults did not look like teachers. They looked like people who had spent enough time underground to stop caring whether Stone admired them. "First-year students," Wycliffe said, her voice carrying cleanly beneath the crystal chandeliers. "This week begins the opening stage of your Wand Crystal Rite." The dining hall changed shape around the words. Forks paused. Someone dropped a spoon. A cluster of Crown Company students broke into excited whispers before a senior monitor glared them down. Arthur went very still, then looked delighted and terrified in equal measure. "We're going under Avalon?" he whispered. Livia had already produced a notebook from somewhere impossible. "Opening stage, not full claiming. Listen." Wycliffe continued. "You will be instructed in seam safety, tool handling, resonance discipline, and supervised descent procedure. No student will enter the old seam without ward or escort. No student will remove crystal without permission. No student will attempt private selection, private charging, private bonding, or any romantic nonsense involving destiny and dramatic bleeding." Rafik leaned toward Ned. "That last category also seems pointed." "It becomes pointed every year," Ned murmured, remembering the Crystal Hall assistant. Mistress Pike stepped forward when Wycliffe inclined her head. You'll use real tools. You'll keep your gloves on when told, your helmets fastened when told, and your clever ideas inside your skull unless invited out. Crystal in the earth is not a parlor ornament. It cuts, sings, misleads, and sometimes waits for idiots. Ned looked down at his hands. One still carried the faint tenderness of the dock burn. The other remembered every scrap he had sorted, mended, or wished he could afford. A crystal for his own focus should have sounded like wonder. Instead it felt like a door opening beneath his boots, and somewhere below that door, the earth had begun to hum. The equipment issue room had been built beside the old service stair, where stone dust lived permanently in the corners and every shelf smelled faintly of leather, lamp oil, and iron. Long tables held helmets, gloves, knee guards, canvas satchels, handpicks, measuring cords, chalk sticks, and little brass tags stamped with student numbers. Ned liked the room before he meant to. It did not have mirrors. It did not ask anyone to bow. It had tools laid out in rows, and tools made better promises than people because they were honest about what they could and could not do. That honesty did not survive contact with family money. By the time Gear Company arrived, several students from Crown and Lantern had already opened private cases on the side benches. One boy had gloves of black dragonhide so soft they folded like water. A girl displayed a family pick with a silver inlaid handle and a crystal gauge set into the head. Peregrine stood beside a narrow mahogany case lined in green cloth, lifting each inherited tool as if it deserved witnesses. Arthur looked down at the plain Academy pick waiting on the table and sighed. I knew I should have ridden home faster. Livia checked her assigned tag against the ledger. If you had, they would have sent you something expensive enough to make you panic about scratching it. That is a fair criticism, but I should have liked to panic handsomely. Ned picked up his issued gloves. They were thick, stiff, and smelled of storage, but the seams were sound. The pick had a wrapped grip, a clean edge, and no silver on it anywhere. He flexed his fingers inside the leather and felt, to his surprise, steadier. Mistress Pike moved along the tables, eyeing private equipment with visible suspicion. Family tools may be inspected and refused. If your grandfather's heirloom pick has sentimental cracks, decorative stupidity, or a grip designed for portraits rather than work, it stays above ground. Peregrine's chin lifted. This set has served my family for 3 generations. Then your family has had 3 generations to learn how to oil a hinge, Pike said, taking the mahogany case and testing the clasp. Adequate. Don't preen. It weakens the wrists. A few students turned away quickly. Ned looked down before Peregrine could catch his expression. The issuing clerk pushed a helmet toward Ned. Vale, Edmund, Standard Junior Kit. Sign here. Ned signed, still slow enough that the letters felt built rather than written. The helmet was heavier than he expected, black-rimmed and dented at one side from some older student's remembered mistake. He ran a thumb over the dent and found himself liking it. Someone had worn it, struck stone or beam, survived, and returned it to be used again. Rafik slung his plain satchel over one shoulder. You look pleased. It fits, Ned said. Arthur blinked. The helmet? The kit. Ned tucked the chalk into its loop and tightened the satchel strap. Doesn't know my name. Doesn't care who owned it before. It just works if I use it right. Pike, passing behind him, paused long enough to hear. There are worse philosophies, Mr. Vale. Keep that one polished. The safety lesson took place in the old drill chamber beyond the issue room, where the floor sloped slightly toward a black stone drain and the walls bore the scars of generations of tools swung badly before they were swung well. The students stood in kit with helmets tucked under their arms, looking half like miners, half like children playing at being useful. Ned could feel the room sorting them differently from the reception parlor. Fine gloves still looked fine, but a loose strap, a badly balanced pick, or a satchel hung where it would catch on stone mattered more than a family name. Pike walked between the rows and corrected without mercy. Helmet strap under the chin, Mr. Penrose, unless you intend to protect the back of your neck from falling thoughts. Miss Vale, that pick is too long for your reach. Mr. Roth, if the grip is polished enough to slip, wrap it. Yes, I know it's pretty. So are funerals from a distance. Peregrine's mouth tightened, but he wrapped the grip. Fenn stood beside a table of raw crystal samples, his excitement held in by discipline and not entirely succeeding. You will hear many foolish things about the right before the week is over. That the crystal chooses you. That blood awakens it. That noble lines call to deeper seams. Set such stories aside. Resonance is relationship between structure and response. A personal focus must suit your hand, your field, your casting habits, and your discipline. Romance makes poor insulation. Arthur whispered, "There goes destiny." Rafik murmured back, "Do not worry. It will return in a cheaper hat." Harrow's voice cut through the whispering from the far end of the chamber. Destiny does not hold a cracked lift array together. Neither does enthusiasm. Raw crystal can carry stress you cannot see, answer one student and burn another, or lie quietly until mishandled. If you are told to stop, you stop. If you sense something, you report. If you believe yourself specially exempt from procedure, inform me now so I may disappoint you early. No one volunteered. Ormond stepped forward last, which somehow made even the tools seem to stand straighter. You are not descending for treasure. You are descending into a working seam beneath an academy full of children, engines, wards, and old stone. You will move in pairs. You will keep spacing. You will not run, shove, posture, wander, or test courage by stupidity. Courage underground is quiet feet and obeyed orders. Ned looked at the raw crystals on the table. Some were clear and fine enough to tempt the eye. Others were smoky, crooked, dull, or veined with mineral shadow. He found himself looking longest at the ugly ones, wondering what they held because no one had yet taught them to look valuable. Pike saw where his gaze had gone. "No one should command a focus they have never worked for," she said, not loudly, but the sentence settled through the chamber. "You'll sweat for it. You'll listen. You'll learn that power begins as material that does not owe you obedience." Ned's fingers tightened around his helmet. Wonder rose in him, unwelcome and stubborn. So did fear. For once, neither one seemed foolish. The descent began after supper, when the upper corridors had gone dim and the academy seemed to hold its breath around the first years. They were led in pairs down the old service stair, past lamp niches and blackstone bands set into the walls, until the air turned cooler and tasted faintly of metal. Ned walked beside Arthur because the pairing slate had said so, though Arthur kept glancing at the helmets, the tools, and the warders ahead as if the whole thing might become glorious if he looked at it from the proper angle. "Still thinking about destiny?" Ned asked. Arthur fastened his helmet strap with more force than necessary. "I am thinking about quiet feet and obeyed orders." "That sounds painful." "It is murder on the imagination." At the bottom of the stair, the passage opened into a loading chamber cut from blackstone and old gray rock. Rails ran across the floor into a square iron cage suspended over a shaft. The cage had brass mesh sides, a gate with 3 locks, and a roof marked by pale crystal lamps set inside protective hoops. A steam winch stood at one side of the chamber, thick cables wound around its drum, while a warder in a dark bronze coat checked each coupling with the attention of someone who believed gravity was not a theory. Pike stood by the gate. Pairs in, hands inside the mesh, no leaning, no dropping anything for drama. If your helmet falls, it remains braver than you and continues alone. Rafik stepped in behind Livia and looked down through the cage floor. "That is a considerable amount of down." Livia gripped the rail. "Thank you, I hadn't identified the direction." Beatrice entered with controlled steps, her family gloves replaced by academy leather. Peregrine followed with his wrapped heirloom pick and a face set carefully between pride and nerves. Ned took his place beside Arthur and tried not to stare into the shaft. He had known height on dock towers and skyship gantries, but this was the opposite of height, a depth that seemed to wait rather than fall. The warder closed the gate. 3 locks turned, the steam winch gave a low cough, then a steady pull, and the cage dropped slowly into the dark. The academy changed above them. Stone swallowed the dining hall, the mirrors, the common room, the racing corridor, and every safe foolish noise students made when they believed teachers were not listening. The shaft walls slid past in bands of blackstone, timber braces, old carved numbers, and damp mineral seams that caught the cage lamps and returned them in brief, cold glints. The cable groaned. Somewhere far below, water ticked in steady drops. Then Ned heard it. Not with his ears alone. The hum rose through the cage floor, through his boots, through the bones of his ankles and the tender place behind his teeth. It was not like the dock crystals, caged in brass and made to lift ships. It was wider, slower, less obedient. The earth itself seemed to be thinking in pressure and glass. Arthur glanced at him. Ned? Ned swallowed, one gloved hand tightening on the rail before he made himself loosen it. It sounds different down here. Across the cage, Harrow looked up from the depth gauge. Good. Remember that difference. Machines are built around crystal. The seam is what crystal was before we taught ourselves to give orders. The cage descended farther, and the hum thickened until Ned could feel separate notes moving under the main sound, some clear, some smoky, some so faint they felt like lights behind closed eyes. Fear moved in him, but wonder moved beside it. For once, neither seemed willing to step aside for the other. 18. Under Avalon. The cage settled with a heavy iron sigh that traveled up through Ned's boots and into his knees. The warder opened the gate only after checking 3 gauges, touching a brass key to the lock plate, and listening for an answering click from somewhere inside the wall. No one moved until Pike lifted one hand. Out in pairs, she said. Step where the lamps mark the floor. If you cannot see a lamp, you cannot see permission. Arthur went first, then Ned, and the mine received them with cool air and a smell of wet stone, old timber, lamp oil, and something sharper beneath it all. The tunnel beyond the loading chamber was wider than Ned had expected, not a storybook cave but a working place. Rails ran down its center, worn bright along the top. Timber braces held the ceiling at regular intervals, each beam marked with dates, inspection stamps, and little carved initials from hands long gone. Blackstone posts stood between the braces, carrying ward plates that glimmered when students passed too close. A worker in a leather cap pushed an empty ore barrow along the rails and gave the first years a look that combined amusement, pity, and professional judgment. Fresh set, then? Regrettably, Pike said. The worker grinned. Mind the third brace after the bend. Drips right down the collar if you stand gawping. Rafik glanced upward at once. Noted with gratitude. Do not thank men for warning you about water, Livia said, though she stepped slightly aside when they reached the bend. The seam began as a scattered glimmer in the walls, little threads of pale blue and smoky white caught inside the rock. Then the tunnel widened into a chamber where raw crystal showed itself properly. It grew in veins, shelves, and awkward clusters, some clear as frozen rain, some clouded with gray, some dark enough to drink the lamplight and return only a faint inner pulse. None of it looked like the polished stones in jewelers' windows. It looked stubborn, half-hidden, and alive in the way a boiler seemed alive when pressure gathered inside it. A warder placed herself before the nearest cluster. No touching, no leaning close, no testing whether it answers your name. It does not. Arthur whispered, there goes destiny again. Ned barely heard him. The chamber hummed through the rails, through the ward posts, through the damp soles of his boots. Workers moved at the far side with picks, wedges, measuring cords, and blackstone-lined trays, guided by a gray-haired surveyor who marked the rock before anyone struck it. The sight steadied Ned more than any speech. Even here, beneath all Avalon's ceremony, power came out of the earth by labor, caution, and hands that knew where to place a tool. Harrow stopped beside him. Well, Mr. Vale? Ned looked at the crystal seam, then at the workers, then at the rails worn bright by barrows. It's beautiful, he said slowly, but it's not pretending to be safe. Harrow's mouth moved by the smallest fraction. A useful first assessment. Keep it. The first workstation waited beyond the wide chamber, where the seam narrowed and the floor had been boarded over damp stone. Ward lamps marked a safe line in pale green, and a surveyor with chalk on his sleeves showed them how to set measuring cord against the rock without brushing the crystal. No one was mining yet. The exercise was humbler and, to Ned, more sensible. Check the brace stamps, mark the drip lines, identify loose scree, and learn where tools belonged before anyone trusted children near a seam. Arthur stared at the assignment slate. We came all the way underground to inspect timber? Pike, who had ears like a trap snapping shut, turned. Yes, Mr. Penrose. The ceiling is traditional in that it prefers staying above your head. We encourage that preference. Rafik crouched near the rail and examined the floor slope. Water runs toward that drain, but the rail bed dips before it reaches it. The surveyor glanced at him. Good eye. Chalk it. Livia wrote down every instruction with grim delight. This is already better than etiquette. The stones do not require introductions. They still outrank us, Arthur said, looking upward. Ned moved along the marked line with his measuring cord and felt an old part of himself settle. This was not a parlor, a classroom charm, or a hall full of adults measuring what answered when he arrived. This was work. The brace near the bend had a dark stain beneath one joint, not rot yet, but damp enough to matter. A wedge had been driven half a finger too shallow into a support block. One of the black stone ward posts had dust gathered on the wrong side, where air should have moved cleanly past it. He marked each fault in chalk and kept going. "Mr. Vale," the surveyor said after the third mark. "You have done this before?" "Not mines," Ned said. "Docks, gantries, lift towers, places where things fall if men pretend they won't." The surveyor gave a short approving grunt. Same family of stupidity, different roof. A few noble students were less convinced. A Crown Company girl held her pick away from her skirt as if the tool might insult the fabric. Another boy tried to scrape mud from his boot on the rail until Pike's look made him discover better judgment. Peregrine did not complain, but Ned saw him hesitate before kneeling near a damp patch, and that small pause was almost more honest than speech. Then Beatrice stepped past him, lowered herself carefully onto one knee, and set her measuring cord against the rock without letting it slacken. Her gloves darkened with wet grit. She noticed Ned looking and lifted one eyebrow. "Is my form offensive?" "No," Ned said, "Caught. It's careful." "It had better be. Mistress Pike is behind me." Pike was indeed behind her. Miss Ashcombe is correct. Terror sharpens technique. Beatrice's mouth twitched, but she kept her eyes on the cord. Ned watched her mark the measurement cleanly, then pass the chalk to the next student without fuss. Polished or not, she did the work as if doing it badly would shame her more than dirt ever could. Ned respected that before he had time to decide whether he wanted to. The second station allowed students nearer the seam, though nearer still meant 2 warders, 1 surveyor, and Pike watching as if every first year had arrived carrying concealed stupidity. The chamber narrowed into a side pocket where the crystal grew less prettily, crowded into the rock in smoky knots and crooked little shelves. Most eyes went at once to a clear cluster high on the wall, where pale blue light trembled inside long clean points. Arthur stared up at it. "That one looks like it belongs in a sword." "It belongs in the wall until told otherwise," Pike said. Fenn moved along the marked line with a brass resonance rod, letting each student hold the handle while he guided the tip near different outcrops. "You are not choosing. You are observing response. Beauty is not suitability. Size is not strength. Clarity is not obedience." Peregrine's rod chimed faintly near a slender white vein, and he looked pleased despite trying to hide it. Beatrice's answered a small blue point with a clean, bright note that made Fenn murmur approval. Arthur's rod gave a warm little pulse near a broad milky shelf, which delighted him until Harrow said, "Do not look flattered by geology, Mr. Penrose." Ned waited his turn with the hum pressing at him from too many sides. The clear cluster sang prettily, but prettily was almost the problem. It slid past him without catching, like polished boots on wet stone. A darker seam near the floor tugged harder, but when Fenn brought the rod down, Ned's teeth tightened in warning. Too sharp, too hungry at the edge. Then he noticed the ugly shard. It sat half hidden behind a lip of gray rock, smoky brown at one end and dull blue at the other, with a crooked shape no jeweler would forgive. Dust clung to it. A thin mineral line crossed its face like an old scar. It did not sing. It held. The pressure of it met Ned's senses with a stubborn steadiness that felt less like invitation than endurance. "That one," Ned said before he meant to. Fenn followed his gaze and frowned. "That fragment?" Harrow looked too, and his expression closed. Pike crouched, not touching the shard. Awkward seat. Hard to cut clean. "It's steady," Ned said. "Not loud, not pretty, but steady." Fenn hesitated long enough for several students to lean closer despite the warder's warning look. "It may be unsuitable for a first focus." "Maybe," Harrow said. "Test it." Fenn brought the resonance rod near. The rod did not chime. It gave a low, rough pulse that traveled through Ned's boots and settled in his hand as if something had remembered the shape of work. Harrow studied him. "Under supervision, Mr. Vale, you may mark it for claim. Mark only. No touching." Ned took the chalk Pike handed him and drew a careful circle on the stone beneath the shard. His hand shook once, then steadied. The ugly little crystal waited in the wall, smoky and scarred and not pretending to be anything else. Ned's chalk circle remained on the stone while the other students took their turns, and he found it hard not to look back at it. The clear clusters answered some hands, the milky shelves answered others, and one bright blue needle gave a ringing note for a lantern company girl so pure that several students sighed as if they had witnessed a proposal. The ugly shard did nothing dramatic. It waited behind its lip of rock, half dust and shadow, and somehow that felt more honest. Peregrine marked the slender white vein that had chimed for him, his chalk line neat enough to look pre-approved. He glanced at Ned's circle and then at the awkward fragment inside it. "A difficult cut," he said. Ned heard the politeness first and the judgment beneath it second. "Mistress Pike said that. She was warning you." "She does that." Peregrine looked as though he might say more, but Beatrice, kneeling near her own marked blue point, spoke without looking up. "A difficult cut is not the same as a poor choice." Pike gave a low approving grunt from behind the warder. "Correct. An easy stone poorly suited is still wrong. A stubborn stone properly suited is only work." Arthur leaned close to Ned and whispered, "I believe your crystal has acquired a reputation for character." "It's a rock," Ned whispered back. "So are castles. People still boast about them." The surveyor came through with a brass tag rod and recorded each mark. When he reached Ned's circle, he paused, checked the seam from 2 angles, and scratched the tag number onto his slate. Awkward seat. "We'll want a narrow wedge and patient hands." "I can do patient," Ned said, then remembered to add, "sir." The surveyor's eyes twitched with amusement. "Underground, patient is worth more than sir." A soft click moved through the nearest ward plate before the group turned back toward the main tunnel. Ned noticed because the seam around his marked shard seemed to answer it a heartbeat late, not wrong enough to speak of, but wrong enough to leave a taste like old pennies on his tongue. He looked at the blackstone post. Dust had gathered along one edge, just as it had at the workstation, except here the air was still. Harrow saw him looking. "Report if you have something." Ned hesitated. The lesson from Ormond sat fresh and uncomfortable in his head. The fault was not his to answer now. That did not mean it should be swallowed. "That ward plate clicked after the others," he said. "Only a little." Harrow turned to the warder. "Mark plate 7 for inspection." The warder did not argue. She tied a yellow ribbon to the post, wrote in her book, and motioned the students onward. Ned followed the line back toward the cage with the ugly shard's low pulse still sitting in his hand and the yellow ribbon bright in the corner of his eye. For once, he had not reached. He had still been heard. 19. The Shard and the Shape. Morning found the first years above ground again, which should have made the seam feel distant. It did not. Ned carried it with him through breakfast, through the corridor outside the workshop wing, and into the long, bright room where Wandrite Elias Tallow had arranged the marked student shards in blackstone trays. Each tray bore a brass number, a chalk mark copied from the mine, and a paper slip with the student's name written so neatly that even Ned's looked official. His shard waited in tray 17, uglier under workshop light than it had been underground. Without the mine's dark around it, the smoky brown end looked muddy, the dull blue end looked bruised, and the mineral scar across its face seemed less like character and more like damage. Peregrine's slender white vein lay nearby in a narrow tray of its own, pale and elegant even before cutting. Beatrice's blue point caught the light cleanly. Arthur's milky shelf glowed with a warm, soft promise that made him look as if the stone had personally reassured him. Peregrine glanced at Ned's tray. "I see the dock aesthetic has followed you underground." Ned's hand tightened on the edge of the workbench. It answered. "So does an alarm bell," Peregrine said. "One does not wear it in a wand." Arthur opened his mouth, but Tallow arrived before he could turn loyalty into disaster. The Wandrite was a compact man with silver spectacles, sleeves rolled to the elbow, and hands so steady they made the cutting tool seem nervous by comparison. Mr. Roth, if elegance alone made a proper focus, half the court would cast better than the Royal Ward Office. They do not. Kindly allow the stones to embarrass or vindicate themselves in sequence. Pike, leaning against a side bench with a cup of tea that looked undeservedly relaxed, added, "And if you insult a stone before it's mounted, at least be clever enough that I enjoy hearing it." Peregrine inclined his head with careful control. "Of course, sir, Mistress Pike." Tallow set a magnifying lens over Ned's shard and adjusted the brass arm until the scar leapt into sharp relief. "Now, Mr. Vale. First rule of shaping a focus crystal. We do not cut to make it pretty. We cut to reveal what answer can survive use. Ned looked at the crooked shard, then at the fine saws, files, clamps, and polishing papers laid beside it. What if making it neat takes away what answered? Then neatness would be the wrong shape, Tallow said. Your task today is not to impress Mr. Roth, the court, the crown, or your own wounded pride. Your task is to learn what the shard will let you remove. Tallow did not let anyone begin with cutting. That disappointed half the room and relieved the other half. He made them sit first, hands folded away from the trays, while he passed each student a slate, a grease pencil, and a brass-framed magnifier that made every flaw look like a landscape. Draw what is there, he said. Not what you wish were there, not what your family crest expects, and not what would look handsome mounted in polished walnut. Shape begins with honest sight. Arthur bent over his milky shard with heroic seriousness. Mine appears to have a cloud shaped like a horse. Then draw the cloud, not the horse, Tallow said without looking up. Rafik leaned toward Ned's tray. Yours looks like a bad weather report. Ned glanced at him. That your official systems language? Preliminary poetic assessment. Livia, already drawing in tight, careful lines, murmured, preliminary nonsense, but affectionate. Ned put the magnifier over his shard and tried to draw the thing honestly. The first line came too neat. He rubbed it away with his thumb, leaving a gray smear on the slate, and began again. Crooked top, scar line across the face, brown smoke at one end, dull blue weight near the other. The ugly shard resisted being made simple even in chalk. Tallow came to his shoulder. You are drawing around the scar. Ned looked down. He was. His sketch had curved away from it, leaving the mineral line thinner and less troublesome than it was. It looks like a crack. It may be one. It may be a growth boundary. It may be a stress memory. Avoiding it will not improve your understanding. Ned pressed the pencil harder and drew the line properly, jagged and dark. The shard's low pulse seemed to settle when he did it, not louder, just steadier. There. Better. Now mark what may be removed. Ned stared. The obvious answer was the chipped brown edge, but when he imagined filing it flat, the steady feeling thinned. He moved the pencil to a smaller spur near the back, no bigger than a fingernail clipping. This bit, maybe. Pike had wandered close enough to hear. Maybe is not a cut. This bit, Ned said, though his stomach tightened. Tallow set a narrow file beside the tray. Then removed dust, not shape. 3 passes. Stop. Listen. Report. Ned fixed the shard gently in the padded clamp, touched file to stone, and drew it once across the tiny spur. The sound went through his glove, his wrist, and his teeth. By the 3rd pass, a pinch of dull crystal dust lay on the black cloth, and the shard's pulse had not weakened. Tallow nodded. Good. You have removed almost nothing and learned something. This is often the beginning of craft. Around him, the workshop settled into the anxious music of first attempts. Files whispered against crystal. Magnifiers creaked on brass arms. Someone breathed too hard through their nose until Pike told them that panic was not a cutting fluid. Arthur removed one pale shaving from the edge of his milky shelf and looked so relieved that Ned nearly laughed. Beatrice worked more slowly, turning her blue point after each pass and sketching the change before touching the file again. Peregrine, unfortunately, was good. His hands were careful, his grip clean, his inherited tools beautifully balanced. He cut the slender white vein with a jeweler's neatness, removing tiny fragments that fell like frost into the cloth beneath his clamp. The shard looked finer each time he turned it. Ned hated how much he noticed that. Tallow noticed too. Mr. Roth, stop. Peregrine lifted the file at once. Sir? What did the stone do when you made the last pass? It cleaned the edge. That is what your eye wanted. What did the stone do? Peregrine's face stilled. The pitch thinned. And yet you cut. Tallow took the magnifier and lowered it over the white shard. You are shaping toward elegance faster than the stone can afford. Another pass in that direction and you will have a beautiful pour focus. The room's attention sharpened. Peregrine's color rose, but he bowed his head a fraction. I understand. Do you? Pike asked from the side bench. Or do you merely dislike being corrected in front of witnesses? Peregrine's jaw worked once. Both, Mistress Pike. Pike's mouth twitched. That, at least, is honest enough to build on. Ned looked back at his own shard and the small pile of dull dust beneath the filed spur. The dust still caught the light faintly. Not much, not enough for court pins or proud windows, but enough that throwing it away felt wrong. He reached for the brush, then stopped because Tallow had not told him to. Tallow's gaze moved to him. Question, Mr. Vale? Is the dust waste? Several students glanced over, and Ned braced for laughter. Instead, Pike set down her teacup with interest. Sometimes, Tallow said, sometimes not. Ned touched the edge of the black cloth. It still holds a little. Not like the shard, more like. He searched for the right words and found a dock answer. Warm ash after the coal's gone dull. Pike came closer and peered at the dust. Good. Collected clean. That can go into paste, inlay, small circuit fills, repair work, training slates, cheap charm goods, or mistakes we pretend were experiments. So not waste, Ned said. Not if someone can use it, Pike said, and there was enough approval in her voice to make his ears warm. Peregrine looked at the dust, then at Ned's ugly shard, and said nothing. For once, nothing was better than cleverness. Ned brushed the grains carefully into the little paper fold Tallow gave him and labeled it with his tray number, feeling as though he had saved a piece of the answer rather than swept away a mess. By the final hour, every tray held less crystal than it had at morning, and no one looked quite as triumphant as they had expected to. The clean stones had revealed hidden stubbornness. The ugly stones had kept secrets. Arthur's milky shard had lost a corner he had meant to save and gained a steadier pulse because of it. Beatrice's blue point was still beautiful, but one side had been left rough after Tallow warned her that polish could silence an answering face. Ned's shard had changed least to the eye and most beneath his hand. The little spur was gone. The scar remained. The muddy brown end still looked muddy, and the dull blue end still looked bruised, but the whole thing sat in the clamp with a low steadiness that no longer felt buried under awkward edges. It was not pretty. It was clearer. Tallow placed a brass template beside it. The template showed possible mounting lines, not cuts exactly, but future decisions: grip angle, seating depth, pressure face, channel edge. You will not mount today, he said. A first focus is not made in one lesson. It is argued into usefulness over time. Arthur looked up from his slate. Do they always argue back? The good ones do, Tallow said. Rafik tilted his head toward Ned's tray. Mr. Vale's appears to argue in dockyard language. Ned did not look away from the shard. At least it says what it means. Pike made a satisfied sound. That may be the kindest insult anyone has given a rock in my workshop. Peregrine closed his tool case more softly than usual. He looked toward his own white shard, now less elegant than it had been an hour ago and stronger for the loss. Sir, he said to Tallow, and the word seemed to cost him care. If the correct shape is not the most refined shape, how does one know when to stop? Tallow removed his spectacles and polished one lens with a clean cloth. When the stone answers better than your pride complains. For a moment, no one spoke. Even Pike looked pleased enough to let the silence stand. Ned brushed the last visible dust into the labeled paper fold and set it beside his tray. The shard's pulse moved through the bench, not loud, not bright, but present. He thought of the seam underground, of tools that did not care who held them, of ugly repairs that held, and of 2 pennies wrapped in cloth because useful work could become value if someone trusted it. Tallow covered each tray with a thin black cloth before dismissal. When he reached Ned's, he paused. You have chosen a difficult stone. Ned glanced at the hidden shape beneath the cloth. It chose difficult first. Tallow's mouth curved. A fair answer. Bring patience tomorrow. 20. Mounting lines. Patience, Ned discovered, looked a great deal like being told not to touch anything interesting for nearly an hour. The next morning in Tallow's workshop, every student found their tray uncovered, their shard checked, their dust packet logged, and their tools laid out with deliberate restraint. No files waited at Ned's place. No saws, only a brass template, 3 strips of soft lead, a wooden practice grip, and a note in Tallow's hand. Fit before force. Arthur read it over his shoulder. That sounds like advice from several subjects at once. It sounds like a trap, Ned said. It is a principle, Tallow said, passing behind them with a tray of brass collars. Principles become traps only when students believe they have found exceptions. Rafik leaned toward his own tray, where his narrow gray shard sat between two alignment rods. I feel accused by the furniture. You often should, Livia said, already measuring the angle of her crystal against her practice grip. Tallow set a rough wooden handle in front of Ned. It was plain, unvarnished, and cut with 3 possible seating grooves. No crystal enters a wand body until the student understands how it wishes to sit. Lead first. If the impression is wrong, you ruin lead. If you begin with arrogance, you ruin your focus. Ned picked up the first strip of lead. It bent softly under his thumb, obedient in a way the shard would never be. That made him nervous. He placed it into the shallow groove Tallow indicated, then set the covered shape of his crystal against it, not pressing, only letting weight and angle speak. The scarred edge tilted away from the center line at once. That's crooked, Arthur said. Yes, Ned said. Is it meant to be? Ned listened through his fingers. The low pulse that had steadied under the file yesterday felt muffled when he tried to force the shard straight in his mind. When he let it sit slightly off-center, the answer cleared. It doesn't like the middle. Peregrine looked up from his own neat arrangement. A wand focus that refuses the center. How inconvenient. Before Ned could answer, Beatrice said from 2 benches away, a courtier who refuses the truth is more inconvenient. We still build rooms around them. Tallow coughed once into his hand, which might have been laughter if anyone had been brave enough to claim it. Pike didn't bother hiding her grin. Ned pressed the lead carefully, making a shallow impression of the shard's awkward angle. It was not elegant, it was not symmetrical, but when he lifted the crystal away, the shape left behind looked less like a mistake than a place waiting to become useful. The second strip of lead behaved worse because Ned trusted it too soon. He set the shard at the same off-center angle, pressed with what felt like careful pressure, and watched the soft metal buckle higher on one side than the other. The result looked like a shoe made for a foot that had lost an argument with a cartwheel. Arthur leaned closer. That seems less waiting to be useful and more waiting to bite. It slipped, Ned said. Tallow's shadow crossed the bench. No, you hurried. Ned's face heated. I pressed too hard. That is one way hurry shows itself. Tallow picked up the spoiled strip with tweezers and held it to the light. Lead forgives pressure by recording it. Crystal forgives much less. Across the room, Peregrine's first impression sat straight, neat, and visibly correct beside his tray. He did not say anything, which was becoming one of his more pointed habits. Ned hated that too. Beatrice came to the corner of Ned's bench with her own practice grip in hand. You're trying to prove the first one was not luck. Ned glanced up. Are you correcting me again? Apparently I have developed a hobby. She set her grip down, showing him the faint impression left by her blue point. It was clean but shallow, and one side had been abandoned rather than forced. Mine wanted less depth than I expected. I wanted it seated securely. Tallow said I was confusing trapped with held. Pike called from behind them, an excellent summary. Use it before I charge tuition twice. Ned looked back at his spoiled lead. Trapped with held. The words settled beside Ormond's lesson about faults and timing, beside the seam's slow hum, beside the ugly shard's refusal to sit where symmetry wanted it. He took the third strip and did not put it into the groove at once. Instead, he rested the shard beside it and watched the way its scar line angled away from the center. Rafik wandered past with his gray shard balanced in its template. I would like to report that mine prefers to sit like a bureaucrat in a railway office, narrow, inconvenient, and certain it knows the timetable. Then mount it where the timetable works, Livia said. Ned smiled despite himself, then placed the lead into the groove and lowered the shard again. This time he did not press. He let the weight settle, adjusted the angle by less than a breath, and held still until the low pulse came clear through the bench. Only then did he take the padded tool and make the impression in 3 gentle touches instead of one determined shove. When he lifted the crystal away, the lead held a crooked, shallow, undeniable shape. Tallow nodded. There. Held, not trapped. Ned let out a breath he had not meant to keep. It feels steadier. It should, Tallow said. You stop trying to win against the material. The next lesson was worse because it looked simple. Tallow gave each student a blunt marking stylus, a pot of black paste, and a narrow brass guide shaped like a bent ruler. The wooden practice grips had to be marked with mounting lines, not decorative lines, not family lines, not hopeful lines. Each groove would eventually tell pressure where to travel. A wrong line could waste power, strain the crystal, or make a clean charm stumble at the hand. Draw the path before you cut the path, Tallow said. A line is a promise made to future force. Do not make promises because they look pleasing. Ned stared at the crooked impression in his lead and the practice grip beneath it. If the shard sat off-center, the main channel could not run straight down the middle. A straight line would be tidy, which meant the room wanted it, and Peregrine's bench already had a clean central mark that looked born respectable. Ned set the brass guide along his grip, then moved it aside again. Arthur leaned over. I am beginning to suspect straight lines are a conspiracy. They're useful when the thing is straight, Ned said. Rare, in my experience. Livia, working from a careful diagram of her own seating, did not look up. Straight lines are not moral. They're conditional. Rafik gave her an admiring look. You make geometry sound like Parliament. Ned dipped the stylus into the paste and brought it toward the grip. His first instinct was to run the channel beneath the blue end, where the shard felt strongest. Then the pressure dulled in his fingers, not refusal exactly, but warning. He paused. The scar line needed room. The brown end, muddy and unimpressive, carried steadiness through the body of the shard. If he ignored it, the focus would pull bright and thin instead of low and firm. Tallow stopped at his bench. You have frozen. I nearly drew the easy line, Ned said. Why didn't you? Because the ugly end matters. Pike, from the side bench, made a pleased noise. Put that on a crest and watch 3 noble families faint. Ned smiled despite himself, then set the brass guide at a shallow angle and drew the first line from the brown end down toward the grip's base. It looked wrong until he drew the second line, shorter and lighter, meeting it from the blue end like a side road joining a main track. The 2 strokes dried black against the pale wood. Tallow bent close, spectacles low on his nose. Explain. Ned touched the air above the lines, not the paste. The bright part answers faster, but the dull part holds better. If the bright line leads, it pulls thin. If the dull line carries first, the bright part can answer without dragging everything sideways. For a moment, Tallow said nothing. Then he nodded once. Good. You are beginning to hear shape as sequence. The testing frame waited at the end of the bench like a verdict in brass. It was not a wand body, Tallow reminded them twice, but a training cradle, wooden grip below, crystal seated above, mounting lines copied in temporary paste, and a tiny pulse wheel that could send the gentlest possible charge through the pattern. Even so, several students looked as if the frame might bite. You will test response, not power, Tallow said. If your line smokes, stalls, flashes, squeals, or attempts philosophy, you will release the wheel and step back. Arthur looked at his milky shard with concern. What does philosophy look like in a mounting line? Usually expensive, Rafik said. Ned set his practice grip into the cradle and tightened the side clamp until the wood held. The shard sat crooked in its lead impression, scar line angled away, dull brown end lower than any sensible design would have placed it. His black paste lines looked even stranger under the test lens, the main channel sloping from the ugly end and the brighter branch joining late. He could feel Peregrine looking, but this time the look did not sting as sharply. The shape had reasons, even if it had no manners. Tallow rested 2 fingers on the pulse wheel. Ready? Ned swallowed. Yes, sir. Hand on the grip. Do not command. Receive. The first pulse traveled through the frame with a soft click. Ned felt it enter the brown end, low and heavy, then move along the slanted line as if a barrow had found a rail. The blue end answered a heartbeat later, brightening the path without dragging it thin. The whole practice grip warmed under his palm. Not much, just enough to feel like a machine settling into motion instead of shaking itself apart. Tallow watched the small gauge. Again. The second pulse ran cleaner. The third made the shard give a low note that was almost too rough to be called music. Ned's fingers tightened, then eased when he remembered not to trap the thing. The note steadied. Behind him, Beatrice said quietly, "It holds." Peregrine, after a silence too long to be accidental, added, "It is less ugly when it works." Pike snorted. "Generous as a tax rebate, Mr. Roth." Ned looked down at the crooked shard and the awkward lines that carried it. "It's still ugly." Tallow released the pulse wheel and lifted the frame from the cradle. Ugly is a verdict from the eye. Useful is a verdict from the work. You are learning which court matters first. Ned touched the wooden grip once after Tallow set it down. The warmth was fading already, but the memory of the line remained in his hand, crooked, stubborn, and clear. 21. First small commission. The next time Ned entered Pike's workshop, the crooked warmth of his practice grip still seemed to live in his hand. Mounting lines had made him think about force as a promise, and now every broken thing on the benches looked less like rubbish and more like an argument waiting for someone patient enough to hear both sides. Pike set a cracked brass-field mech piece in front of him without ceremony, its little brass legs folded under a body of chipped enamel and dull crystal. "Your repaired infantry marker held last week," she said. "This one is harder. Projection core split, leg joint loose, and some clever child tried to mend the body with sealing wax." Ned bent over the piece, already frowning. "That weren't clever." "Wasn't," Livia corrected from the next bench, where she was labeling vials of approved sweepings for Pike with the severity of a court clerk. Ned did not look up. "That wasn't clever." Pike's mouth twitched. "Better grammar, same verdict. Continue." The mech was no larger than Ned's thumb, but under the magnifier it became a battlefield of bad choices. The crystal sliver in its chest had cracked along one side, not enough to kill the projection, but enough to make the tiny illusion limp whenever the table tried to read it. The brass leg had been pinched tighter to hide the wobble, which meant the joint held only by friction and spite. Ned touched the casing with a probe, then drew back as the crystal answered with a faint, scratchy pulse. Arthur leaned in from the end of the bench, hands safely behind his back because Pike had already looked at him once. "Can it be saved?" "Most things can be saved badly," Pike said. "The question is whether Mr. Vale can save it honestly." Ned glanced at the little packet of gray-blue powder beside his tray. It was sweepings from his own shaping work, logged, weighed, and approved after Pike made him copy the safety rule twice. Rich students had laughed at him for wanting dust. Now the dust looked like exactly what the cracked core needed. "If I fill the split with powder paste, it'll carry the reed across the crack. Not strong, but enough for a table." "And the joint?" Pike asked. "Don't pinch it harder. Cut the wax out, set a brass pin through the old hole, and leave it ugly where the casing's already ugly." Pike nodded toward the tools. "Then make ugly earn its place." Ned worked slowly, scraping out the old wax in pale curls and setting them aside as if even foolishness deserved evidence. He mixed the crystal powder with binding gum until it held a dull shine, then pressed it into the split with the smallest spatula on the tray. It dried darker than the original crystal, a crooked seam through the mech's chest, but when he touched the probe to it, the scratchy pulse steadied. The brass pin went in after 3 tries and one muttered apology to the joint. Pike carried the piece to the test table and set it on the rune grid. The little mech flickered, staggered once, then stood in a clean blue projection with both legs square beneath it. It was still patched, still plain, still visibly rescued from scrap, but the tiny engine on its back now turned without shuddering. Arthur grinned. "It walks better than I did in Combat Yard." Livia looked over the projection and said, "That is praise with a troubling standard." Pike folded her arms. "Stable, ugly, honest, better than half the pretty pieces that fail after 3 matches." She slid the mech back toward Ned. "Log the repair, Mr. Vale. Someone may decide this sort of work is worth paying for." The logbook made the repair feel more official than the work had. Ned wrote cracked projection core, loose brass leg, wax contamination removed, powder inlay applied, pin reset in his careful, cramped hand while Pike watched over his shoulder and corrected neither spelling nor pride. The repaired mech stood beside the inkpot, still giving off a faint blue shimmer from the test table's last pulse, and Ned kept glancing at it as if it might decide to fall over the moment praise became too comfortable. A second-year boy from Gear Company stopped at the end of the bench with a brass-field cavalry piece cupped in both hands. He had the hopeful, embarrassed look of someone trying to make a request sound casual. "Vale, could you do that with mine?" Ned looked up. "Do what?" "Make it stand properly. The horse keeps projecting with 3 legs and a cloud where its head should be." The boy set the piece down carefully. It was better made than the mech, with tiny enamel reins and a rider whose saber had snapped short, but the crystal bead under the base had gone cloudy along one side. "I can pay." The word changed the bench at once. Arthur's grin faded into interest. Pike went still without appearing to. Livia's head lifted from her labels, eyes narrowing as if payment had entered the room carrying forged papers. Ned drew his hands back from the cavalry piece. I don't know if I'm allowed. The second year blinked. It's only a game piece. Nothing here is only anything, Ned said, and hated how much like Livia he sounded. If I touch it wrong and someone says I tuned for coin without permission, that sounds like trouble. Pike's mouth shifted by a fraction. That is a useful fear. Not all fears are cowardice. The second year flushed. I'm not trying to get you in trouble. I just want it fixed. I've got tuppence, or I can trade pudding rights for a week. Arthur looked deeply moved. Pudding rights are not a small matter. Livia had already crossed to the workshop rules board, where a brass frame held notices, safety permissions, commission limits, and so much small print that Ned felt accused by the alphabet. She ran one finger down the list, lips moving. Student repairs of non-dangerous personal items are permitted under recognized workshop supervision, provided no weapon function, licensed enchantment, oath binding, medical charm, or serious tuning alteration is attempted. Ned joined her at the board. Does a brassfield piece count as serious tuning? Not if Pike certifies it as projection repair and material stabilization, Livia said. Also, payment must be entered as coin, favor, or goods, with value declared. Pudding rights are goods, apparently, though I object to the accounting difficulty. Pike took the cavalry piece, turned it beneath the magnifier, and set it back down. This is within supervised repair. Mr. Vale may attempt it if he logs material use, accepts no more than tuppence or equivalent, and understands that the first time he pretends cleverness is license, I shut the whole thing down. The second year brightened. Tuppence, then? Ned looked at the cloudy bead, the broken saber, and the small stack of approved powder packets. The coin mattered. The permission mattered more. Tuppence, logged, and if I can't fix it honestly, you keep the money. Pike nodded once. Now you sound like a tradesman instead of a rescued accident. By the end of the week, Ned's ledger had 3 careful entries, 4 if one counted Arthur's attempt to pay with a promise of future heroic assistance, which Pike had rejected on the grounds that unstable currency endangered commerce. The cavalry piece had stood cleanly after a powder fill and a new base pin. Then a chipped infantry flag had needed its projection line scraped and re-inked, and a cracked signal tower marker had taken half a lunch hour and all of Ned's patience before it stopped showing smoke from the wrong end. None of it was grand work. Every repair had been supervised, logged, weighed, priced, and signed until Livia admitted the account was almost respectable. Almost respectable, in this case, came to 7 pence halfpenny and 1 unpaid pudding right. Ned refused to value until Livia found a proper conversion table. He kept the coins in a folded scrap of cloth inside his pocket and touched them too often on the supervised town walk to Brassford, as if money earned by his own hands might evaporate if he trusted it too much. Arthur noticed by the stationer's window. Is it still there? Ned pulled his hand away from his pocket. Yes. Good. I was worried your fortune had suffered a tragic railway accident. Rafik, walking backward for 3 steps until Livia caught his sleeve and turned him around, said, 7 pence halfpenny is only a fortune if one measures in repaired cavalry dignity. It's enough, Ned said, and hoped it was true. The tool shop sat between a clockmaker and a tobacconist, narrow-fronted and warm with lamplight, its window crowded by little vices, awls, files, setting needles, brass calipers, and boxed screws arranged as neatly as sweets. Ned had seen the spring jaw pin vise on the earlier outing and had pretended not to want it too badly. It was small, iron and brass, with a turning head smooth enough for delicate crystal drilling and a grip that could hold tiny pins without bruising them flat. He asked the shopman to take it down, then counted his coins onto the counter one at a time. The shopman did not hurry him, which Ned appreciated until Peregrine's voice drifted from the doorway. A memorable purchase, Vale? Ned looked back. Peregrine held a paper packet from the stationer and wore the expression of someone who had never had to count twice before wanting something modest. Yes. It is a pin vise, Peregrine said. My father's steward keeps 3 in a drawer. Then your father's steward is well supplied, Ned said, and turned back to the counter before his temper could make the tool cost more than money. The shopman wrapped the pin vise in brown paper and tied it with string. Ned took it carefully, feeling the weight through the paper, small and exact and entirely his. Outside, Arthur looked as if he wanted to say something kind and was wisely fighting it. Livia saved him the trouble. Enter it in the ledger as capital equipment. Ned tucked the parcel inside his coat. The words sounded too large for the little tool, but he liked them anyway. I'll need a sharper pencil. Beatrice found Ned after supper in the quieter end of Gear Company's common room, where the lamps had been turned low and the older students were arguing over a brassfield table with more confidence than courtesy. Ned had claimed one corner of the work table to unwrap the pin vise for the third time, not because he needed to inspect it again, but because looking at the clean little jaws and smooth brass collar made something inside him stand straighter. The tool belonged to him. Not issued, not borrowed, not handed over with a clerk's rule hidden beneath it. Arthur sat opposite with a book open and ignored, while Rafik used 3 counters and a spoon to explain why a cavalry charge against a defended ridge was usually a decorative form of self-harm. Livia was correcting Ned's ledger title from tool bought to capital equipment acquired when Beatrice paused beside the table with her gloves folded in one hand. Ned, she said, and the use of his given name made Arthur look up too quickly. May I ask you something privately? Ned's first thought was that he had done something wrong in the shop. His second was that a noble girl asking privately was a room full of witnesses pretending not to listen. He looked at Livia, who closed the ledger with deliberate calm. We'll be at the hearth, Livia said. Close enough to prevent stupidity, far enough to permit dignity. Beatrice's mouth softened. A fair arrangement. Ned followed her to the side window, where rain tapped against the glass and the reflection of the common room made everyone look like ghosts sitting in lamplight. Beatrice took a folded paper from her pocket and smoothed it open against the sill. Inside was a small sketch of a bookmark, simple in outline, with a thin brass spine, a bead of pale crystal at the top, and a space for initials. My younger sister reads under the covers with a candle and stains every ribbon she owns with wax, Beatrice said. Her birthday is next month. I wondered whether you could make something modest. Not a charm that turns pages or scolds her or reports her to nurse. Just a proper bookmark with a little crystal light, soft enough not to ruin her eyes and plain enough that mother won't think I'm encouraging extravagance. Ned stared at the sketch longer than he needed to. You want me to make it? Yes, Beatrice said, and then, more carefully, if it is permitted. I would pay properly, through whatever ledger Miss March considers least offensive to civilization. It wouldn't be hard, Ned said, though his throat had gone oddly tight. Not the light part. The pretty part's harder. That is why I brought the sketch, Beatrice said. And why I am asking you, not a jeweler. A jeweler would make it grand. She wouldn't like grand. Ned looked from the drawing to Beatrice's polished cuffs, then back to the little bookmark that someone's sister might hide beneath blankets at night. I can try. Beatrice smiled, small and real enough to unsettle him. Then I should be grateful. Ned folded the sketch carefully, treating it like a tool plan instead of a compliment. Don't be grateful yet. Pike has to approve it, and Livia will probably make the bookmark sign a contract. From the hearth, Livia said without looking over, only if it intends to hold money. 22. Smoke drill. The next morning began with ordinary discomfort, which made the alarm feel ruder when it came. Ned was halfway through tying his loosened cuff before combat fundamentals, the new pin vise tucked safely in his trunk and Beatrice's bookmark sketch folded inside his ledger, when every brass bell in Gear Company struck 3 hard notes at once. The sound did not ring like breakfast, class, or curfew. It struck through stone, pipes, and ribs, and the common room below answered with the sudden scrape of chairs and shouted feet. Arthur froze with one boot unlaced. Is that a fire bell? Livia was already at the dormitory door with her rule pamphlet in one hand and her face gone very pale. Not fire. Ward breach drill. Third column. Emergency conduct, blue smoke signal. Rafik looked toward the corridor as a ribbon of blue-gray vapor began to creep under the door. I admire Avalon's commitment to not beginning gently. Move, Ned said, because the smoke had already changed the room. It made the air taste cold and metallic, not choking yet, but thick enough to turn the far beds uncertain. His old dock habits woke faster than fear. He grabbed Arthur's sleeve before the other boy could bend for the bootlace. Leave it. Boots can be tied when we're not breathing lessons. The corridor outside had become a tunnel of dim lamps and rolling smoke. Older students were shouting directions from the stairwell, their voices clipped and formal in a way that made the panic worse by pretending not to be panic. Gear juniors to the Lower East route. Hands on shoulders if sight fails. Shields only on command. No running. No running lasted 3 seconds. Someone behind Ned stumbled, and a first-year girl from the next dorm gave a frightened little cry as the smoke swallowed her spectacles in fog. Ned caught her elbow before she walked into the wall. Hand on my sleeve. Don't look for the floor. Feel it. A senior at the stairhead snapped, Vale, keep the line moving. He is, Livia said sharply from behind him. He's preventing a pile-up. The senior's mouth closed around the next order. Then a dull thump rolled through the corridor, and the lamps flickered from amber to sickly green. The smoke thickened at ankle height first, pouring down the stair like spilled wool. Ned felt the pressure of hidden crystals in the walls shift, not wrong exactly, but strained, as if Avalon itself were pretending to fail for their benefit. Master Ormond's voice cut up from below. Gear Company, shields half raised. Evacuate by file. Protect the slowest body, not the fastest pride. Ned tightened his grip on Arthur's sleeve with one hand and steadied the girl with the other. Ahead, the stair waited in smoke, and the drill had already stopped feeling like play. The stair swallowed them by halves. Smoke rolled against Ned's shins, then climbed to his waist as the line began its careful descent, each student holding the shoulder or sleeve ahead. The blue-gray vapor did not sting like real fire smoke, but it stole shape from the world and turned the brass rail into a wet gleam that appeared only when someone's shield threw light across it. Ned kept one hand on Arthur's sleeve, the other on the younger girl's elbow, and placed each boot by memory before committing his weight. Arthur breathed too fast beside him. I can't see the next landing. Don't look for it, Ned said. Count steps. 7 to the turn from here. How do you know? Because stairs don't change just because smoke wants drama. Livia's voice came from behind them, low and tight. Unless Avalon has moving stairs hidden in the emergency regulations, in which case I shall object after survival. A green lamp pulsed somewhere below, meant to guide them toward the east route, but it flickered twice and went dull. The line hesitated at once. Someone farther down whispered that the exit had failed, and the whisper passed upward faster than the smoke. Ned felt Arthur's sleeve tug forward as the older boy ahead tried to keep moving without knowing where the landing ended. Stop, Ned said, gripping harder. The senior at the turn snapped back through the haze. Do not halt a file during evacuation. The signal lamp's lying, Ned said. It is a drill lamp. It's still lying. The words came out before he could make them safer. The hidden crystal behind the lamp casing had a thin, fluttering feel, not the steady pulse of something dimmed by instruction. It tugged against the wall circuit like a loose pulley trying to pretend it was still fastened. Ned shifted the younger girl closer to the rail and leaned enough to put his ear nearer the stone, though the sound was not truly sound at all. There's a drift in it. The lamp says east, but the pull is carrying left. Rafiq's voice came from 2 places behind Livia. Left goes to the lower laundry corridor. And 3 dead ends, Livia said. The evacuation map showed them. The senior's shadow moved in the smoke, uncertain now. You're guessing. Ned's throat tightened at the familiar shape of the accusation, but the stair under his boots, the rail under his palm, and the false little pulse in the wall gave him something firmer than pride. No, I'm listening. The proper route's still down and right. The lamp's not keeping up with its own command. From below, Ormond's voice struck through the smoke. File halt. Senior Hale, hold position. Mr. Vale, repeat your observation. Ned swallowed once, then did. This time the line listened, and that made the smoke feel colder. A moment later, a sharp whistle sounded from below, followed by the click of a reset key turning in a wall box. The green lamp flared, steadied, then swung its arrow from left back to right. Ormond's voice came again, harsher for being satisfied. Continue by the corrected route. Mr. Vale, eyes forward. Talent may notice the hole, but feet still carry you past it. Ned moved when the line moved, guiding Arthur down the next 7 steps and keeping the girl's hand fixed to his sleeve. The drill had found him anyway, even in smoke, even on stairs, and the worst part was that being useful still felt too close to being seen. They reached the lower landing with the line still intact, though intact had begun to mean damp sleeves, bitten lips, and too many children breathing as if breath were something Avalon might grade. The corrected green arrow pointed right now, steady and obedient, and Senior Hale sent the first half of the file toward the east passage. Ned stepped after them, still holding the girl's elbow, when a crash sounded from the left corridor and a boy's voice shouted for help. Arthur jerked as if the word had been tied to him. Someone's trapped. Someone's meant to sound trapped, Livia said, but her voice did not quite believe itself. Another cry came through the smoke, higher this time, followed by a hard knocking against wood or metal. Arthur pulled free of Ned's grip before Ned could tighten his fingers. "We can't leave them." "Arthur," Ned said, but Arthur was already moving left, one boot still loose, his shield half raised and shining too bright in the haze. The senior swore. "Penrose, return to file." Arthur vanished past the laundry corridor sign. Ned shoved the younger girl's hand toward Livia. "Take her." "Ned, don't you dare make this a habit," Livia snapped, but she took the girl and moved with him anyway, because apparently sensible people could still be furious while helping. The wrong corridor felt colder. Smoke gathered thickly near the ceiling there, hiding the beamwork and turning every doorway into a dark mouth. Ned heard Arthur ahead, then a grunt and the scrape of boots on tile. He followed the sound around a service cart half blocking the passage and found Arthur crouched beside a training dummy slumped under a fallen canvas screen. The dummy's brass throat box gave another convincing little wail. Arthur had both hands under the canvas frame, trying to lift it by main force. "Help me." "It's a dummy," Livia said, arriving behind Ned and coughing once into her sleeve. "It sounded like a child," Arthur said, red-faced and shaking. "It sounded like a child, March." Ned looked past him and saw the worst problem. The corridor door behind Arthur had swung shut, and a red crystal above it pulsed in a slow warning rhythm. "That door's locking." Arthur turned too late. The latch clicked. Ned did not touch the crystal. Ormond's voice seemed to live in his bones now, saying feet first, form first, smallest answer. He dropped to one knee and looked under the cart. The latch is mechanical. Smoke drills using panic to make people miss handles. Livia crouched beside him at once. "Service release?" "There." Ned pointed to a brass foot pedal half hidden behind the wheel. "Arthur, stop lifting the hero and press that with your heel." Arthur stared, then obeyed. The red crystal went amber. Livia pulled the side lever. Ned shoved the cart clear with his shoulder, and the door opened onto the right-hand route with Ormond standing beyond it like a verdict in a red coat. Arthur froze, still breathing hard. Ormond looked first at him, then at Ned and Livia. "Mr. Penrose, courage without discipline has just led you into a locked service corridor with a theatrical dummy. Mr. Vale, Miss March, you extracted him without making yourselves more trapped. Continue evacuation. We will discuss everyone's sins in cleaner air." Cleaner air waited in the lower east courtyard, where the evacuation route spilled Gear Company into drizzle, wet flagstones, and a row of waiting instructors. The smoke rolled out behind them through the arched doorway in thinning blue sheets, harmless now that it had somewhere to go. Students coughed, straightened coats, tied boots, and tried to look as if none of them had believed the theatrical dummy might be dying in a laundry corridor. Arthur stood with one boot still loose and both hands clenched around his practice shield. His face had gone pale beneath the flush of exertion. Ned wanted to say something and did not know whether comfort would make it worse, so he checked the younger girl from the dorm instead. She still had one hand twisted in his sleeve. "You're out," he said quietly. "That counts." She nodded too hard. "My spectacles fogged." "Avalon seems proud of that trick." Ormond's whistle cut across the courtyard before she could answer. Lines. The children became lines less badly than they would have 2 weeks ago. Ned noticed that before Ormond did, then wondered if noticing improvement was another thing he was not supposed to do during a reprimand. The instructor walked before them slowly, red coat dampening in the rain, eyes moving from soot-smudged cuffs to shaking hands to Arthur's untied boot. "Some of you obeyed orders," Ormond said. "Some of you obeyed panic in an attractive hat. Some of you discovered that smoke makes bad decisions look urgent." Arthur flinched. Ormond stopped in front of him. "Mr. Penrose, why did you leave the evacuation file?" Arthur swallowed. "I thought someone needed help, Master." "You thought correctly. Someone did need help. That is why the sound was there." Ormond's voice stayed flat, which made the words strike harder. The error was not concern. The error was abandoning file, route, and assign protection to chase a noise without confirming command or position. Arthur's mouth tightened. "I didn't want to be the sort of person who walked past." Then become the sort of person who can help without creating two casualties. Ormond turned his gaze to Ned. Mr. Vale, you left file as well. Ned's shoulders drew in. Yes, master. Why? To get Arthur back. And if the corridor had held real fire, hostile work, or a collapsing ward? I don't know, Ned said, hating the answer and trusting it more than invention. Ormond nodded once. Good. Keep that hatred. It may teach you caution. You did not move like a soldier, Mr. Vale, but you did not freeze, and you looked for the mechanism before wrestling the problem. Miss March, you followed against procedure and improved the outcome. That is useful and still disobedient. Livia's chin lifted. Understood, master. Arthur looked down at his loose boot. I'm sorry. Ned glanced at him. Tie your boot first. Apologize after you can run. Ormond's mouth did not smile, but his eyes sharpened. Acceptable priority. Gear Company, dismissed to wash, report, and write 3 paragraphs on why courage requires discipline. Mr. Penrose will write 5. 23. Parlor light and gaslight. 3 days after the smoke drill, Avalon decided that nearly suffocating its juniors for discipline should be balanced by tea. Ned distrusted the change of weapon at once. Combat yard bruises made sense, and smoke drills at least announced they meant to be unpleasant, but a supervised reception in an academy parlor suite carried a quieter danger. It involved gloves, spoons, clean collars, and the kind of chairs that looked as if they would remember anyone who sat incorrectly. Arthur stood before the dormitory mirror trying to make his tie obey. Is this straight? No, Ned said. Arthur adjusted it. Now? Differently, no. Rafik looked up from polishing a spot off his boot. Progress, in imperial administration, is often a change in the nature of failure. Livia crossed the room with a folded etiquette sheet and took Arthur's tie in hand before he strangled himself into respectability. You're going to a tea, not presenting yourself for execution. Though from the instructions, I admit the distinction is narrow. Ned looked down at his own cuffs. They were clean because he had scrubbed them twice, but they still looked like academy issue, plain and honest and not remotely able to survive a room built for noble comfort. Why are we invited? Because Beatrice's family is hosting a small educational reception, Livia said, tightening Arthur's tie with surgical mercy. Selected juniors from several companies, a few instructors, and whichever adults believe watching children drink tea reveals character. It does, Rafik said, if the cakes are limited. The parlor suite stood in the older western wing, beyond a corridor where the lamps changed from ordinary gas to crystal glass sconces that burned without flame. Ned noticed the transition before he meant to. The gaslit halls had ticked and breathed like the rest of Avalon, but this light hung cold and perfect over polished floors, silver-framed portraits, and doors with brass handles shaped like leaves. Servants in dark livery moved through side passages with trays covered in white cloth, vanishing before guests could need them. Beatrice waited near the entrance in a blue dress finer than her academy coat and no less controlled. Her mother stood beside her beneath a crystal chandelier that made every cup and spoon on the tea table shine as if enlisted. Beatrice's gaze found Ned, then Arthur, Livia, and Rafik, and something like relief crossed her face before manners covered it. Mr. Vale, she said, inclining her head. I'm glad you came. Ned remembered not to shrug only because Livia's elbow touched his sleeve. Thank you for inviting us. Lady Ashcone's eyes moved over him, not unkindly, but with the clean precision of a jeweler judging flaws in a stone. How pleasant. Beatrice did say Gear Company had become unusually interesting this term. Ned glanced at the chandelier, the silver, the cakes arranged in perfect rows, and Beatrice standing very straight beneath her family's hope. Yes, my lady, he said carefully. We try not to be dull. Lady Ashcone's smile did not change, but Beatrice's eyes flicked once toward Ned as if she had heard the effort behind the answer. Then the reception took them, not violently, but the way a polished machine took a gear and expected it to mesh. A servant offered tea before Ned had properly worked out whether he was meant to take the cup, the saucer, or both. Livia's hand moved at the edge of his sight, tiny and precise, showing him the order without making a lesson of it. Ned copied her and managed not to spill anything, which felt like a larger victory than several workshop exercises. The tea was pale, hot, and scented with something floral that made him think of gardens owned by people who had time to persuade flowers indoors. The cakes were arranged by color and size on silver tiers, each little square glazed, sugared, or piped with cream so delicate that Ned found himself calculating how many hands had been paid to make them look effortless. Arthur accepted a cake with reverence. "These are very good, Lady Ashcombe." "I should hope so," Lady Ashcombe said. "Mrs. Tallow has been with our house for 16 years, and her sugar work is quite admired." Ned looked toward the side door where the servant had vanished with the teapot. 16 years. A whole person's working life folded into a compliment about icing. He noticed the side passages then, half hidden behind carved screens and pale curtains. Servants entered through them, filled cups, adjusted plates, removed crumbs, and disappeared again before any guest needed to see the labor too plainly. Beatrice followed his gaze. Her fingers tightened around her saucer. "Mrs. Tallow prefers the side service route when guests are present. It keeps the room smooth." Ned looked at the crystal chandelier overhead, at the way its cold white light made the silver gleam and the servants' black sleeves vanish at the edges. Smooth for who? The question came out quieter than he expected, but Beatrice heard it. Color touched her cheeks, not enough for anyone across the room to notice, but enough that Ned wished he had kept his mouth shut. "For guests," she said, then lowered her voice. "And for the family, I suppose. I didn't mean to be rude." "I know," Beatrice said, and that made it worse because she did know. "You were noticing." Across the parlor, Lady Ashcombe was speaking to an instructor about winter ward repairs as if the room had not shifted at all. Ned looked down at the little cake on his plate. It had a painted violet made of sugar on top, each petal too fine to be sensible. It must cost a fortune to make food look like jewelry. Beatrice's gaze moved to the cake, then to the side door again. "At home, I used to think that meant we were honoring guests. I still think it does, partly. But here it looks different when you're standing beside someone counting the work instead of only the shine." Ned did not answer at once. He could feel Livia pretending not to listen, which meant she was listening with her whole mind. He took the cake carefully, because wasting it would insult the hands that made it more than the money that bought it. "It's good work," he said. Beatrice's shoulders eased by a fraction. "Yes, it is." The room settled again around porcelain, silver, and the soft clink of spoons, but Ned had begun hearing another rhythm underneath it. Adults at the far end of the parlor spoke in voices polished smooth enough to make disagreement sound like agreement. Lady Ashcombe stood with Master Fen, a gray-haired colonel in a dark blue dress coat, and a broad man whose waistcoat buttons strained over the shape of a prosperous life. Their words drifted between chairs and cake plates like steam finding cracks. "The northern allotments cannot be delayed indefinitely," the broad man said. "Guild yards are already petitioning for relief." "The Saffron Pass situation has altered every calculation," the colonel replied. "Signal towers do not maintain themselves in altitude conditions, Mr. Bellwether, and neither do ward forts." Ned glanced at Rafik, who had stopped examining a sugared almond. Rafik's face had sharpened in the quiet way it did over maps. Lady Ashcombe set her cup down. Surely the treaty authorities anticipated seasonal strain. "The treaty authorities anticipated ordinary strain," the colonel said. "They did not anticipate interference along mule routes, 3 damaged relay shrines, and winter stores arriving short by a quarter." Master Fen's fingers tapped once against his saucer. Crystal fatigue under cold pressure remains poorly understood outside specialist circles. Sending inferior replacement stones would be worse than sending none. The broad man gave a soft laugh with no pleasure in it. "A comforting doctrine, Master Fen, unless one owns a mill whose stabilizer stones have been requisitioned for frontier necessity." "Better a slow mill than a dark pass," the colonel said. No one said anything for a moment. The chandelier glowed over them, bright and perfect, while the words hung beneath it with their hooks hidden in courtesy. Ned thought of crates at the station, dock men muttering about spare crystal, and the courier ship nearly eating Tower 2 while every gauge showed green. Far mountains, local shortages, crystal fatigue, damaged routes. It was all the same machine, only bigger than any bench could hold. Arthur leaned close, voice low. "Are they talking about war?" Livia's answer came from Ned's other side, quiet enough that only their little cluster heard it. "No, listen carefully. They're talking about treaty obligations, stabilization, seasonal strain, route interference, and frontier necessity." That sounds like war wearing a hat, Rafik murmured. Beatrice's eyes flicked toward the adults, then away. My father says the word is avoided until Parliament cannot avoid paying for it. Ned watched Lady Ashcombe smile at the colonel as if the room had not just chilled. And until mothers cannot pretend sons are merely traveling. The reception ended not with release, but with a final round of courtesies that made leaving feel like another examination. Ned returned his cup without breaking it, bowed when Arthur bowed, and managed to thank Lady Ashcombe without saying anything that made Livia's elbow appear. Beatrice walked them to the door beneath the crystal chandelier, her face composed again, though the earlier color had not entirely left her cheeks. I hope the afternoon was not too uncomfortable, she said. Ned glanced back at the room where servants were already restoring the silver and removing proof that anyone had eaten. It was very clean. Arthur made a small choking sound. Rafik examined the ceiling with heroic interest. Beatrice looked at Ned for one long moment, then smiled despite herself. I shall accept that in the generous spirit you surely intended. I meant it as praise, Ned said, and then saw from Livia's face that praise also had rules. Mostly. Lady Ashcombe's voice crossed the room, warm and sharp enough to cut ribbon. Beatrice, do not keep your guests in the doorway. The word guests did not sound wrong, exactly. It sounded assigned. Beatrice's shoulders settled into place. Of course, Mother. Good evening, Mr. Vale. Miss March, Mr. Kahn, Mr. Penrose. Outside the parlor wing, the cold found them at once. The western corridor gave way to a covered walk, then to the lower path that curved along the Academy's service side before climbing back toward Gear Company. Here the crystal sconces ended. Gas lamps took over, amber and imperfect, ticking softly behind glass blurred by drizzle. Their light made puddles shine brown gold and left the spaces between lamps honest about being dark. Ned slowed near a delivery arch where two kitchen men in rolled sleeves were carrying crates from a steam cart. One had flour on his coat. The other had red hands from cold water. Above them, through high windows, crystal light still burned in the reception rooms like captured moon on silver. Rafik followed his gaze. Same building, different empire. Livia tightened her shawl. Same empire, different door. Arthur looked miserable enough that Ned almost felt sorry for him again. I never know whether I'm supposed to be grateful for nice rooms or ashamed that other people have to polish them. That may be the first sensible thing said since the violet cakes, Livia said. Ned watched the workers shoulder another crate and vanish into the side passage. The gas lamp hissed above them, cheap, warm, and smoky, while the crystal windows shone too high to touch. At the dock, you could tell who worked because they were dirty. Beatrice, who had followed a few steps farther than her mother likely intended, spoke quietly behind him. Here, we hide it better. Ned turned. She stood just inside the last reach of crystal light, with gaslight touching the hem of her dress. For once, she did not look polished enough to belong wholly to either side. Ned nodded toward the service arch. Not better, just higher up. Beatrice accepted that without flinching, which made it harder to dislike the room she came from. Good night, Ned. He watched her return toward the bright corridor before following his friends up the gaslit path. The afternoon had taught him more than etiquette. Crystal light made beauty look effortless. Gaslight showed the men carrying the crates. 24. The wrong hum returns. The first wrongness after the reception came from a corridor lamp no one else cared about. Ned noticed it on the way to morning mathematics, where Gear juniors were moving too quickly to worry about lighting unless the lamps went out entirely. The sconce stood halfway between the western stair and the old map gallery, one of 6 crystal-assisted gas lamps set into brass brackets along the wall. 5 burned with their usual amber steadiness. The 6th held the flame properly but let the crystal behind the glass flutter in a thin, nervous way that made Ned's teeth ache. He stopped before he meant to. Arthur bumped into his shoulder. Vale? Ned looked at the lamp. That one's wrong. Rafik followed his gaze, then looked at the other 5 lamps. It appears to be producing light, which is traditionally the first duty of a lamp. It's not the flame, Ned said, stepping closer but keeping his hands behind his back because Avalon had taught him that noticing was not permission. It's the little crystal assist. It's pulling in little jerks, like a pulley with one frayed strand. Livia glanced toward the clock mounted above the gallery door. We have 4 minutes before Master Ellison discovers whether lateness can be expressed as a fraction. We should report it, Arthur said. And say what? Ned asked. A lamp feels untidy? Livia's eyes narrowed, not at him, but at the sconce. Say exactly that, but more usefully. She took out her notebook and wrote with brisk little strokes. Western stair to map gallery, third bracket from north end, amber flame steady, crystal assist irregular by Mr. Vale's observation. Rafik leaned closer to the glass, wisely not touching it. Will it explode? No, Ned said, then wished he had less confidence. Probably not. Arthur drew back at once. Probably is an impolite word near glass. A maintenance prefect rounded the corner with a ring of brass keys at his belt and a stack of attendance slips under one arm. Why are 4 juniors holding conference with a lamp? Ned straightened. It's wrong. The prefect looked from Ned to the lamp with professional weariness. It is lit. The crystals fluttering behind the flame, Ned said. Not enough to fail, enough to be wrong. The prefect hesitated then, which made Ned feel worse. If the boy had laughed, Ned could have stored the insult beside all the others. Instead, the prefect took a little red tag from his pocket and tied it around the bracket's lower arm. Observed fault. I'll log it after first bell. Livia tore the page from her notebook and handed it to him. With time and witness names, if you please. The prefect accepted it, eyebrows rising. Gear Company has become administrative. Ned looked once more at the lamp, feeling the tiny jerk behind the glass tug and release. No, he said quietly. Just careful. The summons came during luncheon, folded into an ordinary message slip and delivered by a second year who looked deeply pleased to be interrupting someone else's meal. Ned had just decided that stew was easier to trust than etiquette when the boy stopped at gear table and held out the paper. Vale, Master Fenn wants you at the western stair after second bell. Arthur lowered his spoon. For the lamp? The messenger shrugged with the careless dignity of someone not summoned. For the lamp, for treason, for decorative loitering. The slip did not confide in me. Livia took the paper before Ned could touch it and read the line twice. Observation follow-up, attend with notebook if maintained. That means they use the report. Ned felt the stew settle heavily. That's good, isn't it? It is better than being ignored, Livia said. It is not necessarily safer. Master Fenn waited beneath the marked lamp with a maintenance artificer, the prefect from the morning, and a wheeled brass testing stand that unfolded into more arms than seemed polite in a corridor. The red tag still hung from the bracket. Students passing by slowed until the artificer looked at them, whereupon they remembered urgent destinations elsewhere. Fenn turned as Ned approached. Mr. Vale, describe the sensation again without embellishment. Ned glanced at the lamp, then at the little glass chamber behind the flame. The flame's steady, the assist crystal isn't. It tugs, stops, then tugs again. Not strong, like a worn belt catching on one tooth. Fenn's expression brightened in the dangerous way that meant he had heard something useful. Good, stand there, no closer. The artificer fitted 2 copper clips to the bracket and adjusted a dial on the testing stand. The lamp flame narrowed, then steadied. A needle trembled on a white enamel gauge. Ned felt the flutter sharpen behind his teeth as the crystal assist answered the test current, then dipped in a way that made the brass bracket seem dishonest. There, Ned said, before he could stop himself. Fenn's hand paused above the dial. When? Now. It pulled thin. The artificer frowned at the gauge. Needle barely moved. Because the flame hides it, Fenn murmured. He turned the dial by a fraction, and the needle quivered again, this time dropping just enough that even the artificer's frown changed shape. Slight phase drift, possibly contamination in the mounting paste. The prefect looked relieved. So, maintenance. For now, Fenn said. Ned did not miss the last 2 words. He also did not miss the small form Fenn removed from his case, already headed minor crystal irregularity, with a second line that read copy to Master Gideon Harrow if repeated or corroborated. The name sat there in neat ink, patient and waiting, and Ned understood that the little lamp had just become part of a larger ledger. By afternoon prep, the lamp had become larger than itself. Ned heard about it before he reached Gear Company because news at Avalon traveled faster when it could be carried by people pretending not to gossip. A pair of older students near the stair were discussing Vale's lamp, as if he had either repaired it, broken it, or married into its family. By the time he entered the common room, the red tag bracket had grown through rumor into a failed ward, a near explosion, and one version involving blue sparks no one had seen. Peregrine was waiting by the Brassfield table with 2 books under one arm and that neat, pale expression Ned had learned to mistrust. "Congratulations, Vale. One almost expects the lamps to begin dimming themselves out of courtesy when you approach." Ned stopped beside the nearest chair. "It was faulty." "So I heard. One wonders how Avalon functioned before your arrival to tell us which objects were insufficiently admiring." Arthur looked up from his copybook. "Roth, don't." Peregrine did not look at him. "I am merely curious. A boy famous for hearing a skyship before it failed discovers another fault, in public, with witnesses, and now Master Fenn himself appears with a testing stand. It is a remarkably efficient method of remaining interesting." Ned felt the room tighten around him. A week ago, the words might have only angered him. Now they found the old place beneath his ribs where Grimsby had pointed and every adult had turned to see a culprit small enough to carry. "You think I wanted it?" "I think some people discover usefulness and then cannot bear ordinary silence afterward." Ned stepped closer before sense caught up. "You weren't at the dock." "No," Peregrine said, "but all of us have had the pleasure of hearing about it." The chair under Ned's hand scraped back an inch. He saw Peregrine's eyes flicker to the movement, saw Arthur begin to rise, saw Rafik set his pen down very carefully. Then Beatrice's voice crossed the common room, cool and precise. "Being correct is not the same as seeking notice." Peregrine turned. "Ashcombe, surely you do not intend to defend every dramatic pause Mr. Vale takes before household fittings." "I intend to defend accuracy," Beatrice said, setting her book on the table. "Master Fenn tested the lamp and found drift. If Ned had ignored it, you would call him careless. Since he reported it, you call him vain. That is not criticism, it is resentment wearing better gloves." A laugh escaped someone near the hearth and died quickly. Peregrine's face did not flush this time. It went colder, which Ned liked less. Ned loosened his grip on the chair and forced his hand flat against the wood. "I don't want the lamp named after me." "Then stop looking as if everything wrong in Avalon has applied for your personal attention," Peregrine said. Livia closed her notebook. "When things are wrong, attention is generally considered useful." Ned looked down at his hand, at the place where the chair had nearly become something he threw away with his temper. The lamp had been wrong. Fenn had proved it. Somehow that did not make the room safer. It only meant the next wrong thing would arrive already carrying an argument. That night, Ned tried to leave the lamp alone and failed before the second page of Latin forms. The common room had settled into its evening noises, fire ticking in the grate, rain tapping at the windows, older students muttering over Brassfield, and Arthur sighing at his paragraph on disciplined courage as if Ormond had hidden extra punishment between the lines. Ned sat at the work table with his notebook open, pencil in hand, and told himself he was only copying the day's timetable. Instead, he drew the western corridor. Not well. The walls leaned, the map gallery door looked too large, and the lamp brackets became little hooks with numbers beside them. He marked the faulty sconce with a small cross, then added the testing stand, Fenn's position, the maintenance artificer, and the note Livia had written before mathematics. The shape on the page did not look dangerous. That bothered him more than if it had. Livia appeared beside his shoulder with a cup of tea and the expression of someone who had already decided to interfere. "That is not Latin." "No," Ned said. "Good. Your Latin was alarming the furniture." She set the cup near his elbow and leaned closer. "You're mapping the lamp." "I'm mapping where it was." Rafik came around from the hearth with a half-played Brassfield piece still in his hand. "Location matters." "Excellent. Does the guilty lamp have accomplices?" Ned hesitated, then turned back one page and added a rough line for the training yard shield rack. "There was that tile in Ormond's yard. Not wrong like the lamp. Sour, maybe, and the cheap Brassfield table flickered last week near the left corner." Arthur looked up. "You didn't say that." "It's settled," Ned said. "And if I reported every little thing that felt untidy, Peregrine would have enough material to give a lecture series." Livia's mouth tightened. "Peregrine's opinion is not a diagnostic instrument." "No," Ned said, pressing the pencil harder than he meant to. "But people hear him." Beatrice, who had been reading by the window, closed her book quietly. "Then write so they hear the page instead." Ned looked at the map again. He added dates beneath each mark, then times as near as he remembered, then whether the thing belonged to lighting, games, or training. The pattern did not become clear. It became worse. The lamp was a corridor system. The shield rack belonged to combat training. The brassfield table belonged to play, but also to tactics, projection, and records of who handled which pieces. 3 small wrongnesses, nothing enough alone, all near things Avalon used to measure children. Rafik set his brassfield piece gently beside the notebook. That is an ugly cluster. Ned nodded, feeling the pencil bite the paper. Yes, he said, and it's not finished. 25. Midterm marks. Midterm marks arrived in sealed cream envelopes during breakfast, which Ned thought was a cruel use of both paper and porridge. The envelopes sat in a brass tray carried by the gear company room captain, each one stamped with the Academy seal and sorted alphabetically. Conversation thinned along the table as students received their futures in folded form. Even the toast seemed to lose confidence. Arthur accepted his envelope with both hands. Perhaps they're only progress notes. Livia turned hers over and inspected the seal. Progress notes do not usually arrive sealed unless the progress is expected to argue back. Rafik held his up to the light and sighed. No visible mercy. Ned took his last. Edmund Vale was written across the front in a clerk's neat hand. Not Ned, Edmund, the sort of name that belonged in ledgers, reports, and places where people decided whether a boy was becoming useful quickly enough. He broke the seal with his thumbnail and unfolded the sheet. The marks marched down the page in columns. Workshop practice. Excellent improvement. Crystal perception. Exceptional, requires controlled vocabulary. Crystal theory. Promising but irregular. Mathematics for magical systems. Adequate with effort. Imperial history. Weak. Latin forms. Weak. Etiquette and court address. Unsatisfactory. Combat fundamentals. Brave but technically poor. Field discipline. Improving, watchful, prone to independent action. Ned read technically poor twice and unsatisfactory 3 times because each seemed determined to become larger. His throat tightened over the word exceptional, which should have pleased him and instead felt like a hook polished bright enough to admire. Arthur made a strangled little sound beside him. Ned looked up. Bad? Arthur stared at his page. It says my courage exceeds my command judgment. Rafik leaned over before Arthur could hide it. That is a magnificent insult. Ormond has poetry in him after all. Arthur folded the sheet too quickly. It also says I mistake urgency for purpose. Livia's eyes moved down her own report, and her mouth became a straight line. Law, scribing, and written analysis are excellent. Practical adaptation under chaotic conditions requires development. She looked personally offended. Chaos should try being more legible. Ned almost smiled, then saw Beatrice across the hall standing very still with her own envelope open. Her face showed nothing, which meant the marks had cut somewhere careful. Peregrine, farther down, had already folded his sheet and looked polished enough to imply paper had praised him in private. Arthur glanced at Ned's report. What did yours say? Ned passed it over because hiding suddenly felt childish. Arthur's eyes widened at crystal perception, then softened at the rest. He did not laugh. That helped. Livia read over his shoulder. This is uneven, not bad. It says weak in 2 places. It says exceptional in 1, Rafik said. Most of us are trying to become interesting to one instructor. You've alarmed several. Ned looked back at the column of marks. The page was fair enough to be hard to hate. That made it worse. It had not lied. He was brilliant in the one place the Empire cared about and behind in too many ordinary places to pretend he belonged easily. He folded the report carefully along its original crease. Then I'd better stop alarming Latin. The reports followed them out of breakfast like small, cream-colored ghosts. No one quite knew where to put them. Arthur tried folding his into his pocket, unfolded it again halfway down the corridor, then nearly walked into a pillar because he was rereading Ormond's comments while moving. Livia took it from him before the pillar could finish the lesson. March, Arthur protested, though without much force. That is private. So is concussion, and yet we try to prevent it. Livia glanced at the page, then softened by the smallest visible measure. It is not a condemnation. Arthur gave a short laugh. It says my shield work improves when I stop imagining someone is watching. Rafik leaned against the wall beside a notice board and winced. That one found the bone. Arthur looked down the corridor, where older students move toward class in clean streams of purpose. My father will read that line 3 times. Then he'll say Ormond is a hard man, but hard men are often right. Then mother will say courage runs in the family, and everyone will pretend that makes me feel better. Ned did not know what to do with that kind of family pressure. It looked finer than hunger from the outside and no easier to carry once it had its hands on a boy's throat. You did go after the dummy. Arthur's face reddened. Yes, and got myself locked in a corridor by a machine with a theatrical voice box. You went because you thought someone needed help, Ned said. That's not nothing. It is not enough either, Livia said, but gently for her. That is the annoying part of fair criticism. It leaves no proper villain. Beatrice joined them near the window alcove with her report folded so exactly that its edges aligned like a military formation. Fair criticism is a luxury. Mine says I meet expectations. Arthur blinked. Isn't that good? Beatrice's smile was small and polished and did not touch her eyes. In my house, expectations are set after deciding what would make failure impossible to mention in public. She looked at the folded report in her hand. Excellent becomes adequate when everyone prayed for you before you were born. Rafiq's humor faded. That sounds expensive too. It is, Beatrice said. Mostly in breath. Ned looked from Arthur's wounded courage to Livia's irritated excellence and Beatrice's perfect, insufficient marks. His own report seemed less lonely in his pocket now, though no kinder. Avalon had found a different ruler for each of them and pressed until it discovered where the bruise lived. Livia handed Arthur's report back. We should go before mathematics adds numbers to the injury. Arthur tucked the paper away more carefully this time. I hate that I still want to do better. Ned adjusted his strap and started toward class with the others. I think that's how they get us. By supper, the reports had become less like verdicts and more like bruises everyone had agreed not to poke directly. Gear Company's evening meal was cottage pie, carrots, bread, and a treacle pudding that arrived late enough to be treated as emotional medicine. Ned sat with his friends at the corner of the table nearest the windows, where rain marked the glass and older students were too busy comparing marks to notice juniors rebuilding themselves with gravy. Arthur pushed peas around his plate with tragic focus. Do you think Ormond writes the comments himself, or does he have a special cruelty clerk? Ormond would never delegate cruelty, Rafiq said. He considers it professional craftsmanship. Livia cut her carrots into exact pieces. If there is a clerk, the comments would contain fewer metaphors involving preventable casualties. Beatrice looked thoughtful over her cup. Master Fenn writes as if he's delighted by flaws because they give him something to measure. Ned stabbed a carrot. Harrow writes like a tool edge. That is a compliment, from you, Livia said. It is, Ned admitted. Not a comforting tool edge. Arthur leaned back a little, the first hint of humor returning to his face. Which teachers would survive being locked in a room together? Rafiq brightened at once. Excellent. A strategic exercise. Ormond and Fenn. Ormond survives, Ned said. Fenn survives if there is a crystal in the room, Beatrice said. If not, he begins explaining why the room's construction implies poor resonance planning, and Ormond throws him out of a window. Livia pointed her fork at them. Windows are not guaranteed. State your conditions properly. Arthur looked genuinely cheered. Pike and Calder. Pike, Ned said immediately. She has tools. Calder has a wand, Arthur said. Pike would have dismantled the lock before Calder finished saying lawful intention made physical, Rafiq said. Beatrice smiled into her tea. Voss and anyone. The table went quiet for half a breath, then Livia said, Voss leaves when she chooses. The other person confesses to something unrelated. Ned laughed before he meant to, and the sound surprised him more than anyone else. His report was still in his pocket. His marks had not changed. Latin remained weak, etiquette remained unsatisfactory, and the word exceptional still waited in its neat little column like a golden hook. But Arthur was laughing now too, and Beatrice's shoulders had loosened, and Livia was pretending not to enjoy herself while correcting the rules of an imaginary locked room contest. Rafiq reached for the treacle pudding as the dish arrived. Now, final question. All teachers in one room. Who wins? Ned watched the steam curl up from the pudding, warm and sweet and ordinary. The room loses. The room had nearly recovered by the time the runner arrived. Treacle pudding had done what treacle pudding could, and even Arthur had stopped looking as if his report were a personal letter from disappointment. Ned was scraping the last sweet edge from his bowl when the gear company room captain appeared beside the table with a sealed gray envelope held between two fingers. "Edmund Vale," she said. Ned's spoon stopped. Around him, the little circle quieted in the uneven way people did when laughter had not yet decided whether it was allowed to leave. "That sounds worse than cream paper," Rafik said. The room captain did not smile. It came through the Crystal Hall office. "Signature required." Livia sat straighter at once. "May I see the outside?" "No," the captain said. "Mr. Vale may see it after he signs receipt." Ned wiped his hand on his napkin because suddenly his fingers felt sticky and too large. The receipt slate was no bigger than his palm, black, brass-edged, and already marked with his name. He took the attached stylus and wrote Edmund Vale carefully enough that the letters looked like they belonged to someone trying not to make a sound. The room captain handed him the envelope. "You are to read it tonight and present yourself at the Crystal Hall tomorrow after morning bell. Do not be late. Do not bring tools unless requested. Do bring your midterm report." Arthur's face had gone pale again. "Is he in trouble?" "If he were in trouble," the room captain said, "the envelope would be white, red, or delivered by someone who enjoys doors opening quickly." She glanced at Ned, not unkindly. Gray usually means assessment. That did not help as much as she seemed to think it should. Ned broke the seal. The paper inside was stiff and brief, written in a hand too sharp to belong to Fen and too familiar to be anyone but Harrow. "Edmund Vale is required for additional Crystal Hall observation following midterm review and recent corroborated irregularity report. Attendance compulsory. Bring current marks, incident notes, and any private observations relevant to minor crystal drift." "Private observations," Livia repeated after he passed it to her. Her eyes moved quickly down the page, then back up. "That means your map." Ned's stomach tightened. "It means they know there's more than the lamp." "It means they think you might know," Beatrice said quietly. Rafik looked toward the windows, where rain turned the glass black and reflective. "And if Harrow asks, private stops being private very quickly." Arthur pushed his bowl aside. "We'll help you copy it cleanly." Ned looked at the gray paper, then at the friends around him, putting bowls, reports, and all. The laughter from a few minutes ago had not vanished. It had simply stepped back to make room for the hook. "Then we'd better make it useful before they make it official." 26. The Commons in print. Livia brought newspapers to breakfast like weapons wrapped in cheap ink. 3 of them appeared beside Ned's plate before he had finished deciding whether yesterday's gray envelope had ruined eggs forever. The papers were creased, damp along one corner from the morning rain, and printed in columns so narrow that the words looked as if they had been packed for shipment. Across the top of the first page, bold type announced Commons Committee questions Saffron Pass crystal allotments. Ned stared at it. "You bought 3? "I borrowed 3, Livia said, smoothing the first sheet with both hands. From the reading room. Return required before noon. No jam on Parliament." Rafik leaned over with interest. "That sounds like a rule born from tragedy." Arthur looked from the headline to Ned. "Is this because of Harrow's note?" "This is because none of you know how to read a debate properly," Livia said. "And because Ned thinks newspapers say what they mean." Ned frowned. "They don't?" "Sometimes," Beatrice said, sliding into the seat opposite with her own cup of tea. "By accident." Livia tapped the headline. "Listen, crystal allotments sound simple. It is not. It means who receives tuned stone, who waits, whose wards weaken, whose mills slow, whose hospitals make do, and whose sons stand under colder signal towers because committees prefer tidy numbers to frostbite." Arthur's expression tightened. That was vivid for breakfast. "Politics is vivid if you stop pretending it happens only in rooms," Livia said. She turned the paper toward Ned and underlined a paragraph with her fingernail. "Read this aloud." Ned took the paper carefully, aware of the other students at the table and the way print always seemed more hostile when witnesses gathered. The honorable member for Northwick demanded clarification as to whether civilian stabilizer contracts had been improperly deferred in favor of emergency frontier requisitions under treaty protection clauses. "Translation?" Livia asked. Ned looked at the sentence again. "Someone's angry that crystal meant for ordinary work got sent to Saffron Pass." "Good. Improperly deferred means someone thinks delay can be made to sound like theft without saying theft." Livia shifted to the next paragraph. "Now this. Rafik took it before Ned could suffer twice. The Undersecretary assured the chamber that all reallocations remain within lawful necessity, subject to review by the Crystal Board and Crown Service authorities. Beatrice set down her cup. Which means they did it, they say they were allowed to do it, and they would like everyone to admire the paperwork. Ned looked back at the headline and felt the shape of it reach from the dock to Avalon, from the lamp to Harrow's gray envelope. So the argument isn't whether there's enough crystal. No, Livia said, the argument is whose need gets called lawful first. By afternoon prep, the Commons had invaded Gear Company. It began when Rafik stood on the hearthrug with Livia's borrowed newspaper rolled in one hand and declared that the honorable member for Northwick had the floor, provided the floor was not currently requisitioned under treaty protection clauses. Arthur, who had been trying to repair his dignity after mathematics, climbed onto a footstool with a cushion tucked under his arm like a ledger and bowed gravely to no one. I rise to demand, Arthur said, in a voice much older and more offended than his own, that this chamber consider the grave injustice done to pudding allotments in light of recent frontier cake diversions. Several older students looked over. That was all the encouragement Rafik required. The Undersecretary assures the chamber that all pudding reallocations remain within lawful necessity, Rafik said, pressing the newspaper to his chest. Any suggestion that the Gear Company table has been deprived of custard for military purposes is irresponsible, inflammatory, and possibly accurate. Ned laughed into his copybook before he could stop himself. Livia tried to look disapproving and failed at the corners of her mouth. A third year by the Brassfield table called, What of the Jam Question? Beatrice, seated very properly near the window, lifted her teacup. The jam question is under review by the Board of Breakfast Stability, whose findings will be published once all relevant toast has been safely consumed. That broke the room properly. Someone thumped the table. Arthur nearly slipped off the footstool and recovered with more dignity than balance. Ned watched faces turn, not with mockery this time, but with the greedy cheer of students discovering that politics could be made ridiculous enough to touch. Livia gave in. She rose, took a pencil like a ceremonial baton, and said, Order. The member for Gear South will refrain from suggesting that Crown requisition officers have eaten the marmalade unless prepared to provide receipts. Rafik clutched his chest. Receipts? In this chamber? What next? Accountability. Steady, Ned said. You'll frighten Parliament. Arthur pointed at him from the footstool. And what says the dock interest? The room shifted toward Ned with amused expectation. He should have hated that, but the joke made the attention lighter. He stood because sitting suddenly felt cowardly and tugged his cuffs straight. The dock interest says if you send the good crystal north, the dock wants to know before the ship tries falling sideways. The laughter softened into something closer to agreement. Livia lowered her pencil a fraction and met his eyes, pleased and serious at once. For the first time, Ned understood why she had brought 3 newspapers to breakfast. If the words could be laughed at, they could be handled. If they could be handled, they could not quite own the room. The game did not end so much as settle back into paper. Once the laughter thinned and the older students returned to their own arguments, Rafik spread the least crumpled newspaper on the work table and bent over the smaller columns near the bottom. His earlier theater left him quickly. The clever light in his face changed into something quieter, more exact, as if he had stopped mocking the map and begun reading the roads under it. That name, he said, tapping the page. Harrogate and Sons. They hold forwarding contracts through Bombay, Karachi, and up toward the mountain depots. Arthur leaned over his shoulder. You know that from the newspaper? I know that because my uncle curses them every monsoon, Rafik said. They promise delivery dates as if weather, mules, customs officers, and mountains are all minor clerical errors. He slid his finger down the column. And there, Malkin Lother Signal Works. They make relay housings, portable tower mirrors, and cold weather insulators. My father's office handled a delayed cargo claim for them last year. Livia came closer with her pencil already in hand. Read the whole line. Rafik obeyed. Slower now. Supplementary inquiry was raised regarding contracted shipments from Malkin Lother Signal Works and whether civilian dock allocations had been reduced to satisfy emergency supply schedules for the upper pass stations. Ned looked at the words until the print seemed to gather soot and fog around itself. Civilian dock allocations. Reduced. Emergency supply. The dock had used other words, rougher ones, spoken in corners where foremen could not hear. Spare crystal gone north. Replacement housings late. Make do until the next shipment. He thought of the courier ship's green gauges, the hidden sideways pull, and Grimsby's face when the beautiful machine became too expensive to blame on weather. They take from docks first, Ned said. Rafik glanced at him. Often. Docks are loud enough to complain and useful enough to survive being ignored for a while. Until they don't, Ned said. Beatrice folded her hands around her teacup. My father would say the Empire does not take. It reallocates. Livia wrote reallocate in her notebook, then underlined it hard. A useful word. It means taking with a chair, a seal, and minutes entered. Arthur looked from the paper to Ned. Could that be why the courier had a bad crystal? Ned's first instinct was to say no, because one lamp, one ship, one newspaper, and one ugly little cluster in his notebook did not yet make a truth. He remembered Livia's pages, Harrow's gray envelope, and the way correct words mattered when adults came asking. It might be why someone used something tired too long. Rafik nodded slowly, or why the right part was somewhere else when London needed it. Ned touched the newspaper without meaning to, leaving the faintest smear of gravy on the margin. The Empire was beginning to look less like one great machine and more like 1,000 hands pulling the same rope in different directions, each hand certain its need came first. Livia was blotting the gravy smear with the corner of a napkin when Beatrice turned the third newspaper over and stopped. There is a notice here. Rafik leaned in at once. If it concerns custard requisitions, I have already exhausted my outrage. It concerns Brassfield, Beatrice said. The word changed the table faster than Parliament had. Arthur abandoned his copybook. Ned looked up despite himself. Even two older students at the far end of the room paused with the attentive dignity of people pretending they had not been listening. Beatrice read carefully. Avalon Academy will host a limited Brassfield exhibition next Saturday, including demonstration tables from Crown, Guild, and private collections. Observers from Allied and Treaty States will attend under invitation of the Academy and the Imperial Board of Strategic Games. Rafik took the paper from her before manners could stop him. Demonstration tables. Private collections. That means proper mountain terrain, skyship counters, supply relays, maybe even live weather projection. Arthur's face brightened for the first time since midterm marks. Do you think they'll bring officer grade pieces? Officer grade? Ned asked. Weighted cores, cleaner projection, proper shield response, Arthur said, already half lost to wonder. My cousin saw a naval table once. The sea actually moved. Ned tried to imagine a Brassfield table fine enough to make water move and failed into wanting. How much crystal does a table like that use? More than the lamps Peregrine thinks admire you, Rafik said. Livia took the paper back and frowned at the notice. Allied and Treaty States is doing a great deal of work. Beatrice's expression changed before Ned understood why. It means foreign guests. It means carefully invited foreign guests, Livia said. Which is worse, because someone chose who was allowed to look. A shadow fell across the edge of the table. Ned looked up to find Master Harrow standing behind them with Justiciar Voss beside him, white and gold too quiet for the noisy common room. Harrow's gaze touched the newspaper, then Ned's hand, then the folded gray summons half visible beneath his notebook. Enjoy the exhibition, Harrow said. Rafik straightened. Sir? Games teach people what a nation believes war should look like, Harrow said. They also teach attentive observers what a nation thinks it can afford to show. Voss's eyes moved across the little circle, calm and exact. Some guests come to admire. Some come to count. Ned looked down at the notice again, at Brassfield, observers, private collections, and strategic games printed in ordinary ink. A moment ago, the exhibition had been tables, pieces, and moving seas. Now it had watchers around it, and the watchers had become part of the board. 27. Pieces worth wearing. Beatrice's bookmark began as a line in Ned's ledger and a pile of things no jeweler would have called promising. On Pike's side bench after workshop, he laid out the approved scraps one by one. A narrow brass strip, 2 pinches of blue-gray crystal powder, 3 slivers clear enough to carry light, and a bead of pale crystal no larger than a pea. The bead had come from sweepings Pike would have thrown into the dull gray jar if Ned had not asked first and signed for it afterward. Pike stood over him with both arms folded. Function? Reading light, Ned said. Soft. No page turning. No scolding. No reporting anyone to nurse. Excellent. The world has too many objects with opinions. Beatrice, allowed to watch from the far side of the bench, looked as if she wanted to smile and had been raised to negotiate with the impulse first. My sister will appreciate the restraint. Ned set the brass strip in the small clamp and took up his new pin vise. The tool turned smoothly between thumb and forefinger, its little jaws holding a setting needle fine enough to make him nervous. This was not like repairing a brassfield piece meant to survive knocking about in a common room. A bookmark had to be thin, light, and decent to look at even when nobody was thinking about the charm. He drilled the first hole too close to the edge and stopped before the brass split. Heat climbed his neck. Pike leaned in. Well? Wrong place, Ned said. If I pretend otherwise, it'll tear when I set the bead. Good. Ruin it honestly. He cut a fresh strip. Beatrice said nothing, which helped more than comfort. The second attempt sat straighter. He drilled, filed the burr away, then rubbed crystal powder into 2 shallow channels with binding gum until the lines dulled and held. The bead settled at the top under 3 folded brass claws, plain as a dewdrop in a workman's hand. When Ned touched the testing pin to the back, the bookmark gave a soft glow, warm enough to tint the bench but not sharp enough to hurt the eyes. Beatrice drew in one small breath. It's not grand, Ned said quickly. No, she said, looking at the little light as if it had answered something private. It's kind. The trouble began because Beatrice carried the bookmark into supper instead of hiding it in a box. Ned had wrapped it in brown paper, tied it with thread, and written the ledger entry twice because Livia insisted that gifts, commissions, and dangerous ambiguity should never share a line. Beatrice unwrapped it only to check the glow once before sending it home, but the little bead woke under her fingers and spilled a soft pool of honey-colored light across the gear table. Arthur leaned closer at once. Oh, that's lovely. It's a bookmark, Ned said, as if plain naming might prevent the room from noticing beauty. It's a glowing bookmark, Rafik said. That raises the diplomatic stakes. Beatrice touched the brass spine with one finger, following the shallow channels of crystal powder. The light is even. It doesn't glare. That was the point, Ned said. It is also pretty, Livia said, which sounded like a legal finding reluctantly entered. Pretty traveled faster than function. A third-year girl from Crown Company asked whether Ned could make one with a blue light instead of warm. Then a boy from Gear wanted a watch fob that glowed when homework was due, and someone else wanted a cuff pin with initials, a family crest, and enough crystal to impress a cousin without alarming a mother. Ned tried to answer one question at a time and failed because each answer seemed to breed 2 more. Peregrine arrived before Pike did, which was unfortunate for everyone's moral education. His gaze moved from Beatrice's bookmark to the cluster of interested students and then to Ned's hands. How enterprising. Dock sweepings have become fashionable. The little crowd shifted, not leaving, but listening harder. Ned set his spoon down carefully. It's approved crystal powder. Of course, Peregrine said. Nothing says refinement like salvaged dust in a brass strip. Beatrice's fingers tightened around the bookmark, but Ned spoke before she could. Your cuff pin uses 2 matched garnet chips and a polished lay fleck too small to carry more than a family seal pulse. It probably cost more than my pin vise and is less than this bookmark. Peregrine's face went very still. Ned looked at the pin at Peregrine's cuff, then back at him. It is very pretty, though. Rafik made a sound into his cup that failed to become a cough. Arthur stared at his plate as if courage now required not laughing. Livia closed her ledger with deliberate care. That was a materially precise answer. Peregrine's mouth thinned. Careful, Vale. Some people know the value of what they wear. Ned picked up his spoon again. Then they shouldn't insult the value of what other people make. Pike arrived as if summoned by the smell of commerce becoming foolish. She did not hurry. That made the students parting before her look less like obedience and more like instinct. Her workshop apron was still dusted with brass filings, one sleeve rolled higher than the other, and she carried a ledger under one arm with the grim serenity of a woman prepared to end civilization by page number if required. What, Pike said, stopping beside Ned's place, is attempting to become a market without my permission. Several students discovered urgent reasons to examine plates, cuffs, or distant corners of the hall. Ned swallowed his last answer to Peregrine before it reached his mouth. They were asking about commissions, mistress. I gathered that when Mr. Haldane attempted to describe a homework fob with 3 illegal convenience clauses and no understanding of battery draw. Pike held out her hand. Bookmark. Beatrice passed it over at once, though her fingers lingered for a fraction before letting go. Pike turned the piece beneath the hall lamps, examined the brass spine, the folded claws, and the powdered channels, then cupped one hand around the bead to test the glow. The soft light warmed her palm and made the filings on her sleeve shine faintly. Safe, Pike said, modest, properly restrained, slightly plain in the lower spine, but not offensively so. Ned tried not to look pleased and failed badly enough that Rafik smiled at his cup. Pike set the bookmark down between Ned and Beatrice, then looked around the gathered students. Approved student commissions may include minor repairs, decorative fittings, low-grade light charms, simple desk pieces, brassfield repairs, tool tags, and harmless personal markers. They may not include concealment charms, translation work, oath binding, reporting devices, romantic idiocy, cheating aids, medical objects, weapon functions, examination assistants, or anything described with the phrase just a little extra power. The third-year girl who had asked for blue light raised a cautious hand. What about color preference, mistress? Color preference is civilization, Pike said. Excessive glare is assault. Arthur nodded solemnly. A useful distinction. Pike opened her ledger on the table. All work goes through workshop approval. Materials are logged. Powder is weighed. Payment is recorded. Favors are named before accepted. If any of you attempt to pay Mr. Vale in vague gratitude, social pressure, family influence, or putting rights without declared value, I will make the offender clean flux pots until their descendants feel sticky. Livia's expression softened into something dangerously close to admiration. That is an excellent policy. It is a basic policy, Pike said. Excellence begins when people stop making me repeat basic policies. Her gaze settled on Ned. And you, Mr. Vale, will learn that rules are not always cages. Sometimes they are fences that keep rich fools from trampling your workshop. Ned looked down at the bookmark, then at the interested faces now arranged into something less like a crowd and more like a queue with consequences. Yes, mistress. Pike handed him the ledger. Good. Begin with names. Let fashion learn to wait. The ledger felt heavier once names began entering it. Ned sat at Pike's side table after supper with the approved commission book open before him, copying each request in careful lines while Livia watched like a customs officer guarding a border crossing. Beatrice's bookmark lay wrapped again in brown paper at his elbow, its soft glow hidden now, though Ned could still remember the way it had made the brass look kinder. Name, Livia said. Clara Haldane. Ned read from Pike's rough list. Blue reading bookmark. Low glare. No extra power. Payment? Threepence and materials supplied if approved. Right, materials supplied separately, Livia said. Otherwise someone will produce a family jewel the size of a pigeon egg and claim you accepted responsibility for it. Rafik leaned over the back of a chair. A pigeon egg jewel would improve breakfast. Arthur looked up from sorting broken brassfield pieces into 2 piles, one labeled possible and one labeled heroic optimism. Would it hatch into a richer pigeon? Almost certainly, Rafik said. It would complain about seed quality. Ned wrote slowly, tongue pressed behind his teeth, and tried not to enjoy the neatness of it. Names, object, function, material, payment, approval. The page made the sudden crowd of requests less frightening. It turned wanting into lines. It made rich students wait their turn. Pike was right. The rules did not feel like a cage tonight. They felt like a bench vice holding the work steady while his hands caught up. Beatrice came to collect the wrapped bookmark before evening bell. She placed 4pence beside the ledger, though the agreed price had been 3. Ned pushed 1 coin back without thinking. That's too much, he said. It is for the second strip you ruined honestly, Beatrice said. That was my mistake. And I asked for the work. She did not push the coin forward again. Instead, she set it on the table between them like a question allowed to wait. Put it toward better brass for the next one. Livia dipped her pen. Recorded as voluntary material contribution, not payment. Acceptable. Ned looked at the coin, then nodded. Thank you. Later, a letter from Maddie arrived with the evening post, folded tight enough to look suspicious of its own journey. Ned opened it by the fire while the new ledger dried beside him. Maddie had written, "So now you're a shopkeeper with school rules and noble customers. That sounds like being free and trapped at the same time. Mind you charge properly. Prisoners don't send invoices. Ned read the line twice, then smiled despite the ache it left behind. Across the table, Livia sanded the ledger page and said, "What does she say?" Ned folded the letter carefully. "That I should charge properly." Pike, passing behind him with a tray of dull crystal scraps, gave a satisfied grunt. Sensible girl. 28. Brassfield Exhibition. The Brassfield Exhibition transformed Avalon's Eastern Hall into a battlefield that had learned manners. By mid-morning, the long chamber shone with polished tables, velvet ropes, brass placards, and crystal lamps tuned bright enough to make every uniform, jewel, and medal seem recently invented. Officers in dark blue stood beside guild masters with silver measuring chains across their waistcoats, while noble families moved in soft currents of perfume, glove leather, and quiet calculation. Foreign guests wore courtesy pins at their collars, each one shaped differently, each one watched by someone pretending not to watch. Ned stopped just inside the door and nearly forgot to be wary. A crown demonstration table occupied the center of the hall, larger than any Brassfield board he had seen, its rune-carved surface black as still water beneath a floating projection of mountains. Tiny signal towers gleamed on ridges no bigger than knifebacks. Mech units stood in orderly brass ranks. Skyships hung above them in pale blue crystal light, propellers turning with silent elegance while threads of projected weather curled through the pass. Arthur breathed out. "That is officer grade." Rafiq's eyes had gone bright and hungry. "That is not a game table. That is a campaign argument with manners." Livia looked at the placard first, because of course she did. Imperial Board of Strategic Games, Crown Loan Collection, Restricted Demonstration Set. No student handling without explicit invitation, no private sketching of underside mechanisms, no removal of calibration dust. Ned glanced at her. "They had to write that?" "Someone made it necessary," Livia said, with the grim respect she reserved for properly documented foolishness. Beatrice joined them from the side aisle, gloved hands folded neatly, though her gaze lingered on the mountain projection with open admiration. A pale ribbon tied around one wrist held the little brown paper parcel that carried the bookmark for posting later. "My father says exhibitions are where boys learn strategy and men learn who wishes to be seen learning strategy." Rafiq nodded toward a group of officers laughing beside a private table trimmed in silver. "Your father is uncomfortably accurate." The central projection shifted. Infantry markers moved along a gorge road, and a tiny skyship lowered a supply crate toward a tower while a storm front gathered in miniature above the peaks. The hall answered with murmurs, delighted, impressed, hungry. Ned leaned closer despite himself, not to admire the soldiers, but to feel the table's clean response beneath all that beauty. The projection held steady, bright and perfect. That made him smile before he remembered perfect things often hid the worst sounds. They moved along the tables in the slow current of guests, and Ned discovered that wonder became worse when he could see how it worked. A private ash cone table showed a coastal siege with tiny harbor guns and moving tide lines, its waves cut from blue-white light so fine that Arthur forgot to breathe over them. A guild table displayed a mech factory assault, all pistons, smoke vents, and copper infantry markers marching through projected soot. Another table, roped in crimson cord, showed 3 skyships circling a storm tower while little lightning threads crawled from crystal cloud to crystal hull. "It's beautiful," Arthur said. "It's expensive," Ned said. "Those are not opposites," Beatrice said, though her eyes had followed the lightning too. Ned stopped beside the storm table and leaned close enough for the steward to cough politely. He stepped back, hands behind him, but the pressure under the projection stayed in his teeth. "That skyship counters better than the table." Rafiq looked down sharply. "Which one?" "The left one. See how the storm bends around it before the table reads the tower." Ned pointed without crossing the rope. "Its piece core is cleaner than the board circuit. Like putting a new valve in a tired pipe." The steward, a smooth young man with a silver guild pin, looked offended by the pipe comparison. "This table belongs to the Westmere collection." "I didn't say it was bad," Ned said. "I said the piece is better." Livia's gaze moved from the steward's pin to the placard. Westmere acquired 3 new crown pattern aerial counters last year. The board itself is 32 years old. The steward's offense became more complicated. Beatrice's mouth curved slightly. "A tired pipe with pedigree, Then, a laugh came from behind them, too low and adult to belong to a student. Ned turned to see a cluster of gentlemen in foreign courtesy pins watching the central table while pretending not to watch the children. One had a broad North American accent, a dark green frock coat, and a gold watch chain heavy enough to anchor a small boat. Ned looked away quickly. He had grown used to rich people treating games as status, but here the status had teeth. Boys admired moving seas. Officers watched supply lines. Guild men watched mechanisms. Foreign guests watched what made British toys too close to training. Arthur drifted toward a table where noble boys were comparing family sets with more pride than strategy. One of them lifted a cavalry marker and said, "Ours has real dust from the Crimea worked into the charge line." Ned stared. Why would that help? Rafik sighed. It helps the owner say that sentence. Ned looked back at the shining mountain pass, the perfect skyships, and the guests counting beauty as if beauty were ammunition. Then some pieces are made to win games, he said, and some are made to win rooms. The North American gentleman found them 2 tables later, where a traveling guild set displayed a desert campaign with brass rail lines, sand-colored infantry, and a tiny armored train that breathed real steam through a chimney no taller than Ned's fingernail. Ned had just crouched to watch the train's wheels grip the projected track when the man in the dark green frock coat stopped beside him with a smile that seemed friendly in the same way a polished knife seemed clean. "You have a good eye for tables, young sir," the man said. Ned rose too quickly and nearly knocked his shoulder against the velvet rope. "I was only looking. Looking well is rarer than touching badly." The man's accent rounded the vowels and struck some consonants flatter than British speech. His courtesy pin showed a silver gear over 3 stars. "Caleb Whitcomb, North American Industrial Mission. May I ask your name?" Arthur straightened as if names had suddenly become a battlefield. "Ned Vale," Ned said, because refusing would make the question larger. "Vale," Whitcomb repeated, and his gaze sharpened by a fraction. "The young gentleman whose repaired brassfield marker was mentioned in the student hall, perhaps? I heard one of your pieces held projection after a fractured core." Rafik's eyes flicked toward Livia. "It was a small repair," Ned said. "Powder fill and a reset pin." "Powder fill," Whitcomb said pleasantly. "Interesting. Do they teach that method early at Avalon, or did you come to it from workshop practice?" Ned opened his mouth, then stopped because the question had too many doors in it. Livia stepped in beside him with her notebook held against her chest. "Student repair methods are supervised by workshop staff and logged under Academy rules." Whitcomb's smile did not move. "Quite proper. Documentation is the mother of industry." "Sometimes," Livia said. "Sometimes it is the ant who asks why industry is looking in the cupboard." Beatrice made a soft sound that might have been a cough if manners had required one. Whitcomb's eyes warmed with amusement. A formidable ant. Still, invention travels best when young minds are not overfenced. In my country, a boy with Mr. Vale's instincts might be given a bench, materials, and investors before anyone thought to give him permission slips. Ned looked at the armored train, its steam puffing neatly through artificial desert heat. A bench, materials, and no one counting powder sounded too tempting to trust. Rafik's voice came mild and careful. "And what would the investors want in return?" Whitcomb glanced at him. "Results, Mr. Khan," Rafik said. "And roots always matter after results." Livia touched Ned's sleeve once, very lightly. "We should see the crown table before the demonstration changes." Ned nodded, grateful for the exit before he understood all of it. As they moved away, Livia leaned close enough that only their little group could hear her. Those questions weren't admiration, they were procurement with a smile. The crown table had gathered a crowd by the time they reached it again. A bored demonstrator in a dark blue coat stood at the head of the mountain pass projection, one gloved hand poised above a row of brass command studs. Officers, guild masters, students, and foreign guests formed a careful ring around the velvet rope, each face lit from below by miniature snowfields in crystal weather. Harrow stood near the far corner with Voss beside him, both still as fixtures no one sensible ignored. "Observe the upper road," the demonstrator said. "A supply column moving under storm pressure with 2 damaged relay towers and hostile interference along the mule track." Rafik went very still. "That is Saffron Pass." "Not officially," Livia murmured. The demonstrator pressed a stud. "Tiny mules, infantry, and field engineers began moving along a knife-thin road while clouds gathered above them. A signal tower flickered. A skyship descended through the projected storm, its lift field bending blue-white around the ridgeline. The hull murmured approval when the supply crate dropped cleanly beside the tower. Ned watched the skyship counter. The table read beautifully, but a faint wrongness threaded through the lower pass when the crate landed. Not failure, not drift, a tiny delay between the signal tower and the road markers, like a shouted warning reaching one man half a breath late. His hand twitched. Peregrine, standing 2 places beyond Arthur with his family group, glanced over and smiled faintly. Careful, Vale. The crown table may not need your admiration to function. Ned's mouth closed around the words he had almost spoken. Beatrice heard the silence. So did Livia. Arthur looked from Ned to the table, worry sharpening his face. Is something wrong? The delay came again. Tiny infantry markers moved before the lower tower completed its pulse. A neat impossibility, almost invisible beneath the beautiful snow. Ned forced himself to breathe. There's a lag under the lower tower. The demonstrator's hand paused. Several adults turned. Peregrine's smile hardened. Ned pointed without crossing the rope. Not the skyship. The road markers. They're moving before the signal reaches them. Harrow's voice cut through the polite crowd. Demonstrator, hold sequence. The hall quieted at once. The demonstrator touched a black stud, and the whole mountain froze with a skyship hanging above the pass, crate suspended in a blue thread, infantry fixed mid-step. Harrow stepped closer, looked once, then leaned toward the underside gauge visible beneath the table's bevel. Lower relay channel, he said. The demonstrator paled. That was calibrated this morning. Voss's gaze moved, not to the table, but around the ring of guests watching it. Then someone will be pleased to explain how it changed before noon. 29. Choosing to speak. The frozen mountain made the whole hall colder. Ned stood beside the velvet rope with the last echo of his own words still in the air, while the crown table held its skyship, mules, infantry, crate, storm, and lower tower perfectly still. Nothing moved except people's eyes. They moved from Ned to Harrow, from Harrow to the underside gauges, from Voss to the foreign guests, and then carefully away from anything that looked like a conclusion. The demonstrator's hand hovered above the control studs. Master Harrow, if the sequence is held too long, the weather layer will need to be reset. Then reset it later, Harrow said. Do not touch the lower relay. Ned felt every word like a tool placed on a bench. Lower relay. Changed before noon. Calibrated this morning. Peregrine's remark still sat behind his ribs, sharp and bright. The crown table may not need your admiration. The words were silly now, smaller than the sudden quiet, but they had done their work when the delay first appeared. They had closed Ned's mouth for one breath too long. Voss stepped closer to the rope. Mr. Vale, tell me what you observed. The truth in her voice did not pull the way formal questioning did, but memory answered anyway. The sky dock, Grimsby pointing, the guard's hand on his arm, the burn across his palm. Adults deciding that knowing first meant guilt. Maddie's warning tucked through half his life now. Don't let fine-coded people make you grateful for being taken. Livia's ledger pages. Harrow's gray envelope. Silence had consequences too. He had seen that in the corridor lamp, in the map in his notebook, in every small wrongness he had tried to make into lines before someone else made it into accusation. Ned, Arthur said quietly beside him. Ned looked at the table rather than at Voss. The lower tower pulsed after the road markers moved. The demonstrator frowned. That should be impossible. Yes, Ned said. His mouth had gone dry, but the table remained clear beneath the fear. It happened twice. First when the crate landed, then again after the storm layer thickened. The skyship counter was clean. The tower wasn't slow exactly. The road answered early. Livia moved one step forward, notebook already open. Time observed was during the second public sequence, after the North American industrial mission had passed the west side tables and before the demonstrator froze the board. Voss's eyes flicked to her. You recorded that? I began recording when Mr. Vale stopped speaking, Livia said. It seemed safer than hoping everyone would remember accurately. Harrow looked at Ned. Why did you stop speaking? The question was worse than accusation because it was fair. Ned glanced once toward Peregrine, then away. Because I didn't want to be interesting again. Voss's expression did not soften. That would have been easier. And now? Ned swallowed. Now I'd rather be embarrassed than late. Voss did not raise her voice. She did not need to. One gloved hand lifted, and the exhibition stopped pretending to be an exhibition. The nearest justiciar aides moved from the walls with smooth, terrible economy, white and gold uniforms cutting through officers, guildmasters, parents, and students as if the crowd had seams only they could see. Velvet ropes became boundaries. Polite curiosity became a thing people hid inside their collars. No one leaves the Eastern Hall until released, Voss said. Students remain with company groups. Guests will keep hands visible and step back from demonstration tables. Caleb Whitcomb's pleasant voice rose from near the desert campaign table. Justiciar, surely this is a minor calibration irregularity. Industrial exhibitions breed them the way gardens breed midges. Voss turned her head toward him. Then you will be pleased to remain while we determine whether this midge has paperwork. A few adults looked away. Ned did not know whether he wanted to laugh or be sick. Harrow crouched by the crown table and opened the underside inspection panel with a key from his own chain. The panel came down like the bottom of a clock, revealing wires, silvered relay vanes, blackstone brackets, and 3 thumb-sized crystal nodes seated beneath the projected lower pass. The frozen mountain above them stayed beautiful, which made the exposed workings below feel indecent. Mr. Vale, Harrow said. Stand here. Do not touch. Ned stepped inside the rope under Voss's eye and felt the entire hall notice his boots cross the boundary. The lower relay node pressed against his teeth, not sour like the lamp, not tired like the dock crystal. It felt instructed. That was the wrong word, but it came first and would not leave. Harrow watched his face. Speak. The relay's not failing, Ned said slowly. It's obeying something crooked. The demonstrator stiffened. No external control is permitted during public sequence. I didn't say outside, Ned said, then wished he had. He swallowed and tried again, more carefully. It feels like an instruction inside the path. A little one, enough to make the road answer before the tower properly tells it. Livia's pencil moved furiously behind him. Internal path alteration, lower relay channel, visible effect on road markers. Harrow reached into his case and drew out a silver probe. Good. Keep saying what you know, not what you fear. Ned looked once toward Peregrine and saw the other boy staring, no smile left now. Then he looked back at the open panel. There's powder in the wrong place, he said. Not much, like dust pretending to be a line. Harrow did not look surprised. That frightened Ned more than if he had. The master slid the silver probe along the underside channel without touching the crystal node itself, then angled a magnifying lens until the hall lamps caught in the exposed relay vanes. For a moment there was only the soft hum of the frozen table, the suspended storm, and the rustle of too many expensive coats being held too still. Where? Harrow asked. Ned pointed with one finger held above the panel. There, between the lower tower feed and the road response line. It shouldn't be joined, should it? No, Harrow said. It should not. The demonstrator swallowed audibly. That section was sealed before installation. Then sealing has become an unreliable witness, Voss said. Harrow touched the probe to a narrow dark smear that Ned had mistaken for shadow. The smear glittered faintly blue under the lens, not enough for beauty, just enough for betrayal. Conductive powder, improperly bonded. Very fine. A guildmaster near the front cleared his throat. Calibration dust can migrate under heavy demonstration use. Livia's pencil stopped. Ned looked up before he meant to. Not like that. The guildmaster's brows rose. I beg your pardon? Ned felt the hall turn back toward him and wished the table would swallow him into the mountain. He made himself look at the open panel instead of the faces. Dust that migrates scatters. It gets messy in corners and around warm parts. That's a line. Someone wanted the road to hear early. Harrow's eyes did not leave the smear. Correct. Voss turned toward the demonstrator. Who had access after morning calibration? The demonstrator's color worsened. Board staff, 2 crown artificers, academy oversight, and collection stewards under observation. The table was never unattended. Never is a large word, Voss said. We will make it smaller. Caleb Whitcomb's voice came lightly from beyond the ring. A fascinating education for the children, Justiciar. One hopes the Empire's games are not always this dramatic. Rafik's hand brushed Ned's sleeve, steadying without gripping. Voss looked at Whitcomb with a calm that made the air feel measured. Drama is when people notice the act. Treason is often quieter. No one laughed. Harrow closed a tiny brass clamp around the powdered smear and lifted it into a glass evidence vial. The table's lower tower flickered once as the false line broke. Above them, the frozen road markers dimmed, losing their impossible eagerness. Ned felt the wrong instruction vanish like a hook pulled from cloth, and for the first time since speaking, he could breathe properly. The exhibition did not restart. That seemed to frighten the adults more than the fault itself. A game could be excused if it resumed quickly, if laughter returned, if officers praised the clarity of the mountain pass and parents congratulated themselves on educational spectacle. Instead, Voss ordered the crown table curtained, the evidence vial sealed, and every person who had stood within the inner ring marked against a list held by a justiciar aide with a gold-edged slate. Ned stood beside Harrow while the beautiful mountain vanished under dark cloth. Without the projection, the table looked smaller, heavier, and more guilty. The demonstrator kept rubbing his gloved thumb against one finger as if trying to remove a stain that was not there. Harrow closed the underside panel and locked it with 2 turns of his key. "You spoke late." Ned's face heated. "Yes, sir. You spoke clearly when you did speak." "That doesn't make late better." "No," Harrow said. "It makes late recoverable. There is a difference." Voss came toward them with the sealed vial in one hand and Livia's copied notes in the other. "Mr. Vale, your observation is entered as corroborated. Miss Mach's timing notes support sequence order. Master Harrow's inspection supports physical alteration." Ned should have felt relief. Instead, the words landed like more paper tied to his wrist. "So you believe me?" "Yes," Voss said. The hall did not grow safer. The foreign guests still stood in guarded little clusters. Officers spoke with their faces turned away. Guildmasters looked offended by the existence of evidence. Peregrine stood with his family, no longer smiling, and Ned hated how badly he wanted the boy to say something foolish just so anger could become simple again. Arthur stepped close enough that his sleeve brushed Ned's. "Being believed is good." "It is," Livia said, though her eyes stayed on Voss and the vial. "It also means the thing happened." Rafik looked at the covered table, and that someone meant it to happen where half the empire could admire the workmanship. Beatrice's gloved fingers tightened around the parcel at her wrist. "Not half the empire, the invited part." Voss heard that. Her gaze moved to Beatrice, then across the hall to Whitcomb, then back to Ned. "You will all remain available for formal questioning tomorrow." Arthur swallowed. "All of us?" "All who observed, recorded, interrupted, or were interrupted," Voss said. Harrow looked down at Ned. "Bring your notebook, the private one." Ned felt the hook of that beneath his ribs. His map, the lamp, the shield rack, the cheap brassfield table, all the small wrongnesses that had seemed too thin to hold weight were being gathered, named, and tied to official string. He had wanted adults to listen. Now they had, and listening had turned the room colder. He looked at the curtained crown table, then at the white and gold aids closing the doors. "It was easier when I thought I might be making too much of it." Voss's voice was quiet beside him. "Most real dangers are easier before they become real." 30. Under white and gold. Voss chose the small council room beside the eastern hall for questioning, which made the exhibition feel less ended than folded away for later use. By morning, the velvet ropes had gone, the lesser brassfield tables had been covered, and the crown table remained hidden beneath dark cloth with 2 justiciar aides posted beside it. Ned arrived with his private notebook under one arm, his midterm report in his satchel, and the unpleasant sense that paper had learned to follow him. Arthur walked beside him, pale but determined. "Do we wait outside?" Livia checked the notice pinned to the council room door. "Witnesses enter when named. Company groups remain in the antechamber. No discussion of testimony after individual questioning until released." Rafik looked at the chairs arranged along the wall. "They have made waiting into furniture." Beatrice, already gloved and still, glanced toward the closed door. "That is often its proper shape." Inside the council room, Voss sat at a narrow table with no ornament except a gold-edged slate, an inkstand, and the sealed glass vial resting in a blackwood cradle. Harrow stood by the window with Ned's copied fault map open before him, while a gray-haired academy clerk prepared a fresh page. The room smelled of paper, polish, and the faint metallic bite of the evidence vial. "Edmund Vale," Voss said. "Sit." Ned sat because his knees had already considered doing something less useful. He placed his notebook on the table but kept one hand flat on the cover. Do you need all of it? I need what is relevant, Voss said. You may be mistaken about relevance. So we will proceed carefully. That was worse than taking it. It made him responsible for the shape of the giving. Voss began with the lamp, then the shield rack, then the cheap brassfield table. Each question was simple enough to be terrifying. What did you observe? When? Who was present? Did you touch the object? Did anyone ask you not to report it? Did pride, fear, resentment, or embarrassment alter your timing? Ned answered until his mouth felt scraped thin. He did not lie. He could not. Yet truth came in pieces, not all polished the same. He had been afraid of Peregrine's mockery. He had wanted not to be noticed. He had liked being right when Fen proved the lamp faulty, then hated himself for liking it. Voss wrote nothing for several breaths. Truth is not always noble, Mr. Vale. It is still useful. Ned looked at the vial. That doesn't make me sound better. No, Voss said. It makes the record sound more like what happened. Peregrine entered as if posture could serve as armor. His academy coat was immaculate, his cuffs properly settled, and his expression arranged into the careful blankness of a boy who had been told that fear was acceptable only after it had been translated into dignity. His family waited beyond the antechamber door, close enough that Ned had seen Lady Roth's gloves tighten around her reticule when her son's name was called. Voss did not ask Peregrine to sit at once. Mr. Roth, stand beside the table, please. Peregrine obeyed. His gaze touched Ned's notebook, the vial, Harrow's map, and finally Ned himself. Justice here. You made remarks to Mr. Vale during the brassfield demonstration. I made one remark, Peregrine said. It was ill-timed. Was it intended to discourage him from speaking? His mouth opened, then closed. The truth caught him before manners could polish it. Yes. Arthur looked down at his hands in the antechamber doorway. Rafiq's face went still. Ned hated the hot little satisfaction that moved through him and hated more that Voss would know it if she asked. Peregrine's chin lifted. I did not know there was a real fault. That was not the question, Voss said. Why did you wish to discourage him? Peregrine's fingers flexed once at his side. Because he is always finding wrongness now. Lamps, tables, training gear. People listen. Instructors listen. It becomes tiresome. Harrow's voice came from the window. Tiresome is not a technical category. No, sir, Peregrine said, color touching his cheekbones. Voss studied him. Did you interfere with the crown table? No, Peregrine said at once, and the room accepted the answer with the clean weight of truth. Did you know who did? No. Did you suspect a deliberate alteration before Mr. Vale spoke? No. Ned felt the anger inside him lose its easy shape. Peregrine had not done it. He had not even helped. He had only been proud, resentful, sharp, and wrong in public, which was not enough for chains and more than enough to hurt. Voss continued, did you resent Mr. Vale for being believed? Peregrine looked at Ned then, and the polish cracked around something younger. Yes. The word hung there without drama, small and ugly and impossible to call back. Harrow folded Ned's copied map. Resentment is not sabotage, Mr. Roth. It can, however, make an excellent cover for someone else's work. Peregrine's face tightened as if the sentence had struck harder than accusation. I understand, sir. Voss finally pointed to the chair. Sit. Now we will discuss every person you saw near that table before noon, and this time your certainty will wait until memory has finished speaking. Beatrice entered after Peregrine left, and the room seemed to change its posture around her. She did not have his hard polish or Arthur's visible nerves. She carried herself like someone who had practiced being watched until watching became part of the furniture. Her gloves were buttoned, her hair was smooth, and the little parcel tied at her wrist looked suddenly too soft for a room with Voss, Harrow, and a sealed evidence vial in it. Voss indicated the chair. Miss Ashcombe, sit. Beatrice sat, folded her hands, and looked at the table rather than at Ned. Justice here. You attended the exhibition with your family. Yes. You spoke with noble guests before the crown demonstration. Yes. Did any of those conversations concern Mr. Vale? Beatrice's hands tightened once. It was a tiny movement, but Ned saw it because he had begun watching hands the way he watched gauges. Yes. The word landed quietly. Arthur shifted in the antechamber. Rafik's gaze sharpened. Livia's pencil waited above the page. Voss said, "Repeat the substance of those conversations." Beatrice drew in a careful breath. Lady Morven asked whether Mr. Vale was the dockboy Harrow had taken an interest in. My aunt said one should not call a crown-discovered tuner a dockboy in public unless one wanted to sound provincial. Lord Westmere said rare tuners are not left to ordinary paths, and that the sensible houses would learn his likely direction before everyone else began writing polite letters. Ned felt the words move around him like tape and string. Likely direction, sensible houses, polite letters. None of it sounded like a boy with a private notebook and a bad Latin mark. Voss's voice remained level. Did anyone speak of recruitment? Not in that word, Beatrice said. Her mouth tightened. They said appointment, sponsorship, patronage, future placement, and advantageous oversight. Harrow made a dry sound that might have been anger if it had been less controlled. All the old words, then. Beatrice looked at him at last. They spoke as if he were already being divided into possible futures. Ned stared at the table. He wanted to be angry with her because she had been in the room where it happened and had not stopped it. But Beatrice looked pale now, and the truth did not let her hide behind manners any better than Peregrine had hidden behind pride. Voss asked, "Did you object?" Beatrice's answer took one breath too long. No. Ned looked up. Beatrice met his eyes, and shame made her composure thinner rather than gone. I should have. I thought silence was safer because they were adults, and because my family was listening, and because objecting would make it a scene. That was cowardice with good posture. Livia's pencil moved again, slower this time. Voss nodded once. The record will say you understood the conversation after hearing it. Beatrice looked down at her folded hands. Yes, Justiciar. Ned did not know what to do with the apology she had not quite spoken. The velvet chain he had feared was not waiting in some far office. It had already been discussed over tea, under chandeliers, by people who had never thought to ask whether the useful boy wanted a collar. Questioning ended by making everyone quieter rather than clearer. Arthur came out rubbing his palms down his trousers, as if courage had left sweat behind. Rafik looked thoughtful in a way Ned had learned meant several roads had just rearranged themselves in his head. Livia held 3 pages of notes and wore the expression of someone who had discovered the law was useful, dangerous, and still insufficient. Beatrice left last, her parcel held close at her wrist, and gave Ned one small look before joining the others in the antechamber. Voss did not dismiss Ned with them. Remain a moment, Mr. Vale. Ned stayed seated, though every part of him wanted the corridor, his friends, and any room where sealed vials did not sit like cold eyes. Harrow had gone to confer with the academy clerk, leaving the council room smaller around Voss's white and gold stillness. The justiciar closed the top page of testimony, sanded the ink, and set the blotter aside with exact care. You were cleared once by Truth, she said. At the dock, Ned said. Yes, Truth removed a false charge. It did not remove the man who wanted a charge. It did not remove the report, the interest, the registry problem, or the fact that the Crown took notice of you. Ned looked down at his hands. That sounds like being cleared badly. It sounds like being cleared truthfully. Voss folded her gloved hands on the table. Many children are told truth makes everything simple. It does not. Truth is a lamp. It shows the room. It does not move the furniture out of your path. Ned thought of Peregrine's resentment laid bare without making him guilty, of Beatrice's family speaking in velvet words, of Wickham smiling as if buying futures was only another industrial habit. So telling you the truth doesn't make me safe. No, Voss said. It makes it harder for the wrong danger to wear the wrong name. He swallowed. That's not much comfort. It is not meant to be comfort. It is meant to be armor you do not mistake for a blanket. Her voice softened by no more than a fraction. You did well yesterday because you chose to speak despite fear. You will need to learn procedure, witnesses, notes, and timing, because courage alone is too easily punished after the fact. Ned looked toward the door, where Livia's shadow crossed the frosted glass as she waited outside. Livia knows that already. Then be grateful she is your friend, Voss said. The word friend settled strangely, warmer than the room deserved. Ned gathered his notebook and slid it back under his arm. What happens now? Voss lifted the sealed vial and placed it into a padded case. Now adults pretend not to panic while asking better questions. You will attend lessons unless summoned. You will not investigate alone. You will continue recording observations. Ned stood slowly. That sounds like being watched and useful. Voss opened the case latch. It is. Learn the difference between being guarded and being held. Then learn when the same hand is trying to do both. 31. Army of Scraps. By late afternoon, Ned had carried Voss's words all the way from the council room to Mistress Pike's workshop, where oil, filings, warm brass, and vinegar wash did what comfort could not. They gave his hands something honest to believe. The legal quiet still clung to him, white and gold and careful as a sealed case. But the scrap trays were plain things: broken brassfield infantry blocks, cracked mech legs, bent shield pins, blue-white crystal dust in labeled jars, and ugly little shards no polished house would have set in a cuff. Pike looked up from a clamp stand as he came in. If you are here to brood artistically, do it outside. If you are here to work, wash your hands and sign the scrap ledger. Ned set his notebook down beside the sink. I want to make my own set. Want is wind, Pike said, though her eyes had already moved to the brassfield tray. What kind of set? An ugly one that works. He washed carefully, dried his fingers on the rough towel, and opened the ledger to the next line. Mech first, then infantry if there's enough left. Maybe shield posts after. Pike came over and turned the tray with 2 fingers, making the broken pieces shift and click. No unlicensed combat enchantments. No hidden strike runes. No trying to make toy artillery clever enough to embarrass the table. You build readable pieces for student play, nothing more. I know. No, Vale, you suspect. Knowing comes after you have signed the rule, heard it aloud, and been stopped twice before doing something foolish. He dipped the pen, wrote slowly, and felt the pressure in his chest loosen as the letters became permitted work instead of testimony. Pike watched him sign, then handed him a cracked brass mech body no longer than his thumb. One leg was missing. The crystal socket had been drilled off center, and old paste clogged the rune groove like dried porridge. Ned turned it under the lamp. Someone threw this away? Someone paid too much for it first, Pike said. That is the usual beginning of waste. He chose a splinter of cloudy crystal, measured powder into a saucer, and began scraping the old groove clean with a needle file. The work was small, stubborn, and exacting. It did not ask whether noble families had discussed his future over tea. It did not care whether Peregrine resented him or whether truth made anyone safe. Brass yielded where pressure was patient. Crystal dust shone when mixed into binding paste. The crooked little mech slowly became something his hands could answer for. By the time the first mech stood on its repaired legs, the workshop lamps had been turned low over the benches and the rest of Gear Company had discovered that Ned Vale was doing something more interesting than homework. Rafik arrived first with a folded paperboard under one arm and the expression of a boy who had already converted curiosity into campaign planning. Arthur came behind him carrying a mug of tea and 3 biscuits, 2 of which survived the journey. Livia brought the student trade rules, the brassfield booklet, and a pencil sharpened to accusation. Beatrice came last, quiet enough that Ned only noticed her when she set a small roll of polishing cloth beside his elbow. Rafik unfolded the paperboard on an empty bench. Temporary proving field, river crossing, low ridge, 1 ruined signal post, and a supply road Arthur will attempt to lose immediately. Arthur placed the surviving biscuit near the board's edge. That is General Biscuit, and he shall not be slandered before battle. He'll be eaten before battle if he blocks the road, Livia said, opening the rule booklet. Also, student-made pieces may be tested on private practice boards only if no wager, rank claim, tournament notation, or official scoring is involved. Ned lifted the repaired mech with tweezers and set it on the paperboard's marked start line. The little brass body looked lopsided beside even Gear Company's battered pieces, with one leg slightly thicker than the other and its crystal socket showing pale paste around the rim. It doesn't look like much. Arthur leaned closer, solemn as a funeral bell. It looks like Sir Stomps a lot. No, Ned said at once. Captain Clankford? No. Lord Wobblenese? Rafik put a hand over his mouth. Beatrice's composure cracked by one tiny smile before she controlled it, which somehow made the bench feel warmer. Livia tapped the board with her pencil. Names may not imply rank unless the piece has earned it in play. Arthur looked wounded. That is surely not a real rule. It is now a sensible one. Rafik slid a scratched infantry block into position opposite the mech. Move it 3 squares, then pivot toward the ridge. I want to see whether your repair reads direction cleanly or merely walks in a heroic circle. Ned touched the mech's base key with a brass pin. The crystal gave a small inward click, then the repaired legs moved. Not smoothly, not beautifully, but it crossed 3 squares, turned toward the ridge, and stopped exactly where Rafik had marked. Beatrice bent closer, studying the uneven body rather than the movement. Trim the shoulder line. Ned blinked. It's not a person. No, but the table reads silhouette as well as base marks on some sets. If the upper weight looks less crooked, the projection may stop exaggerating the limp. He scraped one careful shaving from the high side, burnished the brass with her cloth, and tried again. The mech still looked rough, but its next step cast a steadier little shadow over the paper ridge. Ned stared at it, then at Beatrice. She folded her hands. Ugly can still stand properly. This time, Ned did not argue. Rafik declared the paperboard insufficient after the 3rd clean turn, which meant the matter had to move from private amusement to a gear company table before Arthur could promote General Biscuit into permanent command. Ned carried the repaired mech in a shallow parts tray, with Livia walking beside him as if proximity to the rule booklet might prevent misuse. Beatrice kept the polishing cloth folded in her hand, and Arthur brought the biscuit because, he said, morale mattered even to doomed infantry. The cheap brass-field slab in the common room was already half occupied by 2 older students arguing over mountain supply, but Rafik bowed with outrageous politeness and negotiated 6 turns of proving time in exchange for 1 future map correction and Arthur's last biscuit. The older students accepted the biscuit with the solemnity of treaty powers and cleared a narrow practice lane across the scratched board. Ned set his mech on the starting notch. The slab read the repaired base with a faint blue shiver, and the tiny projection that rose above it should have limped, sparked, or collapsed into the usual gear company embarrassment. Instead, the little mech appeared as a squat, stubborn thing with heavy shoulders, uneven legs, and a shadow that held cleanly against the projected ridge. Arthur leaned over the table. It looks less like Lord Wobbleney's now. It was never Lord Wobbleney's, Ned said, touching the brass pin to the base key. The mech moved. It crossed the first lane slowly but without wasted flair, each projected step landing exactly inside the grid mark. When Rafik placed a battered shield post in its path, the mech paused, adjusted by 1 square, and took the cheaper road around it rather than trying to push through. A murmur moved along the table, not loud, but sharper than laughter. Rafik's eyes brightened. It chose the supply route. It didn't choose, Ned said, though his heart had begun to beat harder. I set the base to answer cleanly when the road mark changed. It's just following the least pull. That is strategy when officers do it, Rafik said. Livia bent close to the slab's counter. No illegal scoring response. No hidden attack mark. The table accepts it as a standard heavy support piece. Beatrice studied the projection, then looked at Ned's hands. It's ugly, but it doesn't waste itself trying not to be. Across the common room, Peregrine had stopped near the trophy shelf with one hand resting on the back of a chair. His mouth held the beginning of a sneer, but his eyes stayed on the little mech as it turned, steadied, and completed the lane without a single bright flourish. Ned pretended not to notice him and failed. He touched the pin to the base again, sending the mech back across the board with its rough shoulders square and its ugly repair doing exactly what it was made to do. Peregrine did not cross the room, which was almost worse than if he had come to sneer properly. He watched from the trophy shelf while the older students asked Ned to run the little mech through the lane again, then through a broken bridge approach, then past a crooked infantry marker that usually confused repaired pieces into stuttering. Each time, the mech answered in its plain, stubborn way. It never looked grand. It simply did the work. Arthur folded his arms with grave satisfaction. I withdraw all previous names. It has earned better. It has earned a designation, not a title, Livia said, though she sounded pleased despite herself. Heavy support piece, repaired student pattern, Vale Mark 1. Rafik leaned closer to the slab. Vale Mark 1 sounds like a threat written on a shipping crate. Good, Ned said before he could stop himself. Crates get where they're going. That earned a laugh from the nearest older student, and the sound carried far enough for Peregrine's face to tighten. Ned felt the small victory and distrusted it at once. Voss had made truth feel dangerous. Pike had made scrap feel honest. But the common room had done something stranger. It had made the ugly little mech public. A sharp voice cut through the warmth. Pack it before admiration ruins your sense. Pike stood beneath the gear arch in her workshop apron, one hand on the doorframe and the other holding a folded requisition slip. Several students straightened. One older boy removed his elbow from the table as if she had personally threatened the joint. Ned lifted the mech carefully with tweezers. We were only testing it. I know. Half the corridor knows. By supper, someone will say it beat a tournament set, frightened a Prussian model, and saluted the Queen Empress. Pike crossed to the slab and looked down at the little piece in his tray. Clever enough to be talked about. That is not always praise. Beatrice's fingers tightened around the polishing cloth. It's only a game piece, mistress. No, Pike said. It is a student-made crystal object that works better than it has any obligation to work. That makes it a question. Questions attract buyers, patrons, inspectors, fools, rivals, and people with pleasant voices asking what else the maker can make. Ned looked at the mech in the tray. Its rough shoulders caught the table light, dull and uneven in his. I like making things. Pike's expression softened by the smallest possible amount, which on her looked nearly severe. Good. Keep liking it. Liking a thing may keep your hands clean inside your own head. She tapped the requisition slip against the tray. But liking it doesn't stop the world pricing it. The words settled more heavily than the little mech. Ned closed the tray lid, hearing the latch click over his first army of scraps, and understood that even joy could be entered into someone else's ledger. 32. Simulated Pass. The next morning, Gear Company's ugly little victories were carried out of the common room and into the lower exercise hall, where the instructors had built a mountain war on polished stone. Ned entered with his kit bag strap digging into one shoulder and his first repaired mech wrapped in cloth inside a parts tray, because Pike had said he might bring it for inspection if he could survive the temptation to look proud. The hall smelled of chalk, damp wool, hot brass, and storm oil. Along the center stood a brassfield table larger than any Ned had seen, its black slab raised on iron legs and ringed by brass gauges, crystal sockets, and little wind vanes that twitched though the air was still. Arthur stopped beside him. That is not a game table. Rafiq's eyes had already gone bright and distant. No. That is a map pretending to be a game table so children will admit what they don't know before adults die from it. Livia opened her notebook. The notice said simulated field exercise. It did not say theatrical intimidation. It rarely does, Beatrice said, her gloves buttoned tight as she looked toward the far end, where a projected mountain pass waited in pale blue light. Master Ormond stood beside the table with Mistress Calder, Harrow, and two senior assistants. Pike lingered near a rack of spare parts, arms folded, looking as if she mistrusted every polished mechanism on principle. Behind the instructors, the projection rose higher as the table woke. Jagged ridges, a narrow road, a ravine, a signal tower no taller than Ned's finger, and tiny supply markers lined up like worried beetles below a pass filled with shifting gray mist. Ormond's voice carried cleanly through the hall. Today is the Saffron Pass exercise. Your task is not to conquer the mountains, impress observers, or die beautifully in miniature. Your task is to keep the signal tower active, maintain supply through 3 turns of storm pressure, and spend limited crystal without pretending limited means infinite. Arthur straightened at the word task. Peregrine, near the Crown Company group, did the same with more polish and less honesty. Calder tapped the table edge with her wand, and the mist above the pass thickened. Weather pressure will alter movement, signal clarity, and shield cost. Local authority markers may not obey you simply because you are British, noble, loud, or correct. Rafiq murmured, a neglected lesson in several empires. Ormond's gaze found him. Mr. Khan, if that thought survives contact with the exercise, I may permit it. Ned looked at the tiny tower flickering under simulated cloud and felt the table's crystal system hum beneath the room's noise. It was only practice. Everyone said so. But the road was narrow, the supplies were few, and the mountain light already sounded strained. Ormond divided them without ceremony, assigning duties as if the table had already begun killing people. Arthur was given the forward patrol pieces and immediately looked as if someone had handed him a banner in front of witnesses. Rafiq took route markers, supply counters, and a strip of brass measuring chain. Livia received a slate, 3 signal tabs, and a stack of order slips that made her eyes narrow with professional interest. Beatrice was placed beside a small cluster of amber markers labeled Local Council, Muleteers, and Hill Militia. Ned was sent to the table's service side, where 4 dull training crystals sat in black clamps beneath a row of gauges and counters. Harrow pointed to the service rail. You will not command the exercise. You will track what the system can honestly support. Ned set his parts tray beneath the rail and placed both hands where Harrow could see them. So I don't fix anything? Nothing is broken, Harrow said. That is the point. You will watch signal load, shield draw, route marking, and reserve crystal. If your classmates ask the table for more than it can give, you will say so before the table teaches them more expensively. Arthur, already leaning over the projected road, moved his patrol up the slope. If we take the ridge early, we can secure the tower before the storm closes. Rafik caught his sleeve before the piece crossed the second grid, and if you outrun the mule train, you secure a tower no one can supply. Arthur flushed. The tower is the objective. The tower is hungry, Rafik said, moving 2 supply markers along the lower road. Objectives eat coal, crystal, men, and time. Livia slid an order slip across the table. Forward patrol to halt at ridge marker 2 until supply confirms. Signal tower receives shield allotment only after local escort agreement. Beatrice looked up from the amber markers. The local council refuses escort if the patrol enters the Shrine Road. Arthur stared at her. There's a Shrine Road? Calder's voice came from behind them. There is now, because Miss Ashcombe read the civic brief. Beatrice touched 1 amber marker and spoke to the senior assistant assigned as the mock authority. Councilman, we are not here to command your road. We'll keep patrol boots off the shrine path if your muleteers show us the winter track. The assistant folded his arms. The winter track costs protection. Livia's pencil moved. Protection granted from turn 2 if supplies remain above half. Ned checked the brass counters, then the tower's steady blue feed. It was not wrong. It was simply being spent faster than Arthur's Bright Ridge plan seemed to notice. He looked at Harrow. Sir, we're spending the tower feed too fast. Harrow did not look at the clamps. He looked at the board. Explain. Ned kept both hands on the service rail and made himself count before answering, because the table was not broken and that mattered. The crystals under the clamps hummed steadily, doing exactly what the exercise asked of them. The trouble was spread across the map in bright little choices. Arthur too far up the ridge, Rafik's mule train slowed by the winter track, Livia's shield orders committed early, and Beatrice's council markers waiting for promises no one could feed yet. We're using the tower like it's 3 things, Ned said. Signal, shield, and road marker. It'll do all 3 for a while, but not through 3 storm turns. Arthur looked up from the ridge. If we don't hold the ridge, the tower's exposed. If we hold the ridge without supplies, Rafik said, measuring the lower road with his brass chain, the tower becomes a very noble way to run out of everything. Livia's pencil hovered above her slate. Available crystal after current orders? Ned checked the gauge, then the little brass counters beneath the service rail. The answer was right there, in numbers instead of wrong hums, and he was almost grateful for it. Enough for signal and 1 light shield through the next turn. Not enough for full shield, patrol support, and road marking unless the mule train reaches the lower post. The senior assistant acting as the local councilman folded his arms. The council will not release the muleteers without protection. Beatrice's gloved fingers rested beside the amber markers. Then the council receives written guarantee of protection after the lower post is reached, not before. If the muleteers don't move, there is no protection to give. Calder's mouth twitched faintly, a useful distinction. Arthur's patrol marker remained on the ridge, bright and tempting. He stared at it as if the little figure had personally promised him glory. Then he drew a hard breath and moved it 2 squares down toward the winter track. Ormond's voice cut across the table. You have yielded high ground. Arthur's face flushed. Yes, master, to keep the road open. The tower light steadied, not because Ned had fixed anything, but because the team had stopped asking the table to flatter bad choices. The mule train crawled forward. The amber council markers turned toward Beatrice's written guarantee. Livia scratched a revised order. Rafik adjusted the route chain, and Ned slid 1 crystal counter from shield reserve to signal maintenance with careful fingers. Harrow gave a small nod. Better. A working system is allowed to have limits. Your task is to respect them before they become casualties. The second storm turn struck the table with a low brass groan, and this time no one mistook pressure for drama. Gray mist rolled over the projected ridge, swallowing Arthur's former high ground and blurring the winter track into a thread of blue light. The mule train crawled forward, but the lower post was still 2 squares away, and the tower began spending signal strength faster than Ned liked. Road marker failing at the bend, Rafik said, his measuring chain stretched between 2 trembling points. If the mules lose that turn, they slide into the ravine penalty. Arthur's hand went to his patrol piece. I can push men down to guide them. Ormond's cane touched the table edge. And leave the tower approach uncovered. Arthur stopped, jaw tight. Livia checked her revised orders. We cannot afford full marker support and shield both. Beatrice looked from the amber council markers to the road. The muleteers know the winter track. They need something to trust, not a full crown signal. Ned stared at the lower bend. Something to trust, not more power, not a hidden repair, a shape the table could read cheaply. He looked down at his parts tray, where the ugly repaired mech waited in its cloth like a secret he had been warned not to admire. Harrow, sir, Ned said, forcing the words out before the turn counter clicked again. Can student pieces be used as field markers if they don't score? Harrow's eyes narrowed. Purpose? To anchor the road line. Not command it. Just give the table a clean point between the mule train and the lower post. Pike, from the spare rack, gave a sharp little sound. Use the shield pin in your tray. The mech is too clever for a marker unless you want argument after. Ned moved at once. He opened the tray, took the bent shield pin, a spare brass tag, and a smear of harmless chalk paste from the service shelf. His fingers worked faster than his thoughts, flattening the pin against the tag, dusting the edge with paste, and scratching a crude road mark across it with the back of Pike's needle file. Livia slid a blank order slip beneath his elbow. Temporary non-scoring marker, authorized by exercise necessity? Harrow said, write it. She wrote. Ned set the ugly little tag on the bend. The table hesitated, read the mark, and drew the winter road cleanly through the mist. The mule train crept past the ravine. Arthur's patrol held low cover. Beatrice's council markers turned from amber to pale green, and Rafik let out a breath that sounded almost like laughter. Ormond looked at the crude tag, then at Ned. That is not clean fieldwork. No, master, Ned said. It is ugly, improvised, limited, and documented. Ormond's mouth hardened as if praise offended him. It also worked. Remember which of those facts matter under pressure. 33. Not a battle mage. The debrief room was colder than the exercise hall and less forgiving, which Ned suspected was deliberate. The saffron pass table had been covered again, the mist and mountain light folded away beneath dark cloth, but everyone who had stood around it seemed to carry some piece of the past back with them. Arthur sat very straight beside Rafik. Livia had her notebook open before Ormond had given permission to write. Beatrice's gloves were folded on the table, and Ned kept looking at his own fingers because chalk paste still clung stubbornly beneath one nail. Ormond placed 5 marked sheets on the table, one for each of them, then set Ned's crude road tag beside the pile like evidence that had not yet decided whether it was proud or ashamed. Gear Company completed the exercise objective. The tower remained active, supply reached the lower post, local cooperation was secured, and no student attempted to solve logistics by shouting at storm pressure. This is better than several senior groups managed their first year. Rafik's mouth twitched. May we know which senior groups, master? No, Ormond said. You may enjoy the knowledge silently like civilized people. Ned almost smiled, then saw Harrow standing by the window with arms folded, watching the road tag rather than the marks. Ormond slid Ned's sheet across first. Mr. Vale, you tracked system limits accurately. You reported expenditure rather than inventing a fault. You documented a temporary marker before placing it, and you did not mistake a working table under strain for a broken one. That was sound. The praise landed badly because the next words were already waiting. Ned looked down at the sheet. His good marks were clean, small, and surrounded by colder ink. Ormond tapped the lower column. Your field posture remains poor. Your shield recovery is slow after interruption. You look for permission when conditions change, even after your report has made the required action obvious. If Master Harrow had not answered quickly, You might have watched the mule train slide while composing a proper question. Ned's face heated. I was told not to touch unless instructed. And so you did not touch, Harrow said. Good. You also nearly let obedience become hiding. Less good. Livia's pencil stopped moving. Arthur glanced at Ned, then away again, as if looking too kindly might make the mark hurt more. Ned stared at the crude tag on the table and remembered the bend in the winter road, the turn counter-clicking, and his own mouth asking for leave while the mule markers trembled. Ormond pushed the sheet closer. A fair report is rarely comfortable, Mr. Vale. Learn from the parts that sting. They are usually where the next useful lesson is hiding. Ormond did not move on to the next report at once. He let Ned sit with the marks long enough for the ink to become personal, then lifted the crude road tag between two fingers. The little brass scrap looked worse in daylight than it had under storm light, scratched crookedly, chalk paste dried along one edge, and a bent shield pin flattened into the back like a bad repair that had survived by refusing to be ashamed. You are not a battle mage, Mr. Vale, Ormond said. Ned looked up despite himself. I know, Master. Do you? Ormond set the tag down again. Because boys who hate the yard often think that means the yard has no claim on them. They imagine that if they are clever enough, useful enough, rare enough, or attached to expensive machinery, danger will politely wait for a specialist. Arthur's shoulders tightened beside him. Rafik went still in the way he did when a map had suddenly included blood. Livia's pencil hovered above her notes, and Beatrice watched Ormond with a careful face that gave nothing away. Harrow spoke from the window. A tuner who cannot survive the first minute of confusion becomes another object requiring rescue. Ned's ears warmed. I'm not trying to be rescued. No, Ormond said. You are trying not to be a soldier. That is different, and not unreasonable. He tapped Ned's sheet with the end of his cane. You will not be asked to become Arthur Penrose with gauges. You will not lead charges because some painting in a family hall demands a boy with a wand and a tragic expression. But if a battle mage is holding a corridor while a signal array fails behind him, he may need you beside that array. If a field healer cannot move patients because a ward cart has lost its control line, she may need your hands. If a skyship limps home under fire, the crew will not care that you prefer benches. Ned swallowed. The words did not sound like glory. That made them harder to dismiss. Ormond leaned forward slightly. Your job may be to keep the signal alive, respect limits, document changes, and do ugly necessary work while other people make noise. That is not lesser than combat. It is not safer by right. It is service. Ned looked at the tag again. Then why all the falling, shields, and bruises? Because service performed while lying stunned on the floor is unreliable, Ormond said. Rafik coughed once into his fist. Arthur looked as if he wanted to smile and did not dare. Ned touched the edge of his marked sheet. The lower column still stung, but it had changed shape. So I learned enough not to be in the way. No, Ormond said. You learn enough to remain useful when fear, smoke, noise, and authority all arrive at once. His gaze hardened. The Empire has enough clever boys who become furniture when the room breaks. Do not join them. Ormond let that settle, then drew Arthur's sheet from the pile. Arthur's hand moved toward it too quickly, then stopped short of snatching when he remembered himself. The motion was small, but Ned saw it. Arthur wanted the marks the way thirsty boys wanted water, and his face had already begun arranging itself for whatever wound the paper carried. Mr. Penrose, Ormond said, sliding the report across. You yielded the ridge when the exercise required it. That was correct. You also spent the first turn trying to win the sort of victory that looks well when painted above a mantelpiece and kills supply officers before luncheon. Arthur's color rose. Yes, Master. You charged your attention uphill, Ormond continued. Your patrol followed because the piece was in your hand. Had this been a field column, men would have obeyed your mistake. Arthur looked at the sheet as if the ink had struck him. I pulled back. You did, Ormond said. After Mr. Khan, Miss March, and Mr. Vale had all explained the road to you in different dialects of patience. Rafik's eyebrows lifted. I object to being called patient, Master. It may damage my family's opinion of me. Your sacrifice will be noted nowhere, Ormond said. The faint amusement vanished almost at once. Arthur kept staring at the report, his jaw tight enough that Ned wondered whether teeth could bruise from the inside. My father says a Penrose should not need to be told where courage belongs. Ormond's gaze sharpened. Your father is not standing in this room. No, master, Arthur said, and the answer sounded smaller than his posture. Harrow spoke without leaving the window. Family sayings are often polished until the dangerous parts shine. Arthur's hands curled against his knees. He was proud when I showed battle mage aptitude. Or when the examiner said I might, at least. We haven't had anyone called properly in 3 generations. Everyone was kind about that in a way that made it worse. He swallowed, eyes still on the sheet. I thought if I saw the high ground and took it, that meant I was becoming what they wanted. Ned looked down at his own marked paper and felt something uncomfortable move in him. He had thought noble pressure came wrapped in extra cloaks, spare cuffs, and fathers who knew which doors to open. He had not imagined it sitting beside him with red ears and a report sheet shaking in one hand. Ormond's voice lowered, though it did not soften much. Courage is not your weakness, Mr. Penrose. Audience is. You keep imagining someone watching from a safer room. Arthur flinched because the words were too accurate to be cruel. Beatrice looked at him then, not with pity, but with recognition. That is a family habit, I think. Arthur gave a rough little laugh. An expensive one. Ned glanced at him before he could stop himself. You moved back when it mattered. Arthur looked over, startled. That counts, Ned said. Doesn't it? Ormond tapped Arthur's report with his cane. It counts. It does not complete the lesson. By the time Ormond dismissed them, the marked sheets felt heavier than exercise boards. Arthur folded his report too carefully and tucked it inside his book as if neatness might keep the words from moving. Rafik offered no joke on the way out, which made the corridor seem louder than it was. Livia walked with her pencil behind one ear, already wearing the look of someone who intended to compare marks against written criteria until the criteria confessed. Beatrice paused beside Arthur long enough to say something low and precise that made him nod without looking up. Ned went to the workshop because his feet chose it before his head finished arguing. The room was quieter than Gear Company and warmer than the debrief room, with brass filings swept into careful lines, tool racks glinting above the benches, and the smell of oil, vinegar, dust, and metal waiting in the air like honest company. Pike was at the far bench, tightening a clamp around a cracked casing. If you've come to brood on my clean floor, use the mat, she said without looking round. Ned stopped beside the doorway. I wasn't brooding. You were walking like a boy carrying a report sheet inside his ribs. That is adjacent. Pike jerked her chin toward the side bench. Tools need cleaning. They do not care about your marks, which makes them excellent company. Ned washed his hands, dried them properly, and began laying out files, tweezers, clamps, and the little needle tool Pike let him borrow when she trusted the room more than the boy. The motion settled him. Cloth around handle, oil on hinge, check the jaw teeth for grit. Lay each piece back where its shape belonged. Nothing asked whether he was brave. Nothing expected him to want a ridge, a charge, or a painting over a mantelpiece. Pike set the cracked casing aside and came to inspect his row. You're quiet. I don't want battle, Ned said, surprising himself with how plain the words came out. I don't want to break things better than other people. I like fixing them, making them, even ugly little things, if they work. Good, Pike said. He looked up. Good? Better to know what you love before the world offers you shinier substitutes. She picked up one of the cleaned clamps and tested its hinge. But loving benches does not excuse you from learning what happens when benches are not available. Ned looked down at the tools. Everyone keeps saying that. Then everyone may be temporarily correct. Horrifying, I know. A reluctant smile pulled at him before he could stop it. Pike returned the clamp to its hook and pointed to his satchel. Put your report away, then take out the little mech. If Ormond has bruised your pride, we may as well see whether your hands still remember joy. Ned opened the tray and unwrapped the ugly repaired mech. Its crystal eye caught the lamp, small and stubborn, and the tightness in his chest loosened enough for him to breathe around it. Danger would come, duty would come. For now, there was a bench, a tool, and something broken only because he had not finished making it yet. 34. The Royal Arcane Museum. 2 mornings after Ormond's debrief, Avalon answered bruises and marked sheets with a museum excursion, which Ned considered suspiciously kind. Gear Company lined up beneath the gear arch in outdoor coats, gloves, and caps, while Master Harrow checked names from a slate and Mistress Calder watched the line as if she expected cultural education to provoke a riot. Arthur had polished his boots until they looked anxious. Rafik carried a folded guide map he had acquired before anyone admitted maps were being distributed. Livia had already read the conduct notice twice. No touching exhibits, no leaning over ward rails, no unauthorized sketching of classified mechanisms, no feeding the mechanical lion in the children's arcade, Livia said. Ned looked at her. There's a mechanical lion? The notice says there was an incident in 1879. Rafik brightened. Then there is either a lion or a memorial plaque to a lion. Both improved the morning. Beatrice joined them near the carriage line, gloved and composed, though her eyes moved toward the city road beyond the gates with a quickness Ned recognized. Even polished people like being let out. Peregrine stood with Crown Company ahead of them, pretending not to be interested in anything as ordinary as an outing, which made the way he checked his reflection in the carriage window less convincing. The journey down from Avalon took them by cable carriage, then train, then a broad museum omnibus with brass lamps and creaking leather straps. Ned sat beside the window and watched town streets widen into grander roads. Gas lamps still stood along the pavements, dark in daylight, while shop signs, hansom cabs, delivery carts, and uniformed constables moved past in layers of ordinary life. It felt strange to leave Avalon and find the world continuing without asking permission from bells, reports, or Ormond's cane. The Royal Arcane Museum rose at the edge of a square crowded with school parties, officers on leave, families in Sunday coats, and tourists staring up as if the building might perform. Its front was pale stone, iron glass, and proud bronze doors carved with skyships, ward circles, crowned wands, steam pistons, and tiny miners carrying crystal from a mountain seam. Above the entrance, a polished inscription read, "Service, Craft, Discovery, Crown." Arthur read it softly. "That's rather magnificent." "It's a list," Ned said, but the doors were magnificent, and he hated that they knew it. Inside, the entrance hall opened around them in gaslit warmth and cold crystal brilliance. Early steam crystal engines stood behind railings. Famous wardstones hovered in blackstone frames. Brassfield champion sets glittered in locked cases. Field healer kits, oath relics, first-generation skyship models, and ceremonial tools filled the galleries ahead, each one labeled in careful gold script. A guide in a dark blue museum coat raised her baton and smiled at the gathered students. "Welcome to the Royal Arcane Museum. Please remember that history is fragile, expensive, and occasionally still active." Ned looked at the nearest engine, all rivets, patched casing, and polished pride, and felt the day open wider than a lesson. The guide began with the grand engine because grand engines had been built to make people stop breathing politely. It stood on a raised plinth behind brass rails, twice Ned's height and polished until every pipe, valve, and crystal housing caught the gallery light. A painted card named it the Whitstable Atmospheric Lift Regulator, 1819, first public demonstration model. Its central crystal sat in a crown of blackstone petals, cold and clear, while steam pistons flanked it like obedient shoulders. Arthur leaned close to the rail without touching it. Imagine seeing that rise for the first time. Imagine being the man underneath it if it didn't, Ned said. Calder, behind them, made a small approving sound. A useful correction to wonder. The guide smiled as if she had heard worse. The first demonstration rose 6 feet, dropped 2, vented steam into the mayor's hat, and was declared a triumph after the mayor was persuaded not to sue. Rafik looked delighted. History improves when hats are involved. They moved through brighter cases after that. Polished wardstones, ceremonial focus rods, silver-mounted signal crystals, and a matched set of naval shield keys displayed beneath painted flags. Peregrine admired the famous pieces with careful knowledge, naming makers before the guide reached the labels. Beatrice listened politely, but her eyes followed Ned when he drifted toward a side alcove where the lighting was poorer and the exhibits had less silver. There, behind a plain glass case, sat an ugly collection of tools in a cracked leather roll. Mismatched clamps, hand-cut gauges, a bent magnifier, 3 blackstone wedges worn shiny by fingers, a spool of copper wire, a little jar of blue dust sealed with wax gone brown at the edges. The label read, "Travel Kit of Master Elspeth Roan, Crown Crystal Tuner, carried during the Highland Ward failures, 1832 to 1835. Ned forgot the polished engine behind him. She kept the broken magnifier. Harrow had followed without making noise. It was not broken. It was field repaired badly and used for 14 months. It looks awful, Arthur said, joining them. It looks honest, Ned said before thinking better of it. Harrow's gaze rested on the tool roll. Master Roan reached 7 failing ward posts before replacement equipment arrived. Her notes complain about damp boots, incompetent packhorses, and officers who believed urgency improved handwriting. The wards held. Ned looked at the wax-sealed dust jar and the bent clamps, imagining cold roads, bad light, and hands making do because waiting would have cost people something worse than comfort. The famous regulator had been grand. This was smaller, uglier, and somehow harder to look away from. Beatrice stepped beside him, studying the worn tools through the glass. Great work looks less grand when it has mud on it. Ned kept his eyes on the case. Maybe that's when it matters. The memorial hall waited beyond the tools and engines, and the guide's voice changed before they entered it. She did not become gloomy, which Ned might have braced against. She became careful. The doorway was broad, blackstone framed, and plain compared with the galleries behind them. Inside, crystal light fell coldly over brass panels that climbed the walls in ordered ranks, each panel crowded with names, dates, branch marks, and little symbols Ned did not know well enough to read without help. This hall records recognized crown magicals lost in service from 1800 onward, the guide said, lowering her baton. Students may read quietly. Do not touch the panels. Families sometimes leave flowers, letters, or service pins beneath the proper names. Those are not exhibits. The room swallowed the usual student noise. Even Peregrine walked differently, his polished steps softened by the floor runner. Arthur had gone pale again, but not in the eager way he had looked before battle exercises. Livia closed her notebook without being told. Rafik moved toward a lower panel where blue enamel ships marked naval service, while Beatrice stopped 3 rows in and stared upward. Ned followed because he saw her shoulders change. She did not sway or gasp. She simply became too still. Beatrice lifted one gloved hand, then lowered it before her fingers crossed the rail. Ashcombe, she said quietly. Eleanor Ashcombe, warder, Western Flood Service. 1847. Arthur leaned closer, reading the smaller script. Lost maintaining river wards during breach season. My great-aunt, Beatrice said. They mention her at home when they want duty to sound graceful. Her mouth tightened, but her eyes stayed on the name. No one mentioned breach season. Rafik called softly from the naval panels, his voice less bright than usual. There's a Karachi route detachment here. Signal escort, Northern Convoy, 1869. My uncle speaks of that route as if it were mostly weather and bad tea. Livia looked across at him. Families edit history for children. Families edit history for themselves, Harrow said from behind them. Ned read the nearest names slowly. Crystal Tuner, Healer, Signal Mage, Battle Mage, Scribe, Warder. The dates did not care which branches sounded grand. They stood in the same brass, one after another, proof that the Crown's call did not end at uniforms, speeches, or careful classroom phrases. He thought of Calder saying obligation, of Ormond saying service, of the repaired tools in the last gallery, and of the skyship that had nearly crushed Tower 2 because a shipment had mattered enough for men to rush. Arthur stood before a battle mage panel with his hands at his sides. They were all called. Yes, Ned said, though no one had asked him. Arthur's voice came rougher, and some didn't come back. Ned looked at the names until they stopped being decoration and became people someone had expected home. The Crown's hand on his future still felt like a chain. In that cold room, he understood it could also be placed on a coffin. The museum arcade felt indecently bright after the memorial hall. Ned stepped from cold crystal names into polished noise. Children begging for clockwork birds, officers laughing over commemorative pipe tampers, mothers examining crystal brooches under gas lamps, and students crowding the cases where the museum had learned to turn history into things with prices. The air smelled of beeswax polish, paper wrappings, warm pastry from a cart near the doors, and metal toys wound too tightly by impatient hands. Arthur stopped at a display of battle mage figurines with interchangeable shield plates. They have Captain Merryweather. Rafik looked over his shoulder. Does Captain Merryweather come with the supply column he famously outran? Arthur lowered the box. You are a cruel man. I am a route man, Rafik said. Cruelty is merely one of the roads. Ned drifted toward a glass counter filled with smaller things. Brassfield pieces with museum crests, bookmarks shaped like famous wardstones, cheap translation charms for tourists, little desk crystals that glowed when tapped, and cravat pins with more silver than function. One pin claimed to assist with polite phrases in French, Hindustani, and court German. It was shaped like a tiny imperial rose, all neat petals and pale blue crystal chips. That cannot hold much, Ned said. The shop attendant, who had the patient smile of someone guarding expensive trifles from schoolchildren, lifted her chin. It is a respectable novelty piece. That means no, Ned said. Beatrice, beside him, made a small sound that might have been a laugh if her family were not theoretically watching from 3 counties away. It means it does very little, but does it attractively. Ned leaned closer without touching the glass. The setting is doing half the work. If the crystal line ran through the stem instead of only the petals, it might hold more phrases without making the face larger. Livia appeared at his elbow as if summoned by improper ambition. Please do not redesign licensed museum merchandise within hearing of staff. I'm looking. You are looking like a lawsuit with pencil marks. The attendant's smile had become thinner. Rafik bought a cheap printed map before diplomacy broke entirely. Arthur spent too long choosing a postcard, and Beatrice quietly purchased a plain packet of exhibit cards showing Roan's travel kit. Ned bought nothing. His coins remained where they were, few and counted, but his head felt crowded with hinges, settings, powder lines, and the strange fact that people would pay for beauty even when usefulness had been trimmed to fit a collar. On the train back to Avalon, he balanced his notebook on his knee and sketched the little rosepin from memory, then scratched a second version beside it with a cleaner stem channel and less useless silver. Beatrice reached across after watching for 3 stations and turned the notebook a fraction. If you narrow the leaves, it will look deliberate rather than crowded. Ned adjusted the line. Like that? Better, Beatrice said. Livia did not look up from the conduct notice she had taken as a souvenir. Still illegal if sold. Ned smiled down at the page. Then it's only thinking. Harrow, across the carriage, opened one eye. Thinking is often where trouble begins, Mr. Vale. Keep the date beside the sketch. 35. The second pattern. The day after the museum, Gear Company returned to ordinary lessons, which meant the museum should have become one more splendid memory filed beside sore feet and conduct notices. Instead, Ned found that Roan's tool roll, the overpriced rosepin, and Harrow's instruction to date his sketch had followed him back into the common room. He sat at the corner table after supper with his notebook open, 3 small brassfield pieces beside it, and the uncomfortable feeling that looking properly had become more dangerous than touching. Livia arrived with her ledger, 2 folded borrow slips, and the expression she wore when a rule had insulted her. Before you ask, no, this is not because of the museum pin. I wasn't going to ask that. You were looking guilty in its direction. She laid the slips beside his notebook. These are for your repaired signal post and the heavy support piece. Both were borrowed yesterday afternoon while we were out. Ned looked up. Borrowed by who? That is the irritating part. Livia tapped the first slip. Signed by Mallory for dorm display. Countersigned by Hest from 3rd year gear. Returned correctly. Second slip signed by Anson for brassfield practice. Returned correctly. No rule broken. Rafik slid into the chair opposite and unfolded his guide map from the museum, though the back had been covered in names and arrows instead of streets. No rule broken is often where interesting people prefer to walk. Ned picked up the heavy support piece and turned it under the lamp. The ugly little mech looked the same. Repaired shoulder, steady base, crystal eye dull until woken by a table. Not damaged, not altered, nothing wrong to hear. That should have made him feel better. It's clean, he said slowly. Too clean. Livia's pencil paused. Define clean. The base had chalk in the corner from the lane board. It's gone. Ned held it lower, angling the brass foot. Someone wiped it, not to repair it, to see the mark. Rafik added 1 arrow to his map of names. That matches the question Ellis asked me after breakfast. What question? Ned asked. Whether your powder fill method works better before or after pin resetting. Rafik's mouth had lost its usual smile. I told him my expertise lay in losing at cards with dignity. Livia placed another note beside the borrow slips. and Miss Tallow asked whether student commissions are logged by object type or by maker. Ned looked from slip to note to piece. No fault, no broken crystal, only hands, questions, and a trail too polite to accuse. Someone's not breaking things, he said. No, Livia said, already writing. Someone is watching how you make them work. Rafik turned the museum map over, weighing its back as if paper could confess by balance. If this were a route, I would say too many people are arriving at the same bridge by different roads. Livia set her pencil down and began arranging the slips, notes, and names into columns. Borrowed pieces, commission questions, workshop curiosity, ledger structure, powder method, base marks. None of it is forbidden. All of it is too tidy. Ned placed the repaired signal post beside the heavy support piece and then added the cracked infantry block he had fixed before Christmas. The three objects looked harmless under the lamp, more like toys than evidence. That was what made his stomach tighten. Toys did not frighten adults. Toys traveled between hands because everyone agreed they were not important enough to guard. Arthur arrived with 2 cups of tea and a biscuit balanced on top of each saucer. Why does this table look like Livia is about to arrest the game cupboard? Because the game cupboard has been seeing people, Rafik said. Arthur looked at Ned's pieces and went still. Someone damaged them? No, Ned said. That would be simpler. Beatrice came behind Arthur, carrying her parcel of museum exhibit cards. She took in the table, the slips, and Livia's columns before sitting down without asking whether she was wanted. If damage was intended, they would not have returned them through proper slips. Livia pointed her pencil at her. Exactly. Beatrice unwrapped the exhibit cards and slid Roan's travel kit image beside Ned's pieces. At the museum, Master Roan's tools were valuable because of what they showed about field habits. Not because each clamp was rare. A worn tool says what its owner reaches for first. Ned looked at his ugly mech again, suddenly disliking the wiped base more than he had when he first saw it. A repaired piece says the same. It says how you solve damage, Rafik said, and what you think is worth saving. Arthur lowered himself into the chair. But why bother with student pieces? They could ask instructors about proper methods. Proper methods are written to be proper, Livia said. Student work shows what people do when the proper method is too expensive, too slow, or not in reach. Ned remembered Pike's scrap trays, the chalk paste marker, the museum pin he had improved only in thought, and every time someone had laughed at ugly work until it worked. So brassfield pieces, repair requests, little commissions, even jokes after games. Can teach someone how you think, Beatrice finished quietly. The common room noise pressed around them. Laughter by the hearth, a toy engine sputtering near the shelves, older students arguing over cards. Ordinary life had not stopped. That made the pattern worse, because it was hiding inside things Ned liked. Livia drew a box around the names. We do not accuse, we collect. Times, objects, questions, witnesses. Rafik nodded once. En routes. Ned picked up the heavy support piece and set it in the center of Livia's columns. And we stop leaving my little army where anyone polite can inspect its boots. Livia insisted they bring the notes before supper. Courage became midnight stupidity. That was how Ned found himself walking behind her toward Harrow's office with 3 brassfield pieces wrapped in cloth, Rafik's marked map under one arm, and Arthur carrying the tea tray because no one had remembered to give him something more dignified. Beatrice came too, not speaking much, but with Roan's exhibit card tucked into her notebook like a quiet argument. Harrow opened the door before Livia knocked a second time. His eyes moved over the bundle, the map, the ledger slips, Arthur's tray, and Ned's face. This is either useful or theatrical. Useful, sir, Livia said, then glanced at Arthur. Except possibly the tea. Arthur looked injured. The tea is moral support. Set it there, Harrow said, pointing to a side table. Moral support stains fewer records when contained. They laid everything out on Harrow's desk. Borrow slips, names, questions, times, returned pieces, wiped chalk, Rafik's routes of contact, Beatrice's exhibit card. Harrow listened without interrupting, which made Ned more nervous than questions would have done. When they finished, Harrow did not touch the brassfield pieces. He rang a small bell. Voss arrived 20 minutes later in white and gold, as if the bell had found her already walking toward the truth. She examined the table, then looked at Ned. What do you believe happened? Ned swallowed. I think someone looked at my repairs. Not to break them, to learn how I did them. Belief is not record, Voss said. Begin with what you observed. So he did. He named the chalk that had been wiped from the base, the angle of the returned support piece, the questions asked after breakfast, and the way the borrow slips were too proper to object to. He did not lie. He did not decorate. Still, the words felt like surrendering little pieces of himself into Harrow's ink. Voss turned to Livia. Your role? I noticed the slips were legal and therefore more irritating than useful misconduct, Livia said. A corner of Voss's mouth almost moved. Acceptable phrasing, Mr. Khan? Roots of curiosity, Rafik said, placing 2 fingers on his map. Different students, same kind of destination. Voss asked Arthur what he had heard, Beatrice what names had appeared around commissions, and Ned which notes were his own hand. Then she folded Livia's page and kept it. Ned stiffened. Do we get to know what this means? No, Voss said. That seems unfair. It is unfair, she said. It is also safer. You are witnesses, not investigators. Ned looked at Harrow. But it's my work. Harrow's voice was dry and hard. That is why you are not the person I trust to be sensible about it. Harrow returned the brassfield pieces before dismissing them, but he kept the slips, Livia's columns, and Rafik's marked map. Ned watched the papers vanish into a gray folder with a red cord tied round it and felt more robbed by that than by the wiped chalk. The objects came back to his hands. The meaning did not. Voss paused at the door. Mr. Vale, you may protect your property. You may document future requests. You may refuse informal borrowing. You may not bait, accuse, trail, trap, test, threaten, or interrogate other students. Rafik folded his empty hands behind his back. That is a thorough list, Justiciar. It is not complete, Voss said. Do not make me finish it. Livia looked almost offended by the challenge she was not allowed to accept. If we notice something relevant, you record it and bring it to Master Harrow or myself, Voss said, then looked at Ned. Not after midnight. Not after a private expedition. Not after cleverness has made evidence useless. Ned held the wrapped pieces against his chest. So we just wait? No, Voss said. You live carefully. There is a difference. The difference followed him back to Gear Company like a hand at his collar. He tried sitting by the hearth, but every student who crossed the common room seemed to glance too long at the game shelves, the repair tray, or the notebook under his arm. Perhaps they always had. Perhaps he was only noticing now because Voss had taken the papers and left the fear. Upstairs, Ned pulled his trunk from beneath the bed and opened the false tray Pike had helped him fit for Harmless scraps. Harmless looked foolish now. Crystal dust in sealed twists. Bent pins. Practice rune cards. Sketches of the museum rose pin. Half-finished brassfield bases. Notes on chalk paste and powder fill. Each one had been small enough to leave out yesterday. Arthur stood awkwardly near the door. Do you want help? Ned shook his head, then changed his mind because pride had already made enough bad machinery. Hold the lid. Arthur held it without speaking while Ned wrapped the pieces in cloth, tied the sketch bundle with string, and moved his repair notes beneath the tray. Livia arrived with 2 spare labels and wrote dates on them in her neat hand. Rafik set a cheap brass washer on the table. For the lid, Rafik said. If anyone opens it, the washer will fall into the left hinge gap. It is not a trap. It is gravity with manners. Beatrice placed Roan's exhibit card beside the notebook before Ned could shut it away. Keep that one where you can see it. Locks should not make you forget why tools matter. Ned looked at the worn travel kit in the picture, then slid it inside the notebook rather than into the trunk. He closed the lid, turned the key, and heard the click settle into the room. It was a small sound. It was also ugly. The workshop, the games, the scraps, the little army, even thinking on paper had all felt like places where his hands could breathe. Now they had labels, witnesses, and locks. Ned put the key on the cord around his neck and tucked it under his shirt, warm against the note from Maddie. Arthur let go of the lid carefully. Still ours? Ned looked at the locked trunk, then at the friend standing close enough to be blamed with him if this went wrong. Ours, he said, just not left open anymore. 36. Snow, steam, and stolen pudding. Snow began before breakfast and behaved with the smug confidence of something that knew Avalon had schedules. By first bell, the lawns had vanished under white, The courtyard statues wore soft caps, and every outdoor drill notice on the company board had been stamped "Cancelled" in red wax. Ned stood among the crowd beneath the gear arch with his coat buttoned badly, his trunk key warm under his shirt, and the uneasy habit of checking who stood too close still not gone. Arthur read the notice twice as if it might improve. Physical conditioning is cancelled. Rafik clasped both hands together. A mercy from heaven, dressed as frozen inconvenience. Livia leaned closer to the board. Cancelled outdoor drills are replaced by indoor study period, supervised movement, and revised practical assignments. Rafik lowered his hands. Heaven has become bureaucratic. The pipes inside the walls answered with a loud knock that made 3 juniors jump and 1 senior laugh into his scarf. Steam heat moved through gear company in uneven moods, turning the lower corridor almost tropical while the stairwell stayed cold enough to make breath show. Gas lamps burned early under the gray windows, their yellow light catching damp boot prints. Wool scarves hung over chair backs, and gloves steaming on the hearth rail despite the room captain's repeated threats. Boots off the carpet, the room captain called as a second year tried to sneak across with snow caked to his heels. If you bring half the courtyard inside, you may sweep the other half in after it. Peregrine stood near the entrance with 2 Crown Company boys, looking personally offended by the state of the floor. Gear Company appears to be dissolving into a laundry. Ned bent to tug off one boot and found snow packed into the cracked edge of the sole. Laundry's useful. Peregrine's gaze dropped to the boot, then to Ned's face. For a moment the old insult seemed to rise between them, polished and ready. Then the common room pipe behind him clanged again, spraying a harmless puff of steam from a valve near the trophy shelf. One of the Crown boys yelped and stepped straight into a puddle. Rafik looked delighted. Avalon has taken your laundry complaint under advisement. The laugh that followed was too broad for Peregrine to punish neatly. Even Arthur laughed before remembering he might not be allowed to. Ned felt some tightness ease inside his chest, not gone, but loosened by warmth, wet socks, and the ridiculous dignity of a polished boy trapped beside a hissing pipe. Livia shut her notebook with decision. Since we're trapped indoors, we should establish rules before chaos claims jurisdiction. Too late, Rafik said, pointing toward the hearth where someone had produced cards, a wind-up toy mule, and a pudding plate under a folded napkin. Chaos has brought refreshments. The hearth corner became a kingdom before any responsible adult thought to object. 2 third years dragged a low table from beside the trophy case. Rafik claimed the best stool by right of having seen it first, and Livia established a written rotation for cards, toy mech bouts, and brassfield use before anyone could begin a feud over turn order. The folded napkin revealed 3 squares of plum pudding, glossy with sauce and suspiciously intact after breakfast had officially ended. Ned stared at them. Where did those come from? Arthur adjusted his cuffs with excessive care. The dining hall. That is where pudding comes from in principle, Livia said. It does not explain this specific pudding. Arthur looked wounded. I obtained it through lawful friendship. Rafik leaned across the table. If questioned under oath, I should ask for a definition of friendship, Arthur said. That means theft with witnesses, Ned said. It means no such thing. It means Baxter from Copper Company owed Lionel from Steam Gallery a favor, and Lionel owed me because I did not mention the incident with the practice helmet and the marmalade spoon. Beatrice, who had arrived with a mending basket and the expression of someone pretending not to be entertained, paused behind Ned's chair. I am not certain that improved the legal position. It improved the pudding position, Rafik said, cutting each square into smaller pieces with solemn fairness. The first card game began with stakes of buttons, pencil stubs, and one promised turn with Ned's repaired signal post. He almost refused at once, then saw Livia watching him over the top of her cards. She had not said no borrowing. She had said no informal borrowing without record. So Ned took out a scrap of paper, wrote signal post handled by Rafik, card table, hearth corner, and placed it beside the piece. Rafik read it and bowed over his terrible hand. Your trust wounds me, but your documentation is magnificent. A second-year girl called Mallory edged closer. Vale, may I see the little mech after Khan's turn? Ned's fingers tightened around the card in his hand. The common room was warm, ridiculous, and full of people laughing over stolen pudding, but the question still found a locked place inside him. You can see it here, he said. At the table. No taking it away. Mallory shrugged. Fair enough. That easy answer helped more than it should have. Ned set the mech on the table after Rafik's disastrous defeat, wound the tiny side spring, and watched it clatter forward with one stiff leg, bowing drunkenly whenever its repaired shoulder caught. Laughter burst around the hearth, bright and harmless. Arthur wiped pudding sauce from his thumb. It walks like Sir Meriwether's supply column. Then it has already exceeded him, Rafik said. Ned laughed with them, one hand still near the piece, and felt the day become something careful but not spoiled. The trunk upstairs was locked. The notes were hidden. The game in front of him still moved. The toy mech tournament survived 3 rounds, one disputed ruling, and Rafik's claim that Arthur's command style had frightened the machine into self-defense. By mid-afternoon, the common room had softened around the storm of indoor amusement. Older students had drifted toward cards by the window. A first-year had fallen asleep beside the hearth with a book open on his chest. The wind-up mule stood victorious atop an overturned biscuit tin, wearing a paper crown Livia insisted was not legally binding. Ned sat on the rug near the low table with the little mech in his lap, tightening one shoulder screw while Arthur and Rafik argued over whether a mechanical mule could be considered cavalry if it refused to move without oats. Beatrice had abandoned her mending basket beside the chair and was watching Ned's hands with the peculiar stillness she used when she wanted to ask something but had been trained not to reach for it. "Do you think they'll let you keep making things?" she asked at last. Ned glanced up. "Pike does." "That is not the same as they," Livia said from behind her notebook. "Pike is a friendly authority. The institution is a larger animal with more teeth." Ned tightened the screw one cautious turn. "They'll want me for tuning." "Yes," Beatrice said, "that much seems obvious." The word obvious sat between them without kindness. Ned looked at the little mech's crooked shoulder and thought of Harrow, sealed reports, and the way adults spoke about rare talent as if a boy were a tool found in the wrong drawer. "I like making better." Beatrice folded her gloves together in her lap. "I know." Arthur's argument with Rafik faltered nearby, not stopping, but softening. Livia lowered her notebook. Beatrice looked toward the window, where snow had stacked itself against the lower panes. "My mother prayed for a magical child. So did my grandmother. So did 2 aunts, apparently with opinions on acceptable branches before I was born. When I showed magic, everyone was grateful in a way that felt very close to ownership." She touched the edge of one glove with her thumb. "It is strange, being treated like an answered prayer by people who already wrote the ending." Ned did not know what to say because the shape was familiar and unfair in the opposite direction. No one had prayed him into Avalon. The Empire had nearly blamed him, then kept him. He still had counted coins, old hunger, and a trunk lock under his ribs. Livia capped her pencil. "Promises written by other people are still documents one should read carefully." Beatrice smiled faintly. "You would say that over a christening cradle." "I would bring ink," Livia said. Ned bent back over the mech, but his hands had slowed. Rich cages were still cages. That did not make cold rooms warmer, or spare boots cheaper, or polished cruelty harmless. It only meant the fine doors had locks too, and some children were praised all the way inside. By late afternoon, the snow outside had thickened enough to turn the windows into pale squares and the common room into its own small world of gaslight, damp wool, and stolen comfort. The pudding plate held only crumbs. The wind-up mule had been retired after refusing to lose with grace. Ned's little mech sat on the table beside the written handling slip, one repaired leg braced against a pencil stub as if it had survived a campaign and expected a pension. Mallory returned it after her turn with both hands. "It's uglier up close," she said, not unkindly. "But it turns better than Hest's officer piece." Ned took it back carefully. "That's because Hest's officer piece is all hat." Arthur looked up from the cards. "Several officers are mostly hat." Rafik sorted his losing hand with dignity. "In some armies, that is a promotion requirement." Ned smiled and reached for the handling slip. Mallory had written her name under Rafik's, added hearth table, watched by Vale, and even noted no removal in a square, careful hand. It should have been nothing. It should have been exactly what Voss meant by living carefully. Then Ned saw the mech's base. He did not speak at once. He turned the piece toward the lamp, thumb under the brass foot, and looked at the underside where Pike's repair mark, his own powder line, and the little scratched balance notch sat close together. A faint dusting of graphite clung in the groove. Not damage, not theft, not a fault, A measuring trace, dark enough to show where someone had laid paper or rubbing cloth over the base and pressed too lightly to be useful, too neatly to be accident. Livia noticed his silence before anyone else. Ned? He passed the mech to her without letting go until she had it properly. Look at the notch. Her face changed in the small way that meant every joke in her had shut its door. This happened today? I cleaned it this morning. Mallory's eyes widened. I didn't do that. Voss was not in the room, but Ned remembered her voice anyway. Begin with what you observed. I believe you, Ned said, and surprised himself by meaning it. Rafik leaned closer, not touching. Someone handled it between written turns. Or before the slip began, Beatrice said, standing from her chair. Her voice stayed calm, but her hands were no longer idle. Was it out while the first pudding argument happened? Arthur looked at the low table, the cards, the crumbs, the watching students, and the cheerful mess of the afternoon suddenly rearranged itself into gaps. For a minute, maybe two. Ned set the mech down in the center of the table and pulled a clean scrap toward him. Snow tapped softly against the glass. Inside, the common room kept laughing in other corners, but around the hearth their little circle had gone still. Livia handed him her pencil. Write the time first. Ned wrote it, slow and careful. The day had not been ruined. That almost made it worse. It had been warm, funny, crowded, and theirs, and someone had still found room inside it for quiet hands. 37. Branch Predictions. The graphite trace had barely reached Harrow's folder before Avalon found a new way to make every student stand badly. By breakfast, notices had appeared on every company board, each one stamped with the Academy seal and headed Preliminary Branch Prediction Interviews. Ned read the words twice while cold from the corridor still clung to his sleeves, then watched the crowd around the board grow quieter by inches. Arthur leaned close enough that his shoulder touched Ned's. Preliminary means not final. Livia, already reading the smaller print, said, preliminary means officially not final and socially treated as prophecy by fools, families, and anxious children. Rafik looked over her head. That is a crowded category. Beatrice stood half a step behind them, gloves buttoned, face smooth. When do they begin? Today, Livia said. Individual summons by company, aptitude records, instructor notes, examination results, temperament observations, and crown suitability markers. Arthur's mouth tightened around the word temperament. Ned knew why. Since Saffron Pass, Arthur had been moving through the halls as if every staircase had become high ground he must not take too quickly. A younger gear boy shoved forward and read his own name on the second list. His face changed from curiosity to panic so quickly that Ned looked away out of politeness. Across the hall, Crown Company students stood around their board with better posture and no less fear. Peregrine appeared among them, one hand resting lightly on his satchel strap, his expression arranged into careful boredom. He read the list, blinked once, and then looked past it toward the older students watching from the stair. Someone's pleased, Rafik murmured. No, Beatrice said quietly. Someone has remembered that being predicted is not the same as being chosen. The first bell rang, and the corridor jolted into movement. Students folded notices into notebooks, whispered branch names, laughed too loudly, or pretended not to care with such effort that the pretending became visible. Battle Mage, Scribe, Healer, Alchemist, Warder, Signal Mage, Crystal Tuner. The words passed from mouth to mouth as if saying them might make them friendlier. Ned followed the others toward the morning hall, but his eyes kept catching on closed office doors they passed. Behind one, an instructor would read marks and habits and turn a child into a likely future. He thought of his trunk key under his shirt, Pike's workshop, Harrow's reports, and the little army now too important to leave unattended. Arthur tried a smile and failed. At least they cannot make a mistake from one exercise. Livia looked at him over her notebook. They can make a mistake from 10 documents and call it a pattern. Ned looked down the corridor where the branch interview rooms waited with polished brass nameplates and tidy chairs outside. He had begun to dislike tidy chairs. They usually meant someone else had already decided where a boy should sit. Ned's summons came after midday mathematics, which felt cruelly appropriate because numbers had already made his head feel used. The slip was cream paper with a brass stamp, folded once, and carried by a second year who looked relieved not to own it. Ned opened it beside the stairwell and saw his name, the time, and room 3, lower branch review. Nothing on the page shouted. That somehow made it worse. Arthur looked at the slip, then at Ned's face. Do you want us to wait? No, Ned said too quickly, then forced his fingers to stop creasing the paper. Yes, maybe outside. Livia took the slip long enough to read it. Say only what is true. Ask what is provisional. Ask who sees the report. Rafik nodded solemnly. And if they offer you a branch with mountains, inspect the supply route before accepting. Beatrice adjusted one glove. Do not let them make your liking for making sound childish. Ned looked at her. Is that advice or prophecy? Experience, she said. Room 3 smelled of ink, old leather, and the faint metallic cleanness of polished instruments. Harrow sat at one side of the table. Mistress Calder sat at the other with a folder open before her, while a clerk waited near the wall with a pen ready. A third chair stood opposite them, placed exactly where a child could feel measured from both sides. Mr. Vale, Calder said. Sit. Ned sat and put both hands on his knees so he would not reach for his notebook. Harrow's folder was thicker than he liked. Calder began without ceremony. Your preliminary branch prediction is crystal tuning, with strong notes for field maintenance, diagnostic support, and strategic system service. Ned heard the words land one by one. They were not surprising. That did not make them harmless. Because of the dock? Because of the dock, the crystal hall, workshop observations, saffron pass exercise, instructor reports, and your continuing inability to leave imperfect crystal work alone, Harrow said. Ned swallowed. What about artificing? Calder's gaze did not move from his face. Encouraged is supervised secondary development, not primary prediction. Ned's fingers tightened against his trousers. Why not? Because rare affinities carry obligations, Calder said. The Empire has many capable makers. It has fewer children who hear stress before gauges agree. Harrow leaned back slightly. That does not mean Pike's workshop is a toy chest, Mr. Vale. Your maker instincts are part of why the prediction is strong. You think with your hands. But not enough to choose it, Ned said. Calder closed the folder halfway. Not at this stage. The words were careful, official, and almost kind. Ned hated them more for that. He looked at the folder and imagined his sketch margins, the ugly mech, the museum pin improved in pencil, all of them tucked beside columns where adults had already named his likely use. Who sees the report? He asked. Calder's expression sharpened by a fraction. Good question. Academy branch masters, relevant crown officers, and authorized guardians of service planning. Ned nodded because Livia would expect him to. Inside, something small folded itself around the truth. The Empire did not need him to become what he loved. It needed him to become what only he could be. Ned came out of room 3 with the slip folded flat in his pocket and the feeling that his future had been filed before he had finished understanding the question. Arthur stood from the waiting bench too quickly. Rafik lowered a route pamphlet he had not been reading. Livia looked first at Ned's hands, then at his face, then at the pocket where the slip had gone. Well? Arthur asked. Crystal tuning, Ned said. Rafik tilted his head. In a stunning upset, Avalon has noticed the boy who hears crystals. It's not funny, Arthur said, then flushed because he had said it too sharply. It is a little funny, Ned said. It's also not funny. Livia nodded as if that were a proper category. Who sees the report? Ned repeated Calder's answer, and her mouth thinned more with every title. Beatrice, waiting beside the window, said nothing until the next door opened and a clerk called her name. She rose, smoothed her gloves, and went in looking exactly as composed as she did when something mattered too much to show. Arthur's turn came before hers ended. He tried to smile at Ned on the way past, but it arrived crooked and left quickly. When he returned, his eyes were bright in a way he clearly disliked. Battle mage remains possible, he said, standing very still, with concerns. Rafik's voice gentled. What sort? Field judgment. Audience hunger. Arthur gave a short laugh without much air in it. Ormond's phrase survived the paperwork. Livia's summons came next. She took her notebook despite the clerk telling her it was unnecessary, which Ned thought brave in a Livia sort of way. She emerged 20 minutes later with 2 spots of color high on her cheeks. Scribing, oath law, registry work, and possible justiciar adjacent service if temperament broadens. Rafik blinked. They told you to become more flexible? They used 6 sentences to say it, Livia said. Cowards. Rafiq's own review named navigation, logistics, signal routes, and convoy planning. He accepted it with a thoughtful silence that worried Ned more than jokes. They keep seeing maps, he said at last. I suppose someone must know where all the trouble is going. Beatrice returned last. Her face was smooth, but her gloves had suffered. Warding, social liaison, estate service, diplomatic support, and advantageous placement, she said. Ned heard Chapter 30's velvet words behind it. That sounds like your family was in the room. They did not need to be, Beatrice said. The 5 of them stood beneath the corridor lamps while other students entered and emerged around them, each carrying a future shape like advice and warning. Ned looked at his friends and saw that none of them had escaped being useful. They had only been useful in different directions. They did not go straight to supper. Rafiq claimed that any meal taken immediately after official prediction risked becoming ceremonial, and Livia said that was nonsense but followed him anyway. They ended up in the side study off Gear Company, where the lamps were low, the pipes muttered behind the wall, and the long table bore old knife marks from students who had apparently studied with violence. Ned sat at one end with his folded slip in front of him and his notebook open beside it. Arthur dropped into the chair opposite. I hate that possible feels like a warning. Possible is a warning, Livia said, taking the seat beside him. It means they have not finished deciding how disappointed or useful you are. Rafiq set his route pamphlet down and gave her a look. You could embroider that on the Academy welcome banner. Beatrice unbuttoned one glove finger by finger, slower than usual. Avalon already has banners. Most of them say the same thing with better gold thread. Ned looked at the folded slip again. Crystal tuning, field maintenance, diagnostic support, strategic system service. The words were sensible. That was the problem. They fit the dock, the courier, Harrow's tests, Saffron Pass, and every time a crystal had spoken to some part of him before his head had caught up. They did not fit the warmth he felt when a crooked toy stood properly, when powder filled a broken line, when ugly brass learned to move because his hands had argued with it patiently enough. He took up his pencil and turned the notebook sideways. In the clean margin beside his sketch of the museum rosepin, he wrote Tuner by obligation. Maker by love. Then he stared at the words until they stopped looking dramatic and became merely true. Livia leaned closer. That is not an official category. No, Ned said. That's why it fits. Arthur reached across and tapped the edge of the page, not touching the writing. Can it be both? I don't know. Ned looked at the ink-dark pipes along the wall, then at the scratch table, then at the friends who had all been named useful by people behind doors. They'll take what only I can do first. Beatrice's voice was quiet. Then keep record of what you choose after. Rafiq nodded once. Routes are not only where you are sent. They are also where you return when no one is looking. Ned looked back at the page and added 3 smaller notes beneath the first line. Workshop hours, licensed commissions, private designs. The list was poor armor, but it was something he could hold. He could not refuse crystal tuning. Not honestly. Not when ships, wards, towers, and people might need what he heard before gauges did. But he could refuse to let the official words eat the rest of him without being named. The supper bell rang through the wall. Arthur stood first, then waited for the others. Ned closed his notebook with the pencil still marking the page, not hidden, not offered. The future had been filed. It had not been finished. 38. Ashford's timetable. The morning after branch predictions, Avalon attempted to prove that futures were not the only things that could arrive stamped, folded, and inconvenient. Gear Company was sent to Lecture Hall 2 after breakfast with instructions to bring notebooks, route rulers, and patience. Ned brought 2 of those, because patience felt like the sort of thing rich students owned in spare sets. Lecture Hall 2 had been rearranged while they ate. The desks faced not a slate, but a huge rolling frame fitted with brass rails, pinned maps, colored strings, little train cards, skyship markers, weather tabs, and a row of pocket watches hanging from hooks like disciplined fruit. A narrow man in a dark traveling coat stood beside it, winding one watch while glaring at the room as if late arrival were a moral disease. He had a silver mustache, boots polished through use rather than vanity, and a leather folio tucked beneath one arm. Rafiq stopped dead in the doorway. Oh, this is promising. Livia read the notice on the lectern. Sir Peregrine Ashford, Imperial Routes Office. Visiting lecture on timetables, transport chains, and strategic delay. Arthur glanced toward Peregrine Roth, who had stiffened at the shared name with the expression of a boy discovering a family crest on a mousetrap. Any relation? Peregrine's mouth tightened. Distant. Sir Peregrine snapped one watch shut. If you are distant, Mr. Roth, I recommend beginning earlier. Sit down. The class sat down. Ned took a place beside Rafik and watched Ashford move to the map frame. Every motion had a purpose. He clipped a red card to London, a blue one to the Northern Rail Junction, a green tab to a mountain pass, and a black pin to a port Ned did not recognize. Then he turned a brass crank. The whole map shifted, strings tightening, markers sliding along rails in neat little jerks. Power, Ashford said, is a popular subject among children, generals, ministers, and fools. Arrival is less glamorous, which is why competent empires write it down. Rafik's eyes shone. Ashford pointed at the red London card. Here is your perfect answer. A healer, a tuner, a warding crew, 6 crates of crystal, and 1 officer with beautiful handwriting. Here is the crisis. He tapped the Green Mountain tab. 380 miles away, snowbound, undersupplied, and disinclined to wait for your confidence. What matters? Arthur said. Speed, sir. Wrong but repairable, Ashford said. Speed without route is panic with better boots. Mr. Khan, try. Rafik leaned forward. Connection, sir. Which road, rail, tower, ship, and weather window agree to let the answer arrive? Ashford looked briefly pleased, which on his face resembled indigestion improved by discipline. Good. Today, you will learn that being right in the wrong place is a decorative failure. Ashford turned the crank again, and the frame became a machine for humiliating certainty. The red London card slid along a rail toward the north, then stopped when a small brass gate dropped across the line. A blue train marker waited behind it, puffing tiny painted steam from a charm no one had admitted was charming. Railway junction flooded, Ashford said. Your healer, tuner, and beautiful officer are delayed 9 hours unless rerouted. Arthur leaned over his notes. Can they take the Western line? They can, Ashford said, moving a green string with one gloved finger. If the Western line has coal at Harrogate, a working signal tower at Brindle Fell, and no livestock dispute occupying the bridge. Peregrine Roth looked faintly pained. Livestock dispute? Cows are among the Empire's least patriotic obstacles, Ashford said. They rarely read movement orders. The class laughed, but not for long, because Ashford clipped 3 small black cards onto the route: customs delay, fog-bound port, and unreliable local survey. The map thickened around them. Steamship lines glowed blue along the coast. Skyship corridors appeared as pale arcs through the air, each one broken by weather tabs, refueling yards, and little red flags marked clearance required. Mountain roads narrowed into brown threads. Signal tower relays lit one after another, then winked out where snow had covered a pass. Rafik had stopped smiling. He was writing quickly now, his pencil moving in short, hungry strokes. Ned watched the strings tighten between places he had never seen and thought of crates stenciled for northern works, dockmen muttering about parts, and the courier hanging crooked because someone had wanted one journey delayed. Ashford touched a skyship marker. This route is faster. It also requires lift clearance over 2 restricted zones, winter fuel at the second yard, and a certified tuner aboard if carrying active ley-crystal. Mr. Vale, suppose the tuner is in London and the skyship is at Carlisle. Is the Empire well supplied? Ned sat straighter. No, sir. It has the thing it needs and the person it needs in different places. Excellent. Tragedy often begins with excellent things arranged stupidly. Ashford moved the tuner card north by rail, then paused it behind the flooded junction. Now your skyship waits 6 hours. During those 6 hours, your mountain ward weakens, your road closes, and your officer writes 3 memoranda explaining why he was technically prepared. Livia's pencil stopped. The memoranda arrive? Of course, Ashford said. Paper is tireless when least useful. Beatrice looked at the map, her face thoughtful. So delay can be an attack without any explosion. Ashford's eyes sharpened. Yes, Miss Ashcombe. And an empire that only searches for smoke may miss the knife placed quietly in its timetable. Ashford left the knife in the timetable for exactly 3 breaths, then began moving markers again. The class leaned with him despite themselves. Even students who had laughed at cows and memoranda now watched the frame as if one wrong card might drown a town. Ned followed the tuner marker, the skyship marker, the crystal crates, and the Green Mountain tab until his eyes hurt from holding too many places in one thought. He raised his hand before he could talk himself out of it. Ashford looked over. Mr. Vale. If the ward is already weakening, sir, how fast can a tuner reach it? That depends, Ashford said, which Ned had learned was the beginning of every answer adults gave when they wished children understood suffering. On what, sir? Ashford tapped the hanging watches one by one, setting them swinging with tiny, disciplined clicks. On where the tuner is. On whether the nearest rail line has capacity. On whether the skyship berth has fuel. On whether the courier order was written properly. On whether the local commander admits he needs help before pride becomes arithmetic. On whether replacement crystal is traveling with the tuner, ahead of the tuner, behind the tuner, or waiting in a warehouse because someone filed it under civic repair rather than frontier defense. Livia's face tightened. That last one happened? I do not invent paperwork disasters, Ashford said. Reality resents competition. Rafik leaned forward. So the Empire keeps tuners near likely trouble? It tries. Ashford moved 3 small brass figures onto different parts of the map. Competent local tuners near routine systems. Stronger regional tuners near rail, naval, and ward clusters. Rare specialists held where their absence will not cripple 6 other emergencies. Every arrangement is wrong somewhere. Logistics is the art of choosing which wrongness you can survive. Ned stared at the little brass tuner closest to the mountains. It was not near enough. None of them were. So sometimes the answer exists and still doesn't arrive. Yes, Ashford said. The word was plain, and the room did not know what to do with it. Arthur shifted in his seat. Then what does the field crew do? They make the delay cost less, Ashford said. They ration crystal. They reduce demand. They repair ugly. They send accurate reports instead of heroic fiction. They keep the road open. They do not waste 6 hours proving they deserved better support. Ned thought of Roan's bent magnifier, the saffron pass table, and his own crude road tag. The answer was not always brilliance arriving in time. Sometimes it was lesser hands making do long enough for brilliance to matter. Ashford's gaze touched him briefly. Mr. Vale, a brilliant tuner in the wrong county is a rumor. A competent one beside the engine is an empire. Ashford did not let the sentence become inspirational. He clipped a fresh green tab to the mountain pass and added 4 black delay cards beside it with the satisfaction of a man setting traps for optimism. Bridge repair overdue. Mule track blocked. Storm window closing. Supply order misfiled. Then he tapped the crank and let the frame move. The result was ugly. The crystal crates reached the northern rail junction on time and waited beside the wrong platform. The tuner marker arrived at Carlisle and lost 6 hours to skyship fuel. The local road crew diverted to the bridge and left the mule track uncleared. A signal tower winked twice, then dimmed to a weak blue point beneath the mountain tab. Saffron Pass, Ashford said. Ned's pencil stopped. Arthur looked across at him, then back to the map. This is the same pass as the exercise? The exercise was polite, Ashford said. Reality is under no such obligation. Rafik's hand rose slowly. Sir, if the bridge repair is overdue and the mule track is blocked, why send the crystal by rail north rather than coastal ship in Eastern Road? Ashford's eyes brightened with the first true sign of pleasure Ned had seen from him. Because the coastal ship was delayed by port fog 3 days earlier, and the Eastern Road requires a ward permit no one requested because the clerk filing the order believed the original bridge repair had been completed. Livia made a small, strangled sound. That is not one mistake. No, Ashford said. That is the point. Empires rarely bleed from one cut if anyone competent is watching. They bleed from 7 small cuts placed where each office believes the next office is responsible. Beatrice's voice was quiet, or where someone wants them to believe it. Ashford pointed his baton at her. Better. Ned looked at the dim signal tower and thought of the skyship at the dock. Its cargo meant for somewhere cold and narrow and too far away. At the time, he had seen broken spars, frightened dockmen, Voss's white uniform, and his own hands shaking under accusation. Now the journey attached itself to the accident. Parts delayed, crystal delayed, a pass waiting for help that had become wreckage before leaving the city. Ashford swept the markers back to their starting places. Your homework is to produce 3 alternate routes, each with failure points honestly named. If your plan assumes bravery, perfect weather, obedient cows, or paperwork completed by angels, burn it and begin again. Rafik bent over his page as if someone had handed him a feast. Livia was already making columns. Arthur stared at the tower marker with new dislike. Ned wrote Saffron Pass at the top of his notes, then underlined it once. The frontier was no longer only a place on maps or in brassfield exercises. It had a timetable, and someone had tried to wound it before he ever knew its name. 39. The cravat pin. The morning after Ashford's timetable, Ned found a folded note waiting beside his breakfast plate, which was not how good news usually behaved. It bore no academy seal, only Livia's neat hand on the outside. Read before Arthur asks whether it explodes. Ned looked across the table. Livia was buttering toast with excessive innocence. Rafik was watching the note as if it had arrived by sea. Arthur had already leaned halfway over his porridge. Does it explode? Arthur asked. Ned opened it. Inside was a second note, written in a careful older hand, with a smaller slip pinned to it by a brass tack. Commission request, supervised student work, modest crystal function, translation assistance for mountain root phrases, pronunciation guide, and warning pulse for dangerous double meanings. The requester was a 4th year from Steam Gallery whose family traded through passes Ned had only seen on maps. Payment offered. 4 shillings if approved, plus material cost. Ned stared until the words stopped behaving like ink and became money. Rafik whistled softly. 4 shillings. For a pin? For a useful pin, Livia said. Possibly for a useful pin that does not look like a useful pin, which is more expensive. Arthur squinted at the slip. What does warning pulse for dangerous double meanings mean? Beatrice, who had arrived quietly with tea, looked at the request over Ned's shoulder. It means someone once called a clan elder's hospitality generous using a word that also suggested his goats were promiscuous. Rafik set down his cup with reverence. Language is a battlefield with livestock. Ned turned the request over. Pike's countermark sat at the bottom in dark blue ink. Permitted if reviewed before setting, no active charm beyond phrase primer range, no hidden recording, no court German embellishment. The last line had been underlined twice. He looked up. Why did this come through you? Livia did not blink. Because Miss Tallow asked me whether your commissions are logged by maker or object type, and I decided all future commission approaches should pass through someone who appreciates paperwork as a defensive art. Beatrice took the slip from him, read the requested language list, and tapped the phrase mountain route formalities. This is not only a pin. It is a door. A merchant can wear it into a room where stumbling over courtesy would cost more than silver. Ned thought of the museum arcade, the rose pin with too much silver and too little function, the jeweler saying elegance let a thing be worn in public. I can make the words work. I know, Beatrice said. Can you make the owner not ashamed to use them? That landed harder. Ned looked down at his cuffs, at the old habit of function first, at the 4 shillings written in another person's hand. Then he folded the request carefully and slid it into his notebook. I'll ask Pike, he said. And I'll need to know what sort of coat he wears. Pike received the commission request the way some people received unexploded shells. She held it at arm's length, read Pike's countermark as if it had been forged by a less sensible version of herself, and then looked over the top edge at Ned. The workshop lamps were bright enough to show every filing on the bench and every flaw in the 3 brass blanks Ned had already ruined trying to make a useful pin look respectable. You have made 3 doorstops for very small doors, Pike said. Ned looked at the blanks. One was too thick, one was crowded with ruined grooves, and one had a setting that bulged like an insect pretending to be jewelry. They would work. So would tying a phrase card to a bootlace and wearing it round the neck. We are discussing whether a proud merchant's son will wear the thing where other people can see it. Beatrice, invited by Pike after Ned's second failure and by Livia after the first, stood beside the bench with a length of dark ribbon and a paper pattern. The first version announces that it is useful. It is useful, Ned said. That is the problem. Beatrice placed the ribbon against the least terrible blank. Useful objects worn near the throat must either look military, sentimental, or fashionable. Otherwise people think the wearer needed help and lacked taste arranging it. Ned frowned at the pin. That's absurd. Yes, Beatrice said. It is also true. Pike grunted approval and slid a thinner brass strip across the bench. Again, less metal, fewer visible cuts. Your crystal line can run behind the stem if you stop carving every thought on the front. Ned picked up the strip, measured it against the paper pattern, and marked the back instead of the face. His hands wanted to show the channel, to prove where the work lived. He forced them to hide it. A narrow stem, 2 leaves, a small setting where the crystal chip could sit like dew rather than machinery. He bent the brass too sharply on the first try and muttered under his breath when it kinked. Beatrice tapped the pattern. Softer. I'm trying. You are arguing with the brass. The brass started it. Pike's mouth twitched. The brass has no advocate in this court. Continue. By the 4th attempt, the pin looked less like a tool forced into court dress and more like something that might belong on a gentleman's cravat without apology. Ned set the tiny crystal chip behind the leaf junction and breathed through the tremor in his fingers as the phrase primer line accepted the first test pulse. Beatrice leaned close, then nodded. Now it looks deliberate. Ned stared at the small, restrained shape in his tweezers. It held less visible cleverness than the ugly versions and somehow carried more power because of it. I hate that you're right. Pike took the pin, examined the back, and passed it to Beatrice for the front. Good, that means you learned something expensive. The 4th year came to the workshop after last bell with a steam gallery prefect as witness, a written approval from Pike already waiting on the bench, and the cautious expression of someone trying not to look as if 4 shillings mattered. His name was Edwin Carraway, though he introduced himself as E.J. Carraway until Pike looked at him over her spectacles and let silence perform correction. Edwin, then, he said, color rising neatly above his collar. Ned placed the finished pin on a square of dark cloth. It looked smaller there than it had in his tweezers. A narrow brass stem, 2 restrained leaves, and 1 pale crystal chip tucked near the join, polished enough to catch light without shouting. The working line hid along the back. That still felt like a secret, or a compromise, or both. Carraway bent over it. It's plainer than I expected. Pike's fingers paused beside the testing wand. Beatrice, seated at the end of the bench with her mending basket for camouflage no one believed, said, plain means it may be worn twice. Carraway glanced at her, recognized the trap without understanding all of it, and looked back at the pin with improved caution. I meant refined. That is one way to survive, Rafik murmured from the doorway. Ned picked up the phrase card and slid it beneath the pin. It holds 12 fixed courtesy phrases, 6 warning pulses for terms marked dangerous in your list, and pronunciation guidance by rhythm, not voice. It won't translate conversation. It won't record. It won't improvise. Carraway straightened. Only 12? You ask for modest crystal function, Livia said from beside the ledger. The word modest was not decorative. Ned touched his wand to the test point. The pin gave 1 soft pulse, then 2 shorter ones as he read the first mountain phrase aloud with careful misery. Carraway repeated it, stumbled on the throat sound, and the pin warmed faintly against Ned's fingertip in warning. Not painful, not clever enough to be accused of cleverness. Useful. Carraway's face changed despite himself. That would have saved Father half an evening last winter. Ned set the pin back on the cloth. Then it works. Yes, Carraway said, and then, because pride had its own manners, added, for a student piece. Pike's testing wand clicked against the bench. Ned felt the words strike, bounce, and settle somewhere beside the 4 shillings waiting in Carraway's purse. For a student piece, he agreed. The payment counted out in silver sounded shockingly loud. Carraway signed Livia's ledger, accepted the wrapped pin, and then hesitated at the door. If this performs well, my uncle may want 2 similar pieces for spring travel. Better casing, more phrases. Ned's hand tightened around the coins. Pride rose first, hot and bright. Irritation came after, because the praise had arrived wearing gloves. Fear followed last, quieter and better dressed, because the pin was leaving Avalon on someone else's cravat and carrying his work into rooms where he would not be allowed to stand. I'd need a proper request, Ned said. Livia shut the ledger, and all approaches will be logged. Carraway nodded, faintly amused now that the business was done. Naturally. When he left, Ned looked at the silver in his palm and then at the empty cloth square. 4 shillings felt heavy. The absence of the pin felt heavier. The pin returned to public notice 2 days later attached to Edwin Carraway's cravat, which proved that small objects could travel faster than rumors only when rumors stopped to admire themselves. Ned saw it first across the dining hall, a pale glint at Carraway's throat as the fourth year leaned toward 2 steam gallery boys and repeated a mountain greeting with the careful pride of someone who had practiced before a mirror. The pin pulsed once, discreetly, and Carraway corrected the second syllable before anyone could laugh. Rafik followed Ned's gaze. Your door has entered society. It's a pin, Ned said. It is a pin being admired by people who would never admire a hinge unless it held their carriage door shut. Livia glanced over while cutting her toast. Carraway has already asked whether a second request should be filed through Pike or through the student commission ledger. I told him both. Arthur grinned. You made him fill out 2 forms for a cravat pin? I made him understand the difference between permission and payment, Livia said. Civilization rests upon such distinctions. Across the hall, Carraway touched the pin lightly while speaking to Peregrine Roth. Peregrine's expression held its usual polish until one of the older boys nodded toward Ned's table. Then his eyes followed the gesture. They landed on Ned, moved to Livia's ledger beside the plates, then to Beatrice, who was calmly stirring tea as if elegance had not helped design the thing now sitting at another boy's throat. Peregrine came over after breakfast with Carraway at his side and 2 Crown Company shadows behind him. Vale, he said, Carraway tells me you made the phrase pin. Ned stood because sitting felt worse. Yes. Peregrine looked as if the answer had inconvenienced several opinions at once. It is surprisingly restrained. Beatrice set down her cup. That is usually called taste. A faint color touched Peregrine's cheekbones. I did not say otherwise. Carraway, perhaps remembering who had made the useful object, gave Ned a cautious nod. It worked at breakfast. Not perfectly, but enough. My uncle will be interested. Ned felt the dining hall's noise tilt around the words. Interested meant more requests, more ledgers, more silver, and more pieces leaving his hands for rooms he could not enter. It also meant Peregrine was listening. I'll need written phrases, branch limits, and approval before I make anything else, Ned said. Peregrine's mouth tightened. You sound like a clerk. No, Livia said from behind him. He sounds like someone who intends to be paid without being trapped. For a heartbeat, Peregrine looked ready to cut. Then his gaze flicked to the pin, to Carraway's satisfied caution, to Beatrice's composed face, and finally back to Ned's old cuffs. The insult did not vanish. It changed shape. I see, Peregrine said. Ned did not think he did. Not fully, but Peregrine had seen enough to understand that Ned's work was no longer confined to broken benches, workshop corners, or games played by boys with pudding crumbs on their fingers. Something small and useful had crossed into polished company, and polished company had not refused to wear it. 40. The locked cabinet. The morning after Peregrine saw the cravat pin, Ned expected the world to become awkward in small, polished ways. He expected glances across breakfast, perhaps a cutting remark dressed as advice, perhaps another commission request written with enough formality to make Livia pleased and suspicious at once. Instead, the first sign of trouble was Pike locking the workshop door from the wrong side. Ned found her in the corridor after second bell, standing with Harrow and Voss before the narrow records room beside the lower workshop. The door was open. That was wrong by itself. The room beyond held no shining engines, no rare crystals, no tempting half-finished devices. It held cabinets, old ledgers, repair forms, student permissions, brass-field calibration scrolls, tool issue slips, and dust organized by year. Arthur stopped beside Ned with a stack of exercise books under one arm. Is someone in trouble? Someone is always in trouble, Rafik said, arriving behind him. The question is whether trouble has upgraded its hat. Voss turned her head. Mr. Khan, be less decorative. Rafik bowed slightly. Yes, Justice here. Pike looked at Ned, then at the corridor behind him where Livia and Beatrice had just appeared. None of you enter. None of you touch the frame, the latch, the floor, the shelves, the dust, one another, or your own cleverness. Livia's eyes sharpened. Records room? Harrow did not look pleased that she had identified it so quickly. Yes. Ned stared past them. Inside the records room, one tall cabinet stood open, its brass lock hanging undamaged, its drawers pulled out exactly 2 fingers' width. Nothing had been flung about. No papers littered the floor. No drawer gaped like theft in storybooks. That made it worse. Whoever had opened the cabinet had respected tidiness enough to frighten him. Voss crouched by the lock without touching it. No forced entry. Pike's voice was flat. No broken ward thread either. It answered the morning check as sealed. Until it was opened properly, Harrow said. Ned swallowed. What was in it? Harrow looked at him then, and the answer seemed to weigh more because it was boring. Minor crystal records, student repair logs, brassfield calibration scrolls, old workshop permissions, nothing glamorous. Livia whispered, almost to herself, that is exactly where useful things hide. Voss stood. Correct. Ned looked at the open drawers and thought of wiped chalk, graphite in a balance notch, Livia's columns, and Caraway's pin leaving Avalon on another boy's throat. No one had stolen treasure. No one had broken a crystal. Someone had opened a dull cabinet and gone looking for the shape of habits. Voss sent most of the corridor away with a look and kept the 5 of them under Pike's eye in the small workroom opposite, where the benches were clean, the stools were uncomfortable, and the records room remained visible through the half-open door. Ned sat with his hands folded around nothing. That was worse than holding a tool. Tools gave fingers somewhere honest to put fear. Livia had been given permission to list what the cabinet might contain from memory, which made her sit very straight. Student repair logs show who touched which object, when, under whose supervision, and whether the work passed inspection. Harrow stood by the inner door. Continue. Tool issue slips show what materials students use repeatedly, Livia said. Workshop permissions show who is allowed near which systems. Brassfield calibration scrolls show table tolerances, standard piece weights, expected response delay, and which student modifications were approved rather than confiscated. Ned looked up. They're not secret plans. No, Livia said. They are worse. They are boring plans. Rafik leaned over the table and drew 3 lines on a scrap with the blunt end of his pencil. A shipping ledger is boring until one knows which port delays crystal, which clerk always misfiles mountain orders, and which route master trusts weather reports too much. Then it becomes a map of where to place small knives. Arthur's mouth tightened. Like Ashford said. Like Ashford said, Rafik agreed. Beatrice folded her gloves beside her. And social records do the same. Who asks favors? Who trades access? Who needs approval? Who is embarrassed to be seen needing help? Her gaze flicked toward Ned, not accusing, only careful. A commission ledger says more than what was bought. Ned remembered Caraway's pin, the way it had left on a cravat and returned as interest from an uncle. It says who wants what. And who can make it, Livia said. Pike gave a rough little sound from the doorway. And who is foolish enough to leave the scraps out because they think ugly work has no value? Ned looked down at his hands. He had thought value meant silver, polish, official approval, or a grown person's seal. Now value seemed to live in chalk dust, tool marks, habits, witness names, borrowed minutes, and the way a boy solved a problem when no one had given him a proper part. Voss appeared in the records room doorway with one gray folder in hand. Good. You are beginning to understand why dull records are guarded. Her eyes moved from Livia to Rafik to Ned. Glitter attracts thieves. Dullness attracts professionals. The first rumor reached Gear Company before luncheon and arrived wearing 3 different coats. By the time Ned crossed the lower hall, one version said workshop records had been stolen to cover illegal commissions, another said Gear Company students had been making unlicensed crystal pieces for money, and a third had improved itself into Ned hiding a private factory beneath his bed. The last one had enough imagination to make Rafik pause in reluctant admiration. A factory? Rafik said as they entered the common room. Under your bed? Ambitious, but ventilation would be poor. Arthur turned on a pair of second years whispering by the shelves. He has not got a factory. One of them flushed. We didn't say he had. You said machinery, Arthur snapped. Livia stepped between them before Arthur could turn honor into evidence. All rumors will be more useful if repeated accurately, attributed properly, and preferably not at all. The second years fled. Ned kept walking because stopping felt like admitting there was something to defend. The common room seemed full of eyes that slid away too late. The repair tray by the hearth had been cleared. The brassfield cupboard was locked. Even the toy mule was gone from its usual shelf, as if innocent machines had decided to avoid politics. Near the window, Peregrine stood with Caraway and 2 Crown Company boys. His gaze touched Ned, then the locked game cupboard, then Livia's ledger under her arm. This is what happens when informal work outruns proper supervision. Ned stopped before he meant to. Beatrice's voice cut in before his could. Interesting. I had thought proper supervision was why Miss Pike signed the work, why the commission was logged, and why payment was witnessed. Peregrine's jaw tightened. I did not name the pin. No, Livia said. You merely placed it in the same sentence as misconduct and hoped grammar would do your dirty work. Caraway looked at his cravat as if suddenly remembering he was wearing the evidence of a system he now preferred to remain respectable. The pin was approved. Ned felt anger move through him, not hot enough to burn, but sharp enough to make his hands want tools. My work didn't open that cabinet. The room quieted around the words. Harrow's voice came from the doorway. No one has said that it did, Mr. Vale. Ned turned. Harrow stood with Pike behind him, both of them looking tired in the way adults looked when they had spent too long preventing foolishness from becoming official. Then why does everyone keep looking at the workshop? Because fear likes convenient shelves, Pike said, and you have been building one in public. Harrow looked over the room. Until told otherwise, supervised student making remains permitted. Informal access to workshop records does not. Brassfield borrowing will require counter-signature. Commission ledgers will be copied weekly. Anyone who turns rumor into accusation will explain the evidence behind it to Justiciar Voss. The common room became suddenly interested in carpets, cuffs, and window frost. Ned should have felt relieved. Instead he felt the old dockside fear brush the back of his neck. He had been innocent then too, and innocence had not stopped anyone from needing a culprit. After luncheon, Pike claimed the workshop back in the manner of a general retaking a bridge. She stood in the doorway with her sleeves rolled, her apron tied hard enough to suggest war, and a fresh sign pinned beside the frame. Supervised making continues. Records remain closed. Questions go through me. The last sentence had been underlined with such violence that the ink had feathered into the paper. Ned stopped before it with Livia, Arthur, Rafik, and Beatrice clustered behind him. That looks like a challenge. It is a warning, Pike said from inside. Challenges are prettier. Harrow stood beside the main bench, arms folded, while a smaller stack of approved repair trays waited under cloth. Voss was gone, but her absence did not make the room easier. It only meant the truth had left adults to manage consequences without her uniform doing half the work. Pike pointed to the stools. Sit if you're here to work. Leave if you're here to feel tragic among the tools. Ned sat. Pike took up the first tray and set it before a third year whose face had gone pale from rumors. Clockwork hinge, low-grade glow strip, cracked casing. Approved. Record the work, do the work, clean the tools. If anyone tells you student making has been banned, send them to me so I may improve their education. A nervous laugh moved through the workshop. Harrow's gaze crossed the benches. Mistress Pike is correct. Supervised making remains the safest form of making. It teaches restraint, documentation, witness practice, material economy, and the habit of asking before cleverness becomes expensive. Pike snorted. It also teaches children not to burn holes in dormitory desks because some adult decided curiosity would behave better in the dark. Ned looked at Harrow, expecting correction. Harrow merely said, also true. Something in the room loosened. Not much. Enough that a second year reached for a file. Enough that Caraway, standing near the end bench, carefully placed a signed request slip beside the ledger rather than trying to speak around it. Enough that Ned could breathe past the tightness left by the common room. Pike came to him last. She put a tray in front of him, 2 bent tool tags, 1 cracked desk stone setting, and a snapped Brassfield base. Ordinary work. Small work. His sort of work. You are not to hide because frightened people enjoy shelves. Ned touched the broken base. It feels less safe. It is less innocent, Pike said. That is not the same. Harrow looked at him then, dry and unsentimental as ever. Your work has value. Value attracts interest. Learn records, witnesses, permissions, and locks. Then keep working. Ned picked up the file. The workshop no longer felt like a place no one could reach. But Pike had spent authority to keep its door open, and Harrow had not contradicted her. That mattered. It made the room less safe, perhaps, but more worth defending. 41. Fleet Table. The locked cabinet changed the way Avalon looked at dull doors, but it did not cancel spectacles. 3 evenings after Pike reclaimed the workshop, Gear Company was marched to the upper strategy gallery for the formal fleet table exhibition, a senior brassfield event with invited younger observers, which meant first years were expected to be silent, impressed, and grateful for chairs placed behind people tall enough to block the view. Rafik took one look through the gallery doors and forgot to complain. Oh. Ned understood the sound. The fleet table filled the center of the room like a polished black sea, longer than the saffron passboard and ringed by brass rails, crystal sockets, compass roses, wind gauges, tide dials, and tiny towers of signal glass. Above it hovered the projected world. Blue ocean lanes, pale skyship corridors, storm fronts turning like slow bruises, red convoy routes, coal stations, docking yards, warded harbors, and fleets of miniature ships bright enough to make the room hold its breath. Arthur stepped in beside Ned, eyes wide. "That is not a table. It is a warning with furniture," Rafik said softly. Livia had already opened her notebook. Senior fleet table, mixed naval and aerial model. Rules likely include convoy protection, storm avoidance, refueling limits, shield arcs, signal relay, harbor permission, and civilian traffic. Beatrice looked at the tiny ocean battleships moving beneath a line of skyships. In diplomacy, if someone remembers, civilians dislike being crushed beneath strategy. Ned followed the nearest skyship marker as it passed over a convoy of ocean steamers. The airships looked graceful, almost weightless, but the gauges below them told a less romantic story: lift reserve, storm shear, crystal draw, fuel yard clearance, signal strain. Beneath them, ocean battleships moved with slower authority, black hulls and brass turrets cutting through blue light while their shield arcs flickered in faint domes. Master Ormond stood near the table with 2 naval officers, 3 senior students, and Sir Peregrine Ashford, who appeared to have been invited because timetables became more dangerous when given ships. Harrow took position behind Gear Company without ceremony. "You will observe," Harrow said. "You will not advise, interrupt, correct seniors, or discover a naval crisis for personal enrichment." Ned glanced up. "Was that last one aimed at me?" "Yes," Harrow said. Rafik leaned closer to Ned without taking his eyes from the table. "If I accidentally discover a naval crisis, may I give it to you for storage?" "No," Livia said. The room lights dimmed. Across the table, a senior student placed her hand on a command rail, and the fleet markers brightened as if the Empire itself had inhaled. Ned sat very still, notebook closed for once, watching steam and crystal share the same sea. The first movement began gently enough to fool anyone who had never watched a gentle thing become expensive. A senior girl in naval blue took command of the ocean convoy, while a senior boy in sky gray handled the air patrol above it. Their markers moved in layers. Steamers below, battleships to either side, skyships overhead, signal towers blinking along a chain of coastal points. The table gave each movement a sound. Steamers thudded deep. Skyships chimed faintly. Signal relays clicked like teeth. Rafik whispered, "The convoy is slower than the air patrol wants it to be." "The convoy is carrying coal, field guns, hospital stores, and 2 ward engines," Livia said, reading the side slate. "It is allowed to be inconvenient." Ned watched the gauges beneath the nearest skyship marker. The steam drive line glowed amber when the propellers bit forward. The crystal lift reserve stayed pale blue, steady but not infinite. Shield arcs appeared only when the senior boy touched a command stud, each dome costing a small tick from the crystal counter. "Steam pushes," Ned murmured. "Crystal holds, talks, sees, and protects." Harrow, behind him, said, "Good. Remember it before poetry lies to you." Arthur leaned forward, elbows almost on his knees. "The battleships look heavier than the skyships, but the room keeps watching the sky." "People look up when they are afraid," Beatrice said. Below the projection, one of the naval officers pointed with a silver baton. "Convoy speed is governed by the slowest hull. Sky Patrol may scout ahead, but if it outruns signal range, it becomes a rumor with propellers." The senior boy in sky gray adjusted his patrol, pulling 2 airships back toward the convoy. The storm front turned above them, a slow violet bruise crossing the projected sea. The ocean battleships changed formation in answer, their shield arcs overlapping briefly before fading. Ned saw the cost at once. Every beautiful shield left a number smaller behind it. Rafiq's pencil moved quickly. If they shield too early, they arrive safe and empty. If they shield too late, Arthur said, they arrive dead. Livia glanced between the counters and the rule slate. So the trick is deciding which danger has permission to exist longest. Ned looked at the fleet again, and the grand spectacle rearranged itself into hungry systems. Coal moved screws. Steam turned shafts. Crystal lifted, shielded, signaled, calculated, steadied, and spent itself every time someone wanted the sea to be kinder. It was beautiful, but it was also a ledger with waves. The maneuver came near the end of the second movement, when the convoy had crossed half the projected sea and the storm front had become less weather than character flaw. The senior boy in sky gray waited until the naval player committed 2 battleships to shelter the hospital steamer, then moved 3 skyships into a staggered relay beyond the convoy's left flank. Their signal lights caught one another in a clean silver chain, bright enough that several younger students murmured approval. Arthur leaned forward. "That's clever." "It is very pretty," Rafiq said, which did not sound like agreement. The sky gray senior touched the command stud twice. The silver relay jumped from ship to ship, then down through a coastal tower and back across the battleship line, carrying shield orders faster than the storm counter could advance. The hospital steamer's shield flared. The convoy tightened. For one shining breath, the whole fleet seemed to move as one body. Ned's stomach tightened. He was not supposed to advise, interrupt, correct seniors, or discover a naval crisis for personal enrichment. He pressed his lips together and watched the counters instead of the pretty chain. The skyship's signal strain ticked up, but not enough to explain why the coastal tower answered twice. The emergency relay rule marker had lit amber for half a second, then gone dark as if nothing had happened. Livia had seen it too. Her finger moved across the rule booklet, searching faster than she breathed. Rafiq whispered, "If that tower answers twice, the eastern harbor receives the second timing." "And opens late," Ned said. Arthur looked between them. "Late enough to matter?" Rafiq's pencil struck the map margin. "Late enough for the coal tender to miss the convoy window." Livia found the clause and turned the booklet toward Harrow without raising her voice. Emergency relay privilege is limited to direct distress or confirmed hostile engagement. Storm compression does not qualify unless the command rail declares casualty risk first. Ned pointed, not at the senior, but at the counters. The table let it carry because the chain was clean, but the harbor timing changed. Harrow's eyes narrowed. He looked from Livia's clause to Rafiq's penciled timing, then to Ned's counter. "Master Ormond." Ormond paused the movement with one hand on the rail. The beautiful silver chain froze in the air. The naval officer with the baton leaned over the table. "Who called the pause?" Harrow did not look away from the frozen harbor light. 3 first-years who remembered different parts of the same problem. The room turned toward them, and Ned felt heat climb his neck. This time he had not solved anything alone. That helped. It also meant everyone could see exactly who had. Ormond replayed the last 3 movements slowly, and the room watched the silver chain lose its beauty one consequence at a time. The senior in sky gray had not broken the table. He had not cheated in any obvious way. He had used a clean relay, a clever timing gap, and an emergency privilege without declaring the emergency that made it legal. The hospital steamer remained shielded. The convoy looked tidier. The eastern harbor opened late. The coal tender missed its window, and 2 turns later half the fleet arrived short on fuel. The naval officer with the baton made a thoughtful sound. A handsome maneuver with an ugly bill. The senior boy's face had gone stiff. "Sir, the table accepted the relay." "Yes," Ormond said. "Tables often accept nonsense if presented in excellent handwriting." Livia's pencil moved as if the sentence deserved preservation. Sir Peregrine Ashford stepped closer to the frozen harbor light. "The error is not in signal craft alone. It is root arrogance. He made a local victory spend a distant schedule." Rafiq looked deeply gratified and deeply alarmed at the same time. The naval officer glanced toward the first-year seats. Which one of them saw it first? Harrow's expression became warning enough that Ned nearly sank through his chair. They saw parts. Miss March found the rule, Mr. Kahn followed the timing, and Mr. Vale noticed the tower's double answer in the counters. The officer looked at Ned with new interest. He was a broad man with weathered skin, silver at his temples, and the mild tone of someone who had ordered frightening things without raising his voice. "Vale, you think like a field repairman." Ned did not know whether to stand. He settled for not dropping his notebook. "Sir?" "Not a gentleman player," the officer said. "Gentlemen players admire the clever move. Field repairmen ask what it costs 3 rooms away." A few seniors laughed softly. Peregrine Roth did not. Ned saw him near the wall, watching the officer, then Harrow, then Ned with an expression that had gone still in a more complicated way than resentment. Carraway's pin had been one sort of notice. This was another. Arthur leaned close and whispered, "Was that praise?" "I think so," Ned whispered back. "That is worse," Rafik murmured from Ned's other side. "Praise from officers usually owns boots." Beatrice's gaze remained on the officer. "And maps." Ormond restarted the table, making the senior repair the route properly from the point of error. The silver chain vanished. The convoy became slower, uglier, and safer. Ned watched the counters settle and felt the room's attention fade back toward the fleet, though not entirely. Some notice lingered like a hand resting politely on his shoulder. He had not solved the movement alone. He had not meant to be seen. But the Empire had a great many tables, and now someone from the fleet knew his name. 42. The wrong hands. The student was not what Ned had imagined a spy would look like. He was small even for a first year, freckled, red-eyed, and wearing a copper company tie twisted badly enough that Livia stared at it twice before remembering the crisis. He sat in the small council room with both hands around a wooden brass-field cavalry piece as if it were the last solid thing in the Empire, while Voss stood across from him in white and gold and let silence do the work adults usually wasted words attempting. Ned stood near the wall with Harrow, Pike, Livia, Rafik, Arthur, and Beatrice. He had not been summoned to speak. That made the room worse. On the table lay 3 folded repair notes copied in a child's uneven hand, 2 charcoal rubbings of brassfield base marks, and a scrap of paper listing student initials beside object names. One of the initials was V. Voss placed one gloved finger beside the copied notes. "Name." The boy swallowed. "Thomas Bell, Justiciar." "Did you copy these?" "Yes." "Did you understand what they were?" "No, not properly." His fingers tightened around the cavalry piece. "Only workshop things. Piece marks. How repairs were written. Who got approved. Who asked you to copy them?" Bell's mouth trembled. Mr. Hest said older students liked knowing what pieces were good. For games. He said it was only cleverness. Arthur shifted beside Ned, anger tightening his shoulders. Rafik's face had gone still in a way that meant a root had just acquired a person. Voss said, "You were paid?" Bell looked down at the wooden horse in his hands. "Not money. Game pieces. Good ones. Crown cavalry and 2 signal cards. Proper carved ones, not chipped." Ned felt something inside him turn cold. A child had not been bought with coin, threats, or foreign flags. He had been bought with play, with wanting to belong near older boys who owned better toys. Voss's voice remained level. "Did you know the notes would leave Academy keeping?" Bell shook his head hard enough that tears spilled. "No, he said he only wanted to win against Steam Gallery. He said everyone copies tricks. I thought it was cheating, maybe, but not spying. I didn't know it was spying." "Did Mr. Hest say who wanted them?" "No, he said a friend. An older friend. From outside games." Bell hiccuped and looked at the cavalry piece as if it had betrayed him by still being beautiful. "Am I going to prison?" "No," Voss said. Bell looked up with desperate hope. "You are going to face consequences," Voss continued. "Do not confuse mercy with absence of law." Ned looked at the copied notes again and saw his own world made small enough to fit inside another boy's stupid bargain. The danger was no longer only clever adults behind dull cabinets. It had hands that shook, a twisted tie, and a wooden horse held too tightly. Hest entered with a prefect on one side and Master Ormond on the other, which made him look younger than Ned remembered. In the common room, Hest had seemed like one of the older students who owned space by standing in it. In the council room, beneath Voss's steady gaze, he became a third-year boy with badly hidden fear and a collar button fastened one hole too tight. Thomas Bell made a small sound when he saw him, then looked down at the wooden horse again. Voss did not invite Hest to sit. "You asked Mr. Bell to copy workshop notes." Hest's eyes flicked toward Bell, then toward the table. "I asked him to look at brassfield pieces." "That was not the question." His throat moved. Yes. Why? For games, Hest said too quickly. For practice. Everyone studies how good players repair their sets. Ormond's cane tapped once against the floor. Mr. Hest. Hest flinched. The polish cracked faster than Peregrine's ever had. A man at the Winter Arcade said student-made pieces had clever habits. He said Academy boys were always changing tolerances and that old calibration notes could help with private tables. He didn't say it was crown work. He didn't say it was spying. Voss placed a second paper beside the copies. Name. I don't know. Description. Brown coat, green scarf, merchant sort, I thought. He had gloves with stitched cuffs. He knew Carraway's family roots and asked whether Steam Gallery boys overvalued past work. Hest swallowed hard. He said he collected game methods. He paid in pieces first. Then in coin. Arthur's hands curled at his sides. You paid Bell with toys and kept the coin. Hest's face reddened. I didn't think it mattered. Bell's shoulders shook once. He did not look up. Ned stared at the copied marks and felt anger arrive tangled with pity, which made it worse. Hest had been greedy, vain, and careless. Bell had been lonely. Somewhere beyond them was a man in a brown coat who knew how to make both useful. Voss's voice cut through the room. Did you give him anything from the records cabinet? No, Hest said, and the answer landed cleanly. Harrow's eyes narrowed. Did you give him names of students with repair access? Hest hesitated. Voss said, answer. Yes, Hest whispered. Only initials. I thought he wanted match odds. Pike made a sound like a file biting metal. Children in there only. Ned looked at the initials again. VMKP. A few letters, a few copied habits, a few dull notes passed through the wrong hands. No grand betrayal, no villainous speech, just small bargains laid end to end until they reached outside Avalon. Voss dismissed Bell first. The copper boy rose as if his knees belonged to someone else, still clutching the cavalry piece until Ormond held out one hand. Bell stared at it, then surrendered the horse with a small, wounded sound. A prefect guided him out. Hest followed under separate escort, pale now, stripped of older boy importance by the simple fact that no one had shouted at him. The room felt larger after the door closed. Arthur let out a breath through his nose. That's it, they copied notes, gave names, met a man outside, and we just let them walk out? They walked to disciplinary custody, Voss said. Do not mistake quiet for freedom. But the man in the brown coat, Arthur said. Someone knows him. Someone must have seen him. Likely, Voss said. Then why are we standing here? Rafik touched Arthur's sleeve lightly before anger carried him too far. Because the man in the brown coat is probably not waiting outside with a sign. Voss looked at Rafik. Correct. Ned looked at the empty chair where Bell had sat. He was a door. A small one, Voss said. Chosen because no one important was meant to notice him opening. Livia's pencil hovered over her page. Hest did not open the records cabinet. No, Harrow said. He provided a pattern of interest. Someone else used it. Beatrice's gaze moved to the copied initials. So Bell and Hest were not the thief. They were the path. Pike folded her arms, and the path was paved with vanity, loneliness, toys, coin, and stupidity. Durable materials, unfortunately. Ned tried to imagine the brown-coated man seeing Bell properly. Not as a boy with a twisted tie. Not as a child who wanted better pieces. As a latch. As a corridor. As one more little route into Avalon. The thought made him cold in a way anger could not warm. Arthur's voice was lower when he spoke again. Can you catch him? Voss gathered the copied notes into a folder. Perhaps. That means no. That means perhaps. She tied the folder with red cord. If we arrest the wrong merchant, we frighten the right one. If we accuse without proof, we teach the network which threads we have seen. If we thunder down a corridor because children expect justice to wear boots, we may trample the only footprints worth keeping. Ned looked at the closed door. So we wait. No, Voss said, echoing herself so precisely that his stomach tightened. We investigate. You wait. You also learn. Those are not lesser duties simply because they feel helpless. Voss did not release them straight back to lessons. Instead, she had the evidence cleared, the chairs reset, and Bell's wooden cavalry piece placed alone in the center of the table. Without the boy's hands around it, the little horse looked smaller, its carved mane too grand for the trouble it had purchased. Look at it, Voss said. Ned did not want to. He looked anyway. Arthur's voice was tight. It's a toy. It is payment, Voss said. It is access. It is motive. It is also a toy. Good investigators do not simplify evidence because complexity offends them. Livia's pencil moved, then stopped when Voss glanced at her. Voss continued, "You have all been watching for broken crystals, stolen devices, dramatic sabotage, and obvious villains. That is understandable. It is also insufficient. An empire can be hurt through weather, timetables, social pride, legal borrowing, copied notes, and children who want better pieces on a game board." Rafik looked at the cavalry horse. 7 small cuts. "Yes," Voss said. Ned thought of Ashford's map, the saffron pass delay, the cabinet opened properly, the cravat pin worn in polished company, and the fleet table's beautiful relay that left a harbor late. None of it felt separate anymore. The pieces had begun to touch, and the shape they made was larger than Avalon. Beatrice folded her hands. "What do we do when the next small thing happens?" Voss looked at her for a long moment. "You notice without performing. You record without embroidering. You report without hunting glory. You continue your work, because stopping useful work is one of the outcomes such people may desire." Pike nodded once, hard. "There, sensible terror." Ned almost smiled and failed. Bell thought it was only games. "Then learn from him," Voss said. "Only is a dangerous word. Only a toy, only a note, only a delay, only a question, only a favor, only children. Professionals love that word because amateurs use it to unlock doors for them." The room stayed silent after that. When Harrow finally dismissed them, Ned walked back through Avalon with the others close around him and the sound of the council room still caught behind his ribs. No soldiers broke down doors. No hidden master was dragged out in chains. The corridors looked the same. Brass lamps, polished boards, students hurrying with books, ordinary voices rising toward supper. That was the worst of it and perhaps the truest. Danger did not always announce itself by changing the whole world at once. "At the stair," Arthur said quietly, "still ours?" Ned looked at him, then at Livia's notebook, Rafik's folded map, Beatrice's steady gloves, and the workshop corridor beyond them. "Ours," he said, "but we keep better watch." The end.